Sports Update. Find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
All right, Cheddar Cameron and John Ritchie here with Seltzer and Reyes. So we got a lot to do, including giving you a chance to win a $100 gift card today to Wild Fork Foods. Give the gift of flavor this Father's Day. Visit one of Wild Fork's Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Pick up a Wild Fork gift card for your dad. Your dad can shop in store or online for same-day shipping to his door. Visit wildforkfoods.com. That's wildforkfoods.com. All right, so I'm back from my college reunion.
How was it?
Chagrined.
Oh.
That you're back, you're saying? You're chagrined?
Correct.
Yeah, I caught up now.
I mean, Rhea, you fell for that one fast.
Yeah, I knew exactly
I'm
where
not
you're
chagrined about the reunion. I'm chagrined to see you freaking fools.
Well, that's not very nice.
No, it's not. But I'd rather see 100 friends from 25 years ago and like just,
Ouch.
you know. I mean, I'm just saying. It was really great. It was really
I'm
great.
happy you were.
Thank you.
You were excited for it. I'm happy it lived up that.
Because you guys know that's up my alley. I mean, that's my.
You
That,
let
So what
everyone know. You
happened
talked
that
about it for like a
was
week and a half
of
prior.
note? Were there incredible events?
Incredible.
Crazy,
it was great, man.
debaucherous things
It was
that you
great.
can relate?
Were any cantaloupes harmed?
Cantaloupe. You know what? It was, all jokes aside, like, it was amazing. We had a great turnout. We had over 100 people. We had about 120 from our class, which is
And
a
you
lot.
remembered most of the
most of
people.
them.
You actually knew. See, the thing,
Yeah.
I don't know that I knew a ton. I knew kind of a circle of people,
Yeah.
and most of them were the guys on my team.
Sure.
But also, like, a lot of the athletes and stuff, you'd
Yeah.
see them, like, at the sports center, like, in the training room and that sort of thing. I mean, what do you – I don't know. Who do you see if you don't have that?
You ready for this answer? You see your friends that you used to drink with.
Yeah. Like
How
the people you
that?
lived
How about that for a simple
off
answer?
campus
No,
with.
yeah. I mean, we had a lot of friends. So, I mean, I was very lucky. And I'm still in touch with a ton of people. But, like, Friday night especially, like, almost everyone was there on the Friday night. Some people came on the Saturday. I mean, it was really awesome. It's just a lot of camaraderie, a lot of good spirit.
Huh.
And it was really
That
fun.
seems amazing.
It was.
I don't know that a lot of schools, like, have that, like, a lot of classes, a lot of college classes.
I agree with you.
Have that sort of together.
Well, we also weren't that big. We only had about 700 people in our class, maybe about 3,000 in the school.
Oh.
So I think that created,
Oh, well, that is unique.
you know.
Holy cow.
Now, my friends around here would rip me, and they'd call it Fairfield High,
yeah,
making
that is
fun of me
like
for
a high school.
Yeah, that's what they would say.
Yeah,
at Fairfield High.
Over 10
Yeah.
times as many people
Right.
at the school reunion.
And so the
And
point
John
is,
as well.
the good thing is when you reconvene, you really do recognize a big percentage because you knew almost everybody. So it was great. It was really fun. All right,
That's cool.
So here's the deal. Today, for you to win the Wild Fork Food $100 gift card, in honor of my college reunion, which was something.
You went solo.
Yeah. No, you know what? Almost no one took a girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife. I think there were only 3 out of about 100.
Wow.
Now, maybe there were a couple and I didn't know, who the spouse
Sure.
was, but I only knew of 3 people that took girlfriend, boyfriend.
How does Amy feel about
No,
that?
she was pretty happy not to go. She was like, she was very like, you just,
Have fun.
because when you see the randoms, you don't want my girlfriend Amy, like, you know what I mean? And then like, it can get you off topic. And so, no, it worked out fine. But here's the deal. In honor of the college thing, we'll ask you today for your chance to win a $100 gift card at Wild Fork Foods. Best scene ever from a movie that's a college-themed movie. A lot of college movies out there. A lot of them. Now, it can't go high school. Got to be college. I'll even give you college from TV shows as well.
What about a
There's some
scene
of
that happens at a college, even if it's not a college movie?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, I don't have that answer. I'm just asking in general.
I think that's fair.
I think it should count. That's why I asked.
It's just some kind of college tie-in. Best scene, which one is it? All time. John Ritchie, turn to you first. And everyone at 215-592-9494. Come to the table also, some thoughts on the Phils and everything going on. John, a college scene, what are you thinking?
Yeah, this is a deep cut.
Okay.
This is 1991.
Okay.
Necessary Roughness.
yeah, sure.
If you'll recall, for this, I'm in high school.
Yep.
This is my 11th grade year, and there's a football movie with Scott Bakula as a quarterback at I think it was TSU, whatever this college was. So it qualifies as a college movie.
I remember they were the armadillos.
Yep.
The armadillos, but the thing that I remember most, the scene that I remember most was when Kathy Ireland,
I'm shocked that's the scene you remember.
The model from Sports Illustrated, the swimsuit issue, she's on the cover that year. And here she is. She makes the team as the kicker. And when she gets in the game, it's epic because she ends up, this guy hits her, and it's a cheap shot. And he says, "Welcome to football." And she turns around, kicks him, and says, "Welcome to football." Kicks him, the bully guy. And then for the next year, everyone at my practice, that's all they did was try to kick each other in the crotch and say, "Welcome to football. Welcome to football." It was formative.
Sure.
That scene caused mayhem on every team in every high school. I guarantee it.
That's pretty good.
For a full year.
Yeah, no, I do remember that. All right, Seltzer, give me an answer. A college movie scene.
Sounds awful, by the way. Everyone trying to kick each other.
It does.
I will not take a winning answer. I'll shout out my guilty pleasure movie. I'll go with the riff-off scene in Pitch Perfect.
Okay.
Pitch Perfect rocks.
All right. And by the way, same movie. I just want to be clear. It can be said with 17 different answers. As long as you got a good enough scene. I mean, different scenes, different movies,
Sure.
but it can be different scenes, same movie. Rhea, what are you thinking?
Legally Blonde, when Elle's ex-boyfriend Warner says, "You got into Harvard?" And she replies, "What? Like it's hard?" I just love that.
There you go.
Simple and
I
sweet.
went to Stanford with her. I saw her, and she's one of the ones I really did kind of know her.
I know you did.
Kind of.
Oh, I know you did.
My friend was dating her.
Yeah, no, he definitely knew her.
And I
Nice,
saw
Joe.
her.
Yeah,
I would
Thanks
see
for
her a
clarifying.
lot.
Thank you.
Which was crazy because she was so much smaller than normal people. She was like a real human, but just shrunk down to how they'll
Tiny person.
for a viola, they'll go with a 3/4 size for kids, when they first start playing instruments and stuff. It was almost like Reese Witherspoon was just sized down. They're from the normal human size, but child size. She was the next size down.
Wow.
Like the Three Bears. She was the next size down.
Wow.
So, a lot of ways to go. Great college movie scene. Hit us up, 215-592-9494. I mean, obviously, the best answers, what I said to my, crew Friday night. Let's go streaking. Old school.
Did you?
Frank the Tank. It was just a way to,
So good when it hits your lips.
make a funny. No, Frank the Tank, obviously, and there's a lot of
How
scenes.
debaucherous did it get?
No, it
for
did
you
not.
guys?
It did not. But there's a lot of scenes from old school, and obviously that's one of the best. So give us a great answer. But when he screams, "Let's go streaking," it really is funny. And he's running down the street by himself and the whole deal. All right, to the phones we go. Gary in Whitehall. Gary, what's going on, bud?
Morning, everybody. How you doing today?
Good, Gary.
Awesome, Gary.
So we got 86 days, Joe. 86 days.
What's that, training camp?
No.
No,
it's,
raise the
opening
banner, Joe.
season for our Super Bowl champion Eagles.
Wow,
That's
it's
what
that soon. So training camp's probably in 50 days or 40 days or something.
Yeah.
It's
July.
Wow. In the winter,
Next month,
with the-
training camp starts. How about that?
Wow.
We talk about how, we got 50 days till pictures and guys.
Sure.
Well, we might as well do it with the Eagles the way the Phillies are going right now. But I like the whole pattern, so kind of. I do like your idea of subtraction to make an addition.
Yeah, I think I'm done with Bohm. And that's saying something because I was the biggest supporter of him around here in the offseason, but I think I've just seen enough. I mean, when he slammed his helmet down last night, I'm just like, you know what? I'll just move on. And I'm not going to tell you, Gary, I got a great solution for third base. Obviously, Otto Kemp could be an option. Obviously, Sosa could be an option. Obviously, someone you acquire could be an option. I'm not going to tell you as we sit here today that I know who's the guy. Obviously, it's Dave Dombrowski's job to figure that out. I'm just telling you, I feel pretty confident at this point he's not the guy.
Yeah, exactly. He can take his bat, glove, and ball and go home. I'm okay with that.
And the thing is take a guy like Stott who's struggling. He's not as deep into his career, so you control him for longer. Bohm's going to be in free agency zone sort of soon. So, I'm not
after next year.
Yeah, I'm not it's not one of those things where I'm just ready to move on. Let's put it that way. I'm just ready to move on.
Exactly. It's but I mean, I don't want to be trading away any of the minor leaguers because this band's getting a little old, and we need replacements as far as youth. So I don't really want to get rid of any of the prospects. I like to see some more of them. I kind of like what I see out of Kemp. He's just
Kemp did a nice job last night. Gary, give me an answer. A college movie scene.
I'm going to go with old school at the podium during commencement saying, it's a scary world out there. Take care of number one and don't step in number two.
That's not old school. It's back to school.
Back to school. I'm sorry.
Gary, what's it like to lose with a good answer, but because you said the wrong movie, you can't win?
I'm old. What do you want?
You got it, Gary. Stay well, buddy. All right, Otto Kemp is certainly not old. He's here. He's in Philadelphia, and he took the long road by being an undrafted player. Let's listen last night because congrats to Otto Kemp on his first big league hit.
Swung on line to left. That's a base hit. First major league hit for Otto Kemp into the alley in left center. It'll be cut by Pete Crow Armstrong, but boy, what a ride for Otto Kemp. Undrafted, signed after college out of a Division II school. He's got his college coach here today. His family is here today. And they've just seen Otto pick up hit number one in the major leagues.
And, of course, he got another hit, and it was an important one, 11th inning with the bunt. After Stott's bunt, Kemp's bunt. And I swear to God, I don't know when. Someone looked this one up. What's back-to-back Phillies bunts? They were singles?
Insane.
I mean,
They were masterful.
They were
bunts
perfect bunts
as well.
They were
masterfully
John,
bunted to where the defender who fielded it was put in a pickle from
bind.
the get-go. The hesitation, no throw made.
Right. I mean, the one even had the backspin. I don't know. I forget if that was Kemp's or Stott's, but one of them.
Stott put some English on his.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So let's listen to Otto Kemp after the game. He gets his first big league hit. He gets, I guess it would be his first big league win. And he talked after the game.
And was this your first time ever in this ballpark?
Yeah, it was today.
Why was it? Why was that the case? Why did you never come here before?
Yeah, I just tried to keep it special. Just try to keep it something that I get to do on the first day that I make it to the big leagues, and it was kind of just a little bit of motivation to keep me pushing and get to this point.
It's a cool sentiment. I got to ask this question, and James, you know more about the prospect world certainly than I do. So, would a prospect typically have access to the big league ballpark? And go, like, when would he have had access before?
No, not really. Yeah, I don't think he would have. Unless he wanted to go to a
First
game
round
there.
draft picks are brought there for press conferences.
Look, I'm sure if he said, "Hey guys, I want to go to a game tomorrow night. We have an off night," they'd be like, "Here's some tickets."
Right.
So he could have gone, but I don't think it's like he wouldn't go there to train because he's in Clearwater.
So it's not that unusual.
No.
Right.
No. Yeah.
But it sounds like he intentionally stayed away, which is
very purposeful.
Which is probably unusual. I mean, I would think most people don't even think of it. Like, you either have the chance to go and you go, or you never had the chance to go. But for him to say he purposely stayed away, that's different. And I respect it. I mean, he wanted that feel on, his first big league game, and he got it. That's something. Look, 215-592-9494.
I don't know that I would have been able to do that. I mean, I don't think I'm too set in my ways or anything, or too much a creature of habit, but just knowing what you're heading into would be nice too. Like, knowing the goal. Or I don't know. Like, I don't think I could have resisted.
Had you been in the Raiders
becoming
facility?
A part of the no.
But I'm saying, like, So if
when you become a part of an organization, it's out of the blue. I had no idea the Raiders were even interested. They were talking to my
No, I'm not asking that. I'm saying
coaches.
what I'm saying is, when you played for the Raiders in your first game, had you been in their stadium before that Sunday?
Yes.
Okay, so you're in that town,
but just
you're practicing elsewhere though.
We were yes.
But you would like set up a locker or something like that.
We had done a walkthrough, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's possible that did the rest of the team go to the stadium and he chose not to? Otto Kemp, like yesterday, did he want to keep it that fresh or whatever that was? I don't know. I maybe guys have Guys have different ways of
They
dealing
sure do.
with things, and whatever works. It worked. It worked great. He was 3 for 5 last night,
he
and
did.
had a decisive play in the game.
He
So,
really and a good
great for
defensive
Otto
play.
Kemp. What's that?
And a good defensive play.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think he can help bring back the daycare. Otto Kemp, young guy. You saw the daycare dump it on him. Let's
John.
allow the daycare to reconfigure.
Oh,
Some would say replace the daycare.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Schwarber was in there. They had
Reconfigure
Dad out
the
there
daycare.
with them.
All right, the Phils, what do you make of the win last night? But more important is the big picture and what to do with the many issues that have been negative. 215-592-9494. Ruben Amaro, he joins us. His perspective coming up next. Also, your chance to win the food. Give us the best scene from a college-themed movie where it just runs through a college. A lot of answers there. What do you got? Joe Cameron, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't let one of these plumbing problems ruin your summer. Just contact Horizon Services today, and you can stop worrying. No matter the time of the year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because, frankly, they have seen it all. You won't be waiting around for days for a plumber to arrive. Horizon Services has same-day service, so they'll make sure your problem is fixed fast. As always, with Horizon Services, job will be done right the first time. If it's a bigger job, say maybe a water heater installation, Horizon Services, they have money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. So it doesn't matter what season it is, you shouldn't be worried about having enough hot water for everyone in your house. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Ike Reese here. If you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery, and that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit GladHairMM.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. So the Knicks' job is open, and you've heard some names floated around. The problem is expectations, especially if you get Giannis. It's championship or bust. I think the Knicks are going to look back at this and go, Tom Thibodeau, you want the job? I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Water ice tastes better with Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, so the Phils get a win last night, but it doesn't exactly solve the problems. They really have gotten good starting pitching lately, but they just don't hit, other than Luzardo, but they just don't hit. And last night, obviously, was another example, but they do get 2 runs in the 11th, and they win the game 4-3. All right, so let's get Ruben Amaro's perspective. We love having Ruben in studio with us.
Ruben Amaro in studio is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto. 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJTire.com.
Rube, how are you, pal?
Great. Better, great, but better now.
Better,
after
right?
yesterday. Yeah, it was ugly for a while.
Because, this is still
ugly.
This is still not going to be exactly happy show, but at least
it can't be happy show.
Yeah, but it's less guys' fault. Yeah, exasperation. So, Ruben, and you've been listening and driving in. We're trying to figure out what they should do. And there's like 10 or 15 different things they could realistically do. What would you do? You're the general manager of the team or the manager of the team. Like I said earlier, I think I've seen enough of Bohm. I'm done. And that's saying something coming from me because I stood by him for a long time. Seltzer's talking about maybe trading players away in a month if they don't prove that they have a shot to, convince him of they can win the World Series. I think they still can, but I know right now no one's in the mood to hear that, but I do. Ruben, what would you do?
So the tough part about this is to try to assess what this team is still, because are they the team that, was awesome in May, or are they the team that has been really struggling in the early part of June, late May, early June? And I'm not sure what they are. And that's the problem. I think you have to sort of wait another month or so to see whether these guys really start to do what they have been, asked to do, which is slug a little bit more.
It's not an unreasonable position to wait. I
think you got to wait.
I think you hit something really important. It is hard to know which way this is going to go.
It is. And, I mean, the back of the baseball card means something, and I think that you're going to get, a little bit more punch from all those guys. Bowman's come a long way as far as just getting hits. I mean, he started off...
But he's
awful. But
retreated a long way in terms of having the right attitude and outlook on baseball and being a good teammate.
I don't. That doesn't bother me.
Enough of slamming that helmet down. I mean, enough of the Greg Jeffrey.
The impetuous play.
Enough.
What about swinging so early? He feels like
that,
he's now swinging childishly to his detriment, like in a way that it's hurting his game.
Part of why he never walks.
I don't have as much of an issue with him swinging early in the count as if he's going to swing early in the count, you'd like to see him try to drive the ball more consistently. So I view an 0-0 swing much like I would view a 2-0 or a 3-0 swing, where I'm really going to try to get out front and get extended. And that is the difference that I see, is that he has the same approach, which isn't the worst approach, which is to use the middle of the field. And there are times when, you want to drive the ball, and in an 0-0 count as a hitter, I always felt like it was important for me to really get out front and get extended, or, try to produce a, some kind of action that was appropriate for the situation. So if there is a man on second base, nobody out, I'm definitely trying to move that runner. If it's I'm leading off an inning, I'm trying to hit a double. Yeah. If it's a man on second base and 2 outs, I want to drive that run in. So I don't have any problem with a guy hitting early in the count. I just want to have them get off a more, damaging swing.
No question. Ruben, what about center field? So to me, you got three options. You got stick with what you got, which is not an option. You got Crawford when he's ready. That's when he's ready. I don't know when he's ready. And you got door number 3, which is you acquire somebody.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think that it depends on what you're able to do otherwise, because I still think that the back of the bullpen is an important piece of the element here. And, obviously they're not getting any offense from, left field and center field, and that's a concern. It was big for Marsh and his own demeanor and his own mental makeup to come up with a big base hit yesterday. That was
yeah.
And he had another base hit. I mean, the other at bat he had almost rolled into a double play, but it was good to see him at least drive the ball and do what was necessary to win the baseball game. That was big for him. I don't know if it continues for another couple of weeks. You may have to think about bringing the kid and seeing what he can do. The problem with that is, again, he can't be the savior of this team. The guys who are there already, the Stotts and the Bohms of the world, are going to have to play better. They have to play better for this team because you can't replace all of them. That's not going to happen. And so the Stotts and the Bohms of the world, Casty had a couple of hits yesterday, not the best base running at the end of the game, but those guys are going to have to produce, and you got to get Harper back. I mean, listen, we've been relying on Schwarber so much, and he's been so good that when he has those times when he's not really producing, it's glaring that other guys are not.
Yeah, I agree.
You can't replace all these guys. They have to play well. And if they don't, then it's going to be very, very difficult to get to where they need to be.
All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. What would you do if you're running the Phils and you're trying to figure out how to get them out of this mess? What are you changing? Chris and Ben Salem. Chris, good morning.
Joe, welcome back.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, on the Bohm thing, as a once broken down future runner-up presidential candidate once said, "Welcome to wisdom."
Let me tell you
Nicely
something.
done there, Chris.
If I am the runner-up for presidency, might take that. Means I got pretty far. Means I could probably go on a speaking tour and make a lot of money just giving speeches. That wouldn't be a bad way to live in my 60s.
I love it. I'm just
probably better than being president.
It probably is. Certainly
Actually,
less pressure for the next 4 years. All right, Chris, what do you make of the Phils thing, and what would you do to fix it?
Well, I'm kind of in the boat with Jimmy here. I called in yesterday and said, it's another 2-4 weeks if they're in this same spot. You start. I'm looking at peeling off Wheeler because he's your best piece.
You know what? That's throwing in the towel on the whole era, not just the season. If you trade Wheeler, that's saying I don't believe in the next 2 to 3 years. I can't do that. I think some of you are going too far, man. Too far.
Your starting rotation is set to go with the young guys, and you have to start, turning this roster because Bohm and Stott aren't, to Ruben's point, they have to play better. And honestly, in my opinion, I can lean on 22 with Stott when he had the good year, or 23, whatever.
23,
the year was,
23, really.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20. He was a 265, 270 hitter, and was, he wasn't missing so many balls in the middle of the plate and balls that were elevated.
Well, Chris, I'll tell you this. So we have this Twitter poll about which hitter is bothering you the most, and for me, it's Bohm. But if the question was which hitter is concerning you the most, my answer would be Stott. And the reason is because coming into this season, once we heard about the injury to Stott last year, I thought, all right, you get him physically right, let's get him back on track. This is someone I can ride with for 5 to 7 years. And now, Chris, you know what I'm starting to think now of Bryson Stott? I gave you a name from 35 years ago. I'm starting to think of Juan Samuel. Like, if people that are old enough to remember, there was a lot of, and I love Sammy. He's one of my favorite Phillies
Sammy
ever.
was even better to start than
No,
Stott.
he was.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, Sammy was better, but some players just flashed something early, and then it never totally. Like, why was Ron Hextall's best season in hockey his rookie year? I don't know. I just know it was.
Right.
And like some guys, they just never really improve, and some even regress, and they don't give you that 8 to 10 year thing that you thought you had. And that's what I'm really starting to worry about Stott on.
Well, and looking at the whole thing, the whole picture, right? Like, you go to Jimmy's point, you've got 5 zeros right now, or not. The veterans are just not playing up to.
They're not.
Star or superstar status, and like if they just become good, that's not good enough, right? And then you've got the 2 holes in the bullpen that you need to fill, and then it's just a lot that needs to get filled, and like it's not what championship teams are doing. Like,
yeah, except there is this, but Chris, there is this possibility. If they get to the postseason, they could starting pitch their way to a world championship.
Oh yeah, right.
Ruben, you agree with that?
It's totally
absolutely,
right?
unequivocally agree with that.
Like, they can be an average hitting team the whole regular season and get to the postseason, pitch superb, still be like an average hitting team and win the World Series.
Bullpen, though.
They do need a better bullpen.
But is your starting pitching going to be holding up with this bullpen? What it is?
Well, it's a fair question.
Deeper into games, they got to go 7-8 innings now because there's just not enough support from the back end.
All right, Chris, give us a great answer. A scene involving a college.
All right, I'm going to go to Van Wilder, and I'm going to go with the main antagonist, Richard Bagg, getting the colon blow from Tara Reid and ending up on the trash can.
All right, you got it. And Rhea and I maybe know why we're specifically giggling at that name, because we had a coworker.
Yes, we did. Engineer.
I mean, I can say this because it was his actual name.
It was his name.
It was his name, so I'm going to say it. This is a person that worked for when I co-worked with him at WYSP. And then did he also work at WIP, Rhea?
I think so, like a long time ago.
All right, so his name was Dick Beck. And everybody connected the names. Like, it wasn't Dick Bag. Everyone's calling him like Dick Bag.
Yeah, I heard it was never just
It was Dick Bag.
Mr. Bag or hey, tell Bag
How does he
to
not
get
go to
over here
Richard?
or hey, tell
How
Dick
does
to
he not-
join us. It was always Dick Bag needs to be there.
Yeah.
It was always make sure Dick Bag tags along.
How do the parents do that to the man?
Exactly, Ruben.
What are they doing?
You do think
I
about
never know
this
what
as
you're
a
doing.
parent.
Well, and I'll give you one. So when Merrill would end the Eagles broadcast, and the game is presented by, and we thank Chief Engineer,
yeah.
he always would do Richard Bag.
That's because he's a professional. He's trying to
Merrill.
save the guy.
It's classy. He's a classy man.
He's a classy man.
All right. Well, shout out to Dick Bag. 215-592-9494.
I think I know where you and I are leaning toward.
Here's a good guy, too. I hope he's still doing well. All right, speaking of football, something Jaws said recently about the NFC East. We'll get to that. Something from Sirriani as the Eagles get ready to reconvene with a mandatory camp today. More on the Phils, your thoughts and calls on all of it. And you can win the gift card. Best scene ever from a college-themed movie. What do you got? Joe Cameron, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
My dog Cheney, huge part of our family's big part of what makes our home happy and fun every day. Frankly, a little chaotic because he's like a toddler who's never going to grow up. It is my job to keep Cheney happy and healthy. The best place to help keep him healthy, Dogs and Cats Rule Stores. So if your pet has any specific dietary restrictions, maybe allergies like my Cheney does, the staff at Dogs and Cats Rule are the best trained in the business to help you with all of that. Dogs and Cats Rule, it is the place to go for natural flea and tick prevention. Dogs and Cats Rule, they've got an amazing selection of food that you will not find anywhere else. Raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, premium kibble and can. It can't be beat anywhere else. Also, if you're going to be outside, it's going to warm up eventually. The sun, I promise you, will come out again. So freshen up your outdoor toys. Get them a new ball launcher, maybe something to tug on. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They have 7 convenient neighborhood locations, 2 in New Jersey, Princeton and Pennington, in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Kyle Schwarber with an opposite field home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you could take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot, it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferrari, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stanfield, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire ads and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. The just called up Otto Kemp with a 3-hit night in the Phillies' 4-3 extra inning win over the Cubs. Kemp hadn't butted since 2021 when asked by Rob Thompson over the weekend if he could. He said yes. Here's how the end of the Phillies game sounded on Cubs TV on the Marquee Sports Network.
You know, a lot of times in the old days, kid would get called up and the manager would just ask him, hey, can you get a bunt down? Yeah, I can get a bunt down.
Valencia, he's squaring. That's bunted. It's a good one. Bush up with it. Long throw to first. Safe. And they're loaded up with nobody out. And that's going to do it. Center field, Pete Crow Armstrong chasing after it. But the run will score, and the Phillies walk it off.
Brandon Marsh, the walk-off single after Kemp and Bryson Stott with back-to-back bunts to load the bases. That snaps a 5-game skid. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. Fog early, some showers Heidi, 2, currently 65. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Well, of course, the notable death from use. What was that, 2 days ago?
Yesterday.
That was yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Sly
or at least
Stone,
it was
right?
reported yesterday.
Yeah.
Sly Stone, man. Sly and the Family Stone. Classic.
Yeah, it's a great song and obviously a notable. I hear you, man. Notable band, and look, we'll try to bring some happy to the show, but we're not.
Can I say something notable real quick?
Yeah.
Pittsburgh Pirates, when we were in Pittsburgh, the fans that came out, it was extraordinary. There were so many fans.
Oh, you mean Phillies fans?
Yeah, I know
Philly fans.
does a trip by now, which is awesome.
Pirates fans.
I am telling, no, please.
That's what I thought you were saying.
Don't be crazy.
They love that
People on the
stadium.
left side
Ruben. They
of it.
love going to see
I
it.
do love the stadium. I like that ballpark a lot. The setting's great. But the fans coming out, dude, they were, even in the losses, I mean, they're not happy. They weren't happy, but we would be crossing the bridge afterwards and walking back, and people were like, happy as hell just to be there. Kids.
That's great.
Adults.
That's great, man.
Older adults. It's just so cool to have the Philly fans have that kind of enthusiasm and joy for our sports team.
Well, I'll say this, Ruben, because I've long thought
in the midst of getting swept.
Right, in the midst of getting swept.
Correct.
When you guys won the division in '93 and you won it in Pittsburgh, I've always wondered why more people didn't make the trek out there. Like if that happened today and the team was about to clinch, I feel like there'd be 25,000 Phillies fans that would drive 4 hours to go see that game. It was a couple thousand back then, but it wasn't that many is my recollection that night.
It was fun to be on the field that day.
Yeah, I think the Eagles thing made. Oh, that's awesome, Ruben. I think the Eagles thing made a big difference. I mean, I remember back that Miami game in
the Miami game was.
That's when it all changed.
We
03
knew
Miami.
It was crazy by the amount of calls we were getting for people at the airport heading down and going, oh, there's probably going to be a lot of Eagles fans who weren't prepared.
Yeah, that was really a memorable night. And then the Eagles thing, it's been Monday night.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. And it's been 22 years now with the Eagles thing rocking out. And I think the Phillies thing's picking up steam also.
Did Corral have a big touchdown in that Miami game?
I don't know.
Did Corral have like a really cool play, diving over a pylon or something?
Not sure.
All right.
That was the three-headed monster year, though, so he certainly might have, because he had his years that he was totally injured, and he had his years that he wasn't.
Dude, we count on you to remember every play of these games from that era. I mean, come on, man. That's what you do, the hammer, you know?
Yeah.
That might have been a game that was...
It's the day I met Bill Berge. I know that.
There you go.
Me and Bill watched that game together. So that's my recollection of that game. But
that was one of those, it could have been
that's
like
pretty
a
cool.
turning point for Corral Buckhalter type game, and unfortunately he wasn't able to stay healthy. But the Corral that we saw in practice, the Corral that we saw every day was just mind-blowing how good he was.
He was very talented.
He never got to show it the way I wish he would.
Good memory, John. He scored on a 2-yard run with 14 minutes left to break a 24-all tie.
Wow.
He reached over the pylon with the ball extended, and they had to review it.
Okay.
Look at that. Score one for Rich.
There you go.
How about that? All right, so don't score too many for the Phils. They did get a win last night. They deserve credit for that. I guess maybe Wheeler deserves the most credit just because he, held the other team down for a while. But it took to extra innings. Look, Otto Kemp, nice job. Back-to-back bunts, Stott and Kemp. Maybe the biggest hit, I guess, is JT's to lead off the bottom of the 11th because that ties the game right away in the bottom of the 11th and then ultimately Marsh with the winning hit. But it hasn't been pretty lately. So amongst other things we're discussing, what would you do if you've got your hands on the Phillies operation? You can do anything with it. You can trade players. You can dump players. I mean, here's what I said about Boehm earlier. Sometimes it's about finding value for players. And that's normally the objective, clearly. Sometimes it's just about subtracting a player and just saying, you know what, enough. And that's where I'm at on Boehm. I'm not happy about it. I mean, I thought Boehm was, one of the guys I actually thought a couple years ago could be here for a long time. I just don't see it anymore. So there's a lot of ways, and clearly enough of the Rojas Marsh thing. I mean, I can't take it. I mean, either Crawford's got to get up here soon, or they just got to make a trade for an outfielder. You can't look Schwarber in the face and say, all right, Kyle, you got to deal with the Marsh Rojas thing for another, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, 16 weeks. I mean, at a certain point, enough is enough. They just can't play. Let's go to the phones. Dave joining us right now, calling from Maryland. Good morning, Dave.
Hey, guys. Just disappointed in the last week, obviously.
Yeah.
But a couple of things that I would make. And the first thing all hinges on Bryce and his health. Because if he's not healthy, I don't know what you can't invest in this team. But if he is healthy,
I'll say this, Dave. I actually don't totally agree with you, but I know that it makes you less likely to invest. I know that.
You move Kemp to third base in that case. That's what I would do there. But if he is the outfield situation, I think left field's a bigger problem than center field right now. Kepler and Weston Wilson.
Look, I got to tell you, man, I'm missing Cody Clemens.
Crawford.
I wish he was on. I'm serious.
They never played him. They
You know what?
They had no room
He's a
for
better
him.
player than Weston Wilson. The issue is he's left-handed. The
Yeah,
problem is
the
left-handed. That was the
left-handed.
issue.
Mercado hits right-handed.
I'm just
right-handed.
telling you.
I'd bring those guys up. I'd DFA Wilson and figure out what you're going to do with Kepler. But move Marsh to left and bring up Crawford as well and platoon Crawford and Rojas in center just to give a little bit something different, because there's no time in the day where I think that Max Kepler's coming up right now and getting a hit. And you say, well, what's Crawford going to do? He can't do worse than that, other than maybe damaging his confidence. But the pitching is good enough to win, though. That's the frustrating part.
Oh, there's no question. There's no question about that.
You're getting 6 innings. You're getting 6 innings, two runs, 1 run.
Yeah.
Every game.
Look, other than the two Luzardo games, they've actually pitched well in these last 10.
Absolutely. So
I happen to agree with him.
I'd just shuffle the outfield, but you can't. I would wait, like James said. I'd wait a month.
Okay.
To figure out what's going on.
Dave, give me an answer.
You get a better picture on the injuries. You get a better picture on where you are.
Dave, give me a movie scene involving college.
Blutarski 0.0.
All right, you got it, my man.
Really good.
Ruben, go ahead.
I would definitely once the kid Crawford, they believe he's ready to go, I'd bring him. I would bring him, but I'd rather bring him in a situation where the other guys were actually going well offensively, so he didn't have the feeling that he had to be the guy to carry.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because he can't carry the team. Otto Kemp knows he's not there to carry the team. He knows he's just there to get an opportunity.
Ruben, tonight?
Yeah.
Batting Otto Kemp third.
Stop it.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. But
I mean, Bowman, the
like
3-0, it's like not crazy to
What's
say
the
that.
difference?
I was kidding, by the way.
I don't think that he's ready for that
No,
yet. I will say that it is about time once this kid is ready. Now, again, it's about him being ready. I would bring him, and what you do with your outfield, whether it's sliding Marsh to the left or doing whatever you got to do to give it a little bit more, inject some life into it, I would definitely consider
Is
that.
a 2-game winning streak long enough to bring him up in your because I understand what you're saying. You don't want the town to put pressure on him, let alone him put extra pressure on himself. If they have a 2 or 3 game winning streak, is that long enough? Because we also know this is probably not a ton that's really going to change.
I'd love to have Bryce back before he comes to the big leagues.
Well, we don't know.
And I'm hopeful that he comes back in short time here. I think it will be. But we don't.
How short
obviously,
are you
we don't
thinking?
know. I just think it. Once his IL is over, I think he should be ready. I hope.
And when is that exactly?
It's probably another 4 days or something like that. 6 days.
IL,
It was
right?
June 6th. It was retroed too.
Yeah.
But the way he's talking, Ruben, what gives you that confidence? Because, the way he's talking, the way he said it's we're going to rest and then get to treatment.
Yeah.
I don't have confidence
longer.
necessarily, but I do believe that it'll be shorter rather than longer.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. By the way, Rube, shout out, because a lot of people listening right now, I mean, look, we're all frustrated with the Phils, but we love the Phils. And you are really tapping into the Phil's history with the golf outing coming up this week. Tell us about it. Thursday, so it's the Richie Ashburn and
Harry Callis Foundation, and we were combining with Ruben Amaro Senior Foundation as well. It's a kind of a dual thing this year, but we've been doing it pretty much every year the last maybe 3 or 4 years, and it's a golf outing at Yardley Country Club. We're going to have a bunch of folks there. Joe's going to join us, and John might join us. We're working on him. He's not a big golfer, but he might join us. We're working on him.
Good.
I'm working him hard. But a bunch of celebrities that are going to be out there, and we're getting a lot of support. What we basically do is run free camps for kids during the course of the summer in all parts of the city here in the Delaware Valley here, and we do about 8 to 12. It kind of depends on the year. And it probably affects anywhere from 1,200 to 1,800 kids a summer. So
good.
Something we've been doing for a while, but I appreciate that.
Absolutely. And is there a website, do you know? People want to donate?
It's ashburncallisfoundation.org if you'd like to donate. And I think we're wrapped up as far as sponsorship and stuff like that is concerned. But if you want to donate, ashburncallisfoundation.org.
Well, congrats, Ruben. That's great.
Thanks, man.
And obviously attached to your father and Richie and Harry.
Yep.
I mean, some of the most beloved figures in the history
cool.
of the town. That's awesome. We're going to get to some Eagles stuff in a moment, something Jaws said recently about the NFC East. Let's talk to Nick in Bucks County right now. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I want to give a shout-out to Jimmy. Joe, while you were off doing cake stands and beer bongs, Jimmy was holding down the fort, man.
That's awesome, man. That's great.
Yeah, so great small ball. I really like the bunting was actually exciting, which is surprising. I have some moves to make, though.
Okay.
Trey Turner may not be happy, but he's moving to second base. Scott's moving over to shortstop. I got Kemp and Miller playing third base. Jamal Crawford's out in center field. And I'm making a trade for Bowman McGarry for Seattle's Canzone and Munoz.
They wouldn't give you Munoz for both of those guys.
All right, so other than the last thing, you can
I
do
would
them.
be willing to throw in some more prospects. I think we got to make a move now, and we got to bring the daycare back, but it's got to be a younger crop of daycare. And I think Crawford and Aiden Miller and Otto Kemp are the way to go.
Well, you're talking a lot of change. I mean, a lot of change. And I don't think it'll be
too
daycare for my
taste. Up and
taste.
down. This team is bipolar, man.
Yeah, they do have a tendency to go up and down, man. It's something. It's very concerning how few hitters you really feel like you can consistently count on. It's I mean, at this point, it's what Schwarber, Trey's kind of moved into
Trey
that,
and Harper, and that's it.
And that is it. And it's not even the best version of Harper. Well, Nick, we'll say.
We got the nicest day of the week coming up tomorrow for the game. I can't wait to see y'all, and Jen's excited, too, to get out and meet you guys.
Good, man. Well, Nick, we look forward to it tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going to have a great time with so many of our listeners. Give me a great answer for a college movie scene. You can win the $100 of Wild Fork Foods.
Love this scene, man. It is hilarious from the moment he starts his beer bong to the moment he says it's so good once it hits the lips, and then he goes streaking to the gymnasium, and his wife picks him up. I'm going Frank the Tank in old school.
I think it's too similar to what I said.
It's what you said.
If you just kept it if you kept it specifically in the home,
it's all the same though. It's like that scene plays.
All right,
out.
different scene, Nick. I already said it.
Okay, I got a different scene. Absolutely, you're my boy, Blue.
Oh yeah,
good one too.
That's another great answer. All right,
actually, my favorite Frank the Tank scene is still on the table.
Okay, all right. Well, big answers abound. 215-592-9494, including an answer from Jaws on the NFC East. We'll get to that coming up in a minute.
If you're looking for the perfect gift for Dad this year for Father's Day, I highly recommend a Wild Fork gift card. I promise you, Dad will love it. A Wild Fork gift card won't disappoint. Whether Dad's a grill master or never cooks at all, Wild Fork's Forkies will help Dad select and prepare a steakhouse quality meal at home. And Dad will be amazed by Wild Fork's huge selection of quality meats and seafoods at unmatched prices, like USDA Choice Angus bone-in beef cowboy steak, only $13.98 a pound, or USDA prime beef picanha. It's only $9.98 a pound, just like at the Brazilian steakhouse. Unbelievable. They even have the best desserts, the chocolate mousse cake, the chocolate lava cake. We can't get enough of that at my house. But Father's Day, it's June 15th. It's coming up soon, so head to one of their greater Philadelphia retail locations today. I was just there yesterday. Grab a gift card for Dad, and while you're there, do a little shopping for yourself. Dad can shop in-store or online at Wild Fork Online or same-day delivery. You get same-day delivery right to your door, wildforkfoods.com.
All right, so obviously the Phil's main thing today, we're all trying to figure out how to solve their problems. They won a game last night, but I don't think they exactly solved all the problems. So we're drilling down on that. Also, we've got, a coming football season, and the Eagles to get together today. Sirriani will speak publicly. Obviously, he'll talk to the team as well, as it's the one day that they have a mandatory mini camp. Now, I think and that's really a mini camp when it's a one-day camp. That's a mini camp. I think we all know, because we see the graphic, John, it feels like 10 times a year when we're watching a game, they'll put the graphic up that no NFC East team has repeated since your squad in 2004. That's amazing. 2003 Eagles, 2004 Eagles. 2004 Eagles, the last time. I mean, it's unbelievable.
It's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
Honestly, you can't explain it.
Especially because the Eagles have had a lot of quality seasons in there, but never been able to sustain 2 in a row of excellence like that. The Cowboys had some really good seasons in there. They didn't sustain it. The Giants won 2 Super Bowls in there. They didn't sustain it. You know what I mean? Like, it's amazing that it's been 21 years since there's been a repeat. All right, so what's the point? The point is Jaws was on with the midday guys the other day. And not so much talking about that reality, but basically it's don't sleep on some of these NFC East teams that you might just assume the Eagles are going to walk all over this year. Here's Jaws talking the other day to the midday guys.
I actually think as I now start preparing for the season, I look at the other teams that Washington did, what Dallas is doing, what New York is doing. I think all 3 teams have gotten better in the offseason. I really do. So, and you look around the league, we got to play the NFC North.
Yes.
Oh, man, that's murderer's row.
And the AFC West.
And the AFC West. So the schedule is vicious. It's going to be a hard schedule. You win 12 games that schedule, it's going to be a hell of a feat. So the schedule, the improvement of the other teams, eventually you keep thinking, Washington's got to improve, right? They can't keep screwing this up every single year like they did on Dan Snyder. So they finally got some leadership in the front office. They got a quarterback that's going to be a phenomenal player and a real challenge for everybody. I like Dart up in New York. He's a guy that I like for the draft. And they got the best defensive player in the draft, maybe the best overall player in the draft. The Giants did. So they're going to be better. And Dallas, you look at their roster, they got a good roster. But they lost their quarterback last year, and you're not going to overcome that.
I will say, I mean, it gets my attention a bit. I do think Dallas is going to be better than people think. People act like, look, Dak didn't play great last year, but they also acted like he played the whole season. He didn't. I mean, that completely submarined their season. So it's, John, a lot of people, let me ask you this, John.
Dallas will be better than they were last year. They went and shook it up. They've got a new head coach. The Schottenheimer thing, like he's got the family pedigree, and he actually sounds like he knows what he's doing. I don't know that he knows what he's doing. He sounds like he knows. And look, sometimes that's all you need to get by at the start. The players, if they believe, and hey, the town starts believing again. They got a lot of talent, and they just mismanage it all.
Well, they had the same GM and owner.
Yeah,
they had the same GM. That has not changed.
Yep, thank you.
I'm with
that's
you.
a great point.
Start at the top. I can't believe he hasn't fired himself.
Wow, he's probably.
I don't get it. Honestly, I don't get it.
He pulled back on his own influence, saying, "Hey, I'm going to go a little more hands off." And then he went more hands-on in recent years. Like, I think he knew better and said, hey, I'm going to go laissez-faire. And then they were doing better. And then inexplicably could not keep his hands on.
Hire a football GM. Hire a football GM and let him run the show.
I agree. James,
we don't want that. We certainly don't want that. But they will be better this year.
James, a 2-team race?
Yeah. I don't care. Dallas is not going to be that much better. They're just not. They lost Zach Martin. They lost offensive line guys. Like, they didn't make the team better. And Brian Schottenheimer might be Marty's kid. I think he's average to below average offensive coordinator. I think it was a weak hire. I think Dallas is going to stink again.
Yeah.
Like I think they're like 7-win team.
You don't sleep on Washington, man. That's going to be
We're
a
not.
good,
No, we're saying
good team.
We're saying two-team division. I agree.
It's going to
Washington.
be a really good team. It will not be a simple task.
They're going to be
really
tough,
good,
solid, both sides of the ball, and they keep adding talent. They've added a lot of veteran
And it's a
talent
lot of
for
older
leadership
talent.
and everything
A
else.
lot
They
of
got
older
good
talent.
coaches. Yes. Did you hear Jimmy wheeze?
I heard it twice.
It's when he's talking.
Is he okay?
I had to cough, and I was talking through it.
Okay.
So.
I mean, that was
I was
unbelievable.
talking through. I powered through. What do you
It
want me to
sounds
do?
like Doc Holliday when
I'm
he's
like,
got
Richie,
like.
I could be like,
Can you cut that for us?
What did Doc Holliday die of?
I think we need to get that cut
Tuberculosis
somehow.
in one of like a sanitarium in the old West.
That was good.
Yeah, hey, sometimes you got to wheeze through it, man.
All right,
Like
so
a little wheezy.
So the NFC's thing obviously on the table. We'll get to something Sirianni said recently. The Eagles get together as a squad today. Phils, we're trying to figure out how to solve their problems. I think I'm done with Bohm. When he slammed that helmet down last night, I'm done with Ruben. Do you get why that bothers me?
That was out of frustration, but yes, I understand why it would bother you because the narrative was that he's being a little childish
because
with his behavior.
Here's the thing:
he was pissed because he didn't come through in a big situation.
But I think it affects his hitting.
Yeah,
I think that the
he's
mindset,
cutting off his own nose despite his face when he's swinging too early.
No, it's not so much
his
too
approach.
early.
His approach used to be part of what made him so great.
Here's what I'll say, Ruben. You know a million times more about baseball and hitting than I do. A million. All right, now I know more than Jack Fritz, but Ruben knows more than me. I don't think playing with. I don't know if
Did you put me and Jack Fritz on the same level?
Well, no. I'm saying if you know a million times more than me, you know 2 million more times than Fritz. What I'm trying. I'm complimenting you.
I'm kidding.
Like you don't want to. You don't want to play. Like I don't want to swing in golf angry. If there's not a relaxed zone, then I feel like it's going to affect the hitter, and I feel like Alec Bohm is never freaking relaxed. And if he can't get himself there, because he has to get himself there. Like, it's really not the manager's job or the hitting coach's job. They can help hold his hand a little bit. But the player's got to get himself there. If he can't get himself there, then I'm done.
I think it is important to be free and easy when you're at the plate. I mean, Charlie, man, you used to talk about it all the time. When you're comfortable and you're not trying to press and you're just knowing you can hit as opposed to hoping or pressing hard to hit, it makes it a little bit more difficult. It's a really tough thing to do. I mean, look at the numbers across the board right now as far as just production overall. I mean, it's down because the pitching's a little bit better. It's tougher and tougher to hit.
Yeah.
And I think it is. I think you're right about the fact that you sort of need to be a little bit more relaxed and calm. I think of guys like Manny Ramirez. I think about like Chipper Jones and Ken Griffey Jr., they're so relaxed and smooth and easy with their swings all the time, whether they're having success or not having success. They had a lot of success.
Yeah.
But I think that's sort of the mindset you want to have every time.
I mean, John, let me ask you this. As a Phillies fan, and you and I have seen all the Bohm. I mean, we've seen the whole thing, right? All 5-6 years, whatever it's been. How aggravating is it, not only when he makes the out, but when he reacts to making the out? For you,
I
as
just
a fan.
think I think it's gotten so much worse. There was a point in time where he, I don't know, was being policed or something, where people were telling him, "Hey," I'm assuming people were, or maybe he just thought better of it. Like, "Hey, I can't possibly act so childishly." As impetuously as actually swinging earlier than I should, which I can't believe. I really think he's doing that.
Well, I think for him,
there's a strategy there.
I think for him, it's just a visceral reaction. I mean, he was upset with himself that he took that third strike.
Of course it is,
and it's a visceral reaction. It's hard to manage. You know, it's I sort of feel badly for him because I know he wants to do really well. And I can sense that when he does not perform well because he has an expectation to do so.
Well, we'll ask you the Twitter poll questions of the day, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question: of these four hitters, whose struggles bother you the most? Is it Bohm, Kepler, JT, or Stott? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Also, with the NBA Finals, annoyingly not on tonight. You got to wait till tomorrow. That's really irritating. Who do you prefer to see win the finals? Is it the Pacers or the Thunder? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. We'll talk to Elliot Shore-Parks in about a half hour or so, 8:25, an Eagles report as they get ready to get together today as a team. Let's go to Ed in Phoenixville right now. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Looking forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. I don't want to step on Ken from Cinnamon's toes, but I'm trying to think of a incredibly bulky gift to bring to you, Joe.
Hey, please do. I'll take it.
I'll leave that to Ken. And I think a good punishment for whoever loses this Jack versus Joe thing is the winner gets to wear the Almond Joy T-shirt and the loser has to wear the Mounds shirt. And I'll just leave it at that. Because Almond Joy has something that Mounds doesn't. But anyway.
True.
So I don't really think there's much we can do with the assets we have in terms of trade. So I mean, you look at Crawford's on base percentage has been like steadily increasing. It's now like close to 420, and that's like the second most like reliable predictor of runs scored next to OPS. So why not bring him up now? I mean, I think now's the time.
I would think it's going to be pretty soon, Ed. Because here's the thing: you either got to make a trade or you got to bring him up. There's no more of this Marsh Rojas nonsense, especially when it's coupled with the Kepler nonsense. It's like it's like triple nonsense. It's only two positions, but it's three different guys.
Two nonsenses are negating, the others.
It's brutal.
Yeah, I think it'd be unrealistic to think that 420 on base is going to translate immediately to the majors. But like he's hitting like 8 or 9, and he's on base when Trey Turner comes back up. With his like contact rate, and the speed on the base pass, that could be a really good combination. And but it kind of is indicative of where we are. Like it's not ideal, but not necessarily embracing the Stott's defense, but like there's some real like developmental stuff he's got to work through. And Ruben can attest to this. Like sometimes you just got to get on base, and then you get on base again, and I think it'll snowball after that. But I haven't.
Yeah,
really
Ed. Here's the problem with Stott, and this makes me sad because I like Stott. He might just not be that good. Like he's a terrific defensive player. He's a terrific instinctive player. Okay, he's 2 for 2 right there. But he's just not, to my eye, a hitter that's progressing. And he may even be regressing. Probably is. And that's a problem.
He has been an advanced hitter.
He had one good year.
He's 27, man.
2023, he was good.
He's been a shrewd hitter.
No. I'm surprised by
what he's looking at.
I am surprised that he has not developed, particularly this year. I thought he would take off. I really did. I talked about, I thought he would be the leadoff guy. I thought he'd be the leadoff guy for several years because because he has the instinct and because he understands the strike zone and because he can foul pitches off and he has the eye-hand coordination to do so. I just think he's gone through a tough
talented offensive player.
I just think he is a much better player than he has performed. I'm surprised that he's not had more success on the fastball. Because a lot of these guys have not had success on the fastball. And if you can't be successful on the fastball, then that's a concern.
Yeah, that really sets you back. Hey, Ed, give me a big answer. A scene from a movie with college involved.
I think when Dean Wormer put them on double secret probation, that's my pick.
That certainly could win as well.
Really
That's a big one for sure. All right, Seltzer, your strategy for how to deal with the Phillies thing. What are you doing here?
Yeah, like I said before, I'm in a wait and see mode. As unexciting as that is, I can't commit to this group right now. I even a guy
commit
like
mean trade for.
What'd you say?
Trade for, meaning you're not adding.
Yes, my point being, like, even Mick Gable, who is, the 6th, 7th, 8th guy in terms of the prospect rankings, we've seen him in the majors. I don't know that I want to give up the next 6, 7 years of Mick Gable to help this group right now. I don't think this group is good enough. The bullpen is nowhere close to good enough. I don't trust a single guy in there in a big spot to get outs. And then the lineup, I said it before, they got like 5 guys who are giving you absolutely nothing from the lineup. It's just too many holes to fix. if they play well over the next month, if Harper comes back, if they start to put it together, I can reevaluate. But right now, I'm definitely not adding to this.
Well, wild. I mean, James even talking about maybe trading in a month and a half. That's something. Look, 215-592-9494 to weigh in. By the way, I couldn't weigh in on a lot because I was gone the last few days and at my college reunion and all sorts of stuff happened. So the Phils free fall, Bryce's injury, the finals.
Did any cool stuff happen at your reunion that was salacious?
John, why does it always...
It has to be salacious. There's got to be something that went salacious.
You went so
He needs a
low
story.
to
Give the man a story.
If I had a story, I wouldn't say
Give
it
it to
on the air.
him.
I don't have it.
Give it to him.
Or I do have it, and I'm not saying it on the
Okay,
air.
well, that's the other thing.
Exactly.
That I can understand.
No, it was...
Was it debaucherous?
No, it was good camaraderie. I mean, what
Good fellowship.
Fellowship.
Good fellowship.
Fellowship.
Wow, so everyone kind of grew up.
And I'll give you one.
That would be a no.
I didn't see this interaction.
Is it possible that people just grow up and they don't do debaucherous stuff anymore?
I'll give you one. Nothing happened, but this was an interaction I did not witness, but I heard about it from both sides. I'm friends with both of them. Okay. So a buddy of mine goes up to a girl that I'm friends with, and he goes, "Did we hook up in college?"
No.
And this girl's extremely attractive,
buddy.
Was and still remains. So he goes,
and what's his status?
Listen.
Wow.
He hasn't aged well.
Okay,
thank
you're asking
you.
too many
We got it.
questions,
Wow.
Ruben. You're asking too many questions.
Cool.
So my buddy goes up to her and goes, "So did we hook up in college?" She goes, "No." He goes, "You sure?" She goes, "Yes." He goes, "Well, just so you know, I would have."
Oh my God. How many beers did he had at this point?
That's bold. Very. That's
Did she
that's
laugh?
as good as it gets. She had a chuckle.
There was, let's just say I heard about it from both of them. Okay.
Did she find it
Doesn't seem
amusing?
like she was super psyched about it, huh?
She said the conversation got weirder from there.
That's a good one.
You know?
John, I like that one.
All right, not bad. So there you go. Yeah. All right, 215-592-9494.
Funny that you got it from both sides.
Yes.
though.
Yeah. So
Very.
it must have really been a moment because both of them
Was
were.
he proud of himself?
It is what it is.
It's fascinating how guys always seem to be the one who they overestimate themselves. You know, we overestimate ourselves.
That's true.
Always.
Well, my
my
guess is he was well aware of the answer. I think it was more of a moving forward point. But anyway, all right. So while I was away, yes, the college reunion was great. The finals, the game one was nuts. But two other things. Tennis match was an all-time match. That was really amazing. French Open. That was really actually both the men and women's side was great. But the men was all-time. But the craziest thing when I was away, it related to sports. I don't know if you guys talked about this yesterday. Allen Iverson turned 50?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Guys, Allen Iverson
shouldn't be allowed.
He's 50? I mean, he's
What's wrong with that?
Well,
Forever young,
good for him. But I mean, Allen Iverson is, I think of him as a 25-year-old. Like he's 50 years old. I remember when Ali turned 50. I remember when Jordan turned 50. And or maybe I remember Ali at 60. I forget. He was on the cover of like SI or something. But I definitely remember when Jordan and Barkley turned 50 like 10 or so years ago. But Allen Iverson 50, man, that was woof. 215-592-9494. Let's get to Luke in Wilmington. Luke, good morning.
Hey guys.
What's up, Luke?
Hey, Luke.
Does the toga party answer count as a double secret probation?
Double secret probation, I think, was in the dean's office, right?
Okay, then I'll keep it short. I'm on my way to work. I'll go with the toga party from Animal House.
Yeah, I don't think they were doing that in front of the dean.
Iconic.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
that's massive. That's a massive answer.
That is a big answer. I mean, that's the third or fourth we've got from Animal House alone. We're getting old school and we're getting Animal House today. I mean, there's other movies, but those two I knew were going to be said with multiple.
Well, Animal House was mine.
And we got one back to school. Well, that's your wheelhouse.
Well,
that's your age. Yeah,
correct. Yeah. Well, yeah.
All right. So, Luke, what do you got on the Phillies, buddy?
Phillies. So the Twitter poll question of the day in terms of who am I most worried about?
No, well, the question wasn't worried. We're also discussing that. The question was bothered by.
Oh, bothered by?
Yeah.
Oh, I would, I think the obvious answer is Bohm, but in terms of a more in-depth thing, Stott's not, I know Stott's a pretty conservative hitter, but he doesn't seem to be walking enough. His on-base percentage isn't really where, like, you would expect a guy like his to be.
Luke, the lack of walks is a disaster with some of them, and that includes Stott, Castellanos, and particularly Bohm. So I got the numbers right in front of me. Bohm this year has 11 walks, which is really horrendous. I mean, just horrendous. Just as a for instance, Bryce Harper is 35. So Bryce Harper has 35 walks. Castellanos has 14, and Stott has 20. It's those are low numbers, but 11 is really, really low. I mean, that means he's on pace for probably 28 or so for the year. I mean, that's horrendous.
Certainly. I also wanted to touch, so weighted runs created is kind of like a all-tell stat for hitters.
Yep.
100 is average. Most of the Phillies lineup is sitting right under 100, and while that isn't terrible, like Stott and Bohm, I think Bohm's at like 90, and I think Stott's at like 84. Not to go too in depth with the stat,
sure,
but like it's really bothersome that those guys and it kind of stems to the being on base and stuff like that. But it really is worrying and bothersome that these guys aren't getting on base and creating runs.
Look, they won the game.
They
won the game last night primarily, and thanks for the call, man, because they got a good starting pitching game, which kept them in the game when they weren't scoring. I mean, it was 2-2 at the end of 9. I mean, that's like playing a football game that's 13-13 these days. I mean, it's not a recipe for consistently winning. And now, look, I mean, they had back-to-back bunts in the 11th inning,
and they were a lot
miracle.
better at bunting than the last time I remember us trying to be bunting.
No, they were great bunts. They were.
They were
all
spectacularly
four of them were great
placed
bunts. And they were perfectly executed. They did exactly what they're supposed to. When you have a man on second base, you bunt it to third. When you have a man on first base, you bunt it to first. And I mean, they didn't end up getting credit for 4 sacrifice bunts. They ended up getting 2 hits out of it.
Right.
But I mean, that would have been the most of all time. Probably 4 in the latest era. 4 sacrifice bunts in one game.
We had 4 in a season.
That's
insane.
It is unbelievable.
Maybe of all time.
Well, that and back-to-back hits, I think, might be even more
spectacular.
But guys, it's the scrappiness, it's the fight, it's this team not in a good spot, figuring out a way to win when the bats are not working the way that they should in terms of hitting the ball out of the park. This team was supposed to be built to
slug,
hit it out,
yes,
and
they're not doing that. They're like 14th, I think, in baseball since May 1st, and I think they're only like 12th in the league. And they should be slugging more, especially at this yard.
And so they're figuring out ways to win. In the meantime, how do you bring slugging back, Ruben? How do you?
I have no idea. I literally have no
to flip.
I have no idea.
Can I answer the question?
You get on the fastball.
You guys know in Scrabble, when you got bad pieces, you're allowed to skip your turn and just turn in the pieces for 7 new pieces.
You can't.
No.
I don't think that's. Is that
no, it is.
the decamp?
No,
is that a secret rule?
No, that's in the Scrabble game. My point, John.
I don't think that's a rule. I don't think you can really do that.
Yes, you can. The point is, the only way to get this team to really start hitting a ton of home runs is change the players.
You're trading in
7
all
new
your
players.
pieces.
Yes. I mean, what do you expect Castellanos to suddenly start hitting 30 homers?
No.
I mean, Bohm,
I do expect him to realize he can't get to second.
Well, he should have known that. That was horrendous. But look, they did win the game, and they won it with a nice rally in the 11th inning. Let's get to it because they're down a run entering that 11th. But you know what? The ghost runner on second to start the inning, you do have a really good chance to score a run. Turns out they scored 2. With, I guess it was, 4 straight hits. Let's listen to how it went down.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 11th. Last chance time for the Phils here at extra innings as they're staring at a 6-game losing streak. JT Realmuto is going to lead it off here in the 11th. Swung on line to right. It's a base hit down the line. Castellanos coming around third. He's going to come home and score. Throw will go to second, and JT ties the ball game. Well, here's Bryson Stott, and Palencia delivers, and Stott pushes a bunt. It's a good one. Third base side. Shaw, bare hand, flip to first. Not in time. Stott beats it out. And here's Otto Kemp. First ever game here at Citizens Bank Park. He is bunting, and he pushes it third base side. It's a great bunt, picked up by Bush. Throw back to first, not in time. And Otto Kemp is aboard, and the bases are loaded. Nobody out. And here comes Brandon Marsh, who didn't start the game, but he's got a chance to win it. Swing and a drive, center field and deep. JT is home to score, and the Phillies have won it. Brandon Marsh with a walk-off as the Phillies rally for 2 runs in the bottom of the 11th, and they beat the Cubs and snap their losing streak of 4-3 win.
Well, it was a much-needed victory, and obviously Scott Fransky on the call last night here on WIP. They got the win. Now, it doesn't solve the problems, but it does, at least for a day, give them a reprieve. They're a game and a half up right now. They're 4 back of the Mets. They're a game and a half up on the 3rd wild card. Now, the Phillies actually right now hold the 1st wild card. So I do want to say, for everyone who's like gloom and doom and like people acting like maybe let's start trading pieces off, which I am absolutely not at all. And I'm not telling you I'm happy, but I'm not thinking about trading pieces away. I'm absolutely not. With that, to like give up on the season. And there's some sentiment of that being said today. They are currently in the 1st wild card spot, but they're also hovering not too far away from losing all of that because they're only a game and a half up on the Cardinals, who would be 4th in the wild card standing. So things could flip quickly, and they gotta play better. And we're trying to figure out today how they can do that. Now the Eagles can't play better. What the Eagles' mission this year is going to be is to try to maintain what they had, or at least close to it, to try to win another Super Bowl, or at the very least have another outstanding season. And they take another step today in the process because they get together with a mandatory minicamp. By the way, it's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio. So the Eagles get together as a group. John, the minicamp has never been more mini. It's one day, which I guess is a couple hours, so it's a mini camp.
I wonder how many it can be, because we know their practices can be real short. Right. This mini practice is not going to be real short. This is probably going to be like an old school type Andy Reid in August.
Dream on, buddy.
No.
Dream on.
You think?
No. Dream on.
Like a 2.5 hour? Is it even possible?
I think it's going to be more about messaging. Here's who we are. Here's what we do. And by the way, make sure everyone's got the playbook and come ready in 6 weeks for camp.
Don't get in trouble.
But it's
don't
always...
Don't lose the playbook, but learn it.
It's always important to note who is not there. And guys, everyone, we have the full playbook. Yeah. Here's the basics, and let's do some team periods. You know, the 7-on-7 period. Let's do the 9-on-7 period where we're installing some run plays, install the pass plays.
Ruben, by the way, I don't know
the team periods.
Sure. Ruben,
that's fun.
I don't know if you know, I saw the Eagles playbook last night. Did I tell you about this?
No.
First 125 pages.
Really?
Hand the ball to Saquon Barkley.
Great call.
Yeah, it's very simple playbook. Just get the ball to number 26. All right, but
there's other people too.
Yeah. Sirianni will get the team together today. Maybe they even already are. We'll talk to Elliott coming up next hour, or later this hour, that is. Get a report on the Eagles. But Sirianni also addressed the team recently because, they've had these OTAs. And part of it is him messaging here's who we are. Here's what we represent. Here's what I want you to be as a team. Let's listen to a message. This is the kind of thing we heard a lot last year when the Eagles would disseminate information about how Sirianni talked to the guys. It's the same messaging, and that's good because it worked. And here's
great.
It did. Here is Sirianni. This was a week or so ago with the guys, and because remember, you got some new players in there, so you got to indoctrinate them into the Eagles thing. And here's a message Sirianni gave to a group recently.
All right, hey, this is what's awesome about football. Everybody from a different area of the country and out of the country, right? And we're getting to know each other right here. That's I love this part about football. Everybody that you just saw is here to help you do your job better. All right, we're going to introduce you, right, to our core values. Your core values is your habits. That's all it is, right? These are the things that we'll talk about over and over again, day in, day out. Tough, detailed together. Tough, detailed together. These are the truths of football. The toughest team usually wins. The more detailed team usually wins. The more together team usually wins. Everybody's talented, right? Talent can get you, right, 9, 10 wins. right? But to do special it takes special requirements.
He is very consistent. I mean, he's just like,
you think?
He is very. And I wondered last year and worried last year entering the season, like maybe it's too much of the same stuff and you got to mix up the messaging. I didn't think the principles were wrong, but I thought maybe, John, like maybe sometimes the messaging, and Ruben, you would know from a sports standpoint, I guess messaging can get stale, but it worked.
Yeah, it can get stale,
Not
but I mean,
stale
but
here.
he's a pretty innovative guy, and yes, I mean the foundation and the basics sort of have to stay the same, and there's no problem, no issue with me reiterating those. But I mean, the way that he presents, he'll change it up because he's an innovative person. He understands people, and they love playing for him.
Well,
there's
Leo,
a reason
do.
why,
and I don't.
There's a reason why they love playing for him.
Yeah, and
last year, got their back.
Last year's the first year I can remember him doing the "you can't be great without the greatness of others" thing.
Yeah.
So he will probably have some new wrinkles.
Yeah.
But
he'll spin it.
No
but
question.
he clearly believes in sticking with the core principles, which I think is admirable. If they're core principles, they're core. I mean, it is what it is. And I do like that because John, not everyone does this. He talks about tough, not only mental toughness, like he leans into the physical football toughness, which some people kind of shy away from. It seems like these days.
And
but it's
you know
a brutal
what happens
combat
to
sport.
those teams?
They lose.
They Miami Dolphins. Seriously.
I know.
Do you know what I go back to?
The Miami Dolphins, and now they're stuck in a situation where they're not going to get better because you've got a team who's, I don't know, living the best life the way they want to live without the discipline that really needs to take place. And you can have fun, but you do need to be disciplined and tough with these players to some degree.
I go back to what Howie told me when he hired him. He said he's not only a great coach, he's a great person.
That's important.
Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
And if people believe that when they're in the locker room, that he's a great person, and they've got their back, that means a lot. It really does.
Sirianni could be here
for a long time.
A long time. Andy, I guess, is the longest. Is Andy the longest tenured since like Connie Mack? Connie Mack was 50 years with the A's. Andy was 14.
Probably. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, Connie
would be. Yeah.
Connie Mack coached until he was 87 years old.
Oh yes.
Bless him.
Oh yes.
But anyway, I mean, Sirianni's got a shot
in a suit
for 10 years plus. Then again, we thought Doug had a shot for 10 years plus, and 2 or 3 years after the Super Bowl, they were like, all right, bye-bye.
Well, listen, two seasons ago, we didn't know if Nick was going to make it till
two seasons. How about last year?
A year after, a year before last season.
Unbelievable. All right, 215-592-9494 to weigh in on the Eagles thing. Elliott Shore Parks at 8:25. A report as the Eagles get ready for this mandatory mini camp. Also, more on the Otto Kemp. Congrats to that guy. Got some knocks last night. Made a real impact on the Phillies winning that game. What he said after the game about the first big league hit and more and the crowd reaction. We'll get to that. But more than anything today, trying to solve the Phillies' problems. What they realistically can do and what they should do to try to climb out of the malaise they've been in, even though, yes, they did win a game last night. That and more up ahead. Phone calls and all this on 94 WIP.
John, you and I have both had our new windows from Window Nation for a little bit now, and it's beyond keeping my house comfortable. The thing that really strikes me is the quality. They feel super secure and solid.
I know exactly what you mean, and that's the confidence that comes with their 50-point factory inspection and a lifetime warranty. Plus, their installers are true specialists, many with over 15 years of experience. They installed my windows while I took a nap. They were so considerate, so exceedingly great at their jobs, and so silent. It was unbelievable.
So it's really no wonder why they have an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 45,000 five-star reviews. They've installed over 3 million windows across the country. They are not just a company. They are experts you can genuinely trust.
And for anyone who wants that same trust and quality, Window Nation is making it incredibly easy. Buy 4 windows, you get 4 more completely free. And if you replace a whole house full of windows, they'll give you a free exterior door.
Plus, you can do it all now and not worry about the bill. Get 2 years with no payments, no interest, and no money down. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Don't overpay for windows. Call 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Ballers.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete, my ass.
Joe DeCamera needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Well, the Steelers got their quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, and they think they got Tom Brady. The Pittsburgh Steelers saw what Tom Brady did. They saw what Peyton Manning did, change teams, win a Super Bowl. I'm here to tell the Pittsburgh Steelers, now they got their quarterback, they're going to get back to the playoffs, and they're one and done again. I'm the Sports Machine, Sean.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council. Less than fun. Phillies snapped a 5-game losing streak in a bit of a non-conventional way, laying down a pair of back-to-back perfect bunts to load the bases in the 11th.
Left center field, that'll do it. Petro Armstrong going back. It's off the base of the wall. And the Phillies win it in the bottom of the 11th inning by a final score of 4-3.
That is Tom McCarthy with the call on NBC Sports. Those bunts by Bryson Stott and Otto Kemp, who had 3 hits. Eagles with their lone mandatory minicamp today at the NovaCare Complex. Nick Sirriani talks around 2:15. WIP afternoon show will be broadcasting live from 2 to 6 p.m. at the Chesapeake Inn. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Fog early, some showers, high of 82. It is currently 65. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes.
The guy who was inordinately aggressive.
John, I'm begging
Not
you.
an interesting guy.
Okay, hang on. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's talk about the Phillies. I'm begging you, please. We'll get to the Eagles coming up in 5 minutes. Let's go to Big V right now. Big V, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How are you, pal? What's up, dude?
Well, first of all, I'm loving the show, but, I'm even surprised to actually agree with you on some points.
Oh, it makes you very wise. All right, talk to me.
It depends on who you talk to, brother.
You're not kidding. Yeah.
But, no, I'm with the Phillies right now. I don't think that we should be at like a DEFCON level. I mean, yesterday win does ease a little bit of frustration for some people, but not a lot for others.
Yeah.
Philadelphia sports fans, we want it. We want you to be number one from start to finish. And I think people are starting to face some, realities. But if you look at where they were last year, they were at this time like really heating up. They became the hottest team in baseball, and they basically ran out of gas by the playoffs.
Yeah, well, this is around when it fell apart. This was right around when they were in London, and then they had 4 months of being just about a 500 team. But up until this point, they were sky high at this time last year.
Right. So I think if they, and even right now, as you mentioned, if they continue on this pace, they'll still be third seed of the playoffs. So there's no need to actually panic. I think what they should start doing now is start slowly heating up. And one of the main things they have to do is address the issues with Harper. I mean, yeah, Schwarber definitely is the leader physically, mentally, but the team emotionally relies on Harper. When he's slumping, they're slumping, and when he's not playing, they tend to play bad, and they have to, kind of compensate or get over that or encourage something, for them to support on so that they can continue on with a pace that we can basically enjoy them at.
Well, kind of the key to that is he's the superstar of your team. Yeah. The way you deal with that is you get him back and healthy, and it's just hard to figure that when we know this same injury has existed for so long without even being attended to publicly. He's been just dealing with this silently. So then you assume, well, hey, he can come back and play with this year just like he did last year, right? Well, maybe not.
Maybe not.
This needs a different level of attention earlier in the season this time around. So it from what he's telling us, it's been made worse by when he got hit in the elbow. You got swelling that's draining down, and now you got you've got counter indications. You got injuries piling up on other injuries. I don't know how long that takes.
Yeah, and I think Big V, to me, my biggest concern is that, because he can play through it to a large extent. He already has. But he just might not be as effective moving forward.
Well, that's the problem that we've been facing, is that he's been playing through it, and we've been getting very little results. I mean, Harper isn't playing like Harper.
Yep.
And what we're dealing with is that he's been dealing with this for years now. And what's the cliche? Insanity is the same person doing the same thing.
Well, over and over. It's not years. I mean, it was last year, apparently, this thing developed. And, it's notable he hasn't clearly been at his best now, in that time. I mean, he hasn't been.
Yeah. Well, wrists are an issue. I mean, wrists and backs are an issue pretty much all the time, especially when you're a hitter. I talked to Pat Gillick about this at nauseum about being careful. I mean, Jason Worth was a big concern. We had to do a lot of research, and Pat did a ton of research on his wrist because that was the reason why he got non-tendered by the Los Angeles Dodgers.
It almost ended his career.
And it almost ended his career, and he bounced back and ended up being, Jason Worth. And God bless him. They finally diagnosed it properly. They finally did the right, surgery on it, what have you. And we benefited from that. But it can be tricky. I don't think that that's what we're looking at here. I don't believe. But again, there's some concern there. But I think this caller makes a lot of sense. A Big V. I think you make a lot of sense because, yes, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And we do want these guys to be playing hot and playing well in September rather than playing crappy. And so if that's what we have to deal with right now in order to do that, then I'm okay with that.
All right, Big V, give me a big time answer. You can win the $100 for the Wild Fork Foods. A great scene in a movie involving college.
Ooh, let's go with Animal House, when he was eating and the family was there visiting, and a woman was complaining about his table manners. He stuffed all that food in his mouth and says, "Guess what I am?" And he spits it out and says, "I'm a zit."
I like it.
Banana.
I like it.
You got it, man.
I forget what it. No, it was cottage cheese. I think.
Maybe.
I think it was a cottage. I think it's cottage cheese.
Gross.
That is
I'm pretty sure it's cottage cheese.
Our fourth Animal House answer today.
And there should be more.
All right, let's talk to Elliott Shore-Parks because there should always be more football, and there will be today. The Eagles with an OTA. It's the mandatory kind, and Elliott is brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. They get together today, which means Elliott will be on the scene. Good morning, Elliott.
What up? How you guys doing?
Quite a bit, man. So tell us how this one came together, and then we'll get to kind of what it entails. But one day, mandatory. These things used to be 3. There was the 1 year they had 0. So how did they arrive at let's do 1 day?
Yeah, so I think over the Sirriani time as a head coach, it's been a couple things. Early on, I think that he didn't do mandatory minicamps in an attempt to get players to come more throughout the voluntary part, and they traditionally have had very good attendance. I know this time around, they've had very good attendance. So I think that's how it started. And then, I believe last year they did 2 days, if I'm not mistaken, coming off the collapse, Vic Fangio in there, 2 new coordinators. But I think this time it's similar to how they have done it, where it's 1 day, but as a, kind of a trade-off, they expect good attendance throughout voluntary part, and they've gotten that.
How much is
what does this day look like
Yeah,
compared to those other days? Is this an extra long day that's more like a real old school training camp day with longer practice and meetings that go with it?
Yeah, so just based off the schedule, it feels more like a regular season type day. I don't know if they're doing it a bit later in the day simply because there's a chance of rain early on, and maybe they wanted to push it back. They do have the full 90-man roster today, and that's hard to practice in the bubble with. So just in terms of a schedule, it feels more like a regular season day. And, yeah, the practice will probably be longer than those voluntary ones. I think they have, maybe a little under 2 hours, hour and a half on the books there for the schedule. So, yeah, it'll feel more like a regular season day.
John, when you were doing this back in the day, how much of this was classroom time and how much this was on-field time?
It was split, just like during the regular season when you would come in every Wednesday and have a new game plan installed. This was during the offseason. It was going back to square one and restarting, and you get the playbook. Here's day one. Here's our basic, regular field plays, and we'll go from there. So it's going to be, I would think, of another fresh installation of the basics. But, these guys this is great. This is the kind of thing that reinforces, and guys get really sick of, players who've been in a system for a long time. Our quarterback has never been in a system for a long time. The one time he was in a system for 2 years.
This is his best year.
Was 2023.
22.
Was it? Okay,
21 into 22.
The 2023 Super Bowl was the culmination. Yeah, 2022. Yeah. So it was Shane Steichen's second year.
Right.
So let's hope we can find some stability with the offensive play caller.
No question. So Elliot, one of the things today that's fun for us on the outside is that we'll get to hear from Nick Sirianni. And I guess this will be the last time until training camp, I think. What are you curious to ask him about? I mean, things are pretty smooth. So what are the nature of the questions that you'd want to what are you getting in there about?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's probably a better question than any I'll have for Sirianni today, honestly, because you figure how many times in Sirianni's time with the Eagles has there been a press conference where we don't feel there is a pressing matter, right? Really from the second he's been hired, it feels like there's been a lot of drama for better lack of a better term. So I do think today is pretty standard. I think that maybe asking him how he's going to handle Saquon or how he has handled Saquon Barkley this offseason so far at the 2 practices I've been at, Saquon has been there, but he's done very little teamwork. Maybe that's an attempt to kind of slow him down and to not get as many touches on his body throughout the offseason. How things are going with Kevin Patullo, whether, they've now had a full offseason together with him in a new role. So, yeah, we're used to asking about, are you going to call plays? Do you still feel you have the same power? Is this guy going to show up? And for today, it feels like it's a, pretty basic kind of day. But I guess that's what happens when you win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll give you one. It's just going through my mind, and I don't know if it merits being asked, but what his conversations have been like with Howie and Lurie, who have the experience in their chair of having won a Super Bowl, and then the team largely, let's say, took a big step backwards. You could say struggled. You could say take a step back. I mean, they finished 9-7, but it was nowhere near in 2018 what 2017 had been. And what advice they've given him based on what they saw from Doug.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great question. I mean, you also figure, to your point, we talk so much about why the Eagles are successful and all these things, and it's because they have people in positions of power that have really mostly seen everything. Obviously, Nick and Jalen have not been off of a season winning a Super Bowl, but once they complete this season, there's not much they will have not seen throughout their time here. Losing the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl, having a collapse, losing the playoffs, they will have seen everything. So you're right. I mean, who's he leaned on? I know that Nick is somebody that, just from being around him this offseason, he does spend a lot of his time calling other coaches that have been in a similar position, not always the same sport, but he's like a big like sports junkie in that way. Like he loves to talk to basketball coaches. I know he's talked to Michael Johnson, the track star, came in and talked to the team. He's had NFL players come in and talk to the team, retired ones, obviously. So, yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of asking for advice, Nick's definitely big on that.
Have you had a chance to see the players?
What do you
Elliot?
mean?
I mean,
Like,
today.
Oh, no, not yet this morning. No. So, yeah, Nick talks at 2:10, and then
much
practice,
later.
I believe, is after that. So, yeah, no, not yet. No, we didn't get breakfast.
So, Elliot, let's talk about, obviously, camp's coming up in 6 weeks, and this is the last call before the guys have 6 weeks off and get together. How many jobs are up for grabs as a starting player? Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 5? Which spots are wide open for who starts?
Yeah, I think there's a few. Obviously, I think that safety spot next to Reed Blankenship is probably the most important one that is open. That's the last line of defense in a lot of ways. So winning that job, I think that's a position where you could see them potentially make a move if they don't like what they see, in that first week of training camp. And that's the other important thing about today. Today's the last day the players have to impress the coaches in the front office before these long 6 weeks. Like, yes, they're off. People will take vacations. But now that they've had this part of the offseason over with, they reconvene, sit down, and say, okay, how do we feel about the roster now? Like, how did this guy do over the voluntary and mandatory part of the offseason? Like, is this a guy that we want to be a starter going into training camp? So safety, absolutely one of them. Cornerback, the spot opposite Quinion and Cooper, clearly Keely Ringo with Dory Jackson competing there. Tyler Steen seems to have a pretty good hold on that guard spot for right now. We'll see, really when camp opens, where they're moving Kenyon Green with. Matt Pryor is a name to keep an eye on there. He has NFL experience. He's been with the team before, so he's been getting some reps with that second team at that spot. So I would say the guard spot, the corner spot, and then obviously the safety spot.
With the cornerback spot, is there movement or rumor on Jair Alexander any further, Elliot?
Yeah, so he's a guy that does make a lot of sense for the Eagles. I mean, he checks almost every box of a player we talk about that the Eagles would have interest in, right? Undervalued, not that old yet. He's still only 28. I don't think he turns 29 until after the season, so you get his full year 28 season. I know he's only played 14 games the last 2 years, which is certainly noteworthy. But in those 14 games, he's been, he's graded out just as good as or better than mostly every Eagles cornerback, I believe last year besides Cooper DeJean. So he has played at a high level when he's been out on the field. And I think he's someone similar to James Bradbury prior to 2022. He's released late in free agency. He's going to want to go to a place he can increase his value. There might not be a better situation in the entire league than the Eagles for players to go and increase their value and cash in the next offseason. So, like I said, with camp ending today, this will be a chance for them to sit back down, see what they have, see who they like, and make a decision. But he definitely makes a sense for the team.
We don't do a lot of talking about the special teams, but it's a pretty big deal when you switch long snappers. You got one, and we had one for a long time. Now we have a new one. And are we set at that spot now, Elliot?
They certainly hope so. I mean, when you make a move to move on from Rick Lovato, someone that's been there for a long time, someone where, the operation there between Jake Elliott, Brandon Mann, and him has been good. Now, last year, he didn't have his best year. I know, week in and week out, we're not talking about long snapping, but I think the Eagles feel part of the reason Jake Elliott might have struggled is because of some of the snapping. So they make that move. They bring in a veteran guy. It's his job to lose. Like, I'm not going to say he's a complete lock because if he gets to camp and it's not going well, they're not just going to stick with him. But I think by signing a veteran guy, they are hoping that they have that position solved.
No doubt. Elliot, good work, bud. We'll talk to you. Obviously, have fun with the OTA today, and we'll talk to you later this week. Thanks, pal.
Yep, sounds good. Talk to you guys later.
Elliot Shore-Parks. All right, now that we're in the long snapping zone, 2 famous long snapping stories related to Eagles. What are they? It's the last 30 years.
Well, Dornbos lying about his college tape.
That's one.
Yeah.
So for those that Ruben, do you know this story?
I do know this story.
Okay, that's a great. And Rhea, you know this one? Yeah. Okay. So just for those that don't know, Dornbos high school player gets to a college by having someone else be the snapper, and he's like, "Choose me to be your long snapper," but it's someone else actually in the video. And the college is like, "Yeah, let's bring this guy in to be our long snapper," and then he developed it thereafter.
They never noticed.
Okay.
That's the most amazing thing.
Yeah. All right. What's the other famous Eagles long snapping story? This one
Is that
had
the guy they got from the construction site?
no. That's touchdown T. That's Jeff Thomason. He was a tight end. But it's part of how Andy Reid got the gig. Andy Reid in the interview with
yeah.
I don't know if it was with Lori and Banner, but apparently
With
did a
book.
He did a 45-minute.
Can you imagine doing 45 minutes on the long snapper? Oh my God!
Here's what you got to do to have a good, special teams thing, And anyway, it's pretty wild. All right, 215-592-9494. Rob in South Jersey. Rob, good morning.
What's going on, Joe? How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey, I just want to talk a little bit of Phil's. I'm down like everybody else. No way am I throwing in a towel on this team yet. We've seen them struggle. It's definitely concerning. They're going to have to right the ship somehow. The one good thing is for these hitters, they should know every single night that they need to score 4 or 5 runs to win a game. Their starting pitching is that good.
Yep.
Now, if they score 4 or 5 or 6 and the bullpen blows it, that's another story. But they don't even need to score that many runs to be successful. That's a really annoying part of this. And to answer the Twitter poll question today, it's not even an opinion. It's a fact. It's Alec Boehm. And
no question.
Ruben, maybe you can answer this. Alec Boehm, I don't is he afraid or is he present? He refuses in a big spot to work in at bat. He swings at the first pitch every single at bat. He's a veteran now. Why can't he work in at bat?
I feel like he's spite swinging, Rob. I think that's an interesting concept. Is he afraid to work in at bat? That hadn't crossed my mind.
No, he's had some success hitting in the first pitch. I mean, it's not like he has not had success doing it. And I think that he feels like the first pitch of the at bat at times can be the best pitch that he'll get in the at bat. So,
how would he ever find out?
That's so true.
Double plays. Like he's had some success, getting singles, but that is canceled out by his first pitch double plays. The reason Bryce and Kyle are the 2 best hitters on the team, they can, like Joe just touched on it earlier with walks. They can work walks. Alec Boehm should be able to work in at bat, and the fact that he's in his 4th or 5th MLB season and he can't do it. It's very concerning.
I think the feeling that he has is when there's men on base, he does not want the best pitch of the bat, the possible best pitch of the bat, go through the zone without him offering at it. But my thing is this: if he is going to offer at that pitch, I'd like to see him get extended and hit it out front, and he doesn't do that a lot because he uses the middle of the field so much. And that's just sort of his mindset. It's one of the things that makes him a pretty damn good hitter is that he uses the entire field. I just feel like, and I said this earlier, and I was not a great hitter, but I know early in the count, I wanted to make sure that I wanted to be early and not late on on the first pitch of the at bat, in particular, and when I'm up in the count, 2-0, 3-1, etc. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to get beat. In other words, not let it get too deep. I wanted to get it out front.
Yeah, I think, Rob, part of the issue as I see it, because I get the argument that you do have a chance to get your best pitch in the first pitch. But I know this, if you get up 1-0 or 2-0, you got a better chance at a better pitch to hit. I mean, it's just what it is.
Stott does it more often than he does. But last night, Ian Happ, he ended up striking out. But he had a 10-pitch at bat against Wheeler. That was huge for the Cubs. Alec Boehm, he's not as good a hitter as Ian Happ is, but he should be able to do it. And I feel like the fact he chooses not to is concerning to me.
No, it is. All right, give me a great answer, Rob, for a scene from a movie involving college.
I'm going to say the end of the movie Rudy, especially when Favreau says, "Who's the wild man now?"
So, hold on. I just need to know the scene.
What's that?
Well, hold on. I just want to write this down properly. Not the scene where they carry him off?
Yeah, but that's all the same scene.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Off the field, and Favreau says, "You're the wild."
Gotcha. Okay. That's why.
Terrible movie.
I loved it.
You'll not get my vote, and plus they couldn't stand him.
that is
movie
true.
tears me apart.
I know it's true. I've seen Montana interviewed.
I didn't know that the first time I'd seen it.
Yeah.
So my dislike of the movie is organic. I just think it's schmaltzy.
It is.
And then when I found out that they didn't like Rudy, it was like, oh, come on.
Ruben, did you know that?
No.
So it was like they were kind of mocking him. Like, Rudy. And carrying him off the field was like, here's the high school guy that's been practicing with us for a couple of years. We don't really like him. We're just kind of making fun of him. And Hollywood turns it into a movie. And then Rudy becomes a multimillionaire because he gets to give speaking gigs and make all this money.
Yeah.
But
I ain't mad at him for that.
After getting mocked? Yeah, good for him.
Montana was his team. He was like, yeah, we weren't really vibing with that guy. All right, I'll tell you who we're vibing with. Otto Kemp, future starting third baseman of the Phils. If they ever dump Bohm, well, maybe not. Who knows? But he did have a big night last night. And we'll play his first hit of his career, but also what he said afterwards. Pretty cool stuff post-game. We'll get to that coming up in 1 minute.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. We've seen their operation, the people, the technology. We did our show over there at headquarters. Man, it's so impressive. If you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
All right, so I want to do this Otto Kemp thing and get to the positive, but let's get the negative out of the way first with our Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question of these four hitters, whose struggles bother you the most? Bohm might get 101% of the vote here today. Four choices, right? Bohm, Kepler, JT, and Stott. JT's struggles don't bother me. It's the end of a contract.
We kind of know the reasoning, so you just get it.
Yeah. Kepler's annoys me because it follows last year's with Austin Hayes. And it just feels
not really his fault.
No,
Kepler's better than Austin Hayes.
But it bothers me in that there's the
sadly.
It's not. It's the repetitive nature of a Dombrowski move that just didn't work.
Another swing and a miss. Yeah.
Stott doesn't bother me as much as Bohm, but it concerns me more because I think it's got more long-term implications. If you said to a Phillies fan before this year, who's more likely to have the job in 3 years, Stott at second or Bohm at third, almost everybody would say Stott at second. And he is struggling to the point where now you wonder, is he even going to be the second baseman next year? Probably will, but I don't know, man. And then, of course, there's Bohm, who I think will win this poll. All right, with that said, that's some negative. Let's get to some positive. Otto Kemp has been up a couple days. Got a hit last night. Let's listen.
Swung on line to left. That's a base hit. First major league hit for Otto Kemp into the alley in left center. It'll be cut by Pete Crow Armstrong, but boy, what a ride for Otto Kemp. Undrafted, signed after college out of a Division II school. He's got his college coach here today. His family is here today. And they've just seen Otto pick up hit number 1 in the major leagues. Nice.
All right, Rube, you're the one guy here that did it. What is it like to get... So for those that are not watching us on YouTube, Rube just had a nice big smile come across his face. I go, what is it like? And he knows where I'm going here. Ruben Amaro Jr., what is it like to get your first big league hit?
Well, for me, it was like a monkey off my back because it took me like 10 plate appearances. I'd walked a couple times and was like 0 for 7 or 0 for 8 or something like that. It is a great feeling. It almost feels like, rite of passage for a major leaguer that, you're now a big leaguer. You've got a hit in the big leagues. It's pretty spectacular.
All right, 2 questions. Did you smile at first base? And question 2, did you tell yourself, I can't smile at first base because I can't be that rook that looks like a kid that just got my first hit? What went through your mind when you got the first?
I did not smile at first base. I was actually angry because Ozzie Guillen had stole three base hits from me in my prior 3 at bats.
Yeah.
and then I just sort of flipped one over his head and dropped it in front of the left fielder. So, but the other thing was that Frank Thomas was at first base, and I had just stolen a hit from him, and he was not happy with me. I mean, Frank Thomas wanted his hits, and I said something to him like, "Hey, what's happening, Frank?" And nothing.
No.
Got it, goose eggs.
That's awesome.
Nothing. He didn't say congratulations on your
way.
first hit. Nothing. He gave me nothing, man. My brother was there though for my knock. It was in Chicago against the White Sox. It was fun.
How about that? All right, so good job by Otto Kemp last night, and really made an impact on the game. 3 hits and a key. John, the bunt in the 11th inning was tremendous.
His bunt, Stott's bunt, but that all came after JT leading that thing off. He just had this look. He knew what he had to do. He just had that confidence. He was exuding it. I believed in him at that point. I did not believe in Brandon Marsh. I did not think Brandon Marsh was going to do what he did.
But the bases were loaded with nobody out, so you should somehow get the guy out.
I figured eventually with 3 outs at our disposal. We'd figured it out. We'd figured out Brandon Marsh. That's the first time he's ever had a hit of that nature, isn't it?
Like a walk-off, it was his first
Can I just say, I got to give some love to the player development people and to the Phillies, just because how many teams actually get bunts down? 0 in this day and age. It never happens, and we got 4 of them down yesterday. 4
gorgeous bunts.
And I'm serious about this now. Contreras, who is the manager there in AAA, they're obviously doing the things that are necessary, that are fundamentally necessary to win baseball games, because you don't just bunt a ball, come to the major leagues and bunt a ball, make a perfect bunt, unless you have worked on it. And it's something. This is a guy who's hitting like 370 in the minor leagues. It wasn't like he was bunting. I'm sure he was working on his bunting. For him to do it, you got to give the guy some love for doing it in a big spot, number one, and getting it done. Fundamentals are not worked on in most organizations anymore, and to have these guys get it done, that was big.
You think the next time we see Rojas try to bunt, it'll look more like Stotts and Otto
Rojas
Kemp's
had 2
from
yesterday.
last night?
Perfectly executed bunts.
Was it both of them?
He had 2 perfectly executed bunts yesterday.
You know who bunts in modern day baseball?
Nobody.
Guys that aren't hitting well.
But that's okay.
But that's okay. No, I
to
agree.
have that self-awareness as a team and as a player.
When you're not going well,
I agree.
drop a bunt down. That might give you a chance.
Listen, I'll give Rob Thompson credit for I think strategizing all that, because especially with the Stott one. Now think about it. When Stott gets that bunt, JT's on first base. You got the winning run on first base. You got nobody out in the bottom of the 11th. A lot of times that's swing away time in baseball. But Stott's been struggling, and Rob Thompson's like, yo, dude, throw a freaking bunt down. Maybe it's going to be a sacrifice. Maybe you get a hit. I give Topper credit for pulling that out, because especially when you consider Otto Kemp's the next hitter. I mean, how many times would you see?
I couldn't believe how. Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that was good strategy, but
you're
joke,
right.
But the joke still holds.
But strategy is one thing.
Bunt.
In order to execute those bunts just so. I mean, it was as deft a job as you could in terms of like deadening, and that thing was doom. I mean, not even a throw. It was not even a throw. Like look around. Everything was done so perfectly. There's nothing you can do as a defender twice.
That's exactly
in
what I'm going to.
Clutch situation.
They weren't designed to be hits. They were designed to be sacrifices, and they gave themselves up and got the job done. Double
and then
jeopardy.
They hustled that much more. It was
That's
just
the other
man.
thing. That's the other thing about Otto Kemp, and I try to make that point when he first came to the big leagues, was when we were on the road, that he's not a slug. He can run the bases. He's got some bags. He's not a base stealer necessarily, but for him to bust it down the line, be safe, that was big too.
And that's the kind of thing I expect to pull out against Fritz when me and him are against each other. Because you think that guy can cover? And if he does one time, he's going to be huffing and puffing so much he won't be able to.
How do you do that against? You're going to bunt in a contest against.
Yeah, I want to make Fritz.
Jack.
I want to make Fritz play some defense, and he's going to be so out of shape. He's going to be brutal for him. All right, Otto Kemp, more of him, because he...
You're going to leg it out.
Well, maybe. He helped them win the game last night. He talked after the game about the experience.
And was this your first time ever in this ballpark? Yeah, it was today.
Why was it? Why was that the case? Why did you never come here before?
Yeah, I just tried to keep it special. Just try to keep it something that I get to do on the first day that I make it to the big leagues, and it was kind of just a little bit of motivation to keep me pushing and get to this point.
That's a good job by him, and he also made a nice defensive play at third. So maybe he does push Bohm here, and maybe this becomes a situation where maybe Alec Bohm's not an everyday player. When everyone's healthy and you can start juggling guys around in the lineup if you choose to. All right, one more from Otto Kemp because he talked more.
It's unbelievable. The energy that I felt today, the support from all these fans, the buzz is crazy. And that was another reason why I didn't want to experience it before the first big league game. So it was awesome. I am excited to be a Philly.
All right, so Rube, let's ask this question because we're trying to figure out today, what can the Phillies do to be a better team? So let's just say when they get healthy, and they should at some point, Bryce Harper's my first baseman. I don't have Bohm playing first. I got all my guys at the disposal. How close, in your opinion, is Otto Kemp to taking some playing time away from Alec Bohm?
None, because he's going to go to left field and take that time. That's what I think is going to happen. I think he's going to go play left field. Okay. And because they're just not getting and I'm a little surprised by this because, and I was talking about it amongst our colleagues that I really felt like Kepler really looked good in spring training. I thought he was going to be a productive player. Right now, I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if he doesn't feel comfortable being a platoon player. I don't know. But he's a better hitter than this, but he's not showing it, and he's not producing, and it's a production business. Yeah. And I'm just surprised by it, and it's not, he's not getting it done. They need production in the outfield. They're going to go to Otto Kemp, I think, in left field. Okay, That's what I think is going to happen.
Well, they certainly got multiple spots to fix, so it's good to know that he can fix one of them or platoon a little bit in different spots. Did they make a mistake getting rid of Cody Clemens?
No, I think Cody Clemens just needed an opportunity somewhere else. It's one of those deals where,
But this team could have used...
Weston Wilson is a better player than he's played, but it's difficult to be a young player and be off the bench. He can play defense, he can run, he can do a bunch of stuff. He's struggled because I think he's not getting a lot of opportunities, and you don't get to play every day, and it's a tough thing to do. And hey, Cody Clemens I liked a lot. I'm glad he's getting an opportunity to go play. When he gets an opportunity, he does well. And, hey, it's just circumstance. Sometimes, guys just need a new place to go play because his role here was going to be different. He wasn't going to go pinch hit against left-handed pitchers. Yeah. It just wasn't going to happen.
All right, 215-592-9494. We're trying to figure out today how to fix the Phillies. There are a lot of options. You can trade guys away. You can dump them. You can try to trade for better players using the minor leaguers. You can play the minor leaguers. You can change the batting order. What would you do? I know the Phillies won last night, but it certainly doesn't solve the problems. What would you do to solve the problems? 215-592-9494. Let us know. More on that up ahead. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP. All right, baseball fans love the long ball, obviously. And with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, they're giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday. That's today. Every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because on Tuesdays, it's Dinger Tuesdays. Dinger Tuesdays. All FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you can bet on the moonshots and win even bigger at FanDuel.com/hammer. Just visit FanDuel.com/hammer. Find the player or players to go yard. And obviously, with this squad, there's one in particular to choose. And lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, you can get that Dinger Tuesday profit boost. NBA Finals available for you. Game 3 tomorrow night. NHL Stanley Cup Finals. Game 4 available happening later this week. All the bets, all the games, all the action available for you to win and win big at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. Classic or contemporary, white, yellow, rose gold, platinum, a simple solitaire, or the most intricate design imaginable. And all the top bridal designers. Benari will help you select just the right diamond to make her dream ring a reality with no compromises. She deserves something that reflects her unique style and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try ZipIntro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipIntro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's sounding more and more like the Bucks and Giannis Antetokounmpo are planning to stay together, which wouldn't be surprising since that's what always happens despite trade rumors. Now this offseason, it would actually make sense for both sides to move on if they are looking for a quick fix. But Giannis has always been loyal to the franchise that drafted him, and the possibility he remains a one-team guy his whole career remains a strong one. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Much-needed victory by the Phillies, 4-3-11. Phil's loaded the bases of consecutive perfect bunts by Bryson Stott and Otto Kemp to set up Brandon Marsh.
Swing and a drive, center field and deep. JT is home to score, and the Phillies have won it. Brandon Marsh with a walk-off as the Phillies rally for 2 runs in the bottom of the 11th, and they beat the Cubs and snap their losing streak of 4-3 win.
That is Scott Fransky. The call. Eagles at the NovaCare Complex mandatory minicamp. Nick Sirriani will speak around 2:15. That'll be carried live on the WIP afternoon show. Ike, Spike, and Fritz broadcasting from the Chesapeake Inn, 2 to 6 p.m. today. Bengals Trey Hendrickson, Steelers TJ Watt, not at their respective mandatories. They both want new deals. Keep an eye on Washington's Terry McLaurin. He also wants an extension. A hotel might have a bar, a resort, a spa, but if you want it all and more, it takes a village. It takes a Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Fog early, chances some showers, high 82. It is currently 66. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Because they used to do it in the Harry and Richie broadcast, and I think more in the 80s than the 90s, but at some point they were doing it. And I remember there was a trivia question. Harry would ask it. Richie would try to get it. Richie got it wrong. Richie was the answer.
That's amazing.
It was good. Yeah. Right?
That's funny.
Richie was the answer, which is pretty cool. All right, so who from the families, Ruben, I know you got the event coming up later this week, and the families get involved with this, right? Because I remember, wasn't it the last time Richie's son was there?
He'll be there. He's part of the board.
And Harry's son, right? Is Kane going to be there?
Kane, no, he's not there.
Okay, because I think he was there, maybe
he might have been several years ago.
Maybe it was a Dutch event I'm thinking of.
That might be.
That he was there.
Correct.
But I applaud you, Ruben, for because listen, Richie Ashburn and Harry Kalas, it's...
Icons, man. Icons. Grew up on them.
Icons, right. Yeah. All right, so football, and Ria's update there. Trey Hendrickson not showing up today to that mandatory camp. TJ Watt not showing up to that mandatory camp, which obviously, like John, could tie into the Eagles. They got
Trey Hendrickson
got some cap space.
Is not pleased, and we know that the Cincinnati Bengals, they've had all sorts of issues, not only paying Joe Burrow, but both of his receivers, top receivers. Lots of upset dealings, front office to player, and back and forth. And now Trey Hendrickson, who had 17 sacks 2 years ago, and they said, you know what? we'll show you how much we value you. Go out and give us another great performance on what I believe was the franchise tag. And they they didn't, re-up him and promised him, hey, if you do the good teammate thing, we promise after next year we'll do. So he went out and did the same thing. 17 sacks again, back-to-back years, and now, lo and behold, they've done nothing at all. There's no movement whatsoever. So if I'm him, I'm so ticked. I don't know the TJ Watt situation quite as well, but it's normally similar as guys get older and they get more expensive and their play begins to diminish and teams start wondering how much longer are they truly feasible. Those discussions start happening and teams get a little upset.
Well, and then there's that other one Ray had in the update, Terry McLaurin, Ray. That's
keep an eye on it. That's what they say, that he is not happy with it, and that's not good for Jaden Daniels because, it's huge for him. Here's the crazy thing. They're having 3-day mandatories. So if all three of them miss all 3 days, that's $100,000.
Wow.
17 first day, then it doubles. And so each day it goes up more.
All right, I'm going to admit this on the air. I probably shouldn't because I'm an Eagles fan and a talk show host in Philadelphia. I'm a big fan of Terry McLaurin. I'm going to be honest with you. When that guy first played against the Eagles, I forget the year, maybe 2019, maybe 2020, whatever year it was. I remember looking at this dude. I'm like, this guy plays hard. This guy's good. And John, probably his point is, I'm the only guy that's been showing up for 5 or 6 years.
7 years almost.
Yeah, he's probably like, pay me.
I don't disagree with
I'm
him
the
on
one
that.
guy that's actually brought, and now we get good, and now you want to hardball me? You're like, come on. So
That's true. He was the only thing that scared us offensively for quite a while.
So anyway, a lot of football news in there. All right, 215-592-9494. James, what do you got?
Yeah, more football tangential news. Adam Schefter tweeting out, Jeffrey Lurie is donating a $50 million gift to open the Lurie Autism Institute in partnership with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and Penn Medicine. So Lurie announced the launch of Lurie Autism Institute this morning. First of its kind institute located in Philadelphia and aims to be a global hub for autism research and care.
Well, that could make a dramatic difference for decades. When it's $50 million and it's CHOP, and it's in a major American city that I would imagine it's not just about serving kids here, but probably, kids elsewhere. $50 million. Well, good for Jeffrey Lurie. That's a real, you want to talk about commitment. That is
wonderful.
That's a lot of paint.
That's a lot,
That's a lot of glue.
$50 million.
Remember what I said, Ruben, a couple weeks ago about owners? It's not just what you do on the field.
Yeah.
It's what you do in the community.
No question.
You are you're part of it.
The Eagles and the Phillies do a spectacular job in that area.
They do.
And the Flyers too. Yep. Flyers too, but it's different with the other one.
I feel like you don't hear about the Flyers one as much anymore. Like the Flyers Wives Fight for Lives Carnival was a bigger deal.
That was huge.
When we were younger.
People were asking. It was a huge deal.
It was
the deal.
It was. I thought they were probably number one.
They still do it, don't they, or no?
I know they did as until recently. Do they still?
I don't know if they call it the Flyers Wives. They might just be Flyers Charities.
Flyers Girlfriends.
Yeah.
Okay, well, why you got to go there?
Well,
Significant others.
Some of these guys are like 25.
I know.
Significant others. That's probably why they changed it.
Yeah, listen, if you have a team of 20 players,
wags.
I bet you most of them aren't married.
Wags.
Wives and girlfriends. That's what they call them.
All right, 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Neil in Northeast Philly. Neil, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Jeffrey Lurie is a mensch, and you are too, Ruben.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you.
Ruben, you know what a mensch means, an honorable
person, I know what a mensch means.
Because the $50 million with CHOP and the coordinating with Penn Medicine and what you did with the campers for two icons, like you said, Harry Karras and Ricky Ashburn and your dad, that's sensational.
Appreciate that, Neil. Thank you.
Yeah. Ruben, a little bit of the Phillies. I still would I like what Kemp did, infusing a little bit of energy in, and I'm waiting for Schwarber to start getting hot. Especially when the weather gets hotter and the ball carries the Citizens Bank Park, because especially during Harper's absence, if he gets hot and in the streak of getting 10 or 15 home runs in a month, they really need that infusion. And, Remuto to get hotter and start to hit more, And Baum, I don't know. I think he could be a little bit more selective at the plate. Not always swing at the first pitch, and he doesn't have the greatest speed. So he's been hitting in a lot of double plays lately.
Yeah.
And really, they should have won in a rout yesterday. Of the 16 hits, 15 were singles, and then sort of, maybe trying for the extra base, although they are trying at least, in that game. So I think they got to really get more runs consistently.
Neil, I thought
the back at Citizens Bank Park.
Neil, the first inning the Phillies scored was about the most typical Phillies scoring inning lately.
Yep.
Bases loaded, nobody out, ground ball to third. Almost a double play, but it's not. You score one run. The bases are still loaded. Next guy hits a ground ball, double play.
They really have not gotten the double with a man on first and second, or the double to drive in 3 runs.
Yeah,
They just
everyone's having to leg it out and just barely eke out the single.
Right.
I felt there were so many last night that were actually a double play or almost a double play.
Yeah,
there were
a
bunch of them.
That had to be some sort of. I do think it's the game I've seen that had the most action in terms of double plays.
Well, there were just constant ground balls. It was weird. Neil, give me an answer for a great scene involving college.
Well, Otis, stay in the nice. Count. Just a little bit louder now. Count. Just a little bit louder now. Count.
You got it, buddy.
Hey.
Neil, appreciate that.
That's a good
man.
one.
Sure is.
Neil, really nice work.
He got aggressive there.
He leaned in.
Yeah.
Lou and Berwyn. Lou, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
Super, Lou.
Hey, wanted to let you know, Joe, driving up the Turnpike, and funny coincidence, I was at Fairfield University on Saturday.
Nice. Wait, so are you a grad?
No, I'm not an alumni. I'm a Juniata college grad, so don't even go there.
Okay.
But anyway, so my daughter and her husband moved up from New York City and are currently living in Wilton. And we're just driving around the area. They're looking for a place to buy. We just happened upon Fairfield, lovely town, and went through the university and saw all the stuff set up for the reunion. So I got a little chuckle out of that.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, I listen, that's an odd occurrence that we were in the same spot for totally different reasons, 3 states away.
Gorgeous campus, as you know.
Yeah, it is. It is very nice.
So,
it is.
Super quickly, you guys are welcome. I'm a longtime Giants fan for sweeping the Braves this past weekend, so you're welcome.
Thank you.
And then lastly,
we're still not over 2010, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you know what? The Braves are getting close to being out of it.
It's scary.
They're in a worse spot than the Phillies in 2022 were.
I am shocked. They're you talk about imploding. That bullpen, holy smokes.
They have Kimbrel for one game.
Yeah, it was strange. I think
that was so
weird. That very weird, very strange. Maybe that was an arrangement that he wanted to, finish his career as a Brave.
And they DFA'd him now.
But that doesn't seem normal, Ruben.
It's very strange to me.
They're 3-12 since Acuna came back.
Yeah, no, they're in deep trouble, which means I think their manager could be in trouble. Because that's really...
and I would feel badly for that. I like Snit a lot.
I know you do.
He's a World Series winning manager.
I really like Snit for a lot of reasons, but, who knows? Changes sometimes have to be made,
It happens. Lou, give me an answer for a great, with me going back to the reunion this past weekend, a great scene from a college in a movie.
Yeah, I would say if it hasn't been said yet, in Pitch Perfect, when they were having this little roundtable get-together from all the girls trying to get to know each other, and Lily, the very shy Asian girl, they're trying to get her to talk a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I ate my twin in utero.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Hey, Pitch Perfect, you said this earlier, James.
It's awesome, right?
It's one of the better. It's a really good movie.
Thank you, Ruben.
It's not a good movie. It's a great movie.
I couldn't be more
And it's
with
my
you.
brother's Taco's favorite movie, believe it or not.
It's so great.
He talks about it
It's
all the
super
time. He sends
entertaining.
me
Aren't there many Pitch Perfects? Like
There's
three.
three.
Now. Yeah.
And
There's
are
three.
the
The
2 and 3
second
one's okay.
Yeah, 3's not close.
No.
1 is great.
So
One
it's
is
not
really
like
good.
Rocky 3, which is maybe better than
Well, I don't
1
agree
and
with
2.
that. But
I do think 3 is better.
I don't. I'm putting Pitch Perfect on the
Better
list.
than 1?
You should watch Pitch Perfect,
Yeah.
Joe. It's great.
Okay.
I'll take 3.
I'll put it on the
I mean,
list.
I love 1. Don't
How
get
long
me
is
wrong.
your list?
There's about 70 movies in here.
Good luck.
It's really...
Do you have an off season?
He'll never watch Pitch Perfect.
I still got to get to
Why not?
Tombstone.
Joe,
It's a real entertaining
he won't watch
movie.
Disney movies or Pixar movies because he thinks he's too
Above
adult.
it. Yep.
Yeah, he's above that.
That stuff don't work.
He's
for
not
me.
going to watch Pitch Perfect because it's
Pitch
too
Perfect isn't like that. It's a
childish.
college
I just put it on the list. We'll see if I get to it. I mean, I may not, but I'll try. All right, coming up in a minute, a question about the Phillies, similar, but technically different than what we've been asking all day about how to solve things with the Phils. We'll get to that coming up in 1 minute. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center. Guys, gals, isn't it time to invest in yourself? I certainly say it is. And I say start with PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades, my mom a patient there for 3 decades, with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic, big-time transformation in a mere 1 day. I'm telling you guys, I am telling you, the best in the business. The best in the business. PI Dental Center, located in Fort Washington. They can help you whether you have a big problem or no problem at all. Just want to maintain good year-to-year maintenance through their care? You can. PIDentalCenter.com is where to start. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right, so through the show today, we've been asking, amongst ourselves and certainly with everyone listening at 215-592-9494, what should the Phillies do to, solve an issue or 2 or 10? What would you do? And it's been interesting. No one has called up today and said fire Rob Thompson, which I actually thought would be more on the table than has been. And I would not fire him. But I will tell you this, if they keep sliding, then I got to strongly consider it. But I'm not there yet. But I think it's noteworthy no one has said that today as a thought going through their mind, at least on our show. All right, so we've been discussing what should they do. Here's where I want to take the question. Amongst the 5 of us, John, Ruben, James, and Rhea, what move do you think they will first make? What is the Phillies' next move?
If it continues along this vein?
Either way, like what is the first move they make to try to improve their club? So I'm going to give you my answer. And it's a guess. These are all guesses, obviously. I'm going to guess that the first move that the Phillies make is the next time they face a right-handed pitcher, Trey Turner leads off. I'm gonna guess the first move is Bryson Stott is no longer the leadoff hitter. Trey Turner is the leadoff hitter. That's my guess.
You're spot on there.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen.
That's going to happen. But that is the one move.
So
I
is
think
that
will
today?
happen.
Is that today?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's happening automatically. Like
it is happening.
Yeah,
he's done.
Whenever they face.
I mean, just to be clear, though, we've seen a lot of games where they face a right-handed pitcher and it's Stott. So you think they have passed?
I think that this is going to be the move. I think that they, and that's the right move.
All right, give me the next move then, Ruben.
Crawford's coming to the big. Crawford's coming to the big leagues when he's ready.
You think he's up by Sunday?
He could be, but I'm not. Listen,
wow. By the way, Ruben, I'm just going to say this: if he's not up by Sunday, that doesn't count as a next move.
So,
I need something sooner. I mean, if Crawford's 2 weeks
Crawford's
from now,
not healthy yet. He's got a quad.
But here's my point. That doesn't I'll be disappointed if there's no other moves in the next. If I got to wait 10 days for him.
You might have to wait.
I need
10 days
wait
because
physically.
he's got a quad.
That's okay.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is I need other moves. I can't wait 10 days for a second move. John, what do you think they will do?
As I started the show saying, I think that the exuberance of the daycare, we saw a piece of it with Otto Kemp last night. He got doused. Some of that happy, let's just go out and have fun while playing needs to come back. I think Bryce Harper saying, hey, we're doing away with the daycare at the start of the season, put a damper on things. This was the team that some of the younger guys, they didn't know exactly how to be. I think the team needs to find their personality, find whatever that groove is, because they're not in it. They haven't found it yet. I do think if they get on track in that regard and just, start having a little more fun with some of these young guys who seem to be, throwing caution to the wind.
I'll be surprised.
You know how to have fun?
Win.
You win. You win and you hit. If you don't hit and you don't win, there's no fun.
It is notable, though.
I'm telling you, you got to hit and you got to win. And that's how you make fun.
Well, I agree, but I'll say this. Last October, when the Eagles were scuffling Brandon Graham was very clear publicly. We want Nick Sirianni to be Nick Sirianni. Like, don't hold back. When he was getting criticized for some of that stuff, sideline stuff,
but he did stop it.
Well, yes.
He toned it down big time.
And he certainly changed his press conference.
Yeah,
he became
he did.
more careful.
He's kept it toned.
More careful.
They did.
But it seems like with the players, perhaps he did not change anything.
And that's fine. It's stuff behind closed doors. That's cool.
All right, Rhea, then maybe you agree it's Trey to be the leadoff hitter, but what's the other next move?
Well, it's funny because I'm the one who's been calling for Crawford for like a while. And now everybody's like, you got to bring Crawford up. Like a week ago, I heard he was too young.
Yeah, I know.
But, that's what happens when your team has been sucking for a while.
I mean, Marsh has just been, it's been rough.
It's hard to watch. So if it's not Crawford, I mean, I just don't know if they can wait until the trade deadline to fix the bullpen. Do you trust Strom anymore when he goes out?
No.
I mean, he gives up. I feel like he gives up a run every time he goes out there.
It does feel like that's his MO now.
Yeah.
I don't feel good about
I'm not the least bit surprised when one goes out the building.
No.
So, I think they need some help there sooner rather than later.
So what about making an example of Alec Bohm? What does that even?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Dump him? To trade him?
I don't know. Because they didn't trade him. Was that because they didn't get what they thought that he was worth, or because they didn't have a team that even wanted to go there?
I tend to think it's because they didn't like the offers they were getting. I find it impossible that they didn't get some offers for a team to take Alec Bohm.
Be like what he's doing and being the. I mean, letting his feelings affect the way he's playing.
I know.
This is the lowest of the low because it really is impacting your teammates as well, man. You're having a bad day, and so the rest of the team has to also.
Yeah. All right, James, what's the first thing? I mean, I heard you say you think the trade thing.
Yeah, I think trade thing's going to happen.
What else?
I think Crawford is the next most likely thing, but look, he is still too young, but necessity. I don't know what the move is past that because to my point, I don't know what I'm doing yet. I don't know if I'm adding to this bullpen or if I'm trading guys away. I'm not ready to commit to say, if I were sure that I wanted to add to this club, I would be looking right now. But the issue with that is that why would a team trade right now? They're going to have more leverage as the trade deadline gets closer. There'll be more teams
James,
involved.
let me ask you this. It's June 10th. Are Marsh and Rojas both on this team on July 1st?
I'll say no, but I don't feel super confident about it.
I don't either, but I mean, at some point, John, at some point.
So that means you've got
somebody else.
There's going to be change in this
Crawford,
outfield. There's going to be change in the outfield.
Otto Kemp.
Change in the
Brandon
outfield.
Marsh is going
I think so too,
somewhere.
Ruben.
July 1st.
You can't wait. You can't wait to the trade deadline on August 1st. I can't.
There will be some change in the outfield. I'm not sure what the change is going to be, but because they have some options there.
I mean, you can acquire a major league player that might not be great, but be better than these guys. You can find that. I mean, it's not impossible.
Well, at any time they'd like to do that, we're all in favor of it, Joe.
All right. Well, your thoughts. What should happen first? What will happen first? 215-592-9494. Those phone calls, also times yours up ahead on 94 WIP.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, if you want dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So they built one, and they call it Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Kyle Schwarber with an opposite field home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hola, amigos. Right of it.
here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The NBA Finals are tied as the series heads back to Indianapolis for Game 3. Obi Toppin has been crashing the boards the last 2 games. The Thunder have struggled to rebound all series long. You can bet on Obi Toppin to grab 5 or more rebounds at -125. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies got a walk-off from Brandon Marsh in the 11th inning to beat the Cubs 4-3, snapping their 5-game skid. Jeffrey Lurie donating $50 million to Children's Hospital and Penn Medicine to launch the Lurie Autism Institute. Eagles mandatory minicamp at the NovaCare Complex today. Nick Sirriani speaks at 2:15. WIP afternoon show will carry it live. Ike, Spike, and Fritz broadcasting from the Chesapeake Inn 2 to 6 p.m. today. And it does look like, indeed, Washington receiver Terry McLaurin will skip their mandatory minicamp. Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free between now and June 30th, plus pay nothing for 24 months. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Fog early, some showers, a high of 82. It is currently 67. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, we've had a lot of big answers today with the show. Seltzer, you going to go back to your college reunion?
No. I don't really do it. Does Devil have reunions?
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I don't think we do it.
Too
It's too
many
bad.
people.
No,
Yeah,
I know.
I
You guys.
graduated with like 12,000 people.
Yeah.
You know, there's this one girl in my class I was very proud of. I told her, I said, I got to give your story a shout out here. So there's one that came from Spain. I thought that was cool. She flew in from Spain.
Wow.
But this was maybe my favorite. So she lives in Fairfield. She's got a home in Fairfield. She rented a home for the weekend.
So she wasn't at home.
That is awesome.
Just to make sure if the house gets a little mussed up, it's not her house. It's,
That's great.
That is brilliant. I love that. That is a smart woman.
Like, that's a Fairfield girl.
No dope.
That's good work right there. All right, let's go to the phones. Joe and
Does
May.
it cost a lot to rent a house in
It
Fairfield?
depends the size. I
That's
don't. You know.
distrustful.
I'm sure this
of
weekend
the
was tougher than
Fairfield
others, right?
community.
Joe and Mayfair. What's up, Joe?
Good morning, crew. And I guess this Phillies baseball team isn't great like you guys said 2 weeks ago.
It's not as great.
I came on, you guys ridiculed me. I don't believe in this team. I haven't. They have that same stigma. They have this nonchalant attitude. They always chase pitches when they try to do too much. Their manager thinks that if the Titanic was sinking, everything's okay. It's not okay. They don't have that it factor to overcome adversity before it gets out of control. You can't go 1-9. You can't start reaching for every pitch again and rolling balls over and not hitting the opposite way, but they do it for a half an inning last night and, they get a win. Like, these moments and weeks can't happen in a season where you're fighting for a playoff spot, not a division, a wild card. There's a lot of good to great teams in the National League, and the Phillies are in the mix of being good. But coming on and yelling about Alec Boehm, who's got a .991 fielding percentage, who's made 2 errors the entire year, took his average from the mid-100s to about 270, 275, and shows some emotion when he can't take it anymore is not a bad thing. I wish somebody else would do it. If Schwarber threw his helmet down last night, no one would say anything. But because it's Alec Boehm, everyone gets on him again.
Well, it happens a lot with
Alec
him.
Boehm is a baby.
This is the second time it's happened. It hasn't happened in a while, but he can't take it no more. I would throw my helmet down too. I effed up.
Well, it wasn't just the helmet; it was the bat. I mean, listen, I thought he was playing with fire on an ejection. Now you don't know if you're the ump. Is he mad at himself or is he mad at me, the ump? But he got rung up, and it was a close call. But I thought it was a strike. But I'll tell you, like, if you do that, the ump could misinterpret and toss you. I mean, he spiked the bat and the helmet. That was aggressive.
That someone did something, some emotion that I'm tired of this, whether it's your fault or not.
Let me just say this, Joe.
A couple of years ago when Schwarber went off on Angel Hernandez, that the plate was 26 inches wide.
Well, he was right.
People loved it because he stuck up for the team.
That was.
Are you saying that Kyle Schwarber is held to a different standard than Alec Boehm? You'd be 1,000% correct.
Yeah, because
it's also a very different situation.
Totally different.
It's the situation of the team in free fall the last 2 weeks. I'm telling you, like, I'd rather see that than everyone just sitting around saying.
For you to suggest that these guys don't care about playing,
we're in the midst of the wild card right now, and we had the best record in baseball 2 weeks ago, and everything's still fine.
For you to suggest that these guys don't care, or have no emotion.
I didn't say they don't care. They don't.
You can't. That's not the right take, though, Joe.
Room, they might in the clubhouse, but for a fan paying $60, $100 a ticket to get in the building for 2 weeks of lifeless baseball, I want to see some emotion from somebody.
Yeah, but lifeless because they weren't hitting. Yeah, well, it'd be life. It'd be a lot of life if they were hitting, but they're not, and they haven't, and they will.
And Joe, I'll add this: I actually think they care a lot. To me, the biggest concern with the Phillies is the hitters themselves may just not be good.
Well, the big concern for me is not the hitting, just the gap hitting. I know he plays small ball and things like that. Bohm's got 4 home runs. Castellanos has 5. JT can't hit anymore. He can't be playing 6-7 days a week if you expect him to have anything left in the tank in September, October. Yeah. He's completely lost.
Marchand's been a disappointment.
This team has no home run power.
Yeah, you're right.
Look up and down the lineup. They have no home run power except Schwarber, and he's not hitting home runs in June like he normally does.
You're right.
So
Joe, give me an answer.
I don't know if this team has the ability to play small ball on a consistent basis because their habits at the plate are the same for 3 years. They reach.
All right,
you're not watching the games, Joe, because that's not what is happening. You're not watching the games now because that's not what they're doing. That's not their issue. They're getting on base.
They were rolling all these pitches over last
They're
night.
getting on base. They are not. They are absolutely not driving them in. They're getting them on base. They're one of the best in all of baseball getting on base.
All right, Joe, I need an answer. Give me a scene from a movie.
Well, it was I think Matt Damon and Brandon Fraser's first movie called School Ties.
Yeah.
It was about anti-Semitism. So the last scene in the movie when Matt Damon actually gets caught finally of all his cheating and stuff, and he drove away in the car telling Brendan Fraser's character that he envied him for how he handled himself through the entire school season.
Wow.
It was a great movie, School Ties.
All right, Joe, appreciate that. I heard something recently about Matt Damon I thought was pretty cool, because I always found it odd that that he was cast as Private Ryan in Saving Private Ryan, because, like, why was someone so famous, Private Ryan? You know, it just seemed odd to me. Apparently, he had just become famous shortly before that, like really famous with the Good Will Hunting.
Oh, really?
But he wasn't really, really famous.
Yeah, he had already been cast.
Got it.
You know, they were like, all right, we're going to make this movie, and okay, we'll use you.
Mm-hmm.
But he had just exploded with the Oscar and everything, because it always just struck me as like Private Ryan, like you don't see him the whole movie until near the end, and it's like, why is it this unbelievably famous guy?
Well, if you remember, he and Ben Affleck were sort of like the best buds who had been doing some of the Kevin Smith movies and things.
And that movie that was just said.
And then and then they dabbled in the writing of this great script, Good Will Hunting, and they got those awards.
Yeah.
They were so precocious, they were so young, so ahead of schedule, and they were best friends that, I don't know, oh wow, they act too? And then that was, I didn't even realize, like, Matt Damon, holy cow, explodes onto the scene.
Yeah.
That absolutely was the biggest, juiciest, like, secret role. Like, oh my gosh, they're all doing all of this, sacrificing everything for this one guy. And it was Matt Damon.
Yeah, it was just an odd dynamic. All right, let's get to the Twitter poll questions of the day. They are both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. All right, who are we rooting for in the finals? Let's all go on the record. Seltzer, you. Pacers or Thunder?
Like, I'm not rooting is a strong word. I guess the Thunder, but I'm like indifferent.
So the question was technically, who do you prefer to see win?
Yeah, I guess I prefer the Thunder, but I'm not going to be upset or happy either way.
Yeah, no, I think most people would probably relate to that. So you say the Thunder. Rhea, what about you?
I'm going Thunder. I'm hoping that it goes at least 6. Like, I hate when finals are sweeps.
Yeah.
I think they just are. That's why I loved when the Pacers. I really was happy they won the first game.
No, they created a series.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, it created a series.
Yeah, so I'm not real strong with, but I never. If it's not the Sixers, which it hasn't been in 100 years, I never root for the Eastern Conference team.
Okay.
On principle.
Ruben, Pacers, Thunder.
No skin in the game at all.
Just don't care.
Do not care. I'm out on NBA.
I kind of well, I'm in because it's been
I'm totally out.
Great playoffs, but I have no. I might not decide till later in the series. John, Pacers, Thunder. Who do you prefer?
I think I have
I don't like Halliburton.
I was just about to say,
that
I
guy.
have something deep-seated against Tyrese Halliburton just because
Something annoys me.
How we were connected. We might have been able to get him. So it's like I don't want him to have success now. I'm being very petty toward him, even though there's nothing. There's nothing that really connects us. There's no real dot trail, but I don't care. I'll take the Thunder.
All right, so John, how do you think people voted?
It's got to be close to 50-50, but 55% say Oklahoma City.
60% say the Pacers, which surprises me. Because the Sixers and Pacers 2 decades ago had some wars. I mean, they played three straight years in the playoffs.
Remember the bubble? Didn't they play them in the bubble? No, that was
Celtics.
Yeah, Celtics. Never mind.
So I'll say this. If the Pacers win the championship, in basketball, baseball, and football, I think it'll be the most out-of-nowhere championship I can ever remember.
Giants?
Toronto was
Giants
up there
over
with
the
Kawhi.
Yeah, but Toronto had been good for a few years. They just weren't breaking through. I mean, the Pacers,
But it was more that it was the Warriors had injuries, but that was that Warriors team still heading into the year. It was out of nowhere that year.
The Indiana Pacers, I still don't know if Tyrese Halliburton's a top 10 player in the league. Maybe he is. I don't know. Most people in America can't even name a second player on the team. Nobody 4 months ago thought they're going to win the NBA Finals. Anyway, second poll question of these 4 hitters, whose struggles bother you the most? I'm going to start with this fact, John. Bohm does not even get 50% of the vote, which surprises me. So how do you think the votes? Well, I'll just tell you. Bohm, 46%. Bryson Stott, 29%. Which, there's an argument for it. I mean, it's hurting them.
But 30%. Come on.
19. Well, he really has stunk. 19% for Real Muto and 6% for Kepler.
I feel like Real Muto really gets unfairly.
It's not his fault. He's just
It's not his fault, but he's bad.
All right, James. Let me ask you this question: if you are Middleton, are you more down on Dabrowski this week than you've been in the 5 years he's been here?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're more down on him this season. I think heading into the year than you were prior.
Yeah, but it's Kepler again. If I'm the owner, and I'm like, okay, guy running my team, I will commit this money to the player, and I need the GM's decisions to be good.
Well, yeah, of course.
I would be really ticked about Kepler if I'm Middleton.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I'm sure there are multiple things he's ticked about. That's my point.
No, I know, but my point is it's adding up.
Look at Brandon Marsh, and I'm like, oh, we traded for that guy. That didn't work out. I look around the diamond and see guys that they brought in that aren't working. So it's not just last night, but yes, I think.
No, and
right
I say
now,
this week, I'm saying because it's just adding up.
It's adding up.
I mean, sticking with Bohm, maybe they should have dumped him in December. John, look, we were worried they weren't going to get much, but I'm sure they were offered something. Maybe they should have taken that, whatever that something was.
I cannot get over the fact that we've seen this at the end of last season. This was enough to get him benched. The
one game.
Woe is me, the childish actions, the impetuousness.
Yeah.
And here we are right back in the regular season, and it's like, okay, go back and you can keep doing what you were doing. They got you benched before. I don't know why we're accepting of it now. Is it just because...
Look, we'll have to see when Bryce Harper comes back if Bohm's an everyday player. I don't know.
Well, I think something needs to change. I think attitude matters more than most people can really realize. A locker room,
Ruben,
a clubhouse, they need to get that together.
I agree. Ruben, is Alec Bohm going to be an everyday player when Bryce Harper comes back?
Oh, I think so. I think he will. I think he'll play third base, and I think they're going to put the other guy in left. I think that's what could happen.
And he just stays.
And I know he's working at
keeps...
first base right now, but I think it's just doing that so Alec they can flip flop he and Alec.
Wow. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go. Only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Nice pull on the Buckhalter touchdown, Richie. If we have Joe the Hammer, can we call John the Rammer? Time's yours.
Is this from yesterday?
Nice little rhyme.
Earlier,
No, it was earlier today.
Remember the Curl Buckhalter thing?
Oh, Buckhalter. Yeah, my fault. Yeah.
I know Ruben has to walk the team line, but what makes him or anyone else think that Bohm or Stott are anything different than what they are? They're average players. Sometimes they flash. Bottom line is, you don't swing at the first pitch every time, especially in circumstances like the 10th inning last night.
Well, listen, clearly they are, and Bohm especially is over-aggressive at times, and he doesn't get into a hitter's count often.
Joe DeCamera had such a great time doing nothing in college 25 years ago, but he couldn't wait to get back. Maybe one day he'll go there and learn how many wings a chicken has. Time's yours, Captain Dan.
Maybe, but probably not.
Bryce Harper throws down his bat, throws down his helmet, shows his frustration just as much as anybody. But he's intense. He cares. Al Bohm does it, and he's a petulant baby. I don't understand you guys. You have something against Bohm. You're propping up Harper too much.
I don't think that's accurate. I don't think Harper does it nearly as much as Bohm does.
I think it's wrong if Bryce Harper's doing it too. If he's playing in a way that's impetuous and it's actually making him play worse, then
that's what I think.
That's awful.
Yeah.
And that should be policed by his teammates, by his coaches, but by him.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Get better.
If I'm Rob Thompson, I say to him, the next time I see it, I'm sitting here for 5 games. Just enough. That's one way to try to get it out. Just actually, if you do it again, 5 games.
Hey, I'm open to anything, Joe, because what they're doing is not working. It's not having an effect.
No, it's not. All right, with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
And I'm not trying to take emotion out of sports. Guys, I get it. I remember one time in an intramural game in basketball. I was so mad. And you lose your head sometimes, but it's just the frequency with Bohm is what drives me bananas. All right, Ben in Havertown. Ben, good morning. And I missed the kid, by the way. I tried to tackle a guy, and I missed him. Imagine.
What?
Yeah, he was the point guard on the other team.
Eyes.
How do you miss
Put
a
your
whole
head
body?
down and close your eyes.
Dove at him. I was just trying to stop a fast break. I was just
head down,
but I
eyes
missed
closed.
him. I fell on the
That's
floor. It was
That
horrendous.
is very embarrassing, and it also makes me think that
horrible.
Fritz has you you're done.
Wow.
All right, what's up, Ben?
Hey, good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good, pal.
Doing well, Ben.
Hey, how come we haven't heard anything about bringing Painter up?
July-ish
He's not
is what
ready
they
yet.
said.
Yeah, and that's not the issue.
Yeah, pitching is not a problem.
I'm thinking bringing Crawford up, bringing Painter up, putting all the cards on the table, seeing who's going to be there and who we can trade.
Well, let me ask you this. Can Painter play left field?
It's not ready yet.
No, I guess
It's not ready.
I guess that's true. I guess that's true. Hey, quick question on your college reunion.
Yeah.
Did the boys look better than the girls, or did the girls look better than the boys in the aging stage?
Oh, man, I don't know. Nothing really stood out to me. I mean, we were all 25 years old. Look, there are some people where you say, oh, boy. Yeah, 25 looks.
You want to show the names out there?
25 looks like 45, and then there's 25 looks like 18. I don't know, man.
My college guys got together every weekend, and we were shocked with how much better the boys look than the girls.
Huh? I didn't notice, but that's interesting. Yeah.
Here's my movie take.
Yes, sir.
Princeton could use a guy like you, Joel. Risky business.
Wow, boy, it's been a long time for me on that one. I didn't even know that is a college
So
movie.
it's a high school movie. It's the Princeton guy comes to his house. Remember
it's the Princeton guy.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's
All
a
right,
good point.
we're turning too fast. We're looking for the best scene ever, college movie, or somehow just on a college campus. Best answer, whoever's got it can win the $100. Nick in Fishtown. Hold on, gotta get the Nick. What do you got for an answer, Nick?
For an answer, I would say when Frank the Tank makes his resurrection in Old School.
Already said. Give me a different answer.
When Justin Long sees Jonah Hill dressed as the hot dog and he's getting hazed, asking everyone to ask him about his wiener.
Which movie?
Accepted.
You got it, man. All right, one more. Gary in Vineland. Gary, give me a movie. Scene.
Anybody say Good Will Hunting, you like apples? Well, I got it.
Oh, that's a great answer.
That
dude.
is an answer.
Is that a college?
Isn't
that high school?
That's
It's a Harvard. No, it's a
no,
Harvard bar.
That's
Yeah.
a Harvard. Yeah, that's an unbelievable answer right there.
Yeah.
And he's working at MIT. I mean, that's
Man.
college stuff.
Yeah, it is. 'Cause
Awesome.
That one kid who's the jerk is a college
How
kid.
about them apples?
That's a great point.
My friend is wicked smart.
Oh, you read Gordon
That's
Wood,
good.
I see, huh?
That's such
That's
a great
really
scene.
great.
All right, hold on.
I love
All right, so great answer, but let's also be fair to the many others that were said, including a bunch from Animal House. The Toga Party, the Double Seeker Probation. We got Old School. We got You're My Boy Blue. Now, the one about Frank the Tank's reemergence, I said that, so that one can't win.
By the way, the dart scene was the one I would have gone with from Old School. When Frank the Tank gets shot with the dart is the funniest thing of all time.
We do have the end of Rudy, which is not insignificant. I mean, it's probably the one most people have cried at.
Except
Yeah,
for
that
me.
crushed
And
me.
me
Not
neither.
Rudy.
Is so
Not Rudy.
overrated.
Because it's fake.
I think it's a Good Will Hunting
like,
answer.
how about them
I think it's a good,
I think,
honestly.
I think it's-
Goodwill might be the one.
I think it's Toga Party. You
Okay,
guys,
I'm
It's either
voting Good Will
Toga Party
Hunting.
or Goodwill
Wrong.
Hunting.
okay.
I'm voting Good Will Hunting.
It's one or the other.
I'm going
Goodwill.
Toga Party. It's 2-1. Ruben and John.
Goodwill.
That's
Hunting.
it. It's over. Goodwill Hunting wins. All right. At the end, Gary with a buzzer beater. Everyone have a great rest of the day. Gary, you're going to win $100 to Wild Fork Foods. We shall talk to you tomorrow on 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Heading to the ball game today? SEPTA's Wilmington Newark line runs from Delaware to Center City and covers the I-95 corridor. It's a reliable alternative to peak traffic times. Check dctma.org/commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save $40 on any repair of $150 or more. Only at AAA Tire and Auto Service. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through June 30th. See store for details.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
Ike Reese here for my friends Matt and Stephanie over at Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, they install top-tier lifetime warranted roofing and siding systems that boost your home's curb appeal and drive up your home's resale value. Free estimates and fair pricing along with top-notch service. Emmons is the one for you. Call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 or visit emmonsroofing.com. Go with Emmons because your home deserves the very best. Affordable financing available from top to bottom, inside and out. Emmons has you covered.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If the NBA Finals are lacking aura, don't blame the two teams playing in them. The Thunder and the Pacers, two good basketball teams, and the matchup is interesting, but tune into the games and it feels like your average regular season matchup. Besides the fact that the TV broadcast does little to make these games feel special, Adam Silver and the NBA are to blame for not being able to eliminate the small market conversation the way the NFL does. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DeLeo on Sports Radio 94. 94 WIP.
Swing and a drive, center field and deep. JT is home to score. And the Phillies have won it. Brandon Marsh with a walk-off as the Phillies rally for 2 runs in the bottom of the 11th. And they beat the Cubs and snap their losing streak of 4-3 win. Wow. How do you like that?
A sigh of relief after last night. We got a victory. Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Good morning, baseball guy Hugh Douglas, who called a victory last night.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. You know, an ugly win is still a win.
Well,
an ugly win is still a win.
That's true, and it was ugly. I mean, let's call it for what it is. Phillies leaving runners on base left and right. Boom, emotional. Strom blows it in the 8th inning. But let's focus on the but. The Eagles win. The Phillies win. The Phillies win last night. They get a victory, Hugh, in extra innings. Marsh with the big hit. How about Otto Kemp? The little boost. Hugh, that was the kind of game last night they needed. They just needed that.
Yeah. I mean, I heard people talking about the return of the daycare. I don't know about that. I don't know how old Otto is, but he looked like he about 40. Like he has an older man look. I know he's not 40.
He's got a mustache.
Yeah, he looks old. He looks old though.
Well, he's not.
He look old.
How old do you think he looks? 40?
He look about 30. He looked 31.
No, he's not 30.
He do. I mean, I know he's not 30, but he looks older.
I think he's 25 years old.
He's not aging well right now. He probably need to quit.
Got 3 hits last night.
Smoking them Black and Miles and staying up late. I'm just saying. Otto looks old, man.
He's
young. I know he's young, but he look old. He's what they call an old soul.
Well, I don't care what he is, 25, 30, 40. He had 3 hits last night. That's what I care about.
He did.
All right, let's get into it. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. All right, Hugh, go ahead. Take the victory lap. Tell everyone you were right. Yesterday, you guaranteed a victory, and then you said, what was the quote? You're the only true baseball guy at WIP?
You know what? I did that because
okay.
I knew it was going to be this morning. and I don't like to take victory laps, man.
Yes, you do.
I mean, I do.
What was that on Twitter? Every day.
You know what? It's not so much. Full disclosure. I just like to be annoying because I know it annoys both of you guys when I do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be honest. Y'all had me on the ropes yesterday. You guys and you people. But I stayed true to who I am and what I believe in. I even had people texting me talking, "Oh, do you really believe that?" I believed it. But you were making some valid points. Like, I'm still rooted in reality. And you were making...
I don't know about that.
Okay. But I said it with conviction.
You did.
I said it
with a straight face.
And it was one of those things, man, where you have to... These are the tough moments. And I'm convinced they listen to the station. I'm convinced in some capacity they listen to the station because I talked about yesterday, somebody has to be the spark.
Yep.
And Otto was the spark yesterday with his old-looking ass. He was the spark for this team yesterday. 25-year-old ass looking like he about 35. And he, the way he attacked the bases and everything, he was not going to be denied. And that's what you need. When you talk about suburban energy and trying to fight through suburban energy, he fought through that last night.
He brought a spark. He absolutely did. Let's hear from Otto Kemp after the game. So he had the bunt there, right? And listen to this. Otto Kemp apparently hasn't bunted in 4 years? Here's Kemp after the game.
Bunted in game.
I think summer ball in St. Cloud, Minnesota in 2021, and I popped it up straight to the catcher.
So how did it feel to execute it a little bit better?
It was great, yeah. It was great. Just trying to get on top of it and execute.
Well, he did. And then that 11th inning, they did everything right. I mean, those bunts were excellent. I mean, once in a while you get a pair of bunts down that really, really get the defense. I mean, Hugh, they were great bunts, especially the stop bunt had a little backspin on it and moved away from the pitcher. They used small ball last night, and then I give Brandon Marsh a lot of credit because he's stunk out loud this year, and he hasn't done much. The whole month of April didn't get a hit. I mean, literally. But he hit that ball hard last night. I mean, even if the outfielders were further back, that ball was well over everyone's head. That was a good win. Now, here's the question. Do you feel like it was a turning point?
Yes.
All right.
Because you know what happened last night? And I'm not a baseball expert, and we have a lot of them here. And what I said last night, that was more for you and Kyle.
Okay.
That wasn't a shot at the real baseball experts here because I have a tremendous.
Wait.
Spit it out.
Who the real? Not a shot at
Ruben
us.
Amaro Jr.
Oh, okay.
Ben Davis.
Yeah.
And Devin Caney.
Okay. And Devin's our guest at 12 today. So no, she's fine. She's our Phillies. She covers the Phillies.
But those are the three.
I
the
thought you were
three.
reeling off Phillies, like former players.
And you know what?
I'm
going to go ahead. I'll give a shout-out to my man, Jack. Jack's had a rough week. Jack's a baseball expert. I give him his props.
But he fell down the rankings.
No, I'm just saying. I'm going to give Jack his props.
All right. So go ahead, Mr. Baseball over here. Tom Selleck. Turning point?
And Otto Kemp, for me, was the shot in the arm because you know what happened last night? In my humble opinion, he shamed everybody else into doing better. And what I mean by that is he came in with that want to. That's what I saw last night. I saw want to. I saw the aggressiveness on the base pads. I saw aggressiveness at the plate. And when you have a guy that's like that, as a teammate, you don't want to let him down, especially dude that's just coming up. Like he just got here. And he went out there and he played like he wanted to stay.
Yep.
We talk a lot about suburban energy and guys that aren't a cut. Like when you're used to struggling, you fight through adversity. These cats, for whatever reason, they don't respond to adversity. He did.
Well, to go off of the Otto Kemp example, he's undrafted. There are very few MLB because MLB has so many rounds, right? Like football, you get the undrafted player pretty often, right? Like once a year, every team probably has one on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool, right? But it's not unheard of to have an undrafted player become a good NFL player. In baseball, it is exceedingly rare to have an undrafted player stick in Major League Baseball. I think there's only one right now that's a good player, TJ Friedel in Cincinnati. It's just like it doesn't happen. So you're right. He is playing for his life. I mean, he's playing for his career. He's up here. He's got a shot. I hope he plays again tonight and tomorrow. As long as Harper's out, get Otto Kemp in the lineup. Look, last night was an awesome win. It was exhilarating in the 11th inning. The bunts were cool. The crowd was into it. Marsh got a hit. But do I have to be the drunk uncle at the barbecue today?
Yes.
We had 3 ground ball double plays last night. Bohm's still in a big spot. Looks like he's about to wail out there and cry and walk off the field and need help.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to deal with the fact that they blew it in the 8th inning. Strom blew the game.
He did.
Gave up a run.
It was a home run. Was it a home run?
It was a home run. Yeah, it was a home run in the 8th inning. So the bullpen blew it. They needed 11 innings to score 4 runs. They leave runners on base all night. We didn't even mention how many outs they make on the bases. Sosa and Castellanos and Turner. I know the Turner one was tricky because it looked like it might have been a balk. They made 3 outs on the bases. And I'm supposed to sit here and think last night was a turning point.
Because
they got lucky.
Out of all of that, they still won the game. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
Well,
Joe.
look, I'm happy they won the game, and it certainly was a nice night for the win. But come on, they played like crap for 3 hours.
And then think about it like this, and we always like to draw parallels to the watershed moment, if you will, for the Philadelphia Eagles. That game against the Cleveland Browns wasn't pretty.
It was not. The offense was struggled. Yeah.
It was a spark.
They had Myles Garrett blocked the field goal before halftime?
And see, this is the thing that...
Wow, did you just compare it to the Browns? We didn't lose for 2 months after that.
First of all, I know it's baseball, so you're not about to pin me down.
Wow, put the headline up. Hugh Douglas says Phillies will go on 2-month run.
You are not
starting today.
You are not about to pin me down like that,
You
Joe.
made the comp.
But... And see, the fact that Kyle's being petty this morning does not help any of this. But I will say this. As ugly as that was last night, you beat a good team.
That's true.
And you weren't picked to win. Like when you look at the percentages, you had like a 47% chance of winning that game. So it was like because you had Will on the mound.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was handling his business last night. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of errors there. And I'm not trying to sit here and tell anybody that has been watching baseball their whole life that this was a great win, anything like that. But it's a win. And that's the only thing that matters against a good baseball team. And you got the spark that you needed. The one thing that I said yesterday, before the game, they needed a spark.
They did, and Otto was that.
They got that.
Yeah. No, look, I will say this. It wasn't a pretty win. There was a lot of things in there that still drive. I mean, the base running was horrendous last night. Yeah. They made an error in the field. The bullpen blew it in the 8th inning. That all being said, it was an important win, right? Like, they needed that last night because if they didn't get that, the losing streak would have reached, 6? It would have been 10 out of 11. I mean, all the doom and gloom would have continued. 215-592-9490 for Do You Believe or Remember Last Night as a turning point of the Phillies season. Hugh Douglas is there. I'm not willing to go there. I'm happy they won the game, and it was a nice hit by Marsh, and a really fun 11th inning, with the 2 bunts. That you don't see often. I'm just not willing to say after the garbage I watched for a week and a half that last night was a turning point. Kyle, where do you come down as the Phillies win it in 11 last night?
Turning point where exactly?
I don't know.
That was, without a doubt, one of the most aggravating walk-off wins
I know.
I was ever
so
witnessed
mad.
in my entire
When they had
life.
all those base running outs on the base, this is the dumbest team in the league.
I was literally pissed off until maybe even 5 minutes after Marsh hit the walk-off. I was still taking everything in. Why were we even in this situation? The fact that the 2 bunts was cool and all, but what that just showed me is that we don't trust ourselves to get a hit in a big moment whatsoever. We had to resort to bunting with a guy who, look, we just heard he hasn't bunted since 2021. Some kid making his what's his 4th game in baseball. I'm not buying into it being a turning point yet. I can't do that.
Y'all get caught up on the wrong. I get it. I totally understand.
They played like crap for 3 hours.
And he did what he had to do.
Yes.
To help win.
I'm an Otto Kemp guy. You're the one that called him 40.
But you can also look at it as though they did everything in their power to try and lose that game. Yeah. Strom blowing it, Alec Boehm. We're back to this mopey nonsense with Alec Boehm again.
Yeah, that was a lot.
JT and Sosa, every time they get up to the plate, it's a feeble ground ball to the left side. Every time they had a man on base, it's how can I hit into a double play here? I don't know. If it had looked a little differently, I might be able to go there with you, Hugh. But I
get it.
I can't go there.
They made 3 outs on the bases last night. 3. That you shouldn't see 3 in 3 weeks, let alone 3 in 1 night.
I get where you're coming from, and like I said, I'm not trying to make anybody feel different. This is how I feel, and I feel that it starts every momentum swing starts somewhere. It does.
That's true.
And for everything you're saying is correct. But for whatever reason, that want to was more than the errors that you made. See, that's the thing that people don't understand is a lot of times it's that want to that pushes you through to the victory. And that's kind of what I saw last night, and that could potentially be the spark for this team.
Yeah, and they did get scoreless innings out of Banks. They got a scoreless inning out of Kirkering, who's been better lately. Even Romano to pitch in extra innings with runners on and not give up, not allow a run to score. That was big time. So look, there were some positive things, led obviously by Otto Kemp, 3 hits in his first game at Citizens Bank Park last night. But are we going to remember this as a turning point? I need to see a lot more before I go there. Hugh's there, 215-592-9494. Tell you how we got a lot to do today. Mark Ross, who used to work for the Eagles, now NFL Network, he recently said he would not be surprised. It feels like he thinks there's a chance the Eagles trade for Trey Hendrickson before the start of the season. We're going to talk to Mark about the Eagles' defense. Does Howie have another move up his sleeve? Eagles minicamp today. Nick Sirianni set to speak later this afternoon. So we got a lot going on here. We'll also have Devin on the show, as we usually do on Tuesdays, with the Phils and a lot of Eagles to get to. 215-592-9494. We start with the Phillies. Are we going to remember last night as a turning point? Hugh Douglas says yes. Chris in Middletown. Hey, Chris.
Happy the Titanic is still sinking day, man.
We have not hit the bottom of the Atlantic yet. That's for sure.
No, still taking on water, and Hugh's still over there. I don't believe it. I think Hugh probably shoved some kids and old women out of a life raft, and he's out there floating around in the water, saying everything's fine because he's not on the ship anymore.
Hugh, you did that?
No, I didn't.
Well, we
know what
would happen if there was an emergency.
I know I'm going to get some heat today for this because there's some diehards that don't want to hear what I have to say. But
they made 3 outs on the bases.
I'm here being optimistic because I have my reasons. But, Chris, the floor is yours.
Blind Faith Douglas over here.
The floor is yours.
Yeah.
Joe, let me tell you what's going on with Mr. Douglas today. He's a little frustrated. He's mad because after he leaves work today, he's got to go trade in that truck of his for a smart car, which I don't know how he's going to fit in it. It's going to be like, the Police Academy movie.
Well, I got to trade it in.
Sorry.
He's got to go do that because the dating pool just dried up in the local area since he insulted all the women here with his explanation about, wait, why did I leave Atlanta? The local Hugh Douglas stock is flatline this morning. So.
It can't be no worse than it already was. I mean, to be totally honest.
Yeah, it's about time.
So, guys, that, win, that little puff, we begged and pleaded, and despite our own play, we won. That's not creating a spark at all. They lucked into that win. That doesn't create sparks. They need it like a, hey, Chesty, like, we got there, we did it right, we're rolling now, we're back, so they can, feel good about themselves. Those wins that they had last night, when you win that ugly and barely, flop across the finish line, that doesn't get it going. I know you guys are short of time, so I'm just going to leave you on the way out with this, because this is how I feel about this Phillies team. When's football start? E-A-T-L-E-S, Eagles!
Chris, appreciated. Minicamp is today. It's a mandatory one-day minicamp for the Eagles. And that reminded me of the Eagles chant that were going on our YouTube chat yesterday. You people chanting Eagles out there, or in there, whatever you call it. Eagles season is about a month plus away, and with training camp and all that. Look, the Phillies season is not over, and the Phillies have a lot still to play for, and they can right this ship. I'm not feeling this morning after the sloppiness for 3 hours that it was that was a turning point of the season. Again, some good happened last night. Wheeler, as he always seems to do, pitcher's excellent, right? We had the Wheeler thing. Most of the bullpen pitched well. They got Otto Kemp, who might be something. I mean, Hugh, I know he's not like a top prospect, right? He's not considered, Andrew Painter.
He looked hungry though.
He looks and. If you look at his numbers, he really hit in AAA this year. I think he's going to help them. Now, he's not going to be Bryce Harper for the next X weeks, but I think Otto Kemp could play a little bit. I think if you hit that much at AAA, obviously you're in a good groove, and he got 3 hits last night. So I think there's definitely positives off of last night, but turning point, I mean, that's a big thing to say. You compare it to the Browns game?
Well, I look at it like this, Joe. What he did last night could be a catalyst, because I was talking to Ruben before he left. Shout out to Ruben Amaro. Mm-hmm. And I was asking him about your swing and how do you adapt to that during the season. And he was basically telling me that you can't. You just have to kind of, go with that. But what you can do is know the situation that you're in. And I think that's what Otto did. And the reason why I feel like he could potentially be the catalyst is because he said it, and Kyle made fun of him about it. He hasn't bunted since he told the story. What is it? He bunted it in the stands or whatever. It popped up.
2021 in a summer league, yeah.
And he did exactly what was needed in the moment. That's what you call non-suburban energy. That's what's called doing what you got to do to get the meal. You get that trying to get a meal ticket, getting it from the mud.
Feels like
that's what he did.
Feels like a little desperation.
Well, you know what? That's why I say sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Mm-hmm. You could say that about when Myles Garrett blocked the punt. That what if the Browns would have gotten it and ran it back?
Well, they did.
Yeah, I did. That didn't work out the way. But the point that I was making is this, because I forgot the moment.
What are we letting facts get in the way of a good story?
You never do. But the point I'm making is we won the game.
That's true. They did.
They won the game.
Barely, yeah.
But they won the game.
Yeah, they did. And they didn't lose for 2 months.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
You trying to tell me that the Phillies are going on a 2-month run now? Come on, 2 months.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of alluded to the idea that last night is the catalyst, okay? You know what? If they had gone out last night and bashed 5 home runs and won the game 10-1, and Turner's hitting the ball over the wall, and Schwarber's hitting the ball over the wall, and Castellanos hits the ball over the wall, and Bohm doesn't look like a total baby on the field, maybe I'd come in here and say, you know what? They're about to heat up here. The bad moments are over, and I do feel good about the win. It was fun. I mean, and Marsh needed that because he's not had a great season. It was a great 11th inning. But turning point feels like a lot. Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will? Will?
Moment too big for Will.
Will, just like Alec Boehm. Yeah, appreciate it. All right, let's go to Jeff in Wilmington is up. What's up,
Jeff?
To paraphrase from a scene from the Titanic, Topper's got the reports in his hand, but the boat is too big and the rudder's too small. Everything he knows is going against him.
Basically, these things don't sink overnight. Right.
For 2 hours.
Right.
I mean, come on, dude. I'm with Kyle. That was the most frustrating. I was still mad after they won that game. Like this, it was so infuriating to see Wheeler go out there and throw another gem, keep a good team down, and we got Boehm out there throwing fits and guys swinging at first pitches. And yeah, the bunts were good. Great. They had 4 bunts in a game. That's probably 4 more than they've had, for the last 3 or 4 weeks. But the fact is, they are a team that's rudderless. And without Harper in the lineup, I don't know how long we can sustain this and stay afloat. Because there comes a point where you can hang on for a while, but there comes a point where you get too far down and you're not going to be able to claw back like the Braves are right now.
Well, Jeff, you're right. And offensively, that does feel rudderless. I know the bunts were wonderful last night, and they made it. They made it the 11th inning. But let's be real. It took them through 10 innings last night, and obviously the 10th inning you get the extra runner on. They only had 2 runs. I mean, they were grasping at straws to try to get the guys home plate last night.
Yeah, look, I don't know about Kemp. I mean, yeah, he seems like he's going to be okay to fill in for a couple of weeks. And I think the guys on the morning show, Ruben was talking about, he should probably be in left field. That might be his best spot for now because our outfield is awful. I mean, absolutely brutal.
Well, another wonderful at-bat by Kepler last night late in the game when he pinch hit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was predictable. I actually predicted Marsh was going to ground into a home to first double play and that we'd still be, tied and whatever and try to go to another inning, but I don't know, man.
Well, speaking of predictable, there's nothing more predictable than the Alec Bohm double play in a big spot. I mean, it's like one of the most predictable things in
the game.
You could just bet on it every time. It's remarkable. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls coming up. Hugh is telling us last night was the turning point of the season. I can't go there just yet. I mean, we needed 11 innings to scratch across 4 runs, and 2 of those came because of bunts late in the game. All right, your phone calls here. Plus, we'll hear from a couple of people before the game last night on some big-picture conversation, including Kevin Long, what Topper said about him. A lot of heat on K. Long lately, and I'm putting that heat on because I know the guy's doing a good job. And Kyle Schwarber, what he said about the vibe of the clubhouse right now. 215-592-9494. That's how hot board was last. Are we going to remember last night as a turning point of the season? Hugh says yes. I can't go there today. Where do you come down? It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. family.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phils fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before.
BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
And an error in the field and a blown, save by Strong. But hey, a win is a win. That was a fun 11 thing. Where do you guys come down? 215-592-9494. We also have another poll up. Was last night a good win? Was it a good win, Hugh? Where did you come down on that one? Is that a good win last night?
Nah, it's a win though. It's an ugly win. I mean, I'm not about to sit here, and I think that's what people don't understand what I'm saying. A win is a win, and you take them any way you could get them.
Sure,
because it's a W. Because at the end of the day, what people are mad at is what they saw. They saw some bad baseball last night.
I mean, they made literally 3 outs on the bases.
I am not sitting here, and I think that's what people get mad because they're mad at me because I'm being optimistic. The bottom line is this. You go into the game trying to win. And as ugly as that game was last night, and see, this is where people don't understand, is that game was not going your way. No. And it didn't look like it was going your way. But you fought through that adversity. That's what I'm talking about when you talk about that suburban energy. I'll even go as far as say this. If Otto Kemp wasn't out there, they don't win that game.
I agree. He had 3 hits, yeah. He's a big part of it.
They don't win that game, and that's the difference. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand is that you have somebody that came in last night that is fighting to stay. 25-year-old that has been in the minors for a while.
Undrafted player.
Undrafted player who gets an opportunity to go out there and be the catalyst for them to win. That's the things that I don't think people understand, and that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I love the Otto Kemp part of it. The frustrating part is the other guys, right? The guys
the suburban kids.
Yeah, the guys that are supposed to know what they're doing,
the
and they
guys that
struggle.
don't know how to handle struggle. They don't know how to. The simple fact, we had two different sides of the coin last night. To your point, Kyle, Alec Bohm gets frustrated and throws a hissy fit.
Yeah, which I'm tired of. And
do you know what Otto Kemp does? He goes out there and lays down a bunt that he ain't laid down in about 30 years.
He's playing
about 50.
He's 25, and he's playing with his hair on fire.
Yes, because he's trying to stay. He knows that their opportunities are few and far between, and he's trying to capitalize on his opportunity. Alec Bohm goes out there, and he doesn't fight through adversity. He throws a hissy fit. That's the difference.
I agree with that. But as far as it being a turning point, I can't go there this morning.
I think it can be.
Well, we all hope you're right. I mean, this is one we all hope Hugh Douglas is right. We all doubt he's wrong. We all hope he's right. That's just that. And sometimes you're right about these things. I mean,
I'm pretty thorough with my rightness, though. I ain't trying to toot my own horn.
Now,
but
sometimes we like to look at the big picture versus small picture. You did tell us yesterday that Bohm would be the catalyst.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah,
he had tears in his eyes in the field again. Yeah, he's a grown up.
All right, but Nick Castellanos came through with a hit, though. He got a hit.
Also got out on the bases. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to. I tend to look more at the positive.
Yeah, big picture.
Yeah, we know.
Big picture, yeah.
I tend to be.
The Castellanos one was the worst of them all.
Oh, my God.
I mean, what on earth compelled him to think that he could make it to second?
Nothing.
Because he was
nothing.
He was trying to make something happen. That is, to me, that's the Otto Kemp effect. That's what Otto brought to the table.
Well, man, we didn't tone that down a little bit.
No, I'm not. Because it's
we can't be stretching singles into doubles and getting down on the bases.
No, but it's more
the
about
Otto Kemp effect.
Trying to
spinning your 3 days.
Well, no, it's not. I'm not spinning. It's the way I see things. You call it spin, and I know, boy, they gonna kill me on you people today.
They're ready to crush you. I'm sure.
All I'm saying is this. This is that want to that I'm talking about that this team has not had.
To go back to the Titanic reference, if we are using that again, right? It's like
it's pretty good. It's been working pretty good.
Well, we're taking on water, and you put a piece of like electric tape over one of the holes in the boat.
I'm waiting for the life preservers, man. They're coming. They're on their way.
Hey, we patched this hole up.
We gotta be optimistic, man.
It was a great win. It was fun, but I mean, turning point.
Did you say great win? You said great win.
It was a great 11th inning. The win itself was not fun.
I don't know, Kyle. You might have to go back and listen to that one.
I did say that. It was a great win. But what it was a great 11th inning. That's what I meant. It was a fun ending to the game that mostly bothered all of us.
It was an awful win.
But it was a win. That's the thing. It was a win.
I take back the great win. It was a great 11th inning. It was a great couple bunts.
See, you guys don't want to see. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it, and you don't want to believe in it.
I saw bad baseball for hours.
And I get that, but this could be the catalyst. That's all I'm saying.
Jeez. All right, before we go back to the phones, can we hear more?
Do we have to go back to the phone?
Yeah, we do.
Do we have to? I'm looking at this phone line, and it's not going well for me.
Can we hear more delusion? Let's hear Topper before the game yesterday. Asked about Kevin Long, who a lot of people, including myself, would be very happy if he was out of here, no longer the hitting coach. Here is what Topper said about K. Long yesterday.
Whenever a team struggles like this, people immediately say change the hitting coach. Why do you think Kevin is the right guy still leading this group?
I think Kevin's the best hitting coach in baseball. And I think these guys listen to him. He works, he's a tireless worker. He's great with the players. He's knowledgeable. Obviously he's knowledgeable. But he also tells them the truth. And they respect that.
All right, so he says he's the best hitting coach here in all of baseball.
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah.
And he's not the only one that says that.
How come they don't hit more?
From
just
you
a
heard
simple
Topper,
question.
they listen to him.
Yeah, I mean
that might be the problem.
To me, it's one of two things. Either he is a great hitting coach, and these guys, a lot of the lineup, are not good hitters, so he can't make them good, or he's not that good. I mean, I can't see it both ways.
I look at it like this, and I'm gonna use Alec Bohm as an example.
Okay.
A lot of times when you're at the plate, you might have the mechanics that the coach is teaching you in your head the right way, right? Mm-hmm. But you might revert to what you feel, what is comfortable for you.
Sure.
And it feels like a lot of times, just from my, watching Bohm in the limited capacity that I watch him in, that's what he does. He goes back to what's comfortable, and it's really not working for him. And Ruben told me this morning that during the course of the season, guys are reluctant to change their approach. That's what he said. He said they're just. I said, because I asked him flat out, I'm like, why aren't guys more willing to change their approach when at the plate during the season? Because it's super, like, they're just comfortable in the position that they're in.
It feels like that's more of an off-season thing,
yeah,
right? We have
yeah.
more time away from the game. I get that. Look, I don't think Kevin Long is a disaster. He's had a long career, but he just isn't getting results from these guys. Again, it took 11 innings, 2 bunts, and the Cubs throwing the ball all over the field last night to get to 4 runs. I mean, that's how they got to 4. They had 2 runs last night, again, through 10 innings, and that included the guy on base to start the 10th inning. That's not good offense last night. They ran into outs the whole game. All right, one more here. This was Kyle Schwarber before the game, talking about, hey, team meeting, is it time for that? How do you go about this? Here's Schwarber on kind of the philosophy the Phillies have had trying to get through this rough patch.
There's not really team meeting aspect-wise. I think everything comes around naturally, that everyone walks around the room, everyone talks to each other, especially even when you're going through it in Pittsburgh and whatever it is. Everyone has conversations, and I think that's the biggest message, is just making sure that, my biggest thing is just never riding the high, never riding the low, right? You have to be able to stay that same person on a daily basis. And if you can control your emotions and you can control your attitude and the things that you can't control on a daily basis, good things are going to happen.
Hugh, what do you make of that one? Because it feels to me that's where he's saying, like, hey, we don't need a team meeting because we're doing this every day. Like, every day he's talking to this guy and that guy and trying to keep everyone. Like, it seems like he wants to make it less formal than a, hey, we need a team meeting. Let's just do it piece by piece, day by day, and that counts instead of a big meeting.
I think that's the biggest difference, because as a football player, we have a week. We have a whole week of practice and everything to get ready for the next game. So we're constantly correcting the mistakes. We get a chance to look at the plays that we messed up, right, and go over them and get a better understanding of how we fit in the offensive side or the defensive side. The thing with baseball players, in my opinion, is you probably don't even watch that game last night because you're getting ready for today's game.
Right. They may watch their own individual at-bats, or the pitcher might watch his mechanics.
You might do that when you come in for a little while,
right,
but that's not enough to change a whole – I don't think a whole lot in, 18 hours, 12 hours, something like that, whatever that is. That's not a lot of time to change it, because you're getting ready for the next game.
You're probably watching more film on the next pitcher rather than what you did wrong the day before.
Yes, and then that's why you try to go in the batting cage and just try to, tweak some small tweaks. I would think probably get that a little bit earlier, get a couple at-bats in to try to tweak it that way, but you're really not in a position, I don't think, to change a whole lot because you don't have a whole lot of time.
Right. I generally think team meetings in baseball are overrated. I mean, what is Kyle Schwarber going to say? Like, we got to stop making outs on the base? Like, they know what they do wrong. I mean, they know what. Now, if they think someone's not trying or there's an issue, like, that's different. And I actually think they work better when the manager calls them, because the manager seems to be off in his own world most of the time. But I'm with Schwarber on this. Like, he probably talks to everyone individually throughout the week, and that suffices in terms of his message getting across. I don't need team meetings. I need wins. And I need them to play better baseball. And last night was a fun 11th inning. I accidentally called it a great win earlier. It was not. It's not a great win. Not when you have that many outs on the bases.
He was going to hang on to that.
I know he is. That's his thing. But
I'm not going.
Well, you probably are. You're the baseball guy right here now. We know that. 215-592-9494. Hugh believes last night could be a turning point for the season. Agree, disagree? Where do you come down on the win? John in West Philly. Hey, John.
Hey, what's up, Joe? Let me take you off speaker.
You got it, John.
So, I was telling Kyle on the phone. I'm with Hugh today and stuff. I don't think that it was a good win. I think that it was a win. It was an okay win. But when I look around the MLB and stuff like that, and I watch other teams, when, the quote-unquote good teams are winning, when they win 2-1, nobody, puts up a fit. It's still a win. And I'm tired of everybody discrediting, what the Phillies do well. Otto Kemp out there putting bunts down, Johan Rojas, sack bunts and stuff to move runners and stuff. I'm aware of, everything that we did wrong and stuff like that, but I'm just tired of everybody just being so low when we're at like our lowest moments and stuff like that. Like, why is the sky always falling for us and nobody else?
Ooh, I can answer that question.
Go ahead. What do you got?
It's because of the expectations for this team. Now, I'll sit here, and I know everybody's upset because they're expecting more from this team because for us, this is a World Series contender, and they're not playing like it. So I get that, and that's why a lot of people are frustrated because they're supposed to be better than this at this point.
So, John, I think the way you framed it, like other teams can win 2-1 or a low score, and it's not looked at as a negative. I think not all 2-1 wins or 4-3 wins or whatever are the same. Like if last night they won 2-1, and Wheeler was great for his 6 or 7 innings, and the bullpen went shutdown inning, shutdown inning, shutdown inning. I'd be fine with that. Like they held down.
I completely understand, Joe. But like when you look at our lineup, look at what we went into the game yesterday with. Like. The only people that you were confident in is Kyle Schwarber and Trey Turner, and like against all odds, somehow we came out and won the game with Otto Kemp going out there playing hard. With I don't know what the hell Castellanos is doing trying to run a second, but like look at what we had. We probably had only 2 competent hitters, and we beat the Cubs, like a good Cubs team. Like look at that lineup.
Well, you're right. I mean, and they held them down for the most part. Like other than the Strom home run he allowed, the pitching was good last night.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Strom, but that's
I know it's unfortunate he's going backwards. John, we appreciate the call. As Kerkering has gotten better, Strom has given up more hard contact for it feels like 2 or 3 weeks now, which is not a good sign. But yeah, look, not just because you win 2-1 doesn't mean it's a bad win. A lot of great Phillies teams have won games 2-1 on the back of a great starting pitcher like Zach Wheeler last night. The issue is. Like, think about all the mistakes they made last night. They had
a lot of mistakes.
They had an error in the field. They ran into 3 outs on the bases. I mean, just that alone, you might not see that again the rest of the season from any team. Or it's pretty rare to run into 3 outs in the same game on the bases. That's remarkable. They hit into 3 double plays. It's like pulling teeth to get some runs for this team sometimes. So, yeah, look, they beat a good team, and I'm happy they did. And I got Hugh over here, jumping up and down, saying it is the turning point of the season. Comparing it to a Super Bowl champion, winning a game in Week 5. I can't get there. I mean, that was last night more of luck or more of skill?
Luck.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not lying to you, but the desire was there. You can't deny the desire. You can't deny
had
that.
urgency to them last night. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and sometimes, Joe, that's all it takes. Because like I said, I saw the game differently. Like a lot of people focused on the mistakes that were made. I focused on the desire to try to win that game, regardless of the mistakes that was made. And I also focused on the other guys that Otto Kemp pulled begrudgingly to help him win the game. Brandon Marsh. Remember yesterday we were talking about the lineup?
Mm-hmm.
And I said something to the effect, well, we were trying to figure out where to put certain people. And I said Marsh's name, and I think I said it at 4th or 5th or something like that. And he was like, oh, for real? Like, he's having a horrible season. He came up big last night.
Pitch hit and came through late, yeah.
He came up big, and that's what I tend to focus on because I believe this. And I'm starting to believe this for real. I think they listen a lot more, the players that is, than we think they do. And I think they hear when somebody believes in them because a lot of times, as fans, and which is our right to do because we're fans, when they hear people that are being like, oh, these guys think and stuff like that, it's a little bit refreshing to hear somebody that say, hey, man, I believe in you.
Are you trying to be the refreshing voice the Phillies need?
I didn't say it. You did.
You're alluding to it.
I didn't say that.
Well, you're saying that you think the Phillies listen.
I do.
And sometimes if you like a voice of positivity can make them feel good.
Doesn't it feel like that though?
Sometimes.
Because I say it. I mean, I'm not. This is not me. Tooting my own horn.
No, it sounds like it. Yeah.
But I said yesterday that somebody needs to spark this team.
Yes.
30-year-old ass Otto Kemp.
25-year-old rookie
42
Otto Kemp.
Year-old ass Otto
You really think he looks that old?
He looks old. He looks a little older, man. And Otto, if you're listening,
he is older than your typical rookie. He's 25.
Otto, if you're listening, that's because you've been working hard, man. I appreciate you.
Poor guy gets here, has a great night. You come in, you say he looks old.
Otto, you look old.
Let me look at his face here. I don't think he looks old.
He look a little old.
It's the mustache.
Yeah, it's the porn stash. Yeah, that's the porn stash.
He looks a little bit older than your typical rookie.
Typical rookie.
He look old.
It's okay to. He's not old, but he look old.
If not for the stash, I don't think you'd be saying this. I think it's the stash.
No, I probably would. Because he look okay, weathered. He looks weathered.
No one wants to be called. Old catcher's mitts are weathered. You don't want to.
Otto.
Old jackets are weathered.
Otto, you did a good job, dog, but you look weathered. It's okay.
Poor guy's in his Uber right now, going to grab a bite to eat. Oh, what are they talking about WIP?
Who is this? Who is this weenie up here calling with this full beard? He probably looking like old ass calling me old. Otto, you look like me and you about to get ARP about the same time. Well, I already got it.
You called him weathered. The guy's been in the big leagues for a few days.
He's trying to stay. He played like he's trying to stay.
Yeah, well, good. I hope he does stay. I really like him better than Alec Bohm. Lee is up next on WIP. Hey, Lee.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Lee?
Nothing much. How you guys doing?
How you doing?
We're good. We got a win last night.
I'm good,
which
man.
Is great.
Listen, I'm a lifetime listener, first-time caller, lifetime listener, because I love the show. Love you guys.
We appreciate that, Lee. So what's on your mind?
Man, listen, great game last night. I mean, good win, put it that way. Not great. Good win for the team, for the morale. But I hear you guys every day, and every day Alec Bohm is kind of the topic with the show, and nobody on the team is struggling more than JT Realmuto at bat. And you guys, as fans, hold radio talk, or just frustrated. Imagine how that guy feels at bat when he wants to help his team, and he can't just because he hits a grounder.
So this is more about us than it is about Alec.
Yeah.
It's about us. This is about you and your negative.
So what do you want me to do? You want me to give him some grace? You want some grace for Alec Bohm?
Man, dude, yeah, give him some grace, man. Nobody's struggling more on that team than JT Realmuto. You cannot depend on JT to get you a hit.
Well, so two things. One, he did get the big hit last night to tie the game, but you're right.
That was last night,
yes,
yeah.
in general, you're right. Lee, I guess for me the difference is I expect this now at this point of JT's career, at his age, after all the games he's caught, my expectations are very low for his offense. I can't use my energy getting mad at JT when I don't expect much. I just think he's a very declining offensive player. This is supposed to be Alec Bohm's prime, Lee. Like, this is supposed to be the best he's ever been at 28 years old. Like, he's right in that spot where he's supposed to be a star. And it's not just that he struggles, because that happens to every player. You're right. It's the body language, Lee. I can't handle his body language. It's like he's a child out there when he makes an out. It drives me crazy. I mean, that's just me. Maybe it doesn't bother you, but I can't handle it.
Yeah, and at some point, man, you can't wear your emotions on your sleeve the way that he does. You know, it feels like he crumbles in big moments.
I hear you, Hugh, but it's just like we're so frustrated with him. And I understand that he does act a certain way, but he wants to do better. And
Lee, can I ask you a question? Do you have children?
Of course I have children.
How old are they? Older kids or younger kids?
I have a 20-year-old, I have an 18-year-old, and I have a 13-year-old.
So they're fairly younger. So you're still in that phase where, you know, you're still, for lack of a better way of saying it, coddling your kids, right? You're still in that phase where, you know, you're their protector and you do mostly what you can for them, right?
Correct.
I have a 26-year-old daughter that's here with me right now. And right now, I'm balancing the act of trying to be her protector and at the same time allowing her to spread her wings. And a lot of times, man, like, you just got to let them spread their wings. You know, you can't coddle them all the time, because at some point you're not going to be here and they have to learn how to face adversity and handle that. That's where I am with my daughter right now. You can't keep saying that, you know, you're being too hard on them, but this, that, and the third, because life is hard. You know what I'm saying? So he's old enough and he's had enough success where he shouldn't be acting the way that he's acting right now. That's the problem. This man is damn near 30, has been to an all-star game and has regressed. And he's still out there in key moments acting like a petulant child when his team needs him. And Otto Kemp, a guy who Joe pointed out that wasn't even drafted, comes in hungry. You know, like when you hear kids say, get it from the mud, That's what Otto Kemp is trying to do. He's doing whatever it takes for them to look at him and say, hey, we need this guy in the lineup. That's what's needed. And that's what Bohm needs, because they tried to get rid of him.
Yeah, and I couldn't understand. I really couldn't understand that, because prior to he was on fire last season. He was just,
and he regressed.
That dude was on fire,
and he regressed. I mean,
they all struggle, man. Look at Bryson Stott. They all struggle.
What moment can you think of that Bryson Stott had, Alec Bohm had this year outside of hitting in that small band box of a park that he was in? What other moment has he had this year that you could say, hey, looks like he's coming back and being the guy that we thought he was?
Yeah, none. And Lee, I understand we want you want
a few games ago he was 4 for 4?
Yeah, he's had some good games. He gets some singles, and Lee, we appreciate. I understand you want him to succeed, and you feel like some positivity could be good. I can't pretend he's not a frustrating player, though. I don't feel the same way about every player that struggles. Some players are frustrating when they struggle, and Alec Bohm is frustrating. Look, last night was a unique kind of win, because there's parts of it, or a lot of it, where you feel like you hate watching this team at points. It's like, what am I watching? What am I wasting my time on? They look ridiculous out there running the bases. But then there's that 11th inning, and the energy that Otto Kemp brought, that Hughes pointed out. I hope he's right on this. I mean, I know he's wrong about defense. I hope he's dead right about this, that it is a turning point, and we got a lot of wins coming. All right, 215-592-9494. Back to all your phone calls to Phillies coming up after we talked to Mark Ross, who recently said the Eagles should have one big-time player on their radar. Used to work for the Eagles, now NFL Network. Mark Ross joins us. Coming up, all your phone calls as well. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? Show the camera needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans? New talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New York Knicks say they're chasing a championship, but their coaching search looks more like a Hail Mary. Tom Thibodeau is out, and instead of zeroing in on a proven available candidate, New York is targeting coaches who are still under contract. Prying a coach from another team doesn't just take luck. It takes leverage, timing, and draft picks. For a franchise with title hopes, it's a high-risk play, one that better land. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe, Joey, the guys with us. 215-592-9494. That gets you. We'll get back to all the conversation on the Phillies. We're going to remember last night, and it's a turning point victory as they beat the Cubs in 11 innings. We'll get back to that. Devin Caney joins us 1 hour from now. But, Hugh, we got minicamp today. The Eagles have a mandatory minicamp, as a lot of teams around the NFL do. A lot of stories going on, including some high-profile players, defensive players in the NFL are holding out, including Trey Hendrickson. And speaking of Trey Hendrickson, here there was an article last week, NFL.com, And some analysts were asked, which trade do you want to see before the 2025 NFL season begins? And our next guest, Mark Ross, an NFL.com analyst, his take was Trey Hendrickson to the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, that got my antenna up. Let's talk to Mark Ross right now. Used to be with the Eagles, now NFL.com. He joins us on the Midday Show. Mark, how you doing, man?
Mark.
Excellent. What's up, fellas? What's up?
What's going on? So, Mark, I'm kind of curious because my biggest hang-up when it comes to Trey Hendrickson, and I think he can play, but when you look at what the Eagles did in this offseason financially, they tried to cut a little bit of money from the defensive side of the ball. So I'm more hung up on the money. So do you think, with that being said, that the Eagles would trade for Trey and pay him?
Well, Hugh, why are you worried about money, man? It's how he always makes things happen with the money. So that's how he came into the business. That's still his sweet spot. And as we've seen in years past, when they want to make something happen, they make it happen. They move the money around. He creates certain things. And, that's part of the reason why clearing that money, maybe to make another move, not just to say we're trying to save it on the defensive side, but maybe we have something else in store that we're going to use this money for. So it's always is that puzzle of piecing it together. And at this point, you shouldn't doubt Howie with how he's building the team.
Mark, let's talk about Hendrickson as a player, because it's kind of amazing what happened. 2 years in a row, 17.5 sacks. He led the league last year. And the Bengals, who can't stop anyone on defense, they decided, you know what? Let's just pay all the offensive guys and say, sorry, Trey. How good of a player do you still think he is as he goes into his 30s now? And how much longer do you think he has at this level?
Yeah, I think, with the way he plays the game, it never was about I'm the biggest, fastest, most explosive player. And when those are the guys that kind of run into problems later on when they play, because when you lose that step or you lose that explosiveness, that's when you decline in the production. But guys like him who just are excellent technicians and savvy and quick and have that guile, similar to how Hugh was. I mean, Hugh had some explosiveness a little bit there, but, relied on a lot of other factors there to get it done. And when you see him play, I think he can continue that style of play for a couple more years where he's just not flat out running by people. He's getting it done with all those other intricate moves that a defensive end needs, a pass rusher needs. So I think he's got at least a couple more good years left in him. And, yeah, that Bengals defense couldn't stop anybody. I mean, they couldn't stop a high school team last year. So, their building philosophy is different. But just as a player himself, I think he's got a lot left.
You know what? I'm kind of curious because you talk about him being a technician and all this other stuff. I think about him, Trey, and I think about T.J. Watt, and he's a similar player when you talk about stuff like that, Mark. But my question to you is this. Why is it that when you said that they still have some football left in them, so why is it that the Pittsburgh Steelers are willing to play this game with T.J. Watt and the Cincinnati Bengals doing it with Trey Hendrickson? Why is it so easy for them to basically look like they're going to move off from those guys?
Yeah, each situation is different. Cincinnati, as you just said, they're prioritizing the offense and everything that's going on with the offense. And then with Pittsburgh, that's the bizarre one to me because when T.J. Watt plays, Pittsburgh wins. I mean, they don't win at the level they should win in Super Bowls and all that, but they just lose when he doesn't play. And if you can look at their one-loss record when he's not in games, he has the importance of a franchise quarterback to the Steelers. Now, they still need a quarterback, but just the impact that he has when he plays versus when he's injured and doesn't play is you just check the stats. It's amazing. So I have no idea what they're doing. Pittsburgh generally is not really big spenders in free agency, and they do things a little bit more deliberately and take some time. So I think that will get done for sure with Watt, but they just aren't really the most proactive with the way they do things in Pittsburgh.
Mark, the Eagles have 13 draft picks in the 2026 draft, and they had a lot this past year. And look, it looks great, and cheap talent is what teams need, especially when they have a lot of highly priced players like the Eagles. But I wonder if they almost have too many picks. Like, could they really incorporate 23 rookies in here in 2 years while still trying to win Super Bowls? So I'm on the side of, let's consolidate. Let's trade a few of these for a guy like Trey Hendrickson. Mark, what do you think the cost would be if the Bengals did get to a point where, hey, this guy's not showing up, we got to get something back, but he only has 1 year left on his deal right now, so it's kind of a complicated trade for two teams to come to agreement on. What do you think a reasonable cost would be, considering how good he is, but the contract situation as it is?
Yeah, I think that, as you mentioned, it's better to have all those picks than to not have them. So you've got all these assets that, okay, now moving forward, what do we do with all these assets? And we're in a position to make the best decisions with all these assets, whether it be
let's say trading a second-round pick for Trey or packaging something else later on. So they've got all of the assets to make good moves and smart decisions, which they will do, and they're not desperate. It seems as if they're pretty happy with their young guys they have here, and eye on the future of doing something else as well. But I think a 2 would get it done for him. The money is really the big hang-up with the Bengals trying to get that off of the books there, and whatever price they can get for him. The longer it goes on, I think the more desperate they will get for him.
Mark, the idea of his contract is obviously the biggest hiccup, right? And you said how he'll figure it out. I'm curious if you think there could be a middle ground if he gets moved. Obviously, he wants a long-term deal from the Cincinnati Bengals. They don't want to give it to him. But let's say it happened here. Let's say, August 10th rolls around and the Eagles trade a second-round pick to the Bengals and they get back Trey Hendrickson. Do you think there could be a middle ground for the Eagles and the player because he just arrived here? And I'm thinking something like, hey, he makes $20 million this year. Hey, we boost you up to $32 million, so you're more in the neighborhood of the great pass rushers, but we don't give you a long-term deal. Do you think the Eagles could pull this off without a long-term deal attached, or is that going to have to be part of this if they get this player?
Yeah, I think they could do it. I talked about the team aspect of getting desperate, but the player as well. Trey Henderson doesn't want to be sitting around not playing football, and the age is a huge factor there with him. And okay, I have a chance to leave the worst defense in the league in Cincinnati or go to the defending Super Bowl champs, and let me work something out with them. That makes it a little bit more enticing. When you win, when you have a great organization, when you got other great players around, when your situations and circumstances are so much better from where you're leaving to where you're going, that's when you find players a little bit more willing. And their agent now, Howard, I'm sure he's on the phone with his agent just saying, hey, look, this is the situation you're stepping into. Everything that you're going from to is so much better. You're going to win here. You have a chance to make so much more money by playoff bonuses and winning the Super Bowl here, winning championships. You kind of entice the player and hope that they give a little bit because of all those ideal circumstances.
Mark, I'm kind of curious about the way you see the NFC East shaking out this year. The Dallas Cowboys are going to be healthy. We talk about the New York Giants and what they've done. Do you see this as a 2-team race, or do you see the Cowboys potentially being a problem this year, and the Giants for that matter?
The Giants, first of all, they may not win 3 games again. I mean, if you look at their schedule, and it is absolutely brutal, and especially with that quarterback room. Dallas, I have no faith in Dallas whatsoever. Even if that comes back, I think they're a flawed team at a lot of different positions. And then it's really the Eagles are the team to beat in the East for me, and even in the whole NFC. And I think the Commanders will be better with the signing of trades for Tunsil and Debo, and I think he's still got something left. So I think the Commanders will be in the mix to challenge the Eagles. But I'm picking the Eagles for the East. I'm picking the Eagles in the NFC right now.
Oh, that means we're going back-to-back. At least getting back to the Super Bowl here.
Are we going back-to-back?
We're going back-to-back.
How hard it is to go back-to-back,
It's not easy. Mark, all right, let's end with this. So you mentioned the Commanders as the biggest Eagles challenge. I think most of us agree with that on the division. Mark, when you look across the NFC, who's the biggest challenge for you looking out to the Eagles? Is it Detroit again? We never saw that matchup last year, but they were the 1 and 2 seed. The Rams gave them their most difficult game in the postseason. Landscape of the NFC, who's the biggest challenge for the Eagles to get back to the Super Bowl?
I think it is Detroit. Then that health factor that was talked about a lot, but that was real. I mean, certain teams get hurt, but I mean, Detroit, if anybody watched their games, it was every week that they had somebody going down, particularly on defense, and they just couldn't sustain that. Now, I do not think Detroit will go 15-2 again. I mean, I think that their schedule is a lot harder, and there's a lot more outdoor games that they have to play. So I don't think they'll be 15-2. I think they'll be good, but just the way they're built with that offense and a healthy defense, they could challenge Philly. Tampa will score points. You know what they can do. And then the Rams, as you said, they gave the Eagles the best game, the most competitive game there in the snow in the playoffs. They'll be in the mix. Commanders, as I mentioned, I think the Packers will be a lot better. But just looking at it as a big picture right now, it's hard to go back to back. It's hard to repeat, but just everything.
We talk about that every day,
Philly.
dog. Hard to go back to back
for Philly to do it. And it's if they don't, they'll be in the mix. I can't say they'll repeat, but they will be in the mix 100%.
Great stuff, Mark. We always appreciate you joining us on the show. Have a great one, and I'm sure we'll catch up soon. Thank you, Mark.
Sure thing. My pleasure.
Have
There
a
he
good one,
goes,
brother.
Mark
Thanks a
Ross.
lot.
See, Mark Ross gets it, Hugh. See, he's trying to bring a defensive star in here to add to
No,
what
he
we
is,
have.
and he was talking about the money, but
Yeah,
but
and
my
trust
thing
Howard.
is,
Why are you
the
worried about money?
I'm just saying,
He
it's
said
just I'm trying to be, fair and balanced in my assessment of this situation, and to me, the money is a factor in trying to get Trey Hendrickson here.
Well, of course it is. Of course it is. Money's always a factor. The Eagles have operated that way the entire offseason. Let me throw this question out because, we have a lot of stuff going on right now with mini camps going on, right? So we have T.J. Watt holding out in Pittsburgh. We brought up Trey Hendrickson. He's holding out, not at mini camp at Cincinnati. And every time we bring this up, I think it's very easy to feel good about the Eagles without any of these guys, right? They're the defending champions. They're the favorite to get back to the Super Bowl. Mark just told us he thinks they can get back.
Mm-hmm.
But are you sure they have enough on defense to be great on that side? Not to be solid, not to be good. We all trust Vic Fangio. Are you sure they have enough to be great again? Because that's where I keep coming back to Trey or Watt. But Trey and Jair Alexander, we spoke about yesterday, just feel like there's a lot of questions at every level. And I can't sit here today on June 10th and say I feel sure they have enough to be great on defense.
I mean, and I think that's fair because when you talk about what they lost and what they were last year, you're comparing it against an unknown. And I totally understand that. But the coaches see these guys every day. They've worked with them, and they've seen how they've grown in the classroom and on the field every day. They feel comfortable with them. I feel like if there was a move, if they make the move for Trey, Trey is here to enhance what they already have. I think that the more they slow play it, the more it's in their favor to get him at the price that they want him to get him at. But it's not something that when they look at it and say, oh, my God, we have to have this guy like right away. I feel like they went into this offseason saying, okay, if we get some guys that can come in of that caliber, it can help make our team better. But initially, if we had to go to war today with the guys that we have, I think they feel pretty good with those guys.
I think the way you said it there at the end is how I feel. I feel pretty good, and I trust Vic Fangio, and they're not going to be bad. And they have a star at defensive tackle. They've got a star linebacker in Bond. They've got potentially 2 stars in the secondary, right, with Quinyon and Cooper. They're going to be good. I mean, they're going to be above average and probably top 10 to 12. But I don't feel like deep down they have enough to be great. You add Trey Hendrickson in this defense. Let's just use him because we talked to Mark a lot about him, and Mark thinks they could do it. Would you trade a second-round pick for him right now? I would.
Yeah, if the money's, like Mark said, the money's not a matter, yeah, I would.
Because Mark just told us he thinks that would get it done. A second-round pick right now for Trey Hendrickson. I'm in. And I don't know how the money would work. We've thrown out the idea of kind of boosting his salary for a year. I don't know whether he'd accept that or not. All I know is this. He's not playing for the Bengals. He's made this pretty clear unless they adjust his contract. If I'm Howie, I just make the trade and I figure it out. I don't think he's going to hold out an entire season, and I don't think he's going to pass up the chance to play on the Eagles' defense and play in big games to get back to a Super Bowl.
That part is very enticing.
Well,
that part is very enticing to be in a situation where, you've been to a Super Bowl, but to actually be on a team that actually win it, has the weapons to win it. So, yeah, that is enticing.
And he's never played with a player like Jalen Carter. I mean, like those two on the defensive line. If Jalen Carter and Trey Hendrickson were on the same defensive line, it would be unbelievable.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun. That'd be pretty fun to watch.
Of course it would. Keep going back. They lost Josh Sweat. They lost Brandon Graham. They lost Milton Williams. I'd feel way differently about all those losses, Kyle, if they replaced them with Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I think everybody, no matter what you think, no matter how much Super Bowl syndrome you have,
and that's out there,
you should want Trey Hendrickson on this defense. I get the money thing, but if we're talking about a second-round pick, who the hell cares? They have 13 draft picks next season. They have what? How many third-round picks? They have 2, 3.
I think it's their own 1, their own 2, 3/3.
Okay,
next year.
So God forbid if you want to get back into the second round so bad, trade a couple of your thirds and get back in there. There's no way we're taking 13 players.
And putting them on the roster.
Yeah. And Hugh knows it's hard to go back-to-back, man.
Hard to go back, man.
But you can take a big swing, put Trey Hendrickson next to Jalen Carter. Come on. It's such a no-brainer.
Take a big old swing.
Yeah, you have
Try to go back-to-back.
Sometimes you have to. Also, I think we keep leaving this part of the conversation on the side, and we shouldn't.
What was that?
So do you think he's going to be a Bengal? I don't.
Straight? No.
Okay, so let's go on that assumption. They're going to have to trade him, remove him. Where's he going to go? I keep coming back to Washington. Like, Washington hasn't done much to affect their defense this offseason. They have a quarterback on a rookie deal. If Washington gets Trey Hendrickson, I'm not feeling great. If they get him and we don't,
I think they kind of like their defense the way that I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think they have
but
enough
I think
on
they
defense.
like their defense the way that it is. Their defense is pretty salty. They're pretty salty. It's their offense is what's lacking. That's what they're trying to upgrade.
But they did upgrade that. They got Laramie Tunsil.
No, but that's what I was saying. They're trying to protect their biggest asset.
They did that already, but they left the defense kind of alone. I just think if we don't get him, he's going to land in a place that's going to affect us, and I'm going to flip out.
And when you look at it like this, the Commodores' defense is in the same situation to me that the Eagles' defense was in last year. New defense coordinator, had a lot of success.
But they weren't that good of a defense.
Well, they went to Detroit and handled their business there.
Well, yeah, but they also gave up like 500 yards.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're in a situation where everything is new to them, and that they're in their second year of the defense.
But they got 55 dropped on them in the NFC Championship
The
game.
difference between the Eagles and Commanders.
We were a different animal, though.
Well, but during the season, they scored more points than us. Our defense was the difference between the two teams.
I mean, the Lions had a better offense than us, too.
Yeah. This is an opportunity knocking. I mean, there are whether I like Hendrickson, but T.J. Watt also didn't show up today to minicamp, and we brought up yesterday Jair Alexander. Like, there's 3 players potentially available. One is a free agent that can make the Eagles better. Like, I don't just want to sit on our hands.
No, you know who would be best for the show too, and that's obviously Trey.
He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey. Excuse me. You know what's funny about that? I felt like it was coming a lot sooner. Yeah. I knew it was going to work this way.
I was going to do it with Mark.
That's what I thought. That's what I want to waiting.
You're
on.
lucky we didn't want to do that. To embarrass you too much.
We should have teed up.
I mean, you should have. Mark. Like I've been knowing Mark forever. That's why. Like some of the things he said, like when we were talking, it kind of hit home.
Yeah. I guess. So for me, it's like if you look at every level of this defense, there's some pretty solid question marks. Mm-hmm. I mean, especially along the defensive line, but the safeties, the linebackers, health-wise, and then the cornerbacks. So, like, while you can't fix all of them, I think one big swing like Trey Hendrickson just makes you feel better about those other 2 units because you really bolster the defensive line by doing that.
Well, you do. And you create a situation where, all right, so now you have Jalen Carter, you have Hendrickson, you have Nolan. Like, I could count on those 3. And then whatever I get from everyone else, like Jordan Davis and, Ojomo and Jalix Hunt. Like, we're putting a lot in the Jalix Hunt basket. It's a lot for a guy that was a 3rd-round pick and really didn't come on till the end. Doesn't it feel like we're putting a lot in Jalix Hunt and Azeez Ojulari?
You put a lot in when you put him in the Super Bowl and he got a sack though.
You had Josh Sweat and Milton Williams.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. But he came in and he stood on business. And you look at it and he could probably develop into a good player.
He could. But he's also a 3rd-round pick. Like if there's faith out there in Nolan Smith to become excellent, I'm with that. Like he has pedigree. He was a 1st-round pick. I thought he was amazing down the stretch last year. I'm good with the Nolan Smith breakout. Sure. I think it's going to happen.
But if you ask me, like, am I sure of it? Am I certain of it? Like, am I certain they have enough on defense to go do this again?
I'm not.
Oh, nothing's certain. No, but that's the beautiful part about being in this situation because there's opportunity there.
Well, then I should say I'm not
comfortable,
confident.
Yeah, but we can. But my thing is, if today is September 4th and it's game day against the Cowboys, we have no choice, right? Like that's the defense. We can add to this right now. Like, go get this player. 215-592-9494. Are you sure the Eagles have enough to be great on defense? I'm not. And the more that these players are potentially out there, the more I want the Eagles to go get one. Trey Hendrickson is the one I want more than any. Will in the Northeast is up, talking some Phillies here after certainly an interesting win last night. Will, what's up, buddy?
Oh, Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
Will, what's up?
I apologize for earlier, man. We was trying to get out of this weather, man. Get under the underpass or something.
Yeah, I got you. It's no worries.
Are you on a motorcycle?
But I think I want to say something about the Eagles real quick.
Okay.
I think Howie's going to bring them in, man. Once you get a taste of greatness, man, you want to continue that same feeling, man. And I think he's going to work something out. And we're going to get Henderson here, man. I without a doubt. I really think he's going to get him here some way, somehow. Because, like, even with the Phillies and the Eagles, right, we keep talking about the future. I want it right now, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
We're trying to go back-to-back, Will.
Yeah, it's hard to go back-to-back.
We're trying to go back-to-back.
It's hard. Listen, It's hard, but it can happen. Like, you acting like it can't happen.
No, I ain't
you
saying
know
it
what
couldn't
I'm
happen.
saying? Kansas City did it.
They did. Yes, they
go
did.
back to back.
Okay, then. And we just beat Kansas City, right?
You're darn right.
Okay, then. So why can't we do it? Why can't we be the next ones? You know what I'm saying? Because we got the team to do it, and we got the right people leading. So I think we got a big possibility to bring them on over and go and get a repeat, man. Because like I keep saying, man, everybody be thinking that Kansas City is that team. They're not, man. We exposed them last season, and that wasn't no fluke. That was to show them that, listen, if the refs swallow them whistles, guess what? Y'all not as good as everybody think y'all are.
Yeah, they got crushed in that game. There's no question. Well, what do you think on the Phils? Are you with Hugh? Was last night a turning point?
I mean, listen, it can be because, listen, man, I just want to say this. Even with Castellanos, man, you got to gamble. You got to do different things in order to try and win. But see, the biggest thing that I saw in that game last night was he bunted, right, and got us to win, right? So the whole thing is we don't always need that big hit to win. We've been winning without, like, we won quite a few games without somebody hitting a homer in the game. So what I saw last night was, listen, get back to focusing, man. Just get on base and let the other hitter bring them home. I think they need to stick with the script. They keep, aborting the script once we get down or it's a close game. Stick to the script this season, man. Play more small ball, take more gambles, work the pitcher, and actually, do more skilling. I mean, listen, we'll be 50.
They need the music.
We can still do it.
You need the music.
And guess what, man? Listen, I think, Topper, you got to do better, man. You figured it out last night. So guess what? Keep figuring it out. Watch the tape. See who to bring in and what y'all need to do in order to get the win. And that's all we're focusing on, is winning the whole thing. We all in with everybody this season. Whatever weapons we got, activate them. That's all I got.
Well, good call, man. We appreciate it. He's with you. He believes it's a turning point.
It could be.
Yeah, it could be.
It could be.
Three outs on the bases.
This is how turning points work.
Bunts.
This is how turning points work.
Leading
You got to
these
find the
people
positive.
astray.
I don't think I'm leading them astray. I think I'm giving them hope.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I feel like I'm giving them hope. Hope.
Yeah. A little hope from Doug. Hopeful Hugh over here. All right, 215-592-94. We'll get back to all your phone calls here. Hugh said last night could be a turning point for the Phillies season. I'm not ready to go there yet after that win over the Cubs. Fun win the 11th, but come on. Trey Henderson and TJ Watt, they're out there holding out of minicamp. Are we sure the Eagles have enough on this defense to be great again? I'm not. I'd love to go get one of these players. 215-592-94. Let's rank the three potentially available star defenders, how they'd fit with the Eagles. Your calls on the Phils as well. Devin joins us at noon on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Kyle Schwarber with an opposite field home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay, so they built one. And they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the Summer of Shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our Summer of Shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
First, a sunrise tea time. Then, lunch with the guys. And waiting on the counter when he gets home, a bottle of good whiskey just for him. Gift Dad the perfect cap on a perfect day with 1.75 liters of Doer's White Label Scotch for $2 off. Or if he's a rye guy, 750 milliliters of Dad's Hat Rye Whiskey is now $3 off. Now that's a hole-in-one. Shop more whiskeys on sale for Dad at FWGS.com. Offers end July 6, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Some sun with a storm possible this afternoon, high 83.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans.
Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Above every baseball person at WIP. I mean,
I did. Except for the real baseball people, because I had the next tweet that I did, and I was like,
So how many real baseball? We have Ben Davis, Ruben, Devin, who will join us coming up at noon. That's it. Those are the real baseball people.
And Jack. I'm throwing my man.
What
Jack
about
in there.
Seltzer? They do the podcast together. High
Well,
hopes.
nah. I got Seltzer.
Wow.
Seltzer.
So Seltzer's below Jack.
Well, Seltzer tends to and I love Seltzer. He tends to crash out every now and then when it comes to the Phillies. He will crash out.
That's for sure. Doesn't mean he's not a good baseball guy.
No, I'm not saying he is, but he's emotional. So he probably, I can imagine. I didn't get a chance to hear him the other morning, but he probably was very, very emotional.
Oh, totally. Yeah,
about
that was great.
About the sweep
So
that just happened.
You put yourself above James Seltzer as a baseball guy at WIP.
I do.
Okay.
Because I'm more even keel.
Yeah. Well, we established last year I'm the football guy on this show. You're not.
I mean, that's fine. You can have that.
Well, I mean, it's obvious when I understand defense matters. You think it's a luxury.
I'm just saying, and that's why we're here talking about a Pro Bowler and a really, really good player that two teams are getting rid of.
So because teams are making mistakes, you're right.
No, I'm saying it's two teams making mistakes. And one team has historically been known for having stalwart defensive players.
Absolutely.
And they're willing to play these games with T.J. Watt.
And that makes you right.
Yes.
Oh,
yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
I just love the conviction.
On so many levels.
Yeah.
See, listen. If you get to this level of foolishness that I'm at right now, you have to say it like you believe it.
My favorite part of this is the Eagles won the Super Bowl with the best defense they've ever had, and it made you more convicted that defense is a luxury.
And the first move that they made in the offseason was re-signing their running back, gave him some more money, and letting a couple of their defensive players go. So, yes, I stand on business.
Conveniently ignoring
they signed Zach Bond after they signed
It was within a
Saquon
day,
Barkley.
and we don't know
But
if
who
they
signed
agreed.
first? What story broke
it was
first?
Report, okay, now
okay,
it's,
whose story broke
But
first?
technically, a year ago, they paid Huff before they paid
No,
Saquon.
but I'm just saying.
More money.
Okay, but who got paid first? When I made the historic take.
Oh God!
I
mean, I'm gonna be sick.
When I made the historic take that I had, I mean, the stars lined up for me.
I know you keep focusing on the money thing, but you realize they're spending tons of draft picks on the defense.
Yes, because they're cheaper.
Most valuable resource.
But those are very valuable resources.
Where is most of the money that's allocated to the Philadelphia?
That's my point, though. You keep thinking about the money.
We know. I mean, because the money
we're talking about all of their best resources.
Did you hear Mark Ross say, "Well, you weren't about money for"?
I know.
When anything happens, like a bank robber or anything like that, what do they always tell you? Follow the money.
Well, because there's no draft picks involved in a bank robbery.
No, but I'm saying the draft picks are cheaper. The reason why we're having all this agita about this team right now is because we have a young defense.
I know. But they're going to end up paying Jalen Carter, and it's all going to change.
Yeah, but
and then your famous take
it's going to be even more famous. I've been riding this.
Famously incorrect.
My famous take.
It's been wrong the whole time.
Famous doesn't mean right, by the way.
Has my famous take, you're trying to take my moment. My famous take has sustained me to this point, and it has been validated time and time again.
Fake news.
Every day. And
that's not.
And the reality of the situation is that every time something like this happens, I am validated. That's why I ain't got to say nothing, because I know you and Joe, I live rent-free in both of y'all head.
You just move the line every time it's proven wrong.
I do not move the line.
You do.
I do not.
What did they win the Super Bowl on the back of last year?
The defense played extremely well.
No, I don't need all the long talking. Oh, they won on the back of their defense.
Okay, fine. Because see, no, you just want me to say it. Okay, they won on the back of the defense.
That's it.
And then proceeded to let some of the guy that was almost the MVP of the game, they let him go.
So if they don't win it this year, what will you concede? They probably should have kept some of those defenders.
No, I will say.
So, there we go.
You could have ended it. Will you concede? No.
No, if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, it's because the offense fell short of the expectation.
Let me paint a picture for you.
Yes.
They're the same offense as last year. And the defense falls from 1 to 12, and they get knocked out in the first round. What changed?
What changed? Mm-hmm. Jalen Hurts probably didn't play as well as he played in the Super Bowl. If they do not make it far this year.
But I said it's the same offense.
Yeah, but and it's on Jalen. Where's the money? Where are the resources allocated? Where's the most?
Last year wasn't on Jalen.
When you let me say it like this for y'all can understand a little bit. Let me help y'all out.
I'll try it.
Help y'all out.
This has been going on for 3 years, and I still don't get it.
When we talk, let's just talk about matchups in the game. Do you feel like our offense, per the talent that we have, matches up well against any defense in the NFL?
Absolutely.
Okay, so there you have it.
But we didn't play that way for most of last year.
But what I'm saying is the way that we are constructed, we, player for player, man for man, we are better than most teams we face in the NFC, and I would say the AFC as well, because we've proven that, right? Like when you look at our roster, our offensive roster, we are the best on paper in the NFL.
One of them.
Who's better than us? Okay, I know you probably say Detroit, right?
Yeah, but they lost their coordinator, so maybe they're not quite as good.
Okay, so man for man.
Yeah, they're right
man for man. I'm not talking about stats. I'm not talking about performances from last year.
I would put those two at the top.
I'm talking
man
about
for man.
individual talent, player for player.
And Detroit lost some O-line, so it's probably I might actually rank the Eagles number 1 overall, all 11, right?
So per my awesome take that I have that has sustained me for this long, I'm right.
You keep telling yourself that.
Every day.
It's remarkable. It really is. Where did they finish in points last year? 7th, 8th? Where are the Eagles in points in the NFL? Yeah, offense.
I think they were 8th, maybe.
Yeah. I think the year before they were 7th.
Yeah. So they need to be, if in order, they can still be around there.
Sure they could. But
they could.
2 years ago, they were like 30th in defense. Then they jumped to 1. That's
the
what
defense
changed.
was the catalyst because Big Fangio caught lightning in a bottle. But if they're around that middling defense area, they should be fine because they have pound for pound the best offense in the NFL. They have the best at each position. The best individual players.
Not each position.
Well, almost.
Quarterback.
Well, almost. I'm just quarterback. So that's a question mark. I'll give you that. It's a question mark.
Well, he's not the best.
But he won the Super Bowl. MVP.
Well, that's where the argument. I can't argue that. 215-592-9494. Let's get back to the Phillies. Then we got to rank these 3 defensive players. 3 potentially available star defensive players. I need one of them here. Hugh obviously doesn't want to spend a dime on defense because that's what he does. Let's go to David in Westchester. David on the Phillies. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Dave?
Hey, Joe. How you doing there, delusional, disordered Douglas?
Dave, how am I delusional?
Well, we have all day here.
Okay, Dave.
Right.
Pick out the 2 or 3.
Point,
that okay? Huh? You said I was about to say you pick out 2 or 3, but you say this is not turning point because he hung up on us.
On you, yeah.
Got mad. I heard that click.
Yeah,
he hung up on us.
Yeah, I think that you earned that one.
What did I do?
I think everyone knows.
I gave him the floor, and I was just wondering why why did it bother him that I was as optimistic as I am?
There's nothing wrong with being optimistic. I think people like optimism in general. It's delusion that we have to fight back on.
How is it delusion?
They won the Phillies or the defense thing?
Well, pick either one because I feel confident about either one. I'm confident.
The Phillies is delusion because we're not going to win on bunts in the 11th inning every night. We keep running the bases like that.
You're right.
And have a bullpen like this. We're going to lose most games.
You're right. But you can't deny it's a spark. It was a spark that was much needed. So in a time when this team was spiraling out of control. I can't even say spiraling. But, yeah, it was spiraling out of control.
I agree with that.
And that could be the catalyst. There's a lot at play here, which, I guess Dave can't understand because Dave, since you hung up on me, now you're going to be, the subject.
Now you're in your feelings.
Yeah, a little bit because I ain't been hung up on in a long time. But Dave, this could be the potential of Otto Old-ass Otto Kemp.
Again, he's only 25.
Old-ass looking Otto Kemp to come in with his desire to be here. And you know what those guys that make $300, $400 million say? Be like, man, he's really, like, that's what it's like.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you forget what it took
to get there.
To get there.
I agree with that.
And you know, living in the suburbs and being able to drink your mocha latte and make your little smoothies and make TikTok videos and stuff like that.
This sounds like a shot at Harper. I mean, I'm just.
You can say whatever it is.
Oh man, how else to make TikToks with mochachinos?
You can't deny this. You can't deny that he came in yesterday in a one-game setting, which I it's not lost on me.
He played with his hair on fire. Yeah.
He played like he wanted to be there,
and
that's something we ain't. That's something we before I left, we complained about the fact that Bryce Harper has been plunked 3 times. Now he's on the IL, and nobody did nothing because that's the right thing to do. Sometimes you got to get your uniform dirty.
Well, I agree with that. That's why a Brave should have been beaned. We tried to tell you that 2 weeks ago,
and then you know,
took the high road.
but see. For me, Joe, so since we've made it personal, for me, it's for me personally, I've had too many violent moments to kind of condone violence.
Yeah, but in uniform is different.
I'm trying to move away from that. And there, like they say, when you say your brand, see that was kind of my brand back in. I'm trying to move away from that.
I know, but wasn't it fun to put Jim Miller in the dirt?
You got 5 minutes, I'm gonna break your face.
I mean, in the moment,
it was fun.
But as an adult, that has to set good examples for other people. As I soften up my voice now, because now we have to talk like grown-ups.
No,
you
we
can't
don't.
always condone violence in those situations.
Yes, you can. When it comes to sports, last night there was a fight at the end of the hockey game. It was awesome. More violence in sports is what we need. Let's go to Doug in Mechanicsburg. What's up, Doug?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up,
Doug? We're good.
Listen, I got to confess, I was prepared to take a brown grocery bag and a pair of scissors last night in case it went south quickly, and I would have written on it, "Wake me when it's over." I figured that would have been my 15 seconds of infamy.
You know, before you go on, we don't get that enough anymore. I feel like we don't see the people with the brown paper bags over their heads at the game anymore.
Well, New Orleans was the first to start that, I believe, years back, and I don't know if it's gotten that bad. But let me just tell you this, answering Hugh's question, and Hugh, listen, I respect you. You're a handsome man. But the collective last night, the bank, was not convinced, and it took a good amount of time, even at the bottom of the 11th, for the people to get on their feet. It wasn't the beginning of the inning. It wasn't getting 2 guys on. By the time we had a bases juiced, then the crowd starts to stand up. And that's to say, you've got to earn our trust back. You can't even get 1 guy in starting off at second with nobody out. So I will say this, it was incredible. It was electric. It was a fabulous game. Had everything. Guy was pitched. You know, it was great to see the coach go out. I had Cubs fans next to me. They brought their son, who's in high school. They're going to the Baltimore Orioles tomorrow. They're from Iowa. Mm-hmm. They saw everything last night. I told them, you guys got the full package of Philadelphia, South Philadelphia. So, again, though, it's really, I think the crowd knows it. You could have heard a pin drop when they got that run in the top of the 11th. Mm-hmm. But thankfully, it just all came back as that classic 9th inning type of heroics. But it took to the 11th to do it.
Yeah, Dave, I would use the word fortunate. It was fun, but also they were fortunate to win that game with the way they ran the bases last night. I mean,
absolutely.
I don't know which one. I mean, the Trey one, that was an interesting pickoff move by Boyd. I almost thought they were going to call it balk, so that one I could give a little pass. But the Sosa and the Castellanos ones, like, oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, and that's when the boost started. I mean, it was with Trey, man. Everybody was just set up at that point, and it really, I would say, every inning had a little bit of, a little groan here, a little boo there, and the crowd started to dwindle. There's some people that left the stadium once that Cubs run came in, and they're hating life at this point. But it was fun. It almost felt like a veteran stadium night last night of how late it went too.
Yeah, that's a good point. We don't have as many late games because the game started earlier now and the pitch clock. And Doug, we appreciate the phone call. I mean, the way he was describing it here, there was angst in that building last night.
No, I saw it.
Relief at the end, but angst the whole way.
Yeah, and that's fair. But the bottom line is this, and it for me it still holds true. It could be the catalyst for the turnaround. Like I'm not sitting here and saying that the Phillies played great. They won a great game. They did everything right. I'm not saying that.
Right, you didn't come on today and say the Phillies are back.
No, I didn't say that. I said they won, and this could be a turning point. It always starts ugly because, to your point, nobody has figured out how to do certain things. Nobody's has that fire.
Right.
That's why I said somebody last night had to come in and give them a spark. Old-ass Otto Kemp did that. That's what old-looking-ass Otto Kemp did.
25.
Leave Kemp alone.
No, I'm messing with him because he played well. He's in the vein right now for me as bubblehead Nick Sirianni because Coach was he was the catalyst for the Eagles when they went on the run that they went on.
Do all people with mustaches look older than they are? Does
No,
Kyle
he
look
does.
old?
No, he looks old.
Okay.
He looks like an old porn star. Like for real. He looks like
he's a rookie. He's 25.
Old ass 25-year-old rookie that looked like he used to do porn. Yeah. That's what he looks like.
I'm telling you.
Respectfully.
Yeah, always
respectfully.
Always respectfully.
You know, when you
yeah.
put respectfully on, you can't be mad at that. And
you can.
And not really.
Well, you
really.
can.
Because he came in and this is what I'm trying to relate to the people. It's that desire to come in, and he probably exuded that, hey man, this is my opportunity. Like, to your point, 25, that's an old ass rookie.
Well, it is, yes.
Like all jokes aside.
His path is different than most.
Yes,
yeah.
it's all jokes aside. So you get caught up, just think about it like this, people. You get caught up to play with megastars, and you see a moment that really could help define, and keep you here. He took advantage of that. And then not only that, the guys that were around him saw that. And they probably looked at it and said, man, that's kind of what we needed. And he brought them along with him. I like to call it shaming them into doing certain things, because you can't deny that as that game got tight, it felt like they were scratching and clawing to win that game.
Yeah.
Now, that's the thing that I think people need to look at. It wasn't pretty. It was not pretty. But they did what they had to in that moment to win the game.
Yeah, they could have rolled over. I mean, when Happ hit the home run off of Strahm, or when Hernandez gave up a run the top of the 11th, they could have rolled. I mean, they could have. But they fought, and it was, in general, like you feel like, all right, you can exhale a little bit after the win. But it wasn't. It was more fortunate than it was great. And I can't say after just one of these, that it's a turning point. I need to see more. And I hope Hugh's right on this. And we look back, a month from now, we said that was the turning point. Let's go to Black Gritty.
Black Gritty!
Up on WIP. Hey, Black Gritty.
Hugh, what it do, Joey Bear? Hugh, you ain't delusional, baby. You know what I mean? Last night was one of the greatest nights of my life. You know what I'm saying? I've been wasting my nights the last 2 weeks watching them play loser baseball, man. And last night I'm like, we know how to bunt. We did something strategically to win a game. For all the old school dudes to be called up talking about they've been watching the Phillies since 1944, talking about small ball works, that game was for you. That closeout was for you. They always call it. They don't know how to bunt, man. Where is that coming from? Back to back, but all them bunts. We leave 3 men on base with no outs more than anybody else I know. If it happens again and I don't see a bunt, I might set something on fire, y'all. I can't do it anymore. But Hugh, you're right. The young old Thundercat, you know what I mean, come up in there and put a light on somebody. Maybe they want to play a little harder. Bone, I just got to get rid of Bone. Marsh, I'm trying to send Marsh down, bring up some other young kids. You know Marsh, you came through and you know, in the wall last night. But I was ready to send him down and bring somebody to replace him too. Because I need some new blood in here before the trade deadline, because I'm trying to see some prospects do something out here, okay? And I just need it. But last night was amazing, Joe. You didn't like it?
Well, the end was amazing. All the base running outs, I didn't like that. They ran into 3 outs on the bases and ran into 3 double plays.
Yeah. See, you letting the truth get in front of a good story. You see what I'm saying?
That's true.
So
That is true.
Let me talk about football real quick. All right. First of all, Joe, you want everybody. You like Twitter, man. Every time somebody come available, you think we're gonna get them. You texted Howie 14 times. I don't want anybody that's available unless Vic Fangio wants them. Everybody wanted Huff. Huff was Bryce Huff. Oh, this is gonna be a great get. Nah, dude. So I need somebody who's gonna fit the system. I don't need a name. I need somebody who's gonna fit the system. And I feel like with all the picks and all the assets we got, Howie's gonna listen to Vic and get what we need. Okay? Because you know one thing, I tell you, like
What's
I
up?
tell the ladies, we going back to back. Get the honey pack. It's
Back
gonna be
to
hard,
back.
but we gonna get it done. You
No,
know what I'm
big
saying?
Black Gritty,
Get
you
the
ain't
honey
fooled.
pack.
Black Gritty, you too old to be fooled with them honey packs, dog. Leave that to them young kids.
Hey, it's the only way I go back to back. I gotta get the honey pack. I talk to y'all. We get that.
All right, Black Gritty. Appreciate it. There he goes.
Black Gritty going to the gas station getting the honey packs,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, what are we doing? Too old for that. All right, quickly before we chat with Devin coming up at 12 about the Phillies. Let's rank I want you to rank the three potentially available players. So we know Jair Alexander got released, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's available, and then you also have potentially T.J. Watt and potentially Trey Hendrickson. If you had to rank them,
Trey Hendrickson.
he's one. I did it again. Kyle didn't hear it.
Trey Hendrickson.
Okay.
I got to slow down and say
He's
his
one. He butchered it, Trey again.
No, you didn't.
not quite the same.
Not-
He's
but
a
I
good
tried,
player.
yeah.
17 and a half sacks last year.
I like Trey.
name. I didn't do that, but I butchered it, though.
He couldn't get the words out.
I couldn't get it.
All right, Hendrickson is one. Who's two? Watt or Alexander?
I would say, listening to what Mark said, TJ might not be. He feels like they're going to get something done.
Okay.
So, I mean, I would probably put, who was the other corner?
Jair.
Probably put Jair number two.
All right. Trey is one for two reasons. One, I want a pass rusher, and two, it's just for the show purposes. Like, Trey Hendrickson here for us is a good
home
player.
run.
17 and a half sacks last year.
I like Trey.
Excuse me.
It's a home run for our show. So I need him one. I go Watt 2, Alexander 3, just because the injuries he's had the last couple of years. So that's the way I would rank these few here. You got the audio back there?
Yeah, Hugh just now here.
Yeah, and then you also have potentially T.J. Watt and potentially Trey Hendrickson. If you had to rank them,
Trey Hendrickson.
he's one.
That ain't that bad.
Kind of here.
That's not nearly as bad as the other
No,
one.
it's not. He's a good player. 17 and a half sacks last
You
year.
ain't had to run it back. Excuse me. We got it. We got the gist of it. We got it. Sign Ranger to a long-term deal.
No, he's not worth that long-term deal.
You know what that reminds me of? You remember that Brady Bunch episode when it was like Peter Brady's voice was changing?
Yes,
when
yes.
it's time to change.
So-
when it's time to change. That was you.
Hugh, I remember it, but we're aging ourselves here with Brady Bunch references. I mean,
Everybody's like,
I'm not
who's the
familiar.
Brady Bunch? Yeah, it was a great episode because they fancied themselves rock stars.
when did that air? 50 years ago? It's 50 years ago.
Joe. I remember watching it when it was brand new.
And you're out here calling Otto Kemp
Yeah,
old.
but I'm just saying, he look about my age, though.
No, he does not.
He look like we hang out at the same
You gotta
establishment.
stop.
You're double Otto Kemp's age. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop it. We'll get Devin Caney's take on the Phillies coming up next. Then it's back to your phone calls here. Hugh believes last night could be a turning point for the Phillies season. Did you see it that way? We got to check in on the poll. Was last night a good win? I can't imagine many are saying
No,
yes.
I probably wouldn't say. They probably wouldn't say.
I mean, it was an ugly win. And again, they made 3 base running outs on the bases. All right, we'll get to your phone calls. Plus, are you sure the Eagles have enough on the defensive side to be great again? I'm not. Trey Hendrickson, if he's available, I want to go get him. We know Jair Alexander is available. Where do you come down on that? It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
You know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, Of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Stars and Stripes Harley. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, HelenSausage.com. When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Paul Skeens has been sensational. Sub-2 ERA and poise that screams ace. But his brilliance is vanishing into Pittsburgh's black hole. The Pirates are scoring just about 3 runs per game, their worst mark in 108 years. And Skeens has only 4 wins and 14 starts. And so the clock starts ticking. Because if this keeps up, it's hard not to see the inevitable. Skeens in a bigger market, pitching in games that actually matter. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Push on.
They push, they shove, they're in. Touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swing and a drive, center field and deep. JT is home to score. And the Phillies have won it. Brandon Marsh with a walk-off as the Phillies rally for 2 runs in the bottom of the 11th. And they beat the Cubs and snap their losing streak, a 4-3 win. Wow, how do you like that?
Yeah, Wow was right, especially with the way that game was going early. Strom blows it, and of course the base running issue. But the Phillies find a way last night, 11 innings off the bat of Brandon Marsh. Plus, Hugh, we get Otto Kemp, who's the guy today. 3 hits last night, the bunt in the 11th inning, a win for the Phillies. They very much need. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, 215-592-9494 to hop in. We'll get back to all your phone calls. Was last night, will we remember it as a turning point for the season? Hugh Douglas believes so. I need to see a little bit more before I go there. We'll get back to everyone's phone calls on all this. But let's talk some Phillies here. Devin Caney joining us as she does every week around this time. Devin, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Joe and WIP's newest Phillies insider, Hugh Douglas. How are you guys doing?
What's going on, Dev? How you doing?
I look, I'm a lot better after last night's game. I mean, to say I don't like to title games, must wins, but that certainly felt like a game that the Phillies needed to win for morale, for their record, for many reasons. So, very happy they pulled it out, even though it went a little bit late for me.
I'm kind of curious, Dev, because that was a late game. But I'm kind of curious, what was the players' reaction, the other guys' reaction to Otto Kemp? I mean, I obviously saw the Gatorade bath, but outside of that, when he was in there, what was their reaction to him that you could pick up on?
I mean, even before the game, I think the reaction has just been, welcoming him with open arms. And I think, a new face, new energy, new personality in that clubhouse is, a welcome change for these guys right now. They need something, right? Like they need like a boost. And we saw they pretty much won that game last night because of Otto Kemp. What he was able to do. I know he made one error, but he still, played pretty well defensively the rest of the way. And then offensively, winning it with 2 bunts, and one of them came thanks to Otto Kemp, was massive. And even before the game, Rob Thompson said Otto Kemp, has a swagger about him. He has a confidence about him. Kyle Schwarber said he's, come in and fit right in. He walked into the clubhouse yesterday with JT Realmuto. So I think he's fitting right in, and it's really cool to see him have those big moments. Last night was actually his first time in Citizens Bank Park, like not even just playing, but ever. Like he had never stepped foot in Citizens Bank Park because he told us he wanted to wait to fully experience it, when he, or if he was ultimately called up by the Phillies. So to have his first moment, his first game in Philadelphia be last night's win is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a heck of a debut in Citizens Bank Park. 3 hits last night, and as you said, that bunt in the 11th really helped. So, Devin, what do you think the plan is going to be for Otto? So we know he's up here because Bryce Harper got hurt, so they need another bat, and they can move guys around the corner infield, and Bohm could play at first base. Do you think it's going to be primarily third base right now for Otto and then Bohm at first? Because in the minor leagues, Otto was moving. He was at third, some second, some left field, and we know left field's not great right now for the Phillies. How do you think they're going to use him while he's up here?
Yeah, he really played all over the place in AAA. So before the game, Rob Thompson actually told us they plan to ultimately flip Otto and Alec Bohm. So, and like soon, I asked him, what's the timeline on that? Trying to really get a sense of Bryce Harper. We'll hopefully find more about Bryce Harper's injury before the game today because he saw a doctor yesterday. But for now, They want to move Alec Bohm back to third base and move Otto Kemp to first. He said by the end of the week, ideally, they want to get Otto, a little bit more work at first before officially making that move. But that tells me two things. A, he could be up here for longer than, he or we expect. B, Bryce Harper might be on the IL a little bit longer than we first predicted. And C, they probably trust Alec Bohm a little bit more at third, even though Otto, besides the error, played pretty well at third base last night.
All right, let's talk about the Harper thing for a second, because Devin, I'm kind of confused what the injury is. So typically, I feel like when baseball players have wrist injuries, it's either like a torn ligament, like something happened, like you see it on a swing, right? The guy swings and then he's shaking his wrist out, or there's an injury where like he dove for the ball or he jammed his wrist into a base. We don't really have any of those things with Bryce. It just felt like it bothered him last year, and then it went away, and now it's bothering him again. I know they haven't said, but do you find the Bryce thing a little bizarre? I know we're going to get an update soon, hopefully. It just doesn't feel like there's an actual injury. It's just his wrist is bothering him, which that's not a typical injury of a baseball player.
Yeah, and that almost concerns me more than if we knew exactly what it was, right? Like if we knew it was, say, a wrist sprain and they had kind of a set timeline for when he would recover from it. Like that would give me, and I think most Phillies fans, more hope for when he's going to return and if he can return, soon, or if it's going to be longer than we think. So he saw a both Harper and Aaron Nola saw Phillies doctor last night. Rob Thompson told us after the game he hadn't spoken to the doctor, Paul, and he was going to have an update hopefully before the game today. But it is pretty concerning just because it's this mysterious wrist soreness, inflammation, injury that Harper had last season. I know you guys mentioned this on yesterday's show. He said he didn't really feel better from that or recover from that until December of 2024. And if he's feeling the same thing and it's some type of lingering soreness injury, that doesn't really give me a lot of hope for Harper, who wasn't really having a great season to begin with. I know he started picking it up offensively, but still was kind of lacking in the power department. I hope that it's not something that's going to affect him long-term in the season. And I'm eager to find out what Rob Thompson says today about it.
Devin Caney with us here talking some Phillies. So, Devin, on Sunday, Rob Thompson alluded to that day they could make some changes, maybe to the lineup. Now, yesterday I almost felt like it was a free pass because they were facing a lefty, and when they face a lefty, Turner hits leadoff anyway, and then usually, Schwarber's behind him, and Stott sometimes doesn't even play against lefties, a lot actually. So I didn't feel like last night was a good sense of, are they really making changes? Tonight they're going to face a righty. What's your guess here? Do you think it's going to be back to Stott leading off as he has against righties since mid-April, or do you think tonight is when we see the actual change, which would probably be Turner as the leadoff guy and Stott maybe towards the bottom of the order?
Yeah, so yesterday it was funny. They were really late releasing the lineup, which doesn't usually happen. This was after Rob Thompson said that they were going to make some changes, and then they come out with a lineup that is pretty much exactly the same as the lineup that they usually roll out against a lefty. I would guess today that Trey Turner will stay in the leadoff spot. Rob Thompson didn't hold back, when he was asked about Bryson Stott's struggles and how he's kind of going through a bit of a lull offensively, especially when he's hitting in the leadoff spot. He said he needs to find the strike zone again. He needs to relax. So I think until Bryson Stott shows a little bit more, they're going to keep Trey Turner in that leadoff spot. And I'm okay with that.
Are you okay with Hugh Douglas putting himself on the list of Phillies authorities here at WIP? I mean, he basically said there's only three right now. It's Ben Davis, Ruben Amaro, you, Devin, who covers the Phillies for us, and then he's on that list with you guys.
I said Jack, too. I gave Jack.
He did say, begrudgingly, he put Jack on, but
he
no
forgot
James.
about him at first.
No James. Where do you come down on all this?
Yeah, first of all, I'm honored. It's like, two former Phillies and a former Phillies GM, and then me. I think one of those things does not belong. But Hugh, I heard that, and I'm so honored. Look, Hugh was one of the only ones who said, I think the Phillies might bounce back tonight before yesterday's game. When everyone was down and out about the Phillies, he stayed positive. So I have to respect that. I mean, Hugh might be the newest Phillies insider at the station. Jackie Baseball needs to watch out.
But I just like.
Why are you
Devin.
adding to this?
Yeah, I just like the fact that Kyle cringes lose.
Well, Gee's always positive. Like, if you were here Thursday and Friday, he would have been like, everything's going to be fine this weekend. I got tomato can in town.
And guess what? They probably would have won if I was here.
They got their asses kicked by the worst team in the league.
Wait a minute. First of all, y'all want to blame me when they lose, but don't want to give me credit when they win.
Yes,
What's going on?
that's exactly how we do it. What are you talking about? You don't get any credit.
Gotta love it.
Well, so can I ask you, as our newest official Phillies insider, are the Phillies going to win again today? Like, have they turned the season around?
You know what, Devin? I've been sitting here thinking that, and I was hoping you wouldn't ask me this question because I've been looking at the odds, and it's similar to the odds of yesterday's game.
Do it, Hugh.
I just
guarantee it, Hugh. Let's go.
I haven't figured it out. Like, we got Mick Abel on the mound, Colin Rea. Give me. I will have a prediction by the end of the show.
Okay.
Because I guess I've already predicted because I already put my parlay together.
Oh, again?
Yeah, I did.
How much money are you down now? He's betting every day on home runs from the Phillies. It's not working.
Hey, Devin.
Sure, that's really working.
I'm down like $6. I'm hurting right now.
Oh no! You need a little help.
I didn't put. No, I picked. So to answer your question, because I already put my parlays in, I forgot. I picked the Phillies to win today. Where's my music? What's 21 plus in prison? That is not
the music.
You're already disappointed the whole live studio
No,
audience
I forgot because I had a lot going on here. You know,
a lot going on.
Yeah,
I had your prediction by the end of the show.
Well, no, because
ready to have your music again.
I know, but I forgot I had already put my bet in.
Okay.
Because I picked him to win. Now, this is where I changed it a little bit.
Okay.
I didn't put any parlays in the actual game. I picked them to win along with other teams to win.
You're betting parlays across baseball now?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, God.
So that's what I did. $2.
He's a baseball guy.
That's right. I mean,
and listen, if I hit this 4-leg parlay, y'all ain't gonna be able to tell me nothing.
I'm gonna cut your mic off tomorrow. Is what we're gonna do. Devin, thank you so much, and we'll talk next week. And enjoy the game today.
All right, thanks, guys.
There she goes. Devin Caney covering the Phillies. One of our Phillies authorities here at WIP. Yeah. Ruben Amaro, Ben Davis, Devin Caney. I think you have to put Jack and James at least together. Hugh doesn't want to, and he wants to put himself on the list.
I got Jack, but not James.
I think James is, James is a baseball
listen,
guy.
I can't be cool. I got to have beef with somebody, so I got beef with James.
Well, you got beef with our whole audience.
You totally set me up for failure with the music.
No, because, Kyle, I forgot, because in the break, you know what it's gotten to the point? It used to be that when I asked Joe about parlays, he was more than willing to help. I wasn't going to say nothing, but like all of a sudden, I'll ask him about a parlay, and he'll pretend like he don't hear what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but because now your head is inflated.
That's right. We got to bring you back down to earth.
No, because I'll ask him about a parlay, and he will just completely ignore me.
All right, you want help on a parlay?
It's too late. I got one now.
I was going to help. You didn't say, can I have a hand here? You're just talking out loud.
Well, because every time I talk out loud, you say, oh, that's a pretty good one. But then normally, lately, you ain't been saying a whole lot.
Well, I mean.
Well, now we're trying to prepare the show, and he was like, so let me think. Schwarber.
Yeah, I know. I think you have a problem.
One thing at a time.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm worried about you.
No,
$2
I'm just saying,
parlays at a time.
I'll tell you what, if I hit this one tonight,
I know. See, that's why I couldn't help you. Because you're already walking around here with a big head.
Let me tell you, because I had the ones that I did hit last night.
Yeah.
If it was one that I had that was a parlay, it was like a $2 bet, but it would have got me like $100. Yeah. I'm trying. Hey, listen. I'm going for the big swing. I'm going for the big swing. If I get $100, Jay and all them other cats that be trying to clown me about my $2 parlays, they ain't gonna be able to tell me nothing.
Well, you had $100 bet that'll sustain you for another 2 months.
It might even sustain me for a year.
All right, 215-592-9494. All right, before we go back to the phone lines, what do we think about what Devin said and what we were waiting on Bryce Harper? Guys, yesterday, so first of all, I'm confused at what his injury is. What is hurting him in his wrist? Typically, when there's a wrist injury, like if you go through the history of baseball players with wrist injuries, Hugh, it's usually you watch it happen, right? Mm-hmm. Like the guy gets hit by a pitch on his wrist, broken wrist. Okay, that's pretty understandable. It's got to heal or surgery or whatever. Or someone dives in the field, whether they get their wrist jammed on a base. That happens very often when a guy slides head first. Or they're trying to catch the ball in the outfield and their wrist gets caught under their glove, right? You can kind of picture how wrist injuries happen in baseball. Mm-hmm. We don't have any of that with Bryce. This is like a long-term thing. It just bothers him, and it got worse last year. He tried to play through it. It got worse again. So There's no clarity on, like, when did this happen? Why does it happen? What does he do that hurts it? Then we have yesterday where the Phillies said, and Devin told us, that they were set to see the doctor, and it sounded like yesterday there was going to be an update after the game. That didn't come. Now Devin is saying that we may get an update today before the game. Are you concerned about what this update's going to be for Bryce Harper? Because I am. This doesn't feel like a normal injury where it's like, hey, 10 days, 2 weeks, knock it out and come back.
I'll say this about that, Joe, as I think about it, because there's a lot at play here for me when I think about this answer that I'm about to give. For whatever, and I'm not picking on anybody, but I'm just reading the tea leaves and listening to what has been going on. This training staff feels like they've missed some things at times.
I agree with you.
I don't want to indict anybody because they know more than I do, and they're there every day. But when you talk about the Aaron Nola, the ankle thing, and the Bryce Harper elbow thing, and the fact that it had been nagging him for a while, and he played a couple days.
Yep.
It's one of those things where, and there was something else early in the year that happened with the play. Was it a Ranger or something? It was somebody. But it just feels like, for whatever reason, that not necessarily them, because like I said, I don't want to indict them because I don't have all the information. But it just feels like somebody's not checking all the boxes.
Feels like they're slow to go through the full gamut of looking at the player. Like maybe they'll check it out, but no MRI at first.
Yeah. That's what it was. Somebody was going to get an MRI, and they delayed it.
So I'm trying to think back to the one this year, but I know when Bryce had the injury with his elbow in 2022, they slow played that MRI for like a week and a half. He heard it. Then he just didn't play the field, and then they said it felt a little better. He tried to play catch, and then it hurt again, and then they're like, go get the MRI checked out, and they realized, well, his ligament's damaged.
Well, you know what it is, and I hate to say it. It's pretty Sixers-esque.
It is. Yeah, it's probably no big deal, and then it actually is a big deal.
I mean, they let Nola out there for
two starts.
How many starts?
Two starts.
Yeah. And they were like, no, he's been feeling it for a little while. It's like, well, okay.
Why don't we check this out?
We're making it worse?
I know. Look, I'm trying to be optimistic on the Bryce thing, and let's hope this is just a few weeks of rest and he's back. I want to know what the issue is. I want to know what is his injury besides his wrist is bothering him. That's not an injury. What is that? Like, give me a diagnosis. Maybe we'll get one from Topper for the game today. 215-592-9494. All right, let's talk to Big V in Mount Laurel. Yeah. Big V, how we doing?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Well, we're good. We got a win last night, so.
Kyle yelling at me for having.
I was about to.
Did he hang up?
Tragic.
Did you hang up on him?
No, I didn't.
All right. Well, it would have been funny if you did. Chris in Dover. What's up, Chris?
Uh-oh.
Chris?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey, Chris. What's up? That's all right.
At work, man. I apologize, but I can't.
We are too.
Hey. Yeah, I love it. Well, it's great. Hey, listen, I've had the porn mustache since '87, man. I realize it's coming back into style. I love it.
Did you feel like you looked older because of it? Because Hugh apparently thinks anyone that has it looks like they're 50.
No, come on, dog. He looks older, though.
He doesn't look that old.
He's an old-looking 25, though. Seriously.
You said he was weathered,
He's
like
really
a catcher's
not that
mitt.
old looking at all.
I know.
I was a young-looking 20-year-old when I had mine, and I'm probably still a younger-looking guy with mine at 50-something.
Keep telling yourself that.
So, Chris, what do you think?
Anyway,
was that a turning point last night?
Absolutely not. It was a scrappy win. I like seeing the bunts, the scrappy little win. Agreed there. But I got a quick Eagle win at the end, too.
Mm-hmm. Go
listen, this team, why don't we bring young guys up? The rest of baseball does this. We got to bring some. I know we brought up Abel. All right, he's had 2 starts. We're bringing up some, but we need to infuse some young talent that is highly regarded. Stop sitting on our hands, waiting for things to change. We got a lot of older guys. Some of them performing, some of them not. Some of them hurt. By the way, that Harper thing is very concerning. Very concerning. The season could go totally south if they come up with a not so great update today on that wrist. Let's be honest about that. But this team, front office, and I don't even blame Topper. I blame the front office. Last 2 years, insignificant moves. We hold and wait on the young guys. Joe, the rest of baseball, do they bring up young players all the time?
Well, they do, yeah. And it's not uncommon to see guys come up at 20, 21, 22 years old if they can help the team. And sometimes, Chris, teams will bring a guy up, and I'll give the Phillies credit with Abel, because that's kind of what they did, but then he ended up coming back anyway. They'll call a guy up even when it's not even like really his turn, just because they have a day they need a player. They'll get his feet wet, and then they send him back. I mean, you're trying to win games. I mean, that's the bottom line. Last night, the Red Sox brought up the best hitting prospect in baseball, even though they don't really have a spot for him, because he's just ready. And they're going to all right, we'll figure it out. And he was in the lineup last night. Sometimes you just got to get the guy up here.
And they need a spark.
Yeah.
The Sox stink right now. They need a spark. And they brought up Meyer 2 weeks ago, another highly regarded prospect. And that's my point, where these other teams do this. The Phillies, we sit, we hold them. We don't make moves. We don't even trade them. We just hold them in the minor leagues forever. And that's the problem. And it's got to change.
Well, the Kemp thing, and Chris, good phone call. Hugh, the Kemp thing really did make me think about the next, because I agree with you. It did feel like a spark, right? Mm-hmm. His energy did feel like it gave them something here that they didn't have before last night.
Yeah.
And who's next, right? The people keep bringing up the idea of Justin Crawford. Now, he came out of the game last week or didn't play in a couple games because of a quad issue. I don't know if he's fully healthy yet or how serious that is. We'll see the next few days if he's playing. But I don't think it's far away from him coming up. And then Andrew Painter. Let's hear Topper yesterday. Painter apparently is going to pitch twice this week on more of a limited pitch count because he could pitch twice within a week. Here's Topper yesterday, latest on the Painter progress.
Painter's pitching on normal rest. Are you pitching twice this week?
Yeah, so tomorrow he'll go 575. So it's a pullback because he's going again on Sunday on 4 days rest. So I think the Sunday start's probably going to be another 575, if not something less than that.
All right, so 2 starts this week for Painter, but we're dialing back the pitches because he's pitching every 4th day or whatever. I can't wait till he gets here. And every time the Phillies talk about it, it feels to me he would like they're slow playing the Painter thing. A little slow play.
Still trying to figure out the pitching situation.
Well, it's like they don't have a spot for him yet.
Yeah, they're trying to figure that out.
So they're just going to slow play this. When is he going to pitch?
Don't you feel like the biggest thing they need to figure out is what Nola is when he comes back?
Yes. Well, also, can Abel keep doing this?
Yeah.
He pitches tonight, and it's against a good lineup. He's had 2 really good starts, Mick Abel. The first one was dominant against the Pirates lineup that's not very good. The last one was good, I would say.
Yeah.
Could he do it again?
I mean, because I feel like the last thing they want to do is bring him up and then not really have an extended role for him.
An idea of what he's doing.
Yeah, because they're going to send him back or, not have him stretched out and, to be able to go deep in the game. I don't know, but it feels like the worst thing they can do is bring him up, send him back, go back and forth with it.
I don't think they know right now. I mean, I'm being honest about that. I'm not saying it as a negative. I don't think they know when he's going to arrive or what his role is going to be when he gets here. It's almost like they're waiting for it kind of to figure itself out. Someone else gets hurt, someone comes back, he performs, whatever, and then they go from there. 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, your phone calls here on the Phils and the Eagles as well. Hugh Douglas believes last night could be a turning point for the entire season.
Whole season.
Compared it to the Browns and the Eagles in Week 5. Where do you come down on last night? Was that a turning point kind of victory? We will also celebrate Zach Wheeler's night. Boy, that guy is good. A week off, no pitching. Guy was, with his family in the hospital, babies, comes back, just dominates like he usually does. Also had a milestone last night in a Phillies uniform. We'll celebrate Wheeler. Your phone calls the Phillies. Are you sure the Eagles have enough on the defense side of the football? Trey Hendrickson holding out at Cincinnati. TJ Watt holding out in Pittsburgh. And, of course, Jair Alexander. Are you sure? I mean, Trey would look good here, wouldn't he? He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey.
Excuse me.
I do too, Hugh. I'll be honest with you.
The more we play this, the more Hugh is turned off by the idea.
I know. He hates it.
I knew this was coming.
Yeah. I mean, we'll play
I'm standing steadfast.
Let's make a pact with everyone. If they acquire Trey Hendrickson, we play that cut every segment for an entire show. He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey.
The I Like Trey show on the Midday Show. 215.
I like Trey.
94.94. It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Maybe we could come up with a home run bet for Hugh Douglas here. He's putting parlays in left and right. That means when you bet on moonshots, you could take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to gear up and go yard all season long. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is no withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? Joe Camera needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming!
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
The hottest girls in the Delaware Valley in nothing but their birthday suits. It's happening this Tuesday night at Club Risque Philly. See for yourself entertainers wearing nothing but a smile. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
The brand new summer menu is out at McGurk's. Get ready to drool over a mouth-watering smash burger packed with so much flavor. And wait until you try the lobster roll. Fresh, shocked in-house. The ultimate summer delight. Grab your crew and head over to McGurk's today.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content, across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit ViantInc.com/CTV to unlock real results today.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here's the windup and the 1-2 pitch to Tucker. Swing and a miss, struck him out. 96. I guess he's feeling all right.
Yeah, so.
As that is his 1,000th strikeout in his Phillies career. They put that up on Fanavision. That gets the folks out of their chairs to salute Zach Wheeler, who has now hit the century mark in strikeouts while wearing a Phillies uniform. He's the fastest ever to do so in terms of games pitched.
Fastest ever to 1,000 strikeouts in a Phillies uniform. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio.
Is this the group that sings Highway to Hell? I can't think of the name.
Yes, AC/DC.
Okay. My fault for all the AC/DC fans. I couldn't think of the name.
You're upset. I always feel like I'm in a stadium when I hear AC/DC. Yeah, it's like a football game. You're at the link at halftime.
Yeah.
I saw him in 08.
Did you? Good show?
This sounds like this is a fun show.
Yes, I imagine it is. And you know what else is fun? Watching Zach Wheeler pitch. I don't know if I've ever felt an athlete go under the radar with greatness as much as Zach Wheeler. Like, we're just numb to it. It's almost every time.
Because it's expected.
It's expected. It's rare that he has a game that it's like leading Sports Center, right? Like he doesn't have many
like a ho-hum type situation.
It's ho-hum excellence. He doesn't have, I mean, he's had a few of them, but he doesn't have like many 8 innings, 15 strikeouts. I think he's had, if I had it just off the top of my head, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5, 13 strikeout games of Philly. But that's not normal. But he also has very few bad ones. It's usually exactly what it was last night. 6, 7 innings, 1 run. Bunch of strikeouts, very few walks. He's in control of the game basically the entire time. And I know the afternoon show is doing top 11 this week. I don't know how the voting is going to come down. And I understand that we're coming off Saquon's all-time year. But as I was thinking about my top 11 to vote for those guys, Zach Wheeler is a top 2 or 3 athlete in the city. And anything less than that is wrong. I mean, he's great. He's the best player on the Phillies, the most consistently excellent player on the Phillies. He's an amazing pitcher. And I feel like sometimes we're just like, oh, yeah, Wheeler's pitching, and we don't get super excited. He's awesome. All he does is dominate. I feel like are we numb to it?
Well, I mean, last night we spent a lot of time on Hugh talking about old Otto Kemp and the other young guys.
Old ass.
The daycare coming back.
And he's not really old.
Old ass looking Otto Kemp.
Yeah. The real story, though, is that our stopper was on the mound, and he pitched like it. I mean, like if you want to look at one reason the Phillies won that game yesterday, you can look right at Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, that's a big reason.
They needed him to stop the bleeding. It was a 5-game losing streak.
Yes.
You have your best pitcher on the mound. That's the time they needed to be their best player, and he was. I mean, it's a shame they didn't get him the win because they ended up they let the tying run up with the bullpen like usual, but. I mean, Zach Wheeler came in and pitched exactly like the guy you needed them to be.
And the amazing part about yesterday for me was, and I don't know if he was able to kind of sneak out and throw a bullpen or do his usual routine this past week because he was with his wife as they had a baby. But, like, he kind of rolled out of bed and shut the Cubs down. I mean, like, I don't even know if he was in his normal routine because the last week he was away from the team. And, maybe he was able to throw or something. But he was not in his typical routine with the team. And he still rolled out there yesterday, Hugh, and dominated one of the best. I think the Cubs are either first or second in baseball in runs. And he dominated. He has now pitched in his Phillies career Last night was his 146th start as a Philly. He has a 2.93 ERA in almost now 1,000 innings. This guy's remarkable. And this might be the best we've ever seen him. I mean, his strikeouts are up, his walks are down. This guy's ridiculous.
You know what's funny? When I think about, a lot of times when I look at the matchups and think about this team, it's never, you always look at the pitcher. You know, and,
right.
you look at that first and foremost. And for the most part, when you look at our pitchers, you really don't worry about them as much as you worry about the everyday guys.
Of course.
Because we have a solid group. It's just that suburban energy that they like to exude on a day-to-day basis that you're kind of concerned about.
I still don't understand suburban energy.
Well, it's the kids that like rode around in the minivan, you know, had all the equipment. I just found out like a whole catcher's outfit.
Yeah.
Because I'm, you know, it looks like I'm going to be that.
You're going to wear it?
Well, no, because, you know, Harper
should.
really likes baseball. So now it's okay. Now he's 6, so now you're trying to figure out.
Does he want to catch?
Well, you're just trying to figure out what position he's going to play. So I'm just pricing different things. Like a small one for him is like $300. So it's one of those things. When I say suburban energy, it's the kids that had the parents that could fly them to all the baseball games and do all the other stuff.
To translate, I think he was saying some of these guys don't feel like they have that dog in them anymore.
Yeah.
That fight.
Yeah.
They're comfortable.
And I was doing it in the long way. I was long talking.
Otto Kemp doesn't have that because he's fighting.
He trying to get it from the mud.
Yeah. But then
he was grimy last night. Like, that's how, when I look at Otto was grimy last night.
What makes Wheeler interesting is he kind of exudes that like he hasn't done anything, except he has done a lot. Like he's I think this year he's the highest paid pitcher in baseball on like his yearly salary. He goes out there and just dominates. It's quiet greatness all the time.
And the Cubs are the number 2 offense in terms of runs in all of baseball.
Yeah, and after that Tucker home run, nothing happened last night.
Yeah, and Crow Armstrong, like he's an MVP candidate too.
Yep. Yeah, they're loaded. They have a lot, and Wheeler shut him down. Great start by Wheeler, and we're used to it. And as I fill out my top 11 for the afternoon show, he's near the top. I'm considering Barkley 1 and him 2 above everybody else in the city right now. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go back to the phones. Hugh, you said it earlier. You still believe it? Was that a turning point last night?
I believe it was. I believe it can be.
I hope you're right. I guess I was.
I know it's hard to believe because of the ugliness that was on display.
And that's a good word. When you get thrown on the bases 3 times, it's ugly baseball.
Joe, I'm not sitting here. The one thing I'm not trying to do is be disrespectful to people who have been watching baseball a long ass time and they see what they see.
Well, and you're an authority now.
Man, I'm that dude that y'all need to listen to. But what I can tell you, I've never played baseball, but I know momentum, and I know what grimy looks like. I know what it's like for somebody. I know what want to looks like. That's a better way of saying it.
Yes.
I know what want to looks like.
And Otto has that.
And Otto had that want to last night. And that's something that no matter if you play baseball, football, or any other professional sport, that it translates to all the professional sports. That's why when Ben comes in here and, he's talking about football. Ben didn't play football. He probably could have with his big ass and his big – shout out to his big-ass son. He's a big-ass kid, man.
Ben Davis definitely could have played football.
He could have played football.
Oh, yeah, he's a
big
dude.
He understands – and this is the thing that people need to understand is that he understands what it takes to play the game at the highest level. And that's something that no matter what sport you play, it's needed for all sports.
Yep.
So that's what I'm talking about when I say I want to. I know what that looks like because it's a look that players have, and it's a confidence that they exude. And when you talk about the fact that Otto Kemp hadn't laid down a bunt since, 2021?
Yeah, 4 years.
And comes up here and does exactly what's needed to help them win. That should tell you everything that you need to know.
So I love the energy he provided. I think he's going to help them a little bit offensively because he was on a heater down at AAA. But they need the big stars, and I know Bryce is down right now, but they need those guys to be the catalyst if I'm going to buy. Like, what would make me feel like we have a turning point? Tonight they go out there, Turner home run, Schwarber home run, Castellanos home run. And a ringing double off the wall. I'm not going to expect too much at Alec Bohm, but like drive a baseball to the gap instead of just a slap single. That would make me feel like, all right, we're back. Also, is today, tomorrow's Luzardo, Abel tonight, right? Abel pitches well again. Like, they shut him down out of the bullpen. Those are things that would make me feel like the Phillies have turned the corner. 215-592-9494. For a Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. All right, do you believe we will remember last night as the turning point of the Phillies season? 83% said no.
I believe that because you have a lot of diehard Phillies, and that's okay. You don't have to believe it until you see it. I mean, and that's kind of, to be honest, that's kind of where people were at the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it kind of plays into that.
Looking at some of the response to the Twitter poll, this is one of those where people assume I'm the one saying it was a turning point, and they're mad at me.
Again, Joe.
Typical flip-flopping Julio.
Again, Joe.
Such a number one dork you are. Stop this nonsense.
Do you know what's funny? You know what I find funny about
one.
I'm the top dork. That's right.
I find funny about the Twitter comments that people make is that, especially the ones that say they don't listen to the show, but they know what we're talking about, or they listen to the clip. So, in essence, when you respond that you don't listen to a clip that we put up, you're kind of watching the show.
Sure.
I mean, I think that's kind of so when you, I don't, you can't get too caught up in what people say on Twitter or you people. Shout out to you people out there.
Oh, we'll hear from them.
Because I'm pretty sure they probably got a lot to say to
Well,
them.
they do. Yeah, you're getting crushed there. Also, we have a scandal to get to involving you again. So
What'd I do?
We'll find out.
Wait a minute. Somebody took pictures? Somebody, hold on. Wait a minute. What we talking about?
Why are you so nervous?
Wait a minute.
Pictures of what?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I went out of town and, I ain't tell y'all everything.
No, this is something. This is an offense.
No need to worry, bud.
This is an offense that happened in the studio.
Oh, okay.
So you're.
Yeah,
Well, you got some guilty energy over there. The pictures? Pictures of what?
I'm just saying. Wait, what y'all see? What y'all see?
That was a real John Jotze guilty action out of Hugh. All right, Dave in Bordentown. What's up, Dave?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Yeah, so first, I have to agree with Kyle Schwarber on something. Also, as Phillies fans, we have to stop getting so high and then getting so low. Baseball's a really long season. How many times are we going to go through this cycle of, man, the Phillies are done. They're done. They're not coming back. Then it's, hey, they may be back. Oh, the Phillies are the best team in baseball. Let's go. They're the best. Oh, we're back to, hey, this is a team that gets very streaky. Maybe they get into another streak right now. At the end of the day, we have to realize they are 4.5 games back of the best record in baseball. There was a caller earlier talking about putting a paper bag on their head.
Yes.
Are we the Colorado Rockies?
No, but so Dave, there's different ways to look at the same thing, right? Like you could look at one picture and see one thing, and I see another. So you're right. I mean, you gave facts there. They're also right now only 2 games up on a postseason spot. Like you could say so that I think that's why there's a lot of emotion day to day. At least for me, Dave. I just because I look at it. I look at a season where I don't think October is a lock. Like you could say to me, Joe, they could end up with the best record in baseball, and they maybe. But I also could say there's probably going to be an 87 or 88 win team in the National League that does not make the playoffs. So that's why I feel like they're all big games, and I have to react to them like that.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, look at the Diamondbacks last year.
Right.
100%. The thing is, though, it's a long season. For us to keep on getting to this, the highs of the highs and the lows of the lows, like, you got to realize it's cyclical. With that, where I do agree with you, too, Otto Kemp could be, a lightning bolt. And the reason being here is the one thing we're not talking about is the fact that, yes, we don't know what's going on with Bryce, but when he does come back and he's playing first base again, if Otto Kemp is hitting and he's doing the things like he did last night where he, gets 3 hits, he's laying a bunt down to, end up getting an eventual winning run. Hey, Alec, guess what? You're catching some pine on your butt there, buddy, because Otto Kemp's taking your spot.
Dave, I totally agree. And we all hope the Harper thing is short, right? So let's play it out. Let's say 2 weeks from now, Otto Kemp is hitting, right? Like he's got some pop in his bat. He's hitting. He's helping the team, energy, all the stuff we've talked about. And Bryce returns. Otto Kemp is staying in my lineup, Dave. Some way, somehow. I don't care. And I know he played some left in AAA. However they got to do it, or third, which is his natural position. I'm with you.
And I think this is also a good reminder for, Johan Rojas, for Max Kepler, for Brandon Marsh, for Weston Wilson, that, hey, we got a guy in AAA right now, Justin Crawford, who's, I believe, is hitting 349. Hey, guess what? You very well could be next. So we're not asking you to press, because I think there's a lot of times where these guys in this lineup, they start to press. Just get up there and hit the ball. You don't need to hit a home run. Get a blue single. Find that seeing eye single. Just get the ball in play. Just do what you've done to get up to this spot. But hey, Justin Crawford's waiting in the wings. I know there was a guy who called earlier talking about prospects. One, the Phillies really haven't had the prospects really up until the last 2 years to start talking about, hey, let's get them up here. Hey, they're starting to get to that point now where we can get these guys up. Andrew Painter's been hurt. There's going to be he's going to be up in the next couple of weeks, probably around the All-Star break. It's going to start happening. This team's going to be all right. Dave Dombrowski has time. We have a month and a half until the trade deadline. We're going to be there at the end of the year because of something that you just guys brought up, which is starting pitching. Our starting pitching is some of the best in the game, and that's with Aaron Nola not being right this year. So I have confidence in this team. Everybody needs to start just being a little bit more even-keeled. We're going to be fine.
Dave, I like the optimism. Now, I appreciate and understand the sentiment here to be even-keeled, but it is WIP. And the game's like, here's what the reality is. We're going to come on here tomorrow, and we're going to react to what happens tonight, right?
Yes.
And you're going to come on here, and if you feel like it was a turning point and they win, you're going to be you're going to be peacocking around here. I told you so. I'm the true baseball guy. We could see this coming already.
Yeah, but that's see, this is where, and I understand, and I'm not picking on the last caller. Don't want him to feel that way, but the one thing that I will never try to do is tell somebody on this station how to fan.
Right. Everyone
because
that's their own way.
That's what we're doing.
Yep.
I will come on here and I will tell you my perspective, and most times y'all don't agree with it, and that's fine. That is fine. But I'm not going to tell you how to fan because everybody fans in their own way. So if you feel like this team hasn't made a turnaround, that is completely fine. We're still going to talk about it. And if you, Joe, the great part about being in this great sports city is that there are so many different opinions that people have, and we talk about them all on a daily basis.
Well, the fun part is we all watch the same exact game and see
it totally different.
Yep.
One of the biggest things that I enjoy every Sunday is watching the games with Ike, because Ike watches them different than the way that I watch them. Just like when you're sitting there sometimes, you watch it differently. It's no right or wrong way to see the game.
Well, I think the biggest litmus test of that is the way we all view Jalen Hurts and the season he just had. Because we all know, I think we can all agree on this. He won the Super Bowl. He played excellent in the Super Bowl, right? Beyond that, it's a lot of like gray area. Like, what did you see? We all see the same stats, right? But you saw it this way. You focus on that. I focus on that's what makes it fun.
The only thing that I'll ask you to do every morning when I'm coming in here, and me, this is what me and Kyle tend to do because we never see eye to eye. Just listen to what I'm saying.
Never.
Well, sometimes. But the thing is,
my favorite part of that was you say, just listen to what I'm saying, and he talked over you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's what happens, and that's the beautiful thing about it, because we all watch the game differently, and a lot of times that I've noticed, especially when we talk about baseball, people are so locked into the way that they feel.
Yeah.
They don't hear nothing else that you have to say, because the Otto Kemp thing should resonate with every Phillies fan, because you know what it's the equivalent of to me is Rocky. And when you talk about Rocky, and I hate you, Kyle, for real, but when you talk about Rocky and his fight with Apollo Creed,
it's a good analogy. Keep cooking.
He went into that fight. Nobody thought Rocky was going to win. And technically he didn't win, but he put up one hell of a fight. It was an ugly fight. It was a bloody fight, but Rocky never gave up. And that's why every time that I sit here and I come here with this positivity and I try to break down stories to you people that are relatable, that you can understand too, because you are from Philly, you just don't get it. Because it's the epitome of the Rocky analogy. The underdog going out there and doing the impossible and coming back with the W. That's exactly what happened last night. Old-ass Otto Kemp came in Citizens Bank Park last night, and he put on a show. Because you know why he put that show on, Joe? Because he knows that this is probably his last opportunity to become a Philly. And he said, you know what? I'm too old for this. I need to make a statement tonight. Tonight is going to be my night. and I'm going to do everything within my power to put this team on my back and help them win because, by golly, I want to stay here. I like it here. I like hot dogs. I like glizzies. That ain't got nothing to do with the story, but the music is still playing. And he wants to be a Philly. So darn it, he's going to do what he has to do. Stop the music because I'm about to curse. So I can't. When you get excited, you hear the music. Yeah. It's hard to keep it PC.
All right, a couple things. That was awesome.
That got me fired up.
Yeah, no, I'm ready.
That might have been the turning point last night. I'm on your side.
You should have done this in the open. You would have sold everyone. Instead everyone thinks you're crazy.
It just kind of came to me.
I'm not sure about the glizzies and the hot dog. Maybe cheesesteaks could have worked here in Philadelphia.
Maybe.
Something more, more to the.
Speaking of cheesesteaks, did you hear? Like, I haven't had one.
Oh boy, here we go.
I haven't had one, but the Bradley Cooper cheesesteak spot.
I think Elliot had one down in New Orleans.
It's getting some rave reviews.
Is it?
It's like I just saw a little blog.
Yep.
So Bradley, if you listening, since we boys, go ahead and drop some of them cheesesteaks off.
You guys were in the movie together.
We were in the movie together.
Limitless.
Yeah.
You think he'd remember you?
Yeah, he should. Because
I'm sorry. He'd know.
I'm A-list actor.
But he's a huge Eagles fan. Did he fan out when he met you as an actor?
Not at all. He had his dog with him. He didn't fan at all. Because I remember what I told him, like, at the time, my wife, she was a big fan of Bradley Cooper.
Yeah. Do you think he realized you were the same guy that was the Eagle he cheered for at the vet?
I don't know.
I don't think he did.
Know. But, Brad, if you're listening, go hook your boy with some of them cheesesteaks. Okay. Man, drop something off at the station.
Can I give you...
From 10 to 2.
Now that you've asked for food from Bradley Cooper, can I give you my biggest takeaway from your Rocky thing there?
What you got?
This may sound like an overreaction, but this is your fault, and I just thought of this as you went through all that.
Okay.
I am fully ready to dump Bohm and give Otto Kemp third base full time.
Hey, listen, Joe.
Like after one night, I'm ready.
Listen, Joe. If he goes out tonight and has that kind, because this is how I look at it. He adapted to the moment.
Yep.
And a lot of times. You see these guys. What are we complaining about with Bone? Like, who was it? Who we talking about didn't swing at the first pitch? No, they know he's not swinging at the first pitch. We talking about Stott. He adapted to the moment, and he did what was needed.
I'm just sold. Like, you got the Rocky thing, then you got Bohm up there, bawling his eyes out when he strikes out. If Harper comes back soon and Kemp hits, hey, Alec, you sit down, buddy.
I mean, because you're looking at something, in my opinion, it's small sampling size. I got to keep saying that because I don't want anybody to think I'm getting in over my skis. One game, but it was exciting to see.
It was awesome,
and it's and the thing that stuck out to me is the want to. That's it. That's all. The desire to get it done.
And there is some sort of he didn't come out of nowhere. He's having a great season at AAA, so he's obviously he's in a groove right now as a hitter. It won't surprise me if 2 weeks from now, if he keeps hitting, that a lot of people. I was half kidding, saying he should be the full-time third baseman, but
a lot of people they'll look at him differently.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Alec Bohm, I think most of the town has given up on anyway. If Kemp comes up here and hits, we're going to want him in the lineup. Heck, I want him in the lineup every day now anyway. Just find a spot for him.
What do people always say, especially like in this job? Just get your foot in the door.
Get in.
Just get your foot in the door and then go above and beyond, and the opportunity will come. This is Otto's opportunity, old-ass Otto Kemp's opportunity.
It sounds like a mouthful. Old-ass
Otto Kemp. Old-ass, I should say old-looking-ass Otto Kemp.
He's not old.
I know he's not, but he looks old.
Put a poll up. Does Otto Kemp look old?
No, you should put a poll up because people won't get that. You got to be more, precise. Does Otto Kemp look older than 25? That's a good one.
Okay, but that's not old.
But that's not like
he could look 27.
Does
that's
he
two
look
in the weeds? You're calling him old-ass Otto Kemp.
Does Otto Kemp look 35? Because he looked 35.
He does not.
He looked 35.
No, he does. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get back to all your phone calls to the Phillies in the final hour. Did Hugh just talk you into it? Was that the turning point? I think that speech was the turning point of the season. Not sure where the glizzies and hot dogs part
if they win
came
the
in.
World Series, that should go in the Phillies video yearbook.
We'll just cut out the glizzies and hot dog part.
Yeah, I kind of lost momentum because a couple times I almost used some real colorful language.
Yeah. That would have been the end of your speeches. All right.
That would have been the end of my career.
Plus, he's back. Hugh's guy, Chris Sims, is doing his quarterback countdown. Where did he put Jalen Hurts? It's list season. We'll hit you with that next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes, I got so excited I almost forgot my Hatfield read. Hey, It's Father's Day.
That's because it's not Hatfield time. That was
It's
my
not?
bad. No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I guess
this is going
I'm
great.
sorry about that.
yeah, we all got
That was
excited.
on me.
I'm at the next break.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
The hottest girls in the Delaware Valley in nothing but their birthday suits. It's happening this Tuesday night at Club Risque Philly. Yeah! See for yourself entertainers wearing nothing but a smile. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
If you're looking for the perfect gift for Dad this Father's Day, get him a Wild Fork gift card. John Ritchie here, and I promise you a Wild Fork gift card won't disappoint. Whether Dad is a grill master or never cooks at all, Wild Fork's Forkies will help Dad select and prepare a steakhouse quality meal at home. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today and pick up a gift card for Dad this Father's Day. Dad can shop in-store or Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to his door. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all. And at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea, keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. If you're looking for a random June bandwagon to jump on, try Murray State Baseball. The Racers beat Duke last night to advance to the program's first College World Series. You might know its basketball program because of Ja Morant. Now they have a chance to make some real noise as a baseball program in the College World Series. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Uh-oh. Is he back? He's back. You know who's back here? You're one of your favorites. Well, it's that time of the year. List season. Quarterback list season. Oh, we're back. All right, so a couple weeks ago, Pro Football Focus put out their list. And Hugh, I've been monitoring this because every year we get the Chris Sims quarterback list, right? He does his countdown backwards. So he starts at like the backup quarterbacks, and then he works his way down to the top guys in the NFL. And Hugh, I saw he put out his 5 through 10 in the NFL. His number 5 through 10. I don't think he's put out his 1 through 4. We could probably guess it. It's the 1 through 4 that most people have in some order: Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Lamar, right? So they're separate. But he put out his number 5 through his number 10. Now, if you remember last time we discussed a quarterback list, Jalen was at number 5, right? The Pro Football Focus list.
Yeah.
Chris Sims' latest quarterback rankings entering the 2025 season. He has Jalen Hurts as the number 10 overall quarterback in the NFL. Let me quickly give you the other ones that he has above him, and then we'll get to hear from your guy, Chris Sims, on the quarterback and why he ranked him number 10. Here's what he has. Number 10, Jalen Hurts. Number 9, Baker Mayfield. Number 8, Justin Herbert. Number 7, C.J. Stroud. Number 6, Matthew Stafford. Number 5, Jaden Daniels. Here's Chris Sims on his podcast talking about his reasoning for Hurts at 10.
He brings a skill set to their offense that makes them almost indefensible with all the talent they have, and then what he brings to the table to kind of put it over the top to where you're just like, oh my God, what do we defend? We're trying to stop Saquon. We're trying to stop the receivers. Oh no. And then he scrambles or he keeps the ball in a quarterback design run, and we have to worry about that too. And it's just too many things to worry about. And that's where he's special for the Philadelphia Eagles and what he brings to the table for that football team. Now, is he perfect? No, he's not. I know that. And that's what we're going to discuss here a little bit. There's things that last year you heard me say, and I had him ranked a few spots higher to where I said, listen, it was a down year, but there was things I liked about how he played in the pocket, the throws he made, the variety of throws he made, which I thought was something that was new 2 years ago when I went, oh, wow, damn, we're seeing more touch, a little more anticipation, all of that. So there was growth in the pocket. This year, again, there was moments of that. right? And we saw that. And the cool thing is he really saved his best moments for the last 2 games of the year, the 2 most important games of the year. Is he perfect? No. There's a reason he's at number 10. And there's still flaws in his football game that need to be addressed, need to be fixed. And, they win the game still with him not playing perfect. And this is where, again, I do the dirty work to go, let me decipher here, right? But there's no quarterback in football that has more advantages on the field at the position than Jalen Hurts.
Your reaction, Hugh Douglas, as Jalen Hurts ranked 10th on the Chris Sims QB list entering 2025.
Allow me to long talk for a minute, man, because I respect everybody that's in this space because we all have an opinion about quarterback play and Chris has played the position. I've never played the quarterback position. But Chris is in a unique spot where, for whatever reason, it feels like he doesn't like Jalen Hurts. And no matter how much he talks, he always doubles down, in my opinion, to the hate of Jalen Hurts. Because let me tell you what I heard in that cut. In a synopsis, just to sum it up for you.
Because he kind of long-talked it.
He said, and if you play it again, Kyle, you will hear it, because he started out penalizing Jalen for having talent around him.
Believe the quote he said is, no one has more advantages on the field
so
with him.
I took that as having talent around him.
But that, I took the same way.
And he then proceeded to say that he has certain advantages because of his skill set. He has certain advantages. And this is where I have a problem with what he said. The biggest problem, Joe, is because he said that he has to take the deep dives to figure out, like, to tell you the flaws in his game. In that statement, where did he tell you the flaws in Jalen's game as a passer? Like, that's the problem that I have with it. I'm all for you critiquing Jalen and not liking Jalen. Perfect example, Dan Orlovsky, because, like, when you look at Dan and when he talks about the quarterback play, Dan takes you behind the velvet rope and he breaks down for you certain plays and certain abilities that quarterbacks have, that when you leave listening to Dan, you feel like you've learned something. And I respect him for that. Now, you could take the road that, well, Dan wasn't a good quarterback. Doesn't have to be a good quarterback to know the game.
Oh, yeah, of course.
When Chris Sims talks about Jalen Hurts, just play that cut again and listen to it. He basically starts out his synopsis by talking about Jalen being penalized for having talent around him. And then he tells you that he took a deep dive to break down his game. Where did he break down his game, Joe? Where did he talk about Jalen Hurts' presence in the pocket, or maybe he's thrown off his back foot, or he doesn't see the open receiver? When did he do any of that? That's the problem that I have.
Yeah, like you would, if he had said, like, he holds the ball too long, takes too many sacks.
He didn't do any of that. And that's why when he talks about, especially when he talks about Jalen Hurts, I always look at him with the side eye, because he never breaks down. Like, where is one time where he's broken down Jalen Hurts' game to the point where you say, never looked at it like that? I am more than willing to sit here, and if you can explain it to me like I'm a 2-year-old, why do you feel that way about Jalen? And I'll say, okay, because me and Kyle have had this conversation every day. And I know where Kyle comes from, and I know how he feels, and I'm okay with that. But when you listen to him say what he has to say, he gives you nothing to chew on.
So I understand your perspective. Let me give you what I took away looking at his list and hearing him. And I don't have the answer to this question. How much does what he did in the championship and Super Bowl change what he did for the year? And what I mean by that is this. Hugh, if he had given you those rankings when the season ended, would anyone react strongly?
If he'd have what?
When the regular season ended, if a list came out and Jalen was ranked 10, would anyone have pushed back? I don't think so.
Probably not.
Right. I think Baker, for the regular season, played better than Jalen last year. Or like the number.
Baker played well.
Baker threw like 40 touchdowns,
well, yes.
right? Justin Herbert had similar stats to Jalen during the regular season. Stroud, step back. That one we could quibble about. Stafford's obviously good. Jaden Daniels was in the MVP discussion, right? The playoffs changed
Everything.
It did, and I'm telling you, if this list came out when the season ended, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to yell at Chris Sims for putting him 10? He was up and down during the season. It's like, how much does that count when we do these lists?
For me, and you know what's funny? Because I was talking to some old heads this weekend, and we were talking about that, and we were talking about how much the game has changed, number one, and how it feels like, especially nowadays, that players, for whatever reason, are starting to hate on the players that are playing the game now. Now, when we talk about Jalen, we know what he isn't. We know that he doesn't have the arm of Josh Allen.
Right.
We know that he's probably not the field general that Patrick Mahomes is. But the one thing that he is a winner. And the last time that I checked, you're always in the NFL trying to put as much talent around your quarterback as much as you possibly can. Just like they went out and got what's the receiver that came in, Fluffy, from San Francisco?
Debo.
They went and got Debo for their quarterback.
For Jaden, yeah.
And nobody's saying anything about that. So you're mad. It's like, so this is what I hear when I hear that. You're mad at two things. You're mad at Jalen for having talent, and you're mad at Howie Roseman for having the wherewithal to do something that every other team has the ability to do, but they can't. And he has. He went out and got talent and put it around his quarterback and made him better. So that's what I hear. So when you talk to me as a former NFL player, and you know what I hear? Hell, I could have been a Pro Bowler, or I could have been a Hall of Famer if I'd have played with Reggie White and Warren Sapp. Duh. But I didn't. So now he's being penalized because the GM in this organization has put talent around him and made him the Super Bowl MVP.
So I think there is one part of this that's hard for any of us to make a list, right? Like, because it's all within the team they play for, right? You can't, like, just in your mind put this player on that team, but we can do it with an exercise. Let me throw this at you. When we brought up the last quarterback list, we talked about those top four guys, right? Lamar and Mahomes and Allen and Burrow. I believe if you took Jalen off of last year's Eagles and put any of those four guys, I still think they probably win the Super Bowl.
Maybe.
Now, with the group that Sims has above him, I don't believe that with every one of them. I don't believe last year's Eagles win the Super Bowl with C.J. Stroud. I
was thinking that too. Because I don't think that.
I thought he took a step back. I don't think he's ready to play in those big games yet. I'm not sure they win it with Baker Mayfield. I know that Baker played well last year, but I don't know if he could have done all the things Jalen did in those biggest games to win. Could they have won it with Justin Herbert?
Maybe.
See, that's where it comes. That's how I do it in my mind. Like, if we swap them, and I know it's on exercise in your brain. Like, what would happen? And I still think with the great ones, the four great ones, I think the Eagles would have won anyway. This group that he has above Jalen, that's where it gets sticky for me because I'm like, I don't think they win the Super Bowl with C.J. Stroud last year.
See, here's the thing for me. Because, and I'm going to use Chris Sims as an example. Because this is where I think Jalen is, in my personal opinion. I haven't been in the huddle with him, but I've been in the huddle with people who have a commanding presence. And I'm going to go back to that cut where John Gruden was trying to get him to spit the play out. The one thing that I do know for certain about a quarterback, he has to be able to command 10 other people. And they have to believe in him when he's under center. They have to believe in him. Jalen has that. Like, you might not be the most talented guy on the field, but the talented guys around you believe in you. They believe in your ability. And time again, you can go back and you look at the cuts or listen to the cuts. Jordan Mailata, Saquon Barkley, they talk about Jalen's leadership and how he does things. Unquantifiable intangibles. Like, you can have a guy back there, who is the Sunshine down there in Jacksonville.
Lawrence.
Has all the talent in the world.
And he stinks.
He doesn't have that. It's like you can build, like what we used to say, it was a saying called look like Tarzan, play like Jane.
That's Lawrence for me.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Looks like Tarzan, play like Jane. This game is a lot deeper than a lot of people understand because we get, just like when they go to the combine, they get caught up in the measurables.
Right.
The height, the weights, the throwing ability and everything like that. Jalen has something that I haven't seen, especially in this day and age, that I think people tend to forget. Jalen lost his job, and to me, that's a part of what makes him who he is. Jalen lost his job in college.
Yeah.
And he stayed. And I know that might not sound like a big thing to a lot of people. But a lot of times, remember old saying back in the day when I was young, when the going get tough?
Tough get going.
The tough get going. The problem that I see with a lot of these kids nowadays, when the going get tough,
they run.
They get the hell on.
Yeah. Well,
they move. They don't like adversity. They don't like change. So if it doesn't go the way that they want it to go, they leave and they go to a situation that fits them better. Jalen stayed, and Jalen has a commanding presence that commands you to respect him. That's the difference to me. And that's something that is obvious, and it's no disrespect to Chris Sims, that he will never understand because he's never had it.
Just a quick update. This show today, we had a Brady Bunch reference, and then when the going gets tough, the tough get going reference. We've aged ourselves.
I feel like an old-ass preacher now. I feel like
you're out of control.
I mean,
no, I'm just saying, man. I don't
had
have
a guest in studio who said he was 33. The Brady Bunch reference
we're straight
right
over his head. It's just that, and I respect Chris Sims on a certain level because he's built his brand, and he does a hell of a job. But you need the Jalen Hurts thing. You need to leave that one alone, in my opinion. Because you to me personally, you sound stupid.
All right, 215-592-9494. It's interesting. I brought up earlier when we talk about Jalen, we see different things. You felt that when you heard it, and the first thing I thought of was like the ranking. If it was just the regular season, I think it made sense, right? Based on the regular season, because Jalen was up and down, some good for them. But once you throw the postseason in, 10 feels too low. He won the Super Bowl.
But here's the thing, Joe. We're taught, and this is where I feel the way that I feel. The way you start is not the way you finish. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like Deshaun Jackson, perfect example. I remember when Deshaun got drafted. I remember the air quotes malcontent that he was when he was here.
Yeah, questions,
I remember all the trouble that Deshaun got into. Well, not a whole lot of trouble. I don't want to paint him in that light, but I remember him. He's not the same. I saw him, Wednesday? He's not that person that I met 10, 15 years ago. He's not. That's not him. So I think it's unfair to judge Jalen on the regular season when the postseason he was a different quarterback.
Well, but he was for the two games. He wasn't in the Rams and Packers game,
okay,
right? Those two he looked like he was in the regular season.
And that's fair. But as he evolved and as we progressed through the season, he changed. And only thing that I have to go on right now with Jalen is the last game that he played in. And he looked phenomenal.
Well, that he did. He was a Super Bowl MVP and well-earned. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Reaction to the latest Chris Sims list, ranked 10.
See what you've done?
We just brought the audio up. We played it. We gave a list out, and OG Wade wants to talk about it. What's up, OG?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today? Welcome back, Nick.
What's going on,
OG,
man?
what's up?
Listen, Joe, I'm a little disturbed.
What did I do?
With you. Because whenever, and it's not just you, but whenever someone is talking about Jalen Hurts, comparing him to other quarterbacks, you know what the number one thing they always say? If you do this, if you take Jalen off and put this quarterback, they would have. But here's the reality in that. Jalen is the reason that the Eagles' offense has the players that they have on it, as well as the defense.
Well, Howie's the reason they have the players.
Here's what I'm saying. If Jalen was not a hit for the Eagles, we'd be still looking for the quarterback.
I agree.
So,
yeah. He was like the key was the
if it wasn't for Jalen Hurts.
I agree.
You wouldn't be able to put Lamar Jackson with Jalen Hurts.
No, but it's it's a thought exercise. But there's
and
no.
then the other thing
But OG,
is,
hold on. There's no other. There's no other way to do it. It's not like baseball where like one guy hits 40 home runs and the other guy hits 40 home runs, and you just judge them against each other. They're all in different situations, playing with different people and different schemes. So it's not easy to do. So you kind of imagine, what if you swap them? How would it look?
See, that's where you go wrong at.
Why?
See, all of y'all put Lamar, y'all put Josh Allen, y'all put Patrick Mahomes, you put Joe Burrow, all in elite, right? They're elite without Jalen's offense. So why would you have to put them on Jalen's team for them to win? If you're saying that they're better than Jalen where they are, so why aren't they winning? Then we watch Josh Allen. Hold on. Then we watch Josh Allen get blitzed by the same Kansas City Chiefs that could not get home on Jalen Hurts and ended Josh Allen's season. He lost that game because he panicked and threw a damn Hail Mary when there was a player out in the flat.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Didn't 1 year ago our season end in Tampa when Todd Bowles blitzed the crap out of Jalen Hurts and he took a safety?
Without his team,
Oh,
you're damn
my
right.
God.
Yes, without AJ and without all his weapons. Remember, Jalen had a broken finger in that game, right? See, you want to go
weapons
back.
did Allen have?
No. What I'm trying to do is it's a full body of work. It's not just one night in January. Josh Allen had it incomplete on 4th down, and he's a loser.
Super Bowl, Joe.
What?
He was the MVP.
So was Nick Foles. So was Nick Foles and Joe Flacco and Eli Manning.
With Nick Foles. We talking about Jalen.
No,
and
but
Josh
that's
Allen. Why did Josh Allen not be able to complete the damn task to get to where Jalen is? He had the same opportunities.
Well, but a worse defense.
Well, wait a second. The Chiefs put up 30 points. The Chiefs put up over 30 points. Do you not understand the games were different? Wait.
Right, but he had to make one play.
But Jalen didn't have to make one play.
He could not make it.
But OG, what one play did Jalen have to make to win the game? What's the one play? They didn't have to make one.
Jordan Mailata gave up the pressure when they sent the all-out blitz. When Jalen took off and ran for 30 yards.
That play, that
won the Super Bowl.
The game was on the line in that play.
He outrushed Saquon Barkley.
Was
in
the game
Super Bowl.
on the?
Running back
But OG, hold on. Take a deep breath. You're making a case that one guy failed in a huge spot. My point is, we didn't get that spot with Jalen. That game never gave us that moment.
Right, and Jalen is the reason why you didn't get that spot.
No, the defense is.
Because he's able to extend and to continue good, meaningful drives, unlike your boy, Josh Allen.
Did the game come down? Did the game come down to
wake up and realize what you got
OG.
in Jalen Hurts? Because if you don't, you're going to be sitting there with egg on your face and not knowing what the hell you're talking about.
OG, I think he's a good player. I think he's
more for his team than any damn quarterback in the NFL.
No, he does not. This is why it's frustrating. Stop. This is why it's frustrating to talk about Jalen. I think he's a tremendous winner, and I love having him as the Eagles quarterback. But like the idea that he's in a different level as everyone else in the sport is comical. It's not true. It's not true. OG, how come you're the only one who thinks this? Have you? No, hold on a second. Hold on. I said hold on. Have you? You ever think, how come I'm the only one in the world that thinks this?
Joe, I don't care about how many other people think it.
No, but there's a reason. But no, you don't know anything. You don't know anything. None of us know anything. We're all fans watching the game. Tell me what you know. Hold on a second. You don't know anything. You know just as much as any of the rest of us watching the game.
I haven't seen Joel in a while.
Well, I mean, come on, like the idea that you don't know anything. You watch the game on Sunday like the rest of us. All I know is this. You don't have to go to anyone else's opinion, nor do I, nor does Hugh, nor does anyone else, right? We're all entitled to our own opinion. That's what makes this fun. But, OG, if you're the only one that thinks the sky is green and the grass is blue, maybe your eyes aren't working, man.
Give me 5 seconds and I can prove it.
He said 5.
5.
He told you.
Okay. Does Josh Allen call his line protections out? Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback in the NFL that's doing that.
No, there was zero chance that's true. What are you talking about?
Jalen Hurts is the only
You're making things up. You are making things up.
Hold on. What players do Josh Allen have career years whenever they play with them? Every player that plays with Jalen Hurts has a career year.
Did A.J. Brown have a career year last year and Devontae Smith?
Yes, with Jalen Hurts. He's never had the years he had in Tennessee than he had with
He
the
played
Eagles.
with Ryan Tannehill. He sucks.
So now you want to give me excuse? How about Saquon Barkley? Career year, right?
You don't think the line had anything to do with that?
With
What about the offensive line, OG?
That's a part of it, Joe. That's a part of it.
But you're entitled.
But you're the line that made Jalen Hurts have to run for 70 freaking yards in a Super Bowl.
They made him have to run?
So great.
They made him have to run? He took off because he saw a hole. What are you talking about?
Well, exactly, because, why you see a hole, Joe? Because the defensive ends is beyond him. They already beat Jordan Mailata in the game.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That's enough. I mean, there is delusion, and then there's whatever that was. The idea the offensive line has nothing to do with Saquon. The idea that Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback in the league that calls out his own protection. I mean,
that one's out of control.
Just try to have a nice conversation with Hugh about a quarterback list.
Yeah, the only one in the NFL that calls out protection.
Hugh, you don't believe that, right? He's not the only quarterback that calls his own protection.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case.
I don't think anybody does. That's the problem. All right, 215-592-9494. We can't do it. I mean, we're unable to have
it's a hot button topic, man, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that sitting here and we have this conversation about quarterbacks. Everybody hears different things when you criticize Jalen.
But I didn't criticize
Jalen. I know. I'm not saying you did, but to a lot of people, when you mention his name and you try to be clear and concise about what it is about his game that you feel is flawed, people hear. That's why Kyle's laughing.
Well, because if you don't think he's perfect and the greatest quarterback ever in the history of the world, you're a hater and a jerk.
It's a polarizing conversation to have.
I think it's insanity. I mean, I don't even know. I don't understand. I don't understand where it comes from that he's above everybody else.
I understand, but we're not adult enough to have the conversation. Well, that's the problem.
Well,
I'm not saying we aren't adult enough, because I think we are. I just think the people that are listening, they don't listen, and they hear certain things, and it's like a dog whistle for them.
I just think the idea that he's far and above everyone else in the league is just not real.
Because, for me, example, the Chris Sims thing is a dog whistle because and I try to be fair, but he doesn't give you. Where did he say in any of those quotes anything about his mechanics, his decision making, or any of that?
Well, just in fairness to him, there was a whole 15-minute segment that he did on his podcast about why he put Jalen Hurts.
There's more. There's more.
There was a lot more. That was okay.
But was any of that about the mechanics, decision making, or the way he reads defenses, or any flaws like that? Because if he did that, then I'm okay with it. But if it's not, then I have a problem with it.
All right, 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls here. You can react to the list. He has Jalen Hurts at 10, latest Chris Sims ranking. I think that's too low. My point, though, when I saw it, I was like, that probably made sense on the regular season. You add in the postseason, and that's where you got to boost him up. All right, your phone call's coming up on this. We'll check in with you people. And I hear we may have another incident with you to investigate. That's up next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This Father's Day, we're finally here, people. Give Dad the gift of grilling greatness. It's grilling season, everybody, and there's no better way to celebrate with Dad than grilling up some Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're packed with flavor, easy to cook, and guaranteed to make Dad feel like the king of the cookout. Here's the kicker, though. Don't make Dad cook them. They have Tuscan herb, honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic. There are flavors that match every dad's taste, every one of us. Make this Father's Day one to remember. Visit simplyhatfield.com and put some Hatfield pork on Dad's fork.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies have won it. Brandon Marsh with a walk-off.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Today, the Tigers are underdogs against the Orioles, and we're taking the plus money. Detroit is a top 5 offense, top 5 in run differential, and top 5 in bullpen ERA. Meanwhile, the Orioles are 13-21 as favorites. Their starter has a 5 ERA, and their bullpen and offense sit in the bottom 8. Take the Tigers on the money line at even money. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need
need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you were into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Cheerleaders is turning 29, and they're throwing the party of the year on Thursday, June 12th. Join Philly's sexiest entertainers for an unforgettable night, hosted by the one and only Trey Songz, with DJ Wally World and special guest DJ Ghost. They're kicking off the celebration with an exclusive 2-hour open bar and lavish buffet from 5 to 7 p.m. Party with Trey Songz. Enjoy incredible food and drinks and celebrate 29 years of cheerleaders. It's live, up close, and personal. Thursday, June 12th.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the mirror fast soft shoes,
Smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Airfast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh. We coming for fight now? That's what we're
Yeah,
doing?
it's coming for fighting time. We find out the quarterback again?
It never fails, man, because, like I always tell you, nobody listens to what's being said. And everybody always has their opinions initially, so they don't hear anything else anybody else is saying.
Yeah, I think there's a very high level of sensitivity when we talk about Jalen Hurts. Because I don't think in the last segment anyone on this show critiqued Jalen Hurts. We talked about the Chris Sims list, right? He has him at 10. And my point was, if that was on the regular season, all right, it makes some sense. You throw in the postseason, and that changes, obviously, the conversation. And he's got to be ranked higher than a lot of those guys. And then it's about who would have won if we had him and we had that guy and all that. All right, your reaction to that, 215-592-9494. Hugh Douglas believes the Phillies season may have been saved last night, a turning point kind of moment. You buying it, or you're like, come on, Hugh, what are you talking about? Because that's where I was at to start the show. But then he gave his Rocky speech, which was mostly very good about Otto Kemp and underdogs.
Hot dogs, because I didn't want to say no cuss words.
You threw glizzies in there for some reason.
Yeah, that was.
It just lost its steam at that point, but that's okay. All right, we're going to get to a little investigation on something that we have to question Hugh on in a few minutes here.
I don't think there's any question.
I don't think so either. And you people coming up. First, though, back to the phone lines. Chuck in Mount Airy. Hey, Chuck.
Yo, Giglio, what's the dealio? Hugh.
What's going on, man?
What's going on? Hey, listen, let me say this right about Jalen Hurts. Hey, Joe, I normally agree with you. You're wrong, man. You're wrong. And, you guys keep saying, yeah, we're not criticizing Taylor, but you are criticizing him. Because you're putting quarterbacks as ahead of him, it shouldn't be ahead of him, man. I'm going to give you reasons why, right?
Okay, I'm listening.
Lamar Jackson, right? He's not clutch. He's not clutch. He has all the talent in the world, not clutch at all, okay? Jalen, you could make an argument he's probably the most clutch quarterback in football. Josh Allen, to me, right, this is why you can't say they would have won a Super Bowl with Josh Allen or Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow has just as much talent as Jalen when he's playing, and he's always injured. But nobody seems to talk about that. T. Higgins and Jamar Chase is probably two of the best wide receivers in football, okay?
No O-line, no defense.
All right? And Josh Allen, to me, Buffalo is so stupid, right, that they don't really realize that Josh Allen's not Superman. See, here's the thing. We wouldn't have ran the ball as much with Saquon Barkley if Josh Allen was here. See, teams get a false sense of security with a quarterback like Josh Allen, and then he just lets you down in the playoffs because you don't have a clutch gene in him at all. He had opportunities to beat Patrick Mahomes, and he never seems to do so, okay? And that's just the bottom line of it. So I'm just saying to you is this, right? Look at the bigger picture. Every running back that's played with Jalen Hurts has ran for the most yards ever, in their career. Even Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders left the Eagles. He ain't done nothing. He ran for 1,300 yards with us, okay? And that's because Jalen's ability to keep that football and hold those linebackers is more important than what you're putting onto it, okay? Saquon, great running back. Don't get me wrong. Tremendous player. One of the best ever. But I've watched him for years with New York. And he never had the season he had until he came here and played. Okay.
So Chuck, I agree with some of what you said. So let me jump in. I agree with some of what you said. I do think that we and maybe don't give Jalen enough credit for that. How his legs impact the run game. I think it's huge. I think it's a big reason why you mentioned Miles, Swift, and even the best of Saquon. I'm with you on that. We should throw that should be more part of the value of Hurts conversation. I'm with you. As far as I'm going to disagree on Burrow though. He has two great receivers without question. He doesn't have a back like Saquon or an offensive line or a defense. That's a big part of the equation here.
But he had Joe Mixon.
He did. He didn't have him last year. Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
and he got to a Super Bowl. He did. But he doesn't have the defense we had last year. That we agree on.
Or the O-line.
Or the O-line.
The defense. But we went to a Super Bowl without that defense. and he outplayed the best quarterback that you guys keep putting up there at number one. I don't think he's number one no more.
He is number one.
This dude hasn't had a great season in 2.5 years. 2.5 years, Patrick Mahomes. And his Super Bowl numbers stink. You understand? Every time Jalen Hurts plays this dude in the Super Bowl, he outclasses him by a mile. By a mile. And you guys keep giving him number one status.
Well, he's got to be number one. He's got 3 rings. He's been to 5 Super Bowls.
I don't care about that. Listen.
Well, why does it matter for Hurts and not Mahomes? Hurts won the Super. If Hurts didn't win the Super Bowl, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now because nobody would have that crutch. Yet Mahomes doesn't get grace for 3 Super Bowls.
Mahomes hasn't had. When the last time he had a good regular season?
They just went 15 and
I mean, good is subjective. I mean, Chuck, good phone
Jalen
call.
didn't have a good regular season.
That's my point. Like, Jalen Hurts is regular. That's why when I said the Chris Sims list, I think he should be ranked higher than 10. I said that to you, Hugh. 10's too low.
Yes, you did.
But if we base it, if the criteria was the regular season, it wouldn't have been crazy to put him there.
And that's a fair assessment.
And then it becomes how much is the championship game and the Super Bowl worth to this whole discussion?
A lot of weight.
A lot of weight. And
in my opinion.
And that's why I think if we're being fair, Stroud's got to move over. And as much talent as Justin Herbert, he's got to move over too because he's been a dog in the postseason.
Yeah.
Like the way we talk about Josh Allen, that's Herbert in the playoffs. Josh Allen has played well in the playoffs.
Josh Allen has played better than Jalen Hurts in the playoffs.
If you want to call in and say
with less around him.
Herbert's more talented, but he's stunk in the playoffs, Jalen's got to be above him. I'm with you. You won't get a single argument from me. I don't know. The Allen thing, one thing I do agree with Chuck on, they may overuse him. They may treat him like Superman, and that may actually hurt them in big moments.
Yeah, it does.
Is that his fault or is that the team's fault?
It's the team's fault because they rely so heavily. I think this is what happens when we talk about quarterbacks and Jalen gets penalized. And I'll give Chris Sims credit for this. It's because what Jalen does is they have a lot of talent around him. And it's almost like pick your poison. And he does have a skill set that allows you to put more stress on the defense. That's what it's about, Joe. Because when I think of Jalen, and I think of this team as the Eagles, and if I was a defensive coordinator, they have the ability. If you don't have the personnel, they have the ability in the passing game and in the running game twice to put stress on the defense. Because you go in a game, and this is the way it was taught to me. You line up your 11, okay, and my corner. It can match up with this corner. My corner can match up with the receiver. Okay, this corner might have a little bit of trouble with this receiver, so I'm going to take my safety and help him over the top. He's going to have help over the top. My D-line against their D-line, I like my chances. We got one guy that can rush the passer. We're going to try to make sure that he's one-on-one so he can beat their guy.
Right.
That's the basic. I'm giving you the basic strategy in a game plan. But when you look at the Eagles, you have so many things to defend. That's when you have to have a really good defensive coordinator that can dial up the right defense in the right moment to help combat all those weapons that the Eagles have. And Jalen Hurts, whether you like it or not, he's a weapon in this offense. He's probably not the greatest weapon, but it makes him the greatest weapon because he's the signal caller and he controls the football, but he's a weapon nonetheless.
I'm going to make a cross-sport comparison. I don't know. Everything lately becomes that you're hating. I think this is a compliment I'm going to give him. You ready for this one?
Mm-hmm.
We're doing the best in the league, right? We're comparing the best versus the best. Like the way you describe it, Hugh, and the way I see it, is he's more Magic Johnson than he is Michael Jordan.
Facilitator.
Yes. And is part of why Magic was such a great player is he had James Worthy and he had Kareem, but he was also a huge part of the greatest, what they were, right? Like they were the best team in the NBA.
But they called them Showtime.
Yeah, and then for a decade they ran the West. I mean, the Eagles could run the NFC, but doesn't mean he's better than Michael Jordan, right? If that would be Mahomes in this case. That's just the way I view it.
Well, see, this is what these arguments have become because a lot of people don't like to admit, to say, hey, man, you know what, you might have something, you might be right about something. So they want to twist themselves in a pretzel and hurt themselves and say, well, he had this around him or he had this around him. And I always say Joe Montana had Jerry Rice. Joe Montana had some great receivers around him. What's his name? The other one, Steve Young had Jerry Rice. Like, name me teams that haven't had great players somewhere on the team that allowed them to have success.
As much as I think it's going to make people cringe, because like we're in that realm now. there is some Troy Aikman Cowboys early 90s to this.
Man, listen.
This is a loaded
I'm glad
team.
you brought it up.
Great offensive line.
And nobody talks about Troy like that.
Great running back. But if we unpack the Troy thing, it is part of his story. Because look at Troy Aikman's numbers. I mean, you brought this up before. They're not anything special, yet he did play well in the Super Bowls, right? He has 3 rings on his finger. He's a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm. But nobody talks about that. Like, people get caught up in their side of the story that they want to tell.
Right.
And that's all they can see. That's an issue. That's an issue.
But
because you don't want to hear what you don't want to see everything. You just want to see your little part of it.
Right. And I know we're in this, and the other thing I'm going to bring up is 30 years ago. Is it unfair to say I don't think Troy Aikman was as good as Dan Marino?
It's not unfair to say, in my opinion,
and
because
but that's what I think is happening when I say I don't think Jalen's as good as Josh. Let's use Josh Allen. He's the one that bothers everyone. I think it's similar in that Dan was better. But Dan Marino didn't win, and he stunk in some playoff games. But like Troy, he didn't have what Troy Aikman had.
Because we are in an era where championships matter, and the way that you win the championship matters. Because this is, in a nutshell, to me, this is the whole Michael Jordan argument, is that Michael faced more adversity than LeBron did. Because LeBron went out and built a super team and won a championship. He didn't stay where he was in Cleveland. To me, in a nutshell, that's what the argument boils down to. Michael Jordan stayed with one team and won a championship. That was the old way of doing things.
Right.
So now LeBron, we have this debate on who's the GOAT, because Michael Jordan he went to the championship, never lost one. LeBron had to move around to get one. So my question to everybody is this: if you know how they say, don't work harder, work smarter. So you go out and get Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith to make it easier to win. Why is that all of a sudden a problem? If your quarterback has some flaws.
It's good for us. It's just, I think it adds to the element of trying to parse them.
It becomes part of the exercise, because when you compare people, then you start analyzing like outside factors, because you don't just compare them in a vacuum. That's not how these things work. You have to look at the other circumstances, like what's around them, all that stuff.
And unlike baseball and basketball, you can't just say, well, he scored 25 points, he scores 15, because the schemes are so different, right?
It's not a negative on them. It's just you have to use it when you're evaluating who they are.
And nothing's wrong with that.
All right, before we get caught up here, we're going to make the afternoon guys late because we're rambling and screaming and yelling about the same thing. We'll come back to this, because I think there's a lot more.
It ain't going nowhere.
There's a lot more to unpack.
That's why every time we bring it up, I say, do y'all really want to have this conversation?
And I do, and then I get upset. But it is fun. All right. We need to, I think it's just, let's do this before you people. Can we, we have to investigate something because.
Well, I wanted to do, I was going to do it in you people.
Oh, you know
it was pointed out by you people, so I wanted to give them
Let's do that. Let's get to you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you need, you people?
This show is delusional.
I agree. I don't know about what, but
someone on you people.
I mean, you could say that almost about anything.
Yep, that's true.
Thank you for listening.
Every single segment.
That was pretty early on too. I mean,
oh wow. Well, that's about the Phillies. That's about Hugh.
Probably, yeah. Hugh, by the way, who is looking like a dart frog.
A dart? I gotta look that up. Dart frog.
Yeah, look it up. It's got the yellow and black.
Yeah.
Somebody called you a poisonous frog one time, which I think is
the poison
probably
dart
the same
frog.
thing. Yeah,
dart frog. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Hugh looks like a Steelers great.
So,
hung out with some Steelers.
Rod Lakin, brand manager here at WIP, also thought that you were wearing Steelers.
Yeah, but
this is black and
this is
blue.
This is blue.
It's more Notre Dame to me.
Yeah, it's a little bit more.
Or
that.
Michigan, maybe some Michigan.
Yeah, people, it's tough to see.
Yeah,
this is blue. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is more blue than anything.
You look like Lala the Teletubby.
Tinky Winky. I remember the Teletubbies. Tinky Winky.
Lala was the yellow one though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you in this when you were in that range, Kyle? The Teletubbies?
Oh yeah, Teletubbies. Big on Teletubbies. Yeah, man. Yep. Hugh calling Otto Kemp old. Well, he's about 2 years from Medicare. Sure is something.
That's a good one. Did I tell y'all that when I went out this weekend, I went to the club, right?
Yeah.
And so you got to go through the security.
Yep.
As soon as I walk up, dude say, "What's up, old school?"
Oh, how'd that one hit?
It hit home.
Old school, man.
I almost went home. I was ready to go.
That's a tough look. Old school.
Yep. He said, "What's up, old school?"
Yeah. A couple things out of context.
Okay.
Ridiculous, Hugh.
I agree. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what it's about.
I need to help y'all out. At least if you make a comment, at least try to give us some context.
I like to know context.
You do?
Sometimes.
Okay,
yeah.
well that's fine.
Especially this one. Say what you want about Hugh, but at least he tries.
He meant that in a nice way, but
I guess yeah.
I love a good say what you want about this person.
Yeah.
Like it implies that people are ripping you to
That's
shreds.
almost like a bless your heart type
It
deal.
is.
It's like bless your heart.
Between that and old school, you're having a tough week.
Yeah. This one we actually do have context for because this was during your Rocky rant. What the hell is Hugh talking about? Didn't quite get through to everybody.
Yeah, it never. Kylie never does.
No. To take what you can get. At least you try, This one's not on YouTube, but I got to shout out one of our good listeners, Matt, because Hugh likes to flex his parlays all the time.
Yes.
And he was mentioning us last night that he found a bet, and it's not a parlay, but it's Alec Boehm is at bats.
Hey, pitch is seen, right?
Yes, to go under 3.5 pitches.
So when I saw him, he sent that to us last night. I said he may have found the biggest lock in sports. Boom. So you can bet on one of the sports books how many pitches a batter, an at bat will last, right? Like over under 4.5, 3.5 pitches.
Okay.
So he went 5 for 5 last night.
Yeah, he bet the under on Boehm's and he hit 5 times in a row because Boehm doesn't take pitches. He doesn't work counts.
Okay.
It's a great bet.
That's a really good bet.
The books are going to catch up.
Might be a glitch.
Yeah, Matt's going to clean them out and then they're going to catch up.
Yeah. All right. So let's get to this. Now,
okay.
Because Hugh,
we got to talk about something.
Yeah, we got to.
And I'm kind of nervous now. Now I'm nervous. What happened?
Well, we think you farted again, dude.
What you mean?
And it just so happened to be like last time when it's somehow every time you talk about defense being a luxury, you rip ass.
Not rip ass.
You're like Pinocchio.
Hey, man.
Yeah. Well, so we're gonna play, and we're gonna let you decide. This one might be the most egregious of all of them, to be honest with you.
My awesome take that I have that has sustained me for this long. It's the chair, man. I keep telling y'all it's the chair, man. But I for this quote,
that was airy to be a chair.
That was a pretty good one. But I didn't fart.
Goodness.
I promise you, I didn't fart.
It's like the last time we were talking about it being a luxury.
It's a luxury. That's a hill. That hill's gonna stay there. It's the chair. I keep telling you. My awesome take that I have that has sustained me for this long. It's the chair.
Just all right. What if we make a deal? I'm going to broker a deal right now.
Ass is funny.
All right, I'm going to broker a deal. If you come clean and admit to both being... Come clean. Admit to the entire audience that you farted twice during defense luxury conversations. We'll let it go and we'll delete the drops.
No, we're not doing that. And we definitely not deleting them drops because I'm not giving you that. I'm not. That has sustained me for this long. And it hits a little different when you say sustain.
Yeah.
But I didn't fart.
And for some reason, every time there's a pause.
It's this chair. I'm telling you.
Because he's trying not to fart and then he does it by accident. I mean, we don't know what happened.
That has sustained me for this long. It's the chair. And I like how y'all have side. I didn't even notice that. Y'all have side conversations going, man. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like to be talked about while I'm like sitting right here.
We set you up, man.
Hold on a second. Don't I sit in the same kind of chair that you do?
But you don't sit in this chair.
But wait a second. Richie does.
It probably sounds like that. They don't move around as much as I do because I get animated. And Spike likes to stand up.
Richie sits there every morning.
Yeah, but he's
Never
not
heard this.
Richie. Sometimes you have to, and I love John Ritchie, but sometimes you got to check his pulse. I mean, we got to check his pulse sometimes.
Yeah, he's a little more even-keeled.
He's really mellow, man.
He's almost
really
too mellow.
Yeah, John is real mellow. Because we had, what's funny though?
This is spin though. That no one else seems to have this problem.
Hey, John, I'm gonna try to clean it up as much as I possibly can.
Hey, everyone in the chat thinks it's a fart.
Yeah, but
of course they do.
Like we had a conversation yesterday about certain things that should happen at certain points in relationships.
Please watch what you're saying.
I'm just saying. I said, John, you've been dating for a while. You should have crossed all those lines by this time. What? I kept it clean.
No, I feel like this is a filibuster.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
This is distract. This is a classic filibuster.
No,
let me distract from the main idea with something else. Look over here, everyone.
Ritchie. I'm not.
I'm
just saying.
Personal life. I
didn't say anything about John's Ritchie personal life. I just said we had a conversation. And I was like, dog, you've been dating for a while now. You need, the lines is crossed.
Anyway, so you're admitting to the fart?
No, I didn't fart. I didn't fart. This long. Didn't fart.
Not a single soul believes you.
They should, because I ain't got to lie. I ain't fart. And Joe, I'm telling you, when I fart, you will know because it's going to light this room up like a Christmas tree.
Well, the audience knows what they know.
And I'll be like, because I'm telling you, when I fart, because I'm on YouTube, look, make sure y'all look, because I'm going to lift one of these cheeks like that, and then you're going to know. Because it's gonna be bad.
This feels like the whole thing feels like an HR violation. I'm contacting HR. All right, that's enough for us today. I think for a lot of this last hour, send this one to the Radio Hall of Fame. Okay, the Marconi arrives on this hour of radio as we yell about Jalen Hurts in a list and Hugh Farts in the studio. All right, you guys have a great rest. I believe. Is the afternoon show at one of our favorite places?
Chesapeake, yep.
They're at the Chesapeake.
Oh, they're at the Chesapeake?
What's your...
John Marco, holla. I called him John Carlo the other day. John Marco, I apologize, man.
What are you doing?
Because
get it together.
I was texting, and then I was like,
yeah.
I was trying to get these mugs and stuff, so I was asking
John Marco.
Trying to
get free things.
Well, no, I was trying to ask him how I could get them.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, they're at the
and I called
Chesapeake.
him John Carlo.
Yeah.
It's John Marco.
Yeah, John Marco at the
John
Chesapeake.
Marco. Shout out to John Marco in the Chesapeake. Nice spot, man.
Great spot. All right, enjoy their show. Top 11 talk coming up with the afternoon show. We'll see you tomorrow on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
The hottest girls in the Delaware Valley in nothing but their birthday suits. It's happening this Tuesday night at Club Risque Philly. Yeah! See for yourself entertainers wearing nothing but a smile. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course. But more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for lovin'.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxon.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all. And at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sacks may not be worth what they used to be. The 2024 sack leader, Trey Hendrickson, and the 23 leader, TJ Watt, are both holding out of mandatory minicamps. They both want lucrative extensions. The problem is, the position has gotten very expensive. Both Hendrickson and Watt are over 30. The question is, how long do you commit at a position where the production tends to fall off with age? I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We're back. The WIP afternoon show. Yeah, with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
There you go.
We're in the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina in Chesapeake City, Maryland. Beautiful out here on the deck. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
What's up, brother Spike? I mean, wake up out this beast! Let's go, everybody! There we go.
Wow.
Get everybody
Get this
going.
guy in front of a crowd.
Well, you know me, I'm a ham and egger.
Yep.
Big win last night, Jackie Baseball. Thank God for you, because let me tell you, this thing was starting to head in deadly territory of you having to defend a bunch of
losers.
Angry fans. You had to defend against that.
Against, yeah.
Against that. All right, holla at your boy.
I like that you went straight to deadly. Like,
I'm just saying. That's where we. I mean, 9 out of 10. Man. That's where we were at.
Is it deadliest catch later?
We needed that last night.
Can we go on a boat ride after the show?
Sure we can. I'm sure.
Boat ride. Speaking of boat ride, where are we that we have boats out here?
What's that?
I said, where are we?
We are at
we have boats outside.
The Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina. We're out here on the deck. It's beautiful. What a beautiful day for it, by the way. We should do the show here all the time. I mean, look at this. Yeah, well, they'll be all right with that. It's beautiful, man. I saw Jack eating the crab cake Caesar earlier.
Always
enjoying
eating
that.
Yeah. Always eating.
Yep. The puppies are purring.
Yeah, Jack's
got his feet out.
Yep.
Yeah, that's never good.
Curved toes and long nails, baby.
Oh, Disgusting. You're at work.
Curved toes and long
By the way,
nails,
people are
man.
eating
That is
here.
bad, man. Seriously.
Yeah, people are eating. You got the toes coming out.
Yeah, piggies are big.
Piggies are purring.
Yeah,
Yeah,
piggies
everybody's
are
purring.
Yeah, everybody's purring.
Everyone's purring.
It is a big show. It's the mandatory OTAs are today, so we will have Elliott immediately after
One-day
practice.
mandatory.
One-day mandatory
Man,
OTA.
what a grind.
Well, this is it until
Exactly.
training camp.
I'm
Big 1 day
disappointed.
of practice.
I'm disappointed. I wanted a full week of practice.
No. 1 day.
This is
One
what-
mandatory day.
We're at 1 year anniversary of Jalen not being able to say anything nice about Nick Sirianni.
Oh, yep,
And
that
letting
was-
us do a whole summer of whether or not they like each other.
Yep, that was last year. So Elliott will be with us after practice, probably around 4:30. Nick Sirianni speaks at 2:15, and we'll bring you that live. And this will probably be the last time we hear Nick until training camp as well. I mean,
Yeah, he doesn't seem very eager to talk.
No. I'm sure John Clark will find him in Sea Isle at some point or Avalon over the summer for a couple of minutes. But
The Avalon guy.
yeah, but we won't hear him speak officially. But we did have, and we will bring you Nick Sirianni live at 2:15. So don't go anywhere. Nick has been very good so far this offseason at not saying anything, inflammatory or anything headline worthy. But this is his last chance until August or until late July. So we'll have that. But we did have a reasonably big Phillies win last night. They win 3-2 in 11 innings over the Cubs, who very powerful offense, kind of a frightening offense the Cubs have. I can't tell with that game whether I feel – because that was an annoying game to watch. Like
Sure.
there was the Trey pickoff. There was the Castellanos getting
That
nailed.
was a balk. Find a new
Well,
slant.
but it wasn't a balk.
It was a
But
balk.
it wasn't.
It was a
But
balk.
it wasn't.
Find
He
a
got-
new slant.
He got picked off. Castellanos gets nailed going for 2.
That was dumb.
That was ridiculous.
Out by 100 miles.
Dude, when JT hit that double in extras, weren't you terrified the camera was going to pan?
Of course,
And he was about to be
yes.
out by 25
yes.
Well, because Sosa got nailed at second
Yep.
as well, trying to
Yep.
stretch it out. It just it felt like a loss the entire game, and it felt like wasting a good Zach Wheeler appearance. There was the Alec Boehm double play, which I swear when he hit it, I was like, this guy's going to hit into a triple play, and tomorrow's show is going to be 4 hours of me yelling into how does this guy hit into a triple play. But somehow
Focused on the wrong things.
Somehow, with a couple of bunts and a couple of dribblers,
Yep.
they end up and a Brandon Marsh, deep fly to center field.
Yeah.
They win the game. I felt like relieved and annoyed. It was interesting watching the team though, who I don't know if it was relief, I don't know if it was excitement, but it was the first emotion.
Of course it was relief.
Positive
Yes.
emotion.
Yes.
They dump water on. We had a moment of daycare.
Marsh. Yeah, we were at the daycare last night.
Yeah, on Otto Kemp.
Kemp.
Yeah, so I don't know. Walking away from the game, did you what was your gut feeling walking away from that game?
I felt like the players did. Relieved that they won that game and excited. I mean, listen, they've lost 9 out of 10. There's been some tough sledding, wasting good pitching efforts after good pitching efforts, and another one last night from Zach Wheeler you thought was going down the drains. By the way, in regulation, obviously, in nothing extra. They had 12 hits.
Yeah.
With 2 runs.
Well, it's crazy because they wasted every base runner
Yes,
they
that's
had.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They wasted so many opportunities last night where they had guys on base. They had guys on base early. They had bases loaded with no outs
And they
early.
got 1 run.
They got 1 run. That's the frustrating part about this offense. But this is also why I'm not giving up on this team. As frustrating as the lack of hitting is at times, and it is frustrating. The defense, my goodness, can be mind-boggling, as if these guys have never been to spring training, if they've never been in a minor league, situational base running. I don't understand. If it wasn't for this starting rotation, this season would be done.
We'd be 15 games under 500.
Done.
Yeah.
And they are the only reason that I remain to have any hope.
Well, by the way,
because they keep you in just about every game.
And by the way, it's the reason they can win a 7-game series against anybody.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You see the Dodgers, their entire starting rotation is basically on IL right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at those games and you think to yourself, that's why I keep talking about at the deadline going in, because I say to myself,
I agree.
every single series again, or any team that we play in the playoffs,
because if we have the starting pitching, we can get there. And the other thing that made me nervous, by the way, Zach Wheeler was great last night, but I see his pitch count in the 6th inning, and he started the inning with 93. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, no. We're going to have to get 7, 8. By the way, not only do we have to get 7, 8, 9, we had to get 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and win that game from the bullpen. Yep. Jack, did you feel more like irritated, excited? What was the
I was just happy.
He's definitely relieved.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah. I'm here for the good vibes.
He's definitely relieved.
I don't leave last night thinking here comes the run. Like they broke the seal. I think that I think they do have to get back to having a little bit of fun. But it's also 16 hits and 1 extra base hit.
It's unbelievable.
1 extra base hit. And Castellanos, I think, got thrown out on that extra base hit. So it didn't even really count. It didn't even really count. They grounded into only 3 double plays. It felt like 6.
Yep.
I mean, it could have easily been 6. And but obviously, like you guys said, I mean, the starting rotation, they are eerily similar to the 11 Phillies. Like, the 11 Phillies couldn't score either. I know they had a lot of big names, just like this team has big names. But there was a run there in the middle of summer. They 27 to 44 games where they scored 3 runs or less. Like similar offenses, but an unbelievable rotation that you hope can carry you through. But man, even with the lineup, they're going to walk Kyle Schwarber as long as Bryce Harper's out because there's no reason not to.
Yeah.
Well, and talk about protection. I mean, boom hitting behind Schwarber. I feel like they got to flip that around or something. Like I feel like you got to have. I know you want to get
put him
Schwarber
back at lead off while Bryce is hurt.
I don't know about that. Then
just moving chairs on the Titanic. Yeah. Man.
All right.
Like you got
say Titanic right now.
Well, I'm just saying you got a couple of hitters. You're still trying to sprinkle these guys through 5 other hitters who can't. You don't know what you're going to get out of those guys.
Right.
Although Otto Kemp was.
Well. I mean,
combined exit velocity in the last 2 hits.
Oh, man.
Well, he got on base. I feel good for the kid.
I didn't realize he had speed.
He's a little fast.
Yeah, he moves.
Yeah,
well,
I didn't realize.
You know what he has? He has that. I wasn't drafted, and I want to stay in the major leagues.
Oh, yeah, the hustle.
Yeah, that's what he's got.
Hey, it's a D2.
I know what that's like.
D2 success, baby.
All right, coming up next, Nick Sirianni with the last time he will speak until training camp. So we will bring you Nick Sirianni live. We are at the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina. We are out on the deck in Chesapeake, Maryland. Be here until 6 o'clock. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, I know about great defense and great special teams. And I want to tell you about a special team that will defend your home. I'm talking about my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now, Emmons uses American-made roofing products that have a lifetime warranty. Now, this is the last roof that you'll ever have to worry about buying. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Call Emmons today at 855-4EMMONS or check them out online at callemmons.com for a free roof inspection. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep
Who's my man? Me!
takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
Joe Cameron needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork.
I might be an idiot.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving even more reasons to love home runs this year every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's an Oppo Boppo or a wall scraper, FanDuel's got all the home runs covered, and of course your spot to bet the home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Gear up to go yard all season long at FanDuel.com/hammer to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies.
Hey!
On WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina out on the deck. It's beautiful. I love this spot, man. Giglio and Douglas been keeping it to themselves. It's ridiculous.
They really have been.
Ridiculous. So today is the one day of mandatory OTAs. Until you brought that up, I was like, I hadn't thought about it. I was like, one day? It is one day. So this is, Nick Sirianni is going to speak now. This will probably be the last time you hear Nick Sirianni say anything publicly until training camp. So here he is live from the NovaCare facility, Nick Sirianni.
Hey, guys.
Nick, this is obviously the last day of the off-season program. Now that it's coming to a conclusion, is there anything different you did with maybe Saquon specifically in terms of limiting how many reps you got in practice, or anything different considering all the touches he had last year?
Yeah, everybody's always we always kind of think about every one of our players individually, the reps that they're getting, what's good for them, how their body's feeling, and that like I said, I've said this before. That takes everybody, right? That takes myself, the players talking to me, the players talking to the strength and the strength staff and the trainers of where we are. So, yeah, no, we just everybody kind of had individualized plans like they always do. I mean, and yeah, we kind of monitored everybody as we went. We got a lot of good work in. Saquon got a lot of good work in, and yeah, I'm pleased with how the off-season program has went. We got another day, obviously, today. Looking forward to that.
Speaking of Saquon, he came out and said that he could at any time just call it a career like Barry Sanders did. What was your reaction to that?
Yeah, I guess anybody could do that, right? I just know he's got a lot of good football left in him. I don't, again, I have interactions with these guys every single day, and so. Yeah, I'm excited that he's on our football team, and he'll be on our football team for the 2025 season. And I really don't let myself get wrapped up into anything else beyond that, except for the day that we're in and trying to get ready for this practice, and obviously handle all those things as they come. And yeah, as long as I'm the head coach here, I'd always want Saquon Barkley on this football team. Obviously he means a lot to this football team, and as a player and as a teammate.
Have you noticed Tyler Steen's gotten consistent work with the first team at right guard? Has that been the case on the days we weren't here? Is that kind of how you're thinking about this going?
Yeah, again, I know we talked yesterday too. Don't have to make any of those decisions quite yet. Got a lot of football to practice, a lot of football to play, and obviously, a big part of the offensive line and the evaluation of the offensive line comes in pads. That doesn't mean we're not evaluating them like crazy right now, but a big part of that's going to come when we put the pads on.
Getting back to Elliot's question, what have you noticed about, the way Saquon has kind of attacked the offseason, the condition he's in, and everything after having such a huge load last year?
The way I visioned or saw him attack last offseason. That's what's great about this football team is. You see the same humbleness and the hunger that I saw going into the last season, and that's, Saquon, that's all the players on this football team. They're working, and we've had a good offseason.
In terms of last year, Cooper DeJean over the summer had a tweak while he was going back home, and injuries happened. With rookies this summer, as you're about to let them go, is there anything that you're trying to get across in terms of how they manage
being great shape. We really pride ourselves on that you can't play with great detail and you can't play with great physicality. You can't play with relentless effort if you're not in great shape. So they'll have, obviously we all have conditioning tests. They'll have conditioning tests when they get back. Be in great shape. Have your body, if your body's supposed to weigh this, that's what it needs to weigh. And make sure you can run all day. Because again, the thing you notice the most when you're not in good shape, one, injuries happen. The other thing that happens is your detail slips. And in every phase, the detail has to be on point. And you can't do that unless you're in great shape. So that's always my key message to them is, they got to be working their butts off. There's no substitute for working hard. And there's no shortcut around it. You got to be ready for the season and get your body ready for the training camp and then the season.
Looks like the Campbell won't be ready until sometime in August to practice. What are the expectations for him?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I never want to put a timetable on anybody. Some guys get through things quicker than others and vice versa. So no timetable on that. As far as when he'll be ready, I know he's doing everything he can to get himself ready. And the second part of that question was?
Just the expectations for him based upon that. We saw Cooper, how it affected him.
Yeah, making sure that he gets all the mental reps that he possibly can get at this particular time. We I think we're probably the only sport that practices more than they play, and then also that has more walkthrough even than you have practice reps. So, he's going to be getting a lot of those opportunities to watch walkthrough, to watch practice, and get those mental reps, because as a guy is not in, obviously you're not working the fundamentals of block destruction or tackling or how to take the football away, but what you're trying to make sure that they have the mental part of the game down. And those are things that he can do in the film room. Those are things he can do out in the field when he's watching practice. So that's that's kind of his mission right now and our goal for him right now.
Do you have a better feel? Do you have a better feel for him as an inside linebacker than an edge rusher right now?
Yeah, again, looking forward to getting our hands on him and when he's able to start practicing. But he's a good football player. We drafted him because he's a really, really good football player, and excited to have him in whatever role that he's going to execute. And we know that he's versatile and is able to do multiple things.
You talk to caller almost every year you've been here. Is this a little more seamless this year because Kevin's been here? And how is it going installing the offense with the players and adjustments?
Yeah, I think there's always a transition, with a new guy calling the plays. But, I don't want to compare it from one to the other or anything like that. I'm just focused on where we are right now. But Kevin's doing a great job. Kevin's obviously had the opportunity to be in front of the room. One thing I think Kevin's really doing, but one of the many things that I think he's doing really well. He always had an opportunity when Shane or Brian and Kellen were the coordinators to present in front of the room a section or two. I just think he does a phenomenal job teaching the room when he's the main guy up here doing that. And so, he's got the players' attention. He's got a great plan. He's got a great process. And that's where I've noticed that, he's done a really nice job of. And can't say enough about how good of a job I think he's doing to this point. And, he's got a relationship with these players. I think that's the big thing. That's probably the main thing maybe that you're talking about, John, is that he's got a relationship with these players. So, whereas Kellen came in and had to build relationships, Kevin's been around these players for going on 5 years now. And so, I see Kevin pushing those guys, out there being able to get those guys going, whether, it's, a high five to them or hey, get your butt going, because he has that relationship with the guys that he's been building. He's always been a guy that has had strong relationships in the building. That's a strong point of his as well. And that's suiting him very well right now.
Chance to talk to.
I'm sorry.
What was your reaction to his thing, and then also how did you feel about the Cardinals and Colts specifically voting against?
Yeah, it passed, and didn't want to go too much past that. And we're ready for to be able to continue to grow that play. Excited about being able to continue to grow that play and to continue. We got a lot of work to do to continue that success. It just doesn't happen. So the same work that we needed to put into it last year, we'll even have to be better because we know teams are going to focus on it to try to stop it. And we'll even have to be better at how we coach it and how we perform it and how we execute. And so that's really, try not to focus too much on things that I can't control and only focus on the things that you can. And that's our process right now to think about, the ways that we're going to get better to get better at running that play and the compliments that come off of it.
More to Nolan last week, and he kind of said he thought he was ready he said strike.
He's always ready to strike.
Yeah, he's always ready to strike.
I love Nolan Smith. He is a tough dude.
How do you sort of weigh, maybe holding him back, or do you think that way? If he's clear, he's clear.
Yeah, when we have great people in this building. It takes everybody. We have great doctors. We have great strength staff and training staff that helps me know that when they say he's ready to go, he's ready to go. And I've heard a couple of your guys' questions about how do you pull this guy back? When they're ready to go, they're ready to go. Everybody has an individualized plan to make sure that they're as healthy as they possibly can be. But the thing that we always have to remember, and that you guys always have to remember, is that the work to put yourself in position to win games, it takes what it takes. The work, you have to put the work in. It's not, you don't save anybody for Sunday. Now, there's points in the year where you do, but the guys need to work. They have to work to get better at football. You don't get better at football because you get better at football because you're practicing football to get better at it. And so, obviously we have in-depth plan for everybody, obviously major conversations about everybody, but when they're ready to go and they give us the green light, they got to go and they got to, and that's what our players want too. We got guys that love to work hard and that love the process and the grind, and when he's ready to go, he'll go.
Have you researched at all the difference between, from a leadership perspective, coming off of a championship win versus a championship loss, and kind of how to navigate that?
Say that one more. Say that one more time.
Yeah. So this offseason, have you researched at all the difference between coming off a championship win and a championship loss from a leadership perspective? I know you've had a lot of conversations with guys.
Yeah, and that was my, the sustain. Really, I focused on sustained success, right? What were the common denominators of different coaches that I talked to, or players that I talked to, or Michael Johnson, other sports that that we talked to. That what were the common denominators of sustained success? And I think. Without getting into everything, I think there's two sides of it. You want to always, the main thing is it takes what it takes, right? You're going to have to be able to work extremely hard, and you're going to have to be able to overcome adversity. And you always have to be right in the moment of where you are. I think, as I've done research and talked to these guys, and we've had an element of sustained success here as well. But you can have two ends of it, right? You rest on your laurels, you rest on your past accomplishments, and you're not here working, or you're looking too far ahead of how do we do this again? Like, we're focused on our process and how we get better every single day. And, if your process is right, then it gives you the best chance to win. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win, but it gives you the best chance to win. And so our goal is just to focus and, it's to focus on where we are at this particular moment, to put the work in, to overcome the adversity, and the rest will take care of itself.
All right, thanks, folks. We got to get to practice. Everybody here today?
Yeah.
Oh, we're done. Well, I can't hear myself. Hello. There we go. Are we back?
Oh, yeah.
Because I can't hear myself at all. So you can hear me fine, I assume,
yeah,
right?
We
all
got you
right,
loud
good.
and clear.
Well, that's
great.
great.
Mike's not on either.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
I sound great.
The question is are we being heard well on the radio? And I don't know. We are. Buzz, you can speak loudly. Buzz.
Yes,
we can speak on there. You can hear me fine. All right. Well, I'm just going to talk as if everything's fine. We are, the WIP Afternoon Show is here at the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. We're out here on the deck. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. We will get into a big question about this year's Eagles right after I tell you about Colonial Hyundai. It is the only place you go to buy a brand new Hyundai. Now, it's graduation season, so what you need to do, maybe you're not graduating school, you're not graduating high school, you're not graduating college, you got to graduate to a brand new Hyundai. Right now, if you graduate to a brand new Hyundai at Colonial, you can save 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's up to $10,000 and your trade-in. Even if it's less than I can hear myself there. There it is. Oh, that's great. Even if it's less than a good trade-in, even if it's a piece of junk, the Car Czar John Ashdale is going to give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. So you're not graduating school, but you are graduating to a brand new Hyundai with financing as low as 0%. Every new Hyundai comes with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. In stock vehicles only, tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires June 30th, 2025. How we doing, fellas? We pretty good? Are we good here? All right. Good to hear. Jack, are we good?
Yeah, are you good?
Oh, I'm pretty good now. Yeah. So it's
sound calm.
So well, the hearing yourself doing a radio show is something to know. When you're on, also something to know. So
Sure.
It's OTAs, mandatory OTAs all over the NFL, not just here with the Eagles, of course. And there's some pretty notable guys not taking part in mandatory OTAs. Now, not here. Thankfully, the Eagles, there's no contract disputes this year, as far as we know. Everybody's there. But you have Trey Hendrickson not in camp with the Cincinnati Bengals wanting a new contract. TJ Watt not in camp with the Pittsburgh Steelers wanting a new contract. Jair Alexander, not only not in camp, but goes and gets cut, right? And he's available there. And the way I see it, you have two incredibly talented edge guys. You got a super talented cornerback. And those are two positions where the Eagles are, I think, even if you're being optimistic, you have to say there are question marks at those positions. The year after winning a Super Bowl, with guys like that on the market, if you're serious about winning another Super Bowl, you have, if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, if you're Howie Roseman, you have to get one of these guys. You have to at least make a real effort to getting one of these guys. Now, I don't know what the contract situation is going to be like for Trey Hendrickson. I don't know if he's so desperate to get out of there, playing on a big stage in Philadelphia. Maybe you're able to pay him a little more this year and you don't have to give him a big, long contract. But I just think if the Eagles are serious about wanting to win a Super Bowl this year, you have to go out and get a difference maker. And these are positions where they need a difference maker. They don't have them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I certainly wouldn't mind an upgrade at either of those positions. Now, to the idea that if the Eagles are serious about winning the Super Bowl, this is what they need to do, I'll push back against that because I don't think they need to do anything drastic. If there's an opportunity to get one of these guys.
I can't hear Ike either.
I'm just talking.
Ike, we can't hear you. Why don't we do this?
What?
We are on the air. We're on the air.
Mike's currently not on the air.
Why don't we do this? Here's my idea.
All right.
Now you're back on the air.
What I think we should do is we should take a Buzz. Could we take a break, the break that we were normally going to take later, and make sure that we're all straightened up down here? Are you able to do that, Buzz?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're going to do is tell everybody what I think Buzz might need. Could you turn us down the speakers there? There we go. Talk about what Buzz might need, maybe what we might need, maybe bring a smile on our faces, and that is Blue Chew.
There you go.
There you go.
Good transition.
Well, you know what I mean. It'll make me feel. It'll bring a smile to my face, as it brings a smile to a lot of happy couples' faces.
Yeah.
As maybe previously for the last months or years that the smiles haven't been quite as big as they were years ago. And Blue Chew can help bring a smile to everybody's face.
Yep.
She's going to have a smile to her face because you're going to be better at it. You're going to have a smile to your face because, maybe it's more happening more often.
I'm already smiling.
There you go.
Just at the thought of it.
Go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94. You're going to get your first month absolutely free on the WIP Afternoon Show. If you've been thinking about it, now is the perfect time to do it because all you're going to have to do is pay for the shipping. What you're going to get in a discreet and hard package in the mail is a chewable that has the same active ingredients as Viagra, Levitra, Saxon, and Cialis in chewable form. You're not going to have to go to the doctor because you could do it all at BlueChew.com. You're not going to have to go to the pharmacy because they're going to ship it to you. And when you receive it, you're going to notice a difference. You're going to perform like you performed in your prime.
Yep.
In your prime.
The smile on everyone's face won't be the only thing that's bigger.
I remember. You just decided to add that line to the read now? Okay.
I kind of liked it.
Yeah.
So go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94. Your first month is absolutely free. All you got to do is pay for the shipping. And then you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it. Do it. Chew it.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Tired of the same old routine? Shake things up at Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club, New Jersey. Gorgeous entertainers, high-energy vibes, top-shelf drinks, and the hottest parties around. Whether it's a birthday celebration, bachelor party, a feature event, or just a night to unwind, Cheerleaders New Jersey brings the heat. Open till 3 a.m. every Friday and Saturday. When the lights go down, we turn all the way up. Cheerleaders New Jersey. Get live, up close, and personal tonight.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce! Spruce! Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Attention retirement savers. A top U.S. bank predicts a 2025 recession as tariffs rattle markets. According to reports, 2025 recession risk just increased significantly. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to award-winning precious metals company, Goldco. Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver for qualified accounts. Call 855-969-GOLD. Find out how you can help diversify your savings. Tax and penalty free today. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sacks may not be worth what they used to be. The 2024 sack leader, Trey Hendrickson, and the 23 leader, TJ Watt, are both holding out of mandatory minicamps. They both want lucrative extensions. The problem is, the position has gotten very expensive. Both Hendrickson and Watt are over 30. The question is, how long do you commit at a position where the production tends to fall off with age? I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, this is an app song. Not well.
Not well. No clutch genes whatsoever.
Oh, God.
Come on, Spike.
Yeah. No, I'm waiting for the right time.
Yeah.
You know. All right. It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and friends. We're trying our best here. Doing our best in the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina, out on the deck in Chesapeake City, Maryland. If it wasn't so beautiful out, you know, I look around, it's so calm. Everybody is, you know, enjoying an adult beverage next to the water.
Yeah.
Sitting on boats, having a good time.
And then there's us.
Yeah. So we're sorry for the small technical glitch. But Ike, I'm going to need your assurance that we are smooth sailing for the rest of the show. I need you to tell me everything's going to be okay.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I have no idea how the rest of this show is going to go. And quite frankly, I'm here just to see how it goes the rest of the show.
You're just observing?
Yeah, because I know eventually you're going to blow your lid.
Yeah, I'm getting close.
Yeah, so, you know, the next thing you know, Francisco will be down here sweating bullets.
Fran is one technical difficulty away from jumping in the Chesapeake.
Oh, yeah, swimming back to Philadelphia.
Yeah, meanwhile, everybody back in the studio like, oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know where to go. I'm a passenger.
Well, they told us to dump.
A passenger? Your name's first.
Again, passenger Titanic in the first segment. I don't like that. It's good. Now, our engineer said to dump the Comrex in water, which feels like a bad move.
Yeah, so the Comrex, if you're listening, is the device that connects us back to the radio station. The reason it's funny dunking in water is because it's plugged in. You don't want to dunk something in water that's plugged in.
Now the tents are falling.
Now you see why I'm a passenger. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe this is
going on right now.
Maybe this is why Gilio and Douglas are the only ones allowed here. We screwed everything up. At least the crab cake looks good. So
oh man, it tastes good too. Yeah, it does.
All right. So we're gonna make pretend like
it's
we
been
didn't.
The best part of this visit so far.
The crab cake.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the people are nice.
Well, I mean, yes.
The place is beautiful.
Nice. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe we just dump the radio show and hang out for the next few hours.
Dude, Buzz for drive time.
Yeah. You ready, Buzz? Can you hit the buttons and take the calls and host?
No, Morgenstein can go produce. Buzz
there you go.
Buzz on the air.
There you go.
Buzz's big break. Some are calling it.
Yeah. Yep. So here we are. Like, you know, you made me think of something yesterday, Ike, and Corey from Columbus made me think of something, right? Yeah. And you made me think of something when we were talking about Jair Alexander, who a two-time Pro Bowl cornerback that the Packers let go is now a free agent.
Really like him.
And you were saying, like, go get him. I want him on the team. You know, Keely Ringo, maybe. Dory Jackson, maybe. But I want Jair Alexander. Mm-hmm. And then Corey, our very loyal foxhole guy, Corey calls up. Yeah. And we were talking about Trey Hendrickson, and we were talking about Jair Alexander. And we said, which one do you want? And he's like, I want both. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl this year. And I'm like, oh, there we go. There's the Eagles fans I know. And then T.J. Watt, also in a contract dispute, also not at camp, also potentially available. And for most of these guys, you know, when they first start having these disputes, whether it's T.J. Watt or Trey Hendrickson, we're talking about first-round pick, second round, you know, 2 firsts, blah, 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 blah. But we're not in that situation anymore. It feels like, you know, Midday Show had somebody on that said, you get Trey Hendrickson for a second-round pick. And we have, like, 25, you know, draft picks next year. Mm-hmm. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, I know it is deep inside everyone that we want to go get one of these guys. And we've had one of these off seasons that if it was not an off season after winning a Super Bowl, people would be scratching their heads, you know, pitchforks outside the NovaCare. Yeah. What are we doing? Why are we playing? This is the time where we have a team. And I look at the rest of the NFC, by the way, and I see good teams, but I don't see anybody that, like, I'm terrified of, right? Yeah. So I want to go win a Super Bowl this year. So I want Howie Roseman to take one of those draft picks he has next year and either go get T.J. Watt or go get Trey Hendrickson or not spend any draft picks and go spend some of Jeffrey Lurie's money and go get Jair Alexander, because if they want to win a Super Bowl this year, put some distance between you and the rest of the teams and be serious about winning a Super Bowl, not just if we get there, it's great. Because the attitude to me from the Eagles this year has been, we won one. If we get there next year, it's great. But we don't need to double down this year and overspend. And I just, there are players available that can make you better at positions of need.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're serious about winning a Super Bowl, they'll go get one of these guys.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The last part of what you just said about we won a Super Bowl. If we get back there and win another one by being smart, and that happens, that's great. But I'm not going to overspend for anybody to go overboard and basically sacrifice, whether it's future cap space, whether it's the ability to take young talent high in a draft so that you can continue doing what you're doing, because you got to replenish this talent as guys get a little bit older and you got to move on. I'm perfectly fine with that too. Because here's the thing. If I'm sitting here right now today, Spike, and this isn't me in the moment. This is me saying, whether those guys were available or not, the Eagles are the favorite to win the Super Bowl this year. Whether they have those guys on the roster or not. They're the best roster in the league. Top to bottom. Sure, it'd be nice if they can add those guys, and if they can get them for the right price, then I'm all for it. I don't think the ends position is solidified enough that I could say, well, I don't want Trey Hendrickson or T.J. Watt. No. Hell yeah, I want those guys for the right price. Our cornerback situation, opposite of Quinyon Mitchell. Yes, Keely Ringo's nice. After that, Dory Jackson, all right. If you can add Jair Alexander for the right price to go opposite Quinyon Mitchell, I'm on board with it. I really am. But I'm not going to overspend for these guys, because you do have the luxury of you just won the Super Bowl. Had you lost in the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship game, and if we feel like we're this close and we needed something to get us over the edge, then sure, you make that move because you're desperate enough to do that because you hadn't won it. But when you win the Super Bowl, it gives you a little freedom and wiggle room to operate as if you're not desperate and you can be smart. How about this? Jair Alexander chooses the Philadelphia Eagles. He takes a good deal to come play for the Eagles. Now, Trey Hendrickson and T.J. Watt, that's going to cost you. It just is. It's going to cost you high draft picks. And T.J. Watt, my goodness, I was willing to give up first-round picks, so I'm good with that.
Well, you compared his numbers to, you look at him versus Myles Garrett, and there's not really much of a difference.
Both are Hall of Fame, future Hall of Famers. Both has been multiple Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah, I'd take T.J. Watt in a heartbeat. Upgrade your defense in a heartbeat. If you want to give up next year's first-round pick for T.J. Watt right now, go right ahead. I'm not opposed to it. I'm good with it. You want to give T.J. Watt a contract so that we have T.J. Watt for the next 4 or 5 years? I'm fine with it, because I'm going to assume they're going to make the money work. What I'm pushing back against is if they don't do it, somehow we still aren't the best team in the NFL, and we are. We just are. Like that's the luxury that they have, that their level of talent is that good that it's a luxury to add a T.J. Watt or a Jair Alexander or a Trey Hendrickson. So most teams, that's a need. That's a necessity. They got to overpay for those guys. For the Eagles, they don't have to do that. They don't have to do that.
I don't know how you can win a Super Bowl with a number one defense, which is what they did last year, in a Super Bowl where the defense essentially
dominated. To me, they were the reason we won the game.
They were the reason we won the game.
Yes.
And then say, okay, but we're going to lose our best edge. We're going to lose our, Brandon Graham, whatever he was. He was a productive player.
Yep.
We're going to lose our second best defensive tackle. We're going to lose our starting cornerback. We're going to lose our starting safety. We're going to replace them, by the way, with second and third year players who we don't know if are any good, bargain bin players. I feel like every time we say that they're definitely the best team in football, we're dreaming that they're the best team in football. We're hoping that they're the best team in football.
Because you can't tell me somebody else that's better.
But what I can do is tell you that they're with a bunch of other teams. They have the opportunity to be better than those teams.
They already are. You mean they can put more distance between themselves? I agree with you there. That would put more distance. But right now, there isn't a roster in the league that I would rather have than the Philadelphia Eagles roster. There's not a roster in the NFL I would rather have this year and moving forward than the Eagles roster.
I'm saying I don't know how you can win a Super Bowl based on your defense and lose all that on defense and think that you're going to win the Super Bowl again.
Well, here's the thing. Who says we have to win the Super Bowl this year based on our defense?
I do.
Well, I don't. We got some of the best offensive skill position players in the entire league. We are more than capable in going to win the Super Bowl with A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith, and the number one offensive line in football. Like that's more than enough to go win the Super Bowl.
So
no other offense in the league can boast that type of talent. No other offense in the league. At the quarterback position, receivers, running back, offensive line, tight end, no one can compare. No one.
215-592-9494. Do the Eagles need to go out and get either Trey Hendrickson,
got me in
TJ
back-to-back
Watt,
mode,
or Jair Alexander? Well, but here's the thing. And it's great to say and have everybody clap.
We're going back-to-back.
But here's the truth. The truth is that the seventh scoring offense in the NFL can win a Super Bowl with the number one defense.
Yeah.
If you have the 7th ranked scoring offense in the NFL and the 13th ranked defense or the 12th ranked defense, you're not winning the Super Bowl. And that is what I'm looking at this year. They have the same personnel on offense that they had last year.
Here's what people get lost at. And here's why I know, because this happened with you too. That Rams game has clouded a lot of people's judgment. We dominated the Rams. Stop it. I don't care, 7 sacks, all of that. We were up, dominating that team, put them away, and then Vic Fangio went to sleep for 2 drives. Everybody started celebrating. The last 3.5 minutes, that game was over with. The Eagles had dominated that game. Washington wasn't even a contest. The Chiefs weren't even a contest. So this is what I'm saying. Somehow we feel like the opponents are closer than what they really are because we had one little scare because we took our foot off the gas pedal. Not because the Rams outplayed us that day. They played well, but we deserved to win that game. We were the better team that day. We outplayed the Rams. And by the way, we lost one game in 18 weeks, 19 weeks?
With the number one defense in the NFL.
Here's my thing. They weren't all nail biters. It's not like the 2000 Ravens where they had to win 13-10 every week. Yeah, we had the number one defense, but we had a pretty damn good offense. We got a pretty damn good offense that needs to be better this year. What I'm saying is that we're not going to ride the defenses back to the Super Bowl this year. We got to ride the offenses back. Like, that's pretty much what I'm saying. Like, so maybe we have the number 10 ranked defense in the league. All right, we'll have a top 5 offense with a 10th ranked defense, and that's probably better than most teams in the league.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at Mark's.
What you want to add to the equation?
Jewelers. Now, yeah, what do you think?
What do you want to add?
Yeah, what do you think?
No, we're not riding the D this year, riding the O this year.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to add to that conversation. Yeah,
nothing basically.
Basically not. But like, why wouldn't you want to make it could be the best unit in the league again? Like, I'm more interested in Jair Alexander than I am the other two. Like, I realize the financial situation of Trey Hendrickson and where they're gonna be with.
So
Jalen.
Pay it.
You can't. I don't know what to tell you. You can. But Jair Alexander, for me, there's no excuse.
Okay, yeah,
there's no excuse. Like,
but he has to choose us too.
Well, why wouldn't he choose us? First off, his soft-ass organization wanted to ban the tush push, so he comes to the home of the tush push. And, like, it's a chance.
That is a revenge factor right there.
They play next year, which is nice. And it's a chance to be a star in Philadelphia, which props up players all the time. I mean, look what we did with Zach Bond.
We got Saquon going to the Hall of Fame now.
Yeah, people forget that. But I think they need that kind of move to be to they're Super Bowl contenders, but I don't know why it's just like
we're the number 1 team in the league.
And guess what? Okay.
You know we are.
In the NFC.
What, in the AFC?
So listen, the league might.
You don't tell me the Chiefs are better than us?
Bills might be better. The league sucks right now. All right, so congratulations, you're the tallest, whatever the
now
second.
Now the league sucks.
It does. The second best team in the NFC is the Lions. They lost both coordinators and whatever. And the third best team is the Commanders. So come on, what are we talking about?
The Rams.
Well, the Rams are good.
The Rams are all right.
And by the way,
I think the Rams may be the second.
By the way,
team.
you know who could be real good this year is the 49ers. They have an easy schedule.
Dude, that noodle arm dork quarterback that you love so much.
I don't
Does
love
not-
him. He was the number 1 ranked passer in the NFL 2 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
That's all I'm saying.
I
Your
know.
boy was never that. Justin Herbert
Who's
was
my
never.
boy?
Justin Herbert was never the number 1 ranked
My
passer. in
boy's
the NFL.
right here.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
In front of this crowd? You
yeah.
kidding me?
Oh, okay. See, everybody's. All right. All right. Don't. All right. Twitter question. Time for you to guess.
Yes.
Do the Eagles need to trade for a star defensive player to win the Super Bowl? Yes or no? What do you think the number is?
No.
And what do you think the percentage is at?
I would say 68% no.
71.9% say no.
Wow.
28.1% say yes. There are too many questions.
We're good.
There are too many questions on defense for a team that had the number 1 defense last year that took them to the Super Bowl. And this dream that all of a sudden the offense is going to be a top 3 offense with no changes on it, by the way. No changes except for at right guard. That's the only change. And a
downgrading coordinator.
Well, and
an upgrading coordinator.
Downgrading coordinator.
Would you bet the passing offense is better than it was last year?
If I had to bet, I would say yes.
Okay, then. So that's an upgrade in coordinator.
All right. We have a downgrade in Saquon, most likely.
What do you mean?
Well, most likely we're not getting the same Saquon. We've all agreed on
You don't
that.
get 2,000 if he gives you 1,500, 1,400. That's still pretty good.
215-592-9494. You're listening to 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, broadcasting live away from the Tasty Cake Studios at the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina in Chesapeake City, Maryland. 215-592-9494. OG Wade with an early call. You're on WIP. What's up, OG?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
I see you hot today.
Hey, listen.
You called, hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
You called in the 1 o'clock
yeah,
hour, right? You called in the 1 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour. To the midday.
Yeah, one of
Yeah.
them.
I'm
Yeah.
saying you're hot
I
today.
just been
You're
hot.
right back at it. You're
Yeah, I've
right
been hot.
back at it.
So-
All right, come in hot and come in strong. All right.
Yeah, I just want to help Spike out a little bit here. Spike, last year, this time, or last year when we started out, we were coming in off of a 30th ranked defense, and no one knew what that defense was going to bring. Okay, we ended up obviously being better than anybody ever thought they would be. So basically, having question marks at anything with this team is not a negative. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that you can go to any team in the NFL and say what you got in those teams. There's no way you could actually do that. If you look at the positions, and everybody say Josh Sweat should have won the MVP. Remember, we cut Josh Sweat and brought him back
So
on a
what?
lesser deal.
Yeah, well,
Okay, Josh
like,
Sweat. hold on. Josh Sweat,
This whole thing where we took chances last year on a bunch of minimum guys and a couple of them worked out, which means that that's going to happen again this year, is bad logic. That's not how it works. You can't expect a long shot going to work every single year. And the fact is, and this is a fact, we have, whether we cut Josh Sweat or not, or whether we let Josh Sweat try to go find a deal and he couldn't find a deal or not, the fact is we had players that were productive at those positions. We had players that were productive at edge. We had players that were productive at tackle. We had a player that was productive at cornerback. We had a guy who had 6 interceptions at safety. And we have replaced them with bargain bin minimum guys and guys who haven't been good enough to get on the field yet. And that's true. We can all dream about Keely Ringo. Keely Ringo wasn't the guy that got on the field when Darius Slay went off the field last year. That was Isaiah Rodgers, and he's gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sidney Brown wasn't the guy that got on the field last year when CJ went off the field. He wasn't. And then the guys
the one blind spot Coach Fangio has.
And for Edge, I sure hope Josh Uche is good. I sure hope Azeez Ojulari can stay healthy. You know, I hope Jalix Hunt can play 75% of the snaps and be good.
Go 5'8".
But these are all hopes. And if you want to win the Super Bowl, you can't look at the. And by the way, the defense carried the team last year. It did. And you can't just say the unit that carried the team last year. We're going to hope that it works this year, and we're going to hope that the offense is top 3. Those are a lot of hopes. I want to win a Super Bowl. I don't want to hope we win the Super Bowl.
Let me help you out then, Spike, since you don't know a damn thing. Let me just help you a little bit. Okay, how this thing works, called the game of football, it takes all of them. Rather it's the defense that you say carried the team or whatever.
What did carry the
team? At some point in time, your offense had to do enough to be able to be in the Super Bowl and win it.
Yeah, but it's what made them a great
the
team.
The defense did their job. Their job is to go out there and stop the other team from scoring points. The offense's job is to go out there and score as many points as you can score to win the game. Spike, it doesn't take rocket science to figure this one out. The OG Way 4-point system won every damn game for you, and none of you idiots want to pay attention. You don't need all that you're talking about. You need to win those 4 points, and you win the Super Bowl.
Hold on, give us those 4 points again. Hold on, give us the 4-point system again.
Our O-line against their D-line, our D-line against their O-line, which quarterback rushed turned the ball over the least, and which team rushed the ball more effectively. That wins the Super Bowl, bro.
I
so here's it.
just
Beautiful.
remember the 4 points.
Beautiful, and it's a 4-point system, which is genius when trying to figure out, and nobody has an answer of what happens when it's 2-2. Here is the thing: is you want our defensive line to win the battle against their offensive line. We have a harder job doing that this year than we had last year because we lost players. That's just a fact, right?
How is that a fact?
Well, because we lost good players and we didn't replace them with players.
And you, guess what? How do you know that the players that we're bringing in aren't good players?
But the point is, how do you know that they are?
Milton Williams and Josh Sweat is the only good players in the NFL.
No, but do you think Josh Uche, who no other team in the league wanted, or Azeez Ojulari, who no other team in the league wanted?
Mike, it's called chemistry. It's called being in the right system.
Well, why didn't it work? Why didn't it work in 2023, though?
These guys, listen, these guys are the best in the world. I don't give a damn what you want to call them. They are the best.
What are you talking about? Every player in the NFL is one of the best in the world, and they still aren't good enough sometimes.
They won't. It's just that simple.
It's not that
simple. These guys got to reset their goals and say, hey, I want to be great. They have to want to be that. So if you get a guy that don't want, no, you're not going to have a good player. That's just the facts, man. I know it's hard for y'all to understand. You know, you sit here and talk all day like you know some damn thing, but you don't.
Well, speaking of greatness, who sets the temperature, the thermostat for that greatness?
Vic Fangio, probably. Sirianni.
Come on, man. Talk to me, OG.
No.
Talk to me, OG.
Listen, man.
Because we about to get into a conversation a little bit later you're not going to be a part of. I'm just saying, talk to me.
Is that when you look at the texture of this team, the identity of this team, it takes on the identity of Jalen the Duke Hurts.
So it doesn't nobody talks to each other?
Listen, without Jalen Hurts' attitude and how he just takes out stats and let y'all have that. Jalen Hurts knows how to dial back.
I'm talking about the defense. I'm not talking about Jalen.
You guys got to understand how this
And here's the rule, OG.
It's difficult.
I'm setting a rule. You have to add a 5th point to the 4-point system, or you're not allowed to bring it up anymore. There has to be a 5th point.
No, the only 5th point is your face on my 5th. That's going to be the 5th point when I see you.
Nailed it.
All right,
Nailed
there
it.
he is. He's going to punch.
Big old swing and a miss on the way out.
Yeah.
Whole call was a swing and a miss, actually.
Yeah, I thought.
Some solid
No,
points
he
in there.
didn't, Ike.
Solid
he
points
brought
in there.
up that these guys are the best in the world. Like, we get it.
They are all the best
NFL
in the
players
world.
are better than 98% of people that ever put on the pads. Doesn't mean that they're going to be great players.
Well, that's true.
They have to want to.
Yeah, they just got
That's
to
his
want to.
point. They have to want to.
I agree with that.
215-592-9494. Demond and Delco, you're on WIP. What's up, Demond?
Yo, good afternoon to y'all fellas.
What's up, Demond?
Hey, man, listen. Ike, you right, man. I heard you agreeing with OG, right? Because you're absolutely right. Last year, fellas, and from this year moving forward, last year and this year, the person who was the most disruptive is our guy in the middle, JC, Jalen Carter. Them other dudes eat off of him. They always have, all year long. I'm not saying they wasn't good now. Sweat is good. Is good. But we got the, what do you call my man? The Vanilla Gorilla coming in? Is it the Vanilla
The
Gorilla?
4th-round pick, Ty Robinson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't do Vanilla Gorilla here.
Yeah.
That's on a different show. Yeah.
Oh, my man.
Are we doing Vanilla Gorilla?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I want to see him play first before he gets a good nickname like that.
I think he's going to be good, but listen, Ajomo was already there.
Yes, Spike.
Ajomo.
6 sacks last year.
Oh, okay, Ajomo. So what was your favorite Moro Ajomo play from last year?
My favorite play? He
Yeah.
got so many, I ain't even going to tell you.
Oh, right. What was your favorite Ty Robinson play?
I need you to watch it.
Come on, man. And everybody, again, and here's the thing with Josh Sweat and Milton Williams. No, they probably were not worth what they were paid. But, yes, they were the two highest paid defensive players in free agency this year. So to say that we didn't lose anything and we're just going to replace them with other guys that we found off the scrap heap, I just think is a little like we're being a little disrespectful to the contributions that those guys made and the talent that those guys have.
But here's the only reason why you can do that. Again, watch the tape. JC, he's a beast in the middle. Everybody's eating off of him. Now, I ain't saying them dudes are scrubs, but I believe, number 3, he going to step his game up again. He had 10 sacks, including the playoffs last year, right? So at the end of Nolan. He going to come back a beast. I believe Ojulari, the Giants guy, I believe he going to step up this year. And I know 100% JC and Big Boy Davis, they say Davis is trembling now. He said, what he called the Peloton, he like it now. The Peloton he using? Man, listen, we good. I don't know if y'all worried. I think we good.
Well, I mean, I thank you for the call, Damon. I hope Jordan Davis is a difference maker this year. It actually, if he can stay on the field and be productive, I think it could make an enormous difference for the Eagles, but I'll believe it when I see it. He's been on the team long enough and hasn't been able to do it.
Third year.
Yeah,
big breakout year.
Well, I mean, it would make a huge difference in their defensive line production if he can stay on the field.
Yep.
You know, that him being on the field for 12 or 15 plays a game, that's not difference maker stuff.
How about this? 25 snaps. Would you take 25 snaps a game?
I would take 25 snaps a game.
All right.
Well, I mean, out of 60, I mean that's what Milton Williams was doing last year.
We're coming from 12.
Yeah, that's what, I mean. Milton Williams
trying to double the snaps.
I think Milton Williams was on the field for about 45% of the snaps, and that if the other teams
play 60 snaps, Jack.
No. I'll take 20, and then I'll get Ty Robinson and Ojomo in there. It's a rotation next to old Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody's on a rotation.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of mid-defensive players that are going to make it
a top 10
defense.
Oh, y'all, man. Y'all
well, it's just like, dude, they're obviously not going to be a top 5 unit. You pray for a top 10 unit.
Okay.
You pray for a top 10 unit.
No, you guys are praying. I'm guaranteeing a top 10 unit.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Are you going to guarantee a top 10 unit tomorrow, too?
Yes.
Okay.
What's tomorrow?
Well, no, we're not in front of everybody.
Oh,
yeah. 215-592-9494. Bob in Lehigh Valley. Bob. Bob,
are you talking to yourself?
Oh,
Buzz?
For Christ's sake.
I put him up 30 seconds ago.
Well, who was he talking to? Himself?
No
Talk
idea.
to, all right.
He sounds crazy.
I'm going to try one more time. Bob, no. Bob's doing his own show.
Yeah, hold on. I want to hear
You want
Bob.
to hear what he's doing?
Bob, what's going on, man?
Yeah. Hold on. Buzz is trying to talk to him.
Oh,
Let's go to Ellsworth and Allentown.
Yes,
Ellsworth, you're on WIP.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up, Ellsworth?
What's up, Ellsworth?
Just wanted to say, about a month ago, you had a young fellow on there that told you guys he thought LeBron was the best player in the NBA history.
Yeah.
And you guys told Michael Jordan was, and the reason he didn't know that because he was too young to have seen Michael Jordan. You made my case for me when I say Will Chamberlain was the greatest player ever. You guys have never saw him play. I saw him play.
I've seen the tapes.
Yeah, I saw the tapes.
Yeah.
Well, he's in my top 10.
My top 10 are my top 3 are
top 11.
Bill Russell and Oscar Robertson.
So can I ask you something?
like it.
Will's ahead of Bill Russell, even though Will only won 2 titles and Bill Russell won 12? 11.
It's a team sport.
Okay.
One player.
I got to go Kareem, Wilt, Shaq, Bill Russell, Tim Duncan.
Well, those are 5 very good players.
Yeah, I got Wilt in there. Wilt's in there.
And why are all those guys ahead of, Michael Jordan?
I like Elijah Wan's out of my top 10.
I think he's doing centers. Are you just doing centers there?
They changed a lot
Oscar
of
Robertson.
rules. Well, Oscar Robinson was a guard.
Yeah.
But,
Come on, Spike. Learn the game.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
They changed a lot of rules to stop Wilt. They used to have a keyhole.
They took the dunk out for
Chelsea
1
keyhole.
year.
They widened the lane to get him further away from the basket. They changed one rule for Michael Jordan. They allowed him to palm the ball, 2 rules, and they allowed him to take an extra step so his dunks looked more spectacular.
Yeah.
Well, everyone else could take advantage of those rules too, couldn't they?
They can now. Wilt didn't have that advantage.
Oh.
So,
I only have him behind Kareem.
Yeah.
Well,
That's why Wilt won all those titles.
Yeah. The only number I need is
he's
6.
sport, man.
6.
He
6
got
finals
the greatest
appearance,
players
6
in
titles.
baseball, and
He's not greater than Michael Jordan. Yeah, I thought we
he's
were
not.
past that. Yeah.
Thank you for the
I
call.
thought we were
Allison.
past that. I thought we were just going big man.
And I tried to show you guys the video the other day. Him just ripping the teammates' shots out of the air to put him in.
Oh, yeah.
Wilt Chamberlain.
215-592-9494. Bob in Lehigh Valley. You're on WIP. What's up, Bob?
Hi, how you doing?
What's up, Bob?
What's up, Bob?
Bob, who were you talking to before you came on here?
I was talking to your producer.
Interesting.
Really?
Well,
I think before that one. Before who were you talking to before you were talking to the producer?
No one.
All right. Well, let's just get to it.
Sorry, I have a bad phone. I didn't get on before. That's on me. I was on. I'm on speaker, and that's I can't hear you if I'm on
That's a
regular.
violation.
So I know
Yeah, but his phone doesn't work. I am.
He said they went to me, and I didn't hear it, so I apologize. That's all me.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you think about the Eagles?
Yeah.
You still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I might as well.
Okay. It was funny. I had just picked up the phone. I was going to call, and I
Just
sat down.
talk
about the Eagles.
Just
Please
say
talk
it.
about
Just
the
say
Eagles.
it. Just say it.
And then your one caller said, because we're trying to help Spike, and the question was, how do you get rid of a number one defense and still win? But it's that same defense, like less than a year ago, that people were saying, well, we're going to score a lot because of the offense, but the defense was the question. So what you do is the same thing we did last year. You get a bunch of hungry young guys, you coach them up, and you send them out. Now I still say we get a free agent if he's actually literally free and he's floating around there, and maybe some of these people are trying to get available because they want to get on the Eagles.
Do you want to win the Super Bowl or not?
That's and that's
okay.
we did
Do you
last
think
year with the same? Not to cut you off,
But
we did it
do you
last year
think
with the same thing? A bunch of new
Do you
guys,
think what we did last year is a recipe that's going to work every single year? Like, do you think that Azeez Ojulari is going to be as good as Zach Bond was, and that our rookies, we ended up with 2 great rookies in the secondary. Now, our top 2 picks on defense this year, we have Jair Alexander, who's not Jair Alexander. Why can't I remember his name? Our first round pick,
Jahad Campbell.
With Jahad Campbell, who's probably not going to play for the first month of the season. I don't know, man. Like, we got a little bit lucky last year. We got a little bit lucky with Zach Bond. We got a little bit lucky with how productive that Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean were last year. We got lucky, by the way, that Darius Slay still had another year left in his career where he could be a starting cornerback. I don't know that you can count on being that lucky every single year, especially when your defense was the backbone of the team last year. Last year, for the Philadelphia Eagles, the backbone of their team was a number 1 defense and the best running back in the NFL. I'm not super confident we're going to get that sort of performance out of Saquon again, and I'm definitely not confident that we're going to have the best defense in the NFL. I want to win a Super Bowl while the rest of the NFC isn't incredible. I want to win a Super Bowl when there isn't a mountain to climb. Let's go get one this year. Let's make sure we're good again. And I don't see them doing that.
These guys, I say get a free agent. I say get them, but you say you can't. You're not confident, and you can't be, and you never can be sure. But that's better than what you were saying before. Like you said, you can't understand how. And this number 1 defense, went from like OG said, like it went from 20 last year. So it can be done. And you can't. It's not a recipe you want to bank on, but and I do say try to win it now. That's exactly before they catch up to us, the rest of the league. But I agree with that completely. Incidentally, I remember watching Ike play. Awesome.
That's right.
Jack,
what was your favorite play?
There it is.
What was my I don't.
Yeah, your favorite Ike Reese play.
I don't have a favorite Ike Reese play. What I liked about him was he flew around. Like people didn't tell him. No one told him he wasn't really a big guy. He hit people.
Shut up, Jack.
The big guy. He hit people.
That's
hard.
right.
And
it's intercepted by Ike Reese.
Come on, man. He lit up Deion Sanders in the Ravens game. And people forget that. He picked off Dante Culpepper. He sacked Brett Favre after Najee Davenport ate his lunch for 4 quarters.
That's true. That was early in the game, actually. Sack came earlier in the game.
Was sports talk radio, and they didn't beat people up. They just they praised him. I just remember the good that he did. We did have a sideline reporter. We did have a sideline reporter who seemed to hate the team always, and I never understood that growing up. But anyway.
Oh, you're talking about Howard.
Howard hate the team?
That's not my Howard.
Yeah.
He's talking about the 90s Howard.
Oh, yeah, that was a different Howard. Different Howard. But pre-2000s
Howard.
Oh, yeah, back when sports radio was pleasant. Everyone was happy. No one was ripping the Eagles in the early 2000s.
Yeah. Pre-Joe Batter and Andy Reid, Howard was it was a different beast.
Yeah.
That was a different beast.
Yeah.
The
one thing that's not being factored in on the defense, and we don't know this now, but I think it has to be brought up, is what the fire is going to be like. Like last year, they were coming off the worst year that we've had.
Fire?
Yeah.
The fire is Vic Fangio.
By the way, to point out, it's not like Vic Fangio is rolling out number one defenses every year. I mean, last year was an outlier.
It wasn't an outlier.
Yes, it was.
When he's had talent, he's had a good defense.
He had talent in Miami.
They're not.
I know, they're a bunch of dogs.
Yes.
I get it. I get it. Like, he went to the Super Bowl in 12 with a great team. A great team. What did they do after that? I mean, in a couple of years, they fell apart. I mean, that Niners team. And Harbaugh's out of there by, what, 15?
It's a mix of both. I mean, he's obviously a good defensive coordinator, but you can't do it without players. And, my
any coach will tell you that.
Yeah, and my concern is that, is it possible that all these guys that we're hoping come through? It's absolutely possible. I just, for a team that just won the Super Bowl, the difference between how I think I'm seeing it and how you're seeing it is you're seeing it like the Super Bowl gives them the leeway to go into this year with almost maybe not even just benefit of the doubt, but they don't have to act desperate.
Yes.
To me, this window that we're talking about, I would act desperate now. Because I don't know what 2 years from now is. I don't know where Saquon is 2 years from now. I don't know if they make changes to the salary cap rules that make it harder for the Eagles to hold on to their players and spread it out. I'm feeling panicked about getting another Super Bowl soon because I don't know what 3 years from now holds.
And that's fair. I'm not saying you're crazy for thinking the way that you're thinking. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is I believe the Eagles have earned the benefit of the doubt. New England, when they had that long dynasty run, they had to make tough decisions. They had to let certain players go. They traded Richard Seymour, a Hall of Fame defensive tackle, in the middle of their run. They let my old teammate in Atlanta, Lawyer Malloy, go, who was a safety on 2 of their Super Bowls. They let him go because they didn't
they let Vrabel go.
Sometimes you have to make tough decisions and trust in your system, your sort of model for building a team, for drafting players, developing players. I'm not saying you're going to win every year, but what I am saying is you're going to give yourself a chance to win every year. And sometimes when you make desperate moves, you basically put yourself in this box to where now you're stuck with a guy, or he's going to be eating up your cap space if he can't play, versus having younger players that you drafted into your system or picking and choosing. Like, for instance, New England, they went out and got Rodney Harrison, right? So they saw a veteran, they saw the need, they plugged him in there. They went and traded for Randy Moss when it presented itself.
Yep.
4th-round draft pick. So, New England, they did those things when they saw fit, when it benefited them. Now, here's the difference. With Tom Brady as the quarterback,
it changes things a little bit.
Patriots, yes.
No offense to Jalen. Yeah,
Tom Brady was the quarterback, so he made a lot of that right. I 100% agree with that. This is where the quarterback, this is where Jalen, to me, proves his value. To me, Brady won during that time not being the highest paid quarterback in the league, not having the top talent around him. And so this is where, and I believe Jalen can do it. Here's the one thing I had to finally come to appreciate about Jalen. It may not look the way you would ideally want it to look, but you usually are pleased with the results. If you go throughout his career, even when he was in college, being in Alabama, it wasn't about him, right? It wasn't about him.
No.
he went to Oklahoma. It wasn't necessarily about him. He had CeeDee Lamb. He had some other good players. But he still went there and took that team to the playoffs, and he finished a runner-up in the Heisman Trophy race. So what I'm saying is, when he was drafted here, he may not have been drafted to be the guy, but he somehow has made that work for him. That, over time, has to say something. It's one thing if you do it once or if you do it twice. Throughout his career, this is what he's done. He's been on winning teams. He's been on successful teams. And it's not just about the talent around him. It's his ability to play that position with the talent around him. So what I'm saying is Jalen Hurts, as long as he has an organization like the Eagles that's going to put talent around him, all he has to do is know how to go out and win with the talent that's around him. That's what he's done. Like, he's never been the big arm guy, the five-star recruit that led everything with his arm. Like, he's been sort of a general on the field, calm and composed under pressure. He's gotten better at that. And it's the one thing I will always say that separates him from those other guys who we assume have better talent than he has in their own body. This dude, when he usually gets in the big games, he plays well. It's a good enough team around him. He's going to play well enough to give us a shot. And it's not going to be pretty all the time. But for the most part, he wins. Like, that's the end result of what he does as a quarterback. Some quarterbacks are losing quarterbacks. They always lose. They always play bad. This dude seems to always be in big games.
Well, I'm going to need him to play edge and get after the quarterback next year.
Listen, but see, here's the thing. That's where it's on Fangio. If the defense is going to be the personnel that it is, it's like when Jim Johnson was here. Like, Andy wasn't responsible for what we did on defense. That was Jim Johnson. That was Jim Johnson's responsibility.
Yep.
So, to me, Coach Fangio has earned that. Like, that's on him to develop these guys.
215.
Get these guys ready to go. But the offense, to me, don't go out there and lose games. Meaning, you can't go out there turning the ball over and playing poorly. Like, you can't do that as an offense. You just got to go out there and do your part, and then Coach Fangio will get the defense right.
Coming up next, speaking of Jalen Hurts.
Like that, Fritz?
No, it's good stuff.
Speaking of Jalen.
So dismissive, man.
I'm not dismissive.
Man.
Chris Sims is ranking his...
Speaking of being dismissive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Finally, someone that knows the truth.
Yeah, is ranking his top quarterbacks for next season. We will get into that list next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina in Chesapeake City, Maryland. Check out ChesapeakeInn.com for details.
One thing that I would never be dismissive of is the Scott Auto Group.
Oh, there you go.
Been a member of the Scott Auto family for a long time. Got my first car there, my current car. Love my Scott family. And you got to get to the new Scott Kia location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time, treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick. And when you go, make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Going on. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
The hottest girls in the Delaware Valley and nothing but their birthday suits. It's happening this Tuesday night at Club Risque Philly. Yeah! See for yourself entertainers wearing nothing but a smile. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning two off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies, and look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
be staying the night.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice festive. It's a festive atmosphere.
It is.
Dude, I was saying, and this is not far from
I got
Philly.
my surf sides down here. I see all my surf side iced teas.
Well, and the thing is, for us, Ike, as we're in the South Jersey or whatever, is less than an hour to get down here.
That's true.
It's like, I was like, yeah, I'll tell Val. Come have dinner here
Yes.
one night. You know? How about this? Ike and I will pay for the babysitter.
Yes.
Nah, we'll just drop them to my parents.
All right,
Oh,
there you go. Well,
yes.
we'll pay them.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
Don't give them any ideas. My dad won't turn down $1.
Yeah.
That's smart.
So, we all love Chris Sims around here.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Finally a guy that makes sense.
And Chris Sims is debuting his top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh, can't wait.
Now, he hasn't debuted the top 4 yet, but based on looking at the list, we assume we know who is in the top 4.
Yeah.
And we know who's not going to be in the top 4.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be talking about it right
Correct.
now. But the top 4 is Josh Allen, we would imagine, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow. So he released his top 10. And I'm going to go, actually, instead of counting down, I will count up or whatever. So number 5.
More dramatic.
Number 5, he identifies as the Pocket Rockets.
Yeah, what is that? I mean,
Well,
that's pretty aggressive.
Yeah, it sounds. I don't know about that.
Is it sponsored by Blue Chew?
Yeah. So his Pocket Rockets are number 5. He has Jaden Daniels as the number 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Okay.
Number 6, Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
Number 7, C.J. Stroud. Now he has voiced confidence in Stroud before. Stroud had a great rookie year, had an off last year. I think we're all pretty confident Stroud will be good.
Yeah. I think C.J. Stroud's a good quarterback.
Yeah,
very good.
It seems aggressive to have him at 7, but okay. So Jaden Daniels, number 5, Matthew Stafford, number 6, C.J. Stroud, number 7. Then 8 and 9, he has labeled surgicality.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Surgical, meaning you're a good passer.
Okay, it's like precision, guy.
Precision.
Surgicality is definitely not a word. If I said that, you would spend 10 minutes saying how dumb I was.
Well, do you want me to get to the punchline here, or do you want me to, Number 8, Justin Herbert. Yeah. Number 9, Baker Mayfield. I'm a Baker guy. I don't mind having Baker at 9. I might have him a little higher. Number 10, there's only one group this is. This group is called The Truth Hurts. Jalen Hurts, number 10 in his quarterback list. So here is what Chris Sims had to say about why Jalen Hurts is number 10 on his list.
He really saved his best moments for the last 2 games of the year, the 2 most important games of the year. Against the Washington Commanders, NFC Championship game, played his best football maybe there. And then, of course, in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. I mean, their mid-second quarter, the start of the game, let alone then mid-second quarter going into the third. He really, and the offense took over and dominated and put the Chiefs away. But with him saying all that and all his skill set and the leadership and the mental strength and all that, is he perfect? No. There's a reason he's at number 10. And there's still flaws in his football game that need to be addressed, need to be fixed. And, they win the game still with him not playing perfect. And this is where, again, I do the dirty work to go, let me decipher here, right? But there's no quarterback in football that has more advantages on the field at the position than Jalen Hurts.
All right. From a personnel standpoint, he's at least right on the final point. I don't think you can punish – it gets tricky when you start talking about the other players on the team because –
Yeah, because I'm going to rip right into all that.
Well, yeah. Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I want you to finish.
Okay. Well, I would have him 7th. But, no, 6, 7 – I would have him 8th. So I guess – no, I would have him 7th. I'm sorry. I would have him 7th. I guess I have him closer to 10th.
Either way, you would be wrong. 7th or 8th or 10th.
Okay. I think Chris Sims here's how I feel about Chris Sims.
Yeah.
I feel like he makes decent points, but I also think he has a grudge to bear on the Hurts thing. So what he's doing is he is betting that eventually he's going to be right. is essentially what he's doing.
Yeah.
So I think some of his good points, which I do think he makes some good points, get a little harder to take seriously because sometimes it's quite obvious, like he is going to stand on this hill, and he's gonna bet on Hurts eventually failing.
Yeah.
So I actually
reminds me of a couple guys I know.
Yeah. I don't think
good strategy.
I don't think 10 is like insanely unfair. I don't think it is.
Of course it is, Spike.
I don't think it is,
Well,
but
here's
I don't
why.
think it's right, but I also don't think it's unfair.
Here's why it's unfair. Here's why it's unfair. And it's multiple reasons. A, he's biased. Because
he is.
Because he was outrageous with his 42nd ranking years ago, and Jalen wound up going to the Super Bowl, and Eagles fans, rightfully so, let him hear about it. You can't be that outrageous with your take. The guy then, that year, finishes runner-up in MVP and 3 points away from beating the greatest quarterback in the last 10 years. Like, you can't say he's 42 and then Jalen does that and you look like a fool. So now you're just betting every year that you're right with your original thought and you're still wrong. Like, think about it. He started off in the 40s. How does a guy that he started off ranking in the 40s make his way up into the top 10?
Well, here's the thing about...
Think about that, Spike.
Yeah, well...
40, it's only 32 spots.
He had Kellen Mond behind him.
Yeah, it's only 32 spots.
Well, the thing about the where he ranked him before 22 is it's almost like, I would get it. Wherever he wants to put him after his first year starting, like, that 42 is ridiculous, but also, like, nobody thought he was going to be runner-up of MVP. You know what I mean? Like,
right, but that's where he went, though.
Right.
He went from 42 to that.
Right.
And he can't let it go. So it is a bias. So here's the other reasons why. The same things he tries to use against Jalen, meaning that he makes that way more to why he knocks him down, he praises these other guys for meaningless stats and not winning, which at the quarterback position, it speaks to his mindset as what it means to be a quarterback in the NFL. He's lost. His dad has his numbers in the rafters at the Giants because he won the Super Bowl. His dad is only known because the defense of the Giants won the Super Bowl. But no, he's only known because of his dad. So what I'm saying is that the very fact that he has a job is based off of his dad being perceived as a winner. And he doesn't put enough of that into his criteria of judging quarterbacks. It's the very reason his sorry ass got a scholarship at Texas and got drafted. He was terrible as a quarterback. But if his dad hadn't won the Super Bowl and been known as a winner, Chris Sims doesn't even get a shot. So what I'm saying is that the very thing he's living off of, which is winning, that dad didn't have a ton of talent, wasn't the greatest, he's living off his dad's reputation. So you don't want to give Jalen credit, even if you want to just say he's a winner. And he has great characteristics like my dad, which is why I love him. See, you're trying to have it both ways. He wants to be in this space and be viewed as a quarterback guru when he's not looking at what it means to be an actual quarterback in the NFL. What is he actually looking at? If I were to go to C.J. Stroud's stats, why would he have C.J. Stroud ranked in front of Jalen? Why? Because he's going to say Jalen had talent and C.J. Stroud didn't? Well, isn't the very thing of being an elite quarterback means you shouldn't need what the other guys need in order for you to win? Because if you need everything the second-round pick needs or the fourth-round pick needs, and you're a top 10 pick or a top 5 pick, then what makes you any different than the fourth-round pick or the second-round pick? So when I hear quarterbacks need talent or Jalen gets knocked for having talent, and then these other guys don't get knocked because they don't have the talent, well, doesn't it say they need talent as well to win? So how is that a negative for Jalen?
Well, I think what he would say is, with all of the talent, he should be more productive from a yardage and touchdowns and from a production standpoint. I think that would be his response.
And him as a quarterback should know more. There's more to playing quarterback than that. That's why he's bogus and it's biased. Anybody else, I could be like, okay, whatever. But he's an actual quarterback. And I'm not telling you Jalen Hurts is as good as Josh Allen or he's as good as Patrick Mahomes. What I'm saying is your criteria for ranking these quarterbacks don't make sense when it comes to Jalen Hurts. Because if you're going to rank all those other things, then you can't tell me. So, like, I hear a lot of, well, if I put this quarterback on the Eagles, they'd win the Super Bowl too. That's a negative for Jalen? That's a negative? I don't see how that's a negative. Like, I don't see how that's a negative. Like, why can't they uplift their own team and lead them to a championship? If they are that much better than Jalen, why can't they uplift their own team? Why do they need to have the same amount of talent as Jalen? Since Jalen is not that good and they're that great.
Sure.
That's what I don't get. And so him being at 10, all those guys in front of him, I know why those guys are in front of him. And I'll continue to say it until Jalen proves me wrong or shows me something different. Give me this dude in those games. More often than not, he's coming out on top against those quarterbacks. By the way, against those quarterbacks. He's coming out on top the majority of the time. So what are we basing this on? Stats? Like, is that what we're basing it on, stats? That's not how you judge quarterbacks in this league, man. It's not. It could be how you rank them, but from an ownership, coaching standpoint, you want the results. And it goes without saying for fans. They want the results. They don't care what numbers look like or in there. You can put up a bunch of numbers and we don't win. You're still getting ripped. Joel Embiid averaged 33 points. Don't matter. We go out in the second round. Yeah. It don't matter. So winning is the only thing that matters when you're at that position. And that dude does a hell of a lot of winning. And all those other guys with the speed, with the arm talent, and all these other things, they don't win as much as Jalen. Much as I love Joe Burrow, if he don't make the playoffs this year, it'll be the third straight year he doesn't make the playoffs. With that talent on offense. I'm not saying it's Joe Burrow's fault.
Sure.
I'm just saying it'll be the third straight year he doesn't make the playoffs.
I actually have a question for you about this. 215-592-9490, but we'll get to it in a second. I can tell you how to get your rankings.
It's hard when I start cooking, man.
You know what?
Hard.
Actually,
in front of this.
Speaking of which,
you're sweating.
It's what?
Well, it is hot.
Yeah.
What did you say before that? It's what?
It's hard.
Oh, it's hard.
There it is.
Yep.
There it is.
There you go.
How does that work?
I didn't know we were rolling into that.
Well, now you know. Now you know. Look, what I'm telling you is this is me to you who's listening right now. This is us to you. We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew.
Right.
And we know
everyone here has to.
Yeah. And we know you're sitting there thinking, well, I want to try it.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go to the doctor and tell them that I need it or whatever. You know, I don't want to have to wait in line at the pharmacy.
Dad, Doc, I'm having problems.
Yeah, and
have
look,
people look at you in the line.
Yeah, look,
don't want that.
There's nothing to be ashamed of.
Of course not.
But here, we're going to take away all those problems. That's what Blue Chew does. And we're going to take away, if price was your thing, first of all, it's made and shipped in the USA, so it's going to be cheaper anyway.
Yep, no tariffs.
But first month is going to be free. It's on us.
Yep.
Use code 94 at BlueChew.com. It's going to get your first month for free. You're only going to have to pay for the shipping. We got to pay the person that brings it to you.
We'll take care.
You only have to pay the $5, but we're going to take care of the rest of it. You're going to get a chewable that is the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin. But again, no doctor's appointments. You just meet with one of their medical pros online. It takes 5 minutes. I can tell you that for sure. It takes about 5 minutes.
That's really
well. No, the website.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
And
I didn't know you were a marathon now.
Yeah, and they will no. Marathon for 5 minutes.
That's not a marathon.
Well, I don't know. Look at the
2
clock for 5 minutes. It's a long time. It's longer than you think it is.
Yeah.
Is all I'm saying.
Yep.
You don't have to wait. No pharmacy. They're going to ship it to you. Just go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94, and you'll get your first month for free. And then you can
chew it and do it.
It's time to chew it and do it.
Ike is so sweaty.
I am.
Yeah.
Well,
I blacked out.
That was like a 10-minute rant.
That was.
Yeah,
I was waiting on Spike to shut it down and
well,
didn't.
well, we're at the no. I was letting you roll. Everybody's loving it.
Yeah.
Here at the Chesapeake.
No one agrees with Spike and I.
Yeah. I don't need to do that in front of all these people. The question I have is this: can we think of over the last 30 years or 40 years? Can we think of a historical comp for Jalen? A guy who you say, okay, he ends up making the right plays at the right time, not great stats, but also should be in the – because you mentioned Phil Simms, but I don't know that Phil Simms would have been in the very top of the quarterback list at the time. I could be wrong.
I agree.
So I'm trying to think of a historical comp for him, and that's where I'm having trouble, where I could say, well – because it's very hard to point to other. I can point to a lot of good quarterbacks that didn't win Super Bowls that we all think were good.
Yeah, my favorite.
Yeah, Dan Marino.
Yeah.
And look, maybe John Elway. If John Elway doesn't get Terrell Davis, but maybe he ends up being a quarterback who didn't. So there are plenty of those.
Yep.
What I'm trying to think of is a quarterback not played the same as Jalen, but maybe didn't put up numbers. And I know you brought up Aikman, but it was a different time in the NFL where nobody's numbers looked. Like it was before the pass era, because even Elway's
that's the only
numbers,
one I could come up with. That was close. Yeah.
But last year really did remind me of those 2013 Seahawks. With
the early Russ seasons.
Yeah. And now Jalen probably did more than Russ. But, Russ at the time handed off to Marshawn Lynch and had a great defense.
Had a great defense.
And people called him a winner.
And no, people had Russ as an elite quarterback.
But not until I don't think that happened until later when he put up a couple 40 touchdown seasons.
No, but he had won two. He had gone to 2 Super Bowls and won 1.
He did have the winner thing.
So he wasn't an elite quarterback in the early years. I agree, but you're right. When he started going to the playoffs every year is when people started, and his numbers weren't necessarily gaudy every year.
And he lost that defense.
Yeah.
It more fell on Russell Wilson's shoulders. But I think early in his career, when he first started winning, it was like, this guy's a winner.
Well, because I remember listening to Bill Simmons talk about Russell Wilson when it was happening. And what he said all the time was, I don't know. That guy finds a way, and the numbers did. Eventually, Russell Wilson, and who knows if we see Jalen take that step this year. I don't think Jalen's going to throw 40 touchdown passes, but he could take a leap statistically, which would put all of this to bed.
2014, he had 20 touchdowns and 7 picks.
Yeah.
And then
that's what Russ used to be in the 20s and single-digit interceptions.
And then 2015, he jumped to 34-8.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was his age 27 season, which was what Jalen's heading into.
So this is what I'll say, and I've tried to make this clear. The reason why I have Jalen in the elite category is his winning. Right. I'm not. That's what I've always been clear about. It's his amount of winning. You go to 2 Super Bowls. You're in the playoffs every year. You're a quarterback. You finished in the MVP runner-up. You've been All-Pro. You've been a Pro Bowler. Those things have happened on his resume. And I'm not arguing talent-wise from an elite talent standpoint. Mm-hmm. That's not what I'm arguing.
Yep.
My argument has always been I have him in that category. If those guys are elite, then how can he not be elite with the amount of winning he does at that position?
And that's why this year is a prove-it year from whether or not he is an elite quarterback. He doesn't.
Well, it could be settled, by the way, and not the way you want
settled.
it.
It could be. I agree. It's on the table.
When you say it's a prove-it year for him as an elite quarterback, I say, what does he have to do? Win another Super Bowl?
But for me,
if he wins another Super Bowl and he throws for 24 touchdowns and 8 interceptions and 3,800 yards,
does he have?
I'm giving you numbers.
Does he have the best defense? Does he have the best running back? But it does for me.
I might have to drop it if he wins two
that's
straight
what
Super Bowls.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He has to do more to get in that category, whereas those other guys with all that talent can get a free pass even though they haven't won a Super Bowl. He has to win 2 and go to 3?
Yeah. I don't. But he doesn't. For me, he doesn't have to win the Super Bowl for me to say he's an elite quarterback.
Okay, so you just want numbers.
Better numbers, yeah. I would like more than 25 passing touchdowns. It'd be nice.
Man.
And
get out of here,
if he can prove he can win without having the best defense, the best offensive line, the best running back, and the best receivers, then I'll give it up. What do
you want him to do? Trade the defense?
No!
Trade AJ and Smitty and Saquon?
This is where I want to.
Well, how's he going to win without those guys doing their job?
I'm just saying, last year was overwhelming. The position that he was in and what he was asked to do.
I agree. He didn't have a great year last year.
Yeah, we've all said
that. Yeah, I've said that.
That's why you're going to have him in the bottom half of your top 11.
I don't run from that. But I will say this. The postseason carries more weight.
It does.
And you would say that. Anybody that plays in the postseason, it carries more weight.
100%.
Okay.
It just doesn't carry all the weight.
Sure.
All right. 215-592-9494. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the different at marks-jewelers.com. I'm glad we got an Ike rant in there today. I like the Ike rant.
You see this crowd?
Do the Eagles need to trade for a star defensive player to win the Super Bowl? 72.2% say no. We will get your thoughts on Chris Sims coming up. Also, the high hopes.
Yeah, Chris Sims, it's long overdue for you.
Well, you put me in a position.
Long overdue.
You're like, it's only his dad, and I kind of like, I
been there, brother.
Well, my instincts.
I wasn't even thinking
Yeah,
that.
my instincts are like, I'm going to have to fight you on this.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking that.
Hold on. You know what? Jack, could you give Joe your mic? He had a question for us.
Okay.
And I forgot that we were going to get that because we got all wound up. Go over to Jack's side. And he said, Joe came here, and he said that they listen to the show every day.
Yeah, I listen to you guys.
And he always wants to fight with me on the radio. So what is your question?
Okay, so we all know Jalen Hurts. He's great. But preseason quarterback competition, who's going to win? The Mormon Missile or the new guy, Kyle McCord?
He's a Kyle McCord guy.
Yeah, I'm a Kyle McCord guy.
Mormon Missile, that Tanner McKee?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Mormon Missile.
I wasn't sure.
I think Mormon Missile wins it, but I think
I wasn't sure.
But I think this is the last. We're talking about his arm.
Yeah.
We're talking about his arm.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think probably next year that Kyle McCord is the backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Not this year, but probably next year.
Yeah. But, I mean,
who do you think?
Oh. I mean, this is.
Well, come on. You asked the question.
You like Kyle McCord? Are you a Kyle McCord guy?
So we all know. Well, Kyle McCord, his Syracuse stats were pretty good.
Yeah,
and I mean,
they were?
Come on. Yeah, they were pretty good.
No, okay.
Yeah, they were decent.
Yeah.
But I mean, Tanner McKee, he's played for longer.
Yeah.
So honestly, I'm gonna go Tanner McKee,
Okay.
even though.
So you're going Mormon Missile?
Mormon Missile, even though I feel like Kyle McCord could eventually, if he gets some play time, some practice time, he could be good.
Okay, all right.
Just saying.
So you're saying Mormon Missile, backup
yeah,
quarterback.
I'm going
All right.
Mormon.
Jack, your thoughts? Mormon Missile? Jack goes more. Oh, Jack does have his mic. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry I was late on that. The High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report is next, and we'll continue to talk about Chris Sims. We are at the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina. Beautiful, good crowd. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, let's talk about my friends at Dietz & Watson. Grilling season is here. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts Meat Snacks. That's right. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies have won it. Brandon Marsh with a walk-off.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The summer heat is here, and the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep you and your family comfortable. With Horizon Services, get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. With Horizon, the job will be done right the first time. Click or call day or night. Horizon Services available available 24/7. Book today. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy. Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Ice Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New York Knicks are facing perhaps the most important moment in their franchise's history since they drafted Patrick Ewing. This is an organization that could go either way, having fired Tom Thibodeau. Hire the right coach, and the Knicks are more than capable of rolling through the East next year and perhaps claiming that elusive NBA championship. But screw this up, as the Knicks tend to do, and they could miss this opportunity. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on the water today.
Man,
come on, man.
What's the chances the next time we come down here, somebody offers up the boat?
Oh, like nearly 100%. Nearly 100%. Frankly, we're there it is.
Bring it on, like somebody has to offer up the boat. We got to be on the boat doing this thing.
This
man.
show on a boat's a problem.
We're the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina, Chesapeake City, Maryland. It actually reminds me of when I was in New York. Gio, the morning show host, is a big boat guy. Mm-hmm. And he wanted to do a show, like a big boat party on Long Island, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, and then we'll all go on the boat. And I was like, Gio.
Imagine what that's going to be like.
I was like, dude, none of our listeners have boats. You got plenty of money, blah, blah. And then I come down here, and I'm like, hey, actually, this ain't so bad.
Well, think about it. You came down here, you're like, you know what? Golf, not that bad.
Yep.
And you're going to turn into a boat guy.
Yep. I am becoming a coastal elite.
Dude,
yes.
I tell you what, you're about a couple months away from dipping into a little egg, maybe? Some eggs, some meat?
No.
Some burger?
No,
Come on, man.
No.
You're close.
No.
Pinkies up, Spike?
No, been there, done that. We'll get to the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report in a moment. 215-592-9494. Nick in Collegeville, you're on WIP. What's up, Nick?
Gentlemen, I'm in Middletown, which is the middle of nowhere in Delaware, so if I lose you, I apologize.
Well, why don't you go to the National Appliance Warehouse?
Well, he's close to us, too.
Yeah, tell him Fritz
No,
sent
I'm
you.
close to you guys. I'm like 12 minutes away. But
I'll see you soon, pal.
Yeah. Chris from Middletown is here.
Listen, I got to come, man. I got to come. We'll see. I'm pulling.
He's a
into
legend in
town
his
in
own
about
mind.
5 minutes. We'll see what happens.
All right.
Here's my thing. I feel like O.G. Wade and Chris Sims are antithesis of each other. Like
they balance out the they balance out the universe. O.G. Wade and Chris Sims.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's a good point.
And all the normal, it's like the election. There's two people. There's extremes, and there's everybody else that fits in the middle. I feel like most of us agree with a lot of stuff you say, Spike and Ike. We agree with a lot of stuff you say also. But these
And Jack.
two goofballs, like they don't have 4 brain cells between them, and two of them are always taking a nap.
Yeah, well, I mean, the tough part with somebody like Chris Sims or OG is that they have, and look, I respect it because it's sports and we're all emotional, but they are, not only is it emotion, it is like the idea of you being judged on your opinions, and then, one that you were pretty firm on, you might be wrong, is tough. So
Tough
I
spot
think
to be in.
that's where Chris Sims is. OG now has nothing left to say, so he's in a tough spot too.
I mean, the stuff he was saying about the defense today was some of the worst points I've ever heard about anything ever.
He's got terrible points.
Like, terrible points.
Yeah.
He got one thing right, semi. And now
he got it right.
Semi.
He got it right.
Yeah. Both him and Chris Sims, semi-professional football players. I just...
That's classic. Semi-professional football players, both of them. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
But you brought up a good point. The reason why Jalen is who he is the same reason why his dad got him a job in his business.
Yeah, sounds relatable, right, Spike?
All right. I think Chris Sims is pretty good. I think Chris Sims is pretty good for what it's worth.
It's one thing if you're sane and then you say the earth is flat every day. Because at that point, like, I can't take all the sanity that sounds normal because you still stick on the earth is flat.
Right.
Well, he didn't have him ranked
Chris Sims is a
23rd.
smart,
I had him
intelligent
10th.
Man,
Yeah.
but
He got him 9th last year, by the way.
He did.
He had him 9th last year. Well, he deserved to take a step back.
Will he ever break the top 5? Like, that doesn't matter what Chris Sims
Right,
or whatever,
yeah, no matter what he
Jalen
does.
Will he
Well,
ever
but
crack
I
the
could
top
see
5?
you not having him in the top 5. I mean, I could. Okay, so you have the 4. You take the 4. I don't know that it would be crazy to put Matt Stafford ahead of him.
My problem is, I've argued this point before. It's a guy in Baltimore. Like, Jalen should supersede him because all those numbers he does put up, he has yet to win a serious football. What did he win? 1 playoff game last year, but they were so dominant on defense, it really didn't matter. The first time he faces any type of stiff competition, he crumbles like that crumble cookie guy from used to play for the Sixers.
You saying that Chris Sims is like Bizarro OG Wade, like Lamar Jackson is sort of Bizarro Jalen Hurts, in that
they both win a lot.
Well, but Lamar Jackson
doesn't win in the postseason.
Yeah, it's finally time. Like, Josh Allen does play well in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson just seems to really struggle. And that is he puts up great regular season numbers. By the way, he's fantastic to watch. You watch him last year and you're like, okay, this is going to be the year. And then it just seems like they wait till the playoffs and they know how to handle him, and he hasn't found a way to break through it. So I agree with you on Lamar. It's just tough because he is so good otherwise.
And he's a 2-time MVP.
A 2-time MVP. It's just it's tough, Yeah.
All
right,
but
Nick.
There's a guy that doesn't have a lot of talent around. Like, he did have 1 year he had enough talent he was supposed to win, and they spit the bits. But there's a guy that. But again,
Lamar,
it goes back to what you were saying, Ethan Spike. Like, at some point, if you're an elite quarterback, you got to win with not elite quality players around you.
Well, and by the way, and thank you for the call, Nick. This eventually going to happen. There's going to be a year where Jalen comes into the year and they don't have all this. Somebody's going to be hurt for the year, or they did, like next year. I was saying I'm not sure this is going to happen, but maybe they run into a money thing. And they're like, we got to do this.
It's going to happen.
At some point.
And that's why Mahomes is still elite, because it already happened with him.
Right, and he still won.
And he still won. So no, I totally agree with you. Jalen is not going to have this level of talent around him every year, and quite frankly, if it gets to that and he doesn't play well, you know what, Spike? He won't be in the elite class. He won't be a top 10 quarterback. And I'll call it how I see it.
Right.
Because for me, it unless you get to a status, listen, unless he wins more titles before that happens, because some people get grandfathered into the elite category. Like, once you've won multiple Super Bowls, how are you not an elite quarterback?
That's Mahomes. I mean, Mahomes' year this year, aside from getting to the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
No.
And some could argue it was the defense that led the charge the last 2 years for his teams to get there.
For sure. And then he does that. Like, the thing that everybody thinks of him is he'll make 2 or 3 plays during a playoff game that wins them the game. But really, and that is the difference. He has had fantastic number seasons as well.
He's done it both ways.
Yeah.
And that's why he's stamped.
Yep.
He's stamped. He's there.
Yep.
So, like, for instance, I was bringing up Joe Burrow earlier. And I love Joe Burrow. I'm with you. You and I, we both love Joe Burrow, me for obvious reasons. But if he were to miss the playoffs 3 straight years, could we legitimately say he's in the elite category? Like, how do you put a quarterback in the elite category who misses the playoffs 3 straight years?
It's tough.
Right? Got to be something said for winning.
100%.
It doesn't have anything to do with his talent.
Yep.
But when you're in the elite status, it has to be something that separates you. Now, that could be your talent that separates you, numbers, but I also think winning could put you in there. You asked me about Eli Manning before, and I had to rethink about.
I was thinking Phil Sims, but Eli a couple weeks ago.
This is a discussion we've had some other time.
Yeah, was he a leader?
Yeah, was he a leader, what have you? And I would say I don't ever recall Eli Manning being in the elite category.
Right.
Anybody considering him elite. Now, only difference I'll say is that he had up and down seasons each year. Like,
he did. Some 30 interceptions or something.
I don't know if he made the playoffs in consecutive seasons ever in his career.
He had a weird career.
And that's the only reason why I would say, well, that's probably why he never got put in that category. At least to this point, smaller sample size. Jalen in his 5 years and 4 as a starter, I believe, He's made the playoffs every year, 2 Super Bowls, and a Super Bowl win.
And that's why he reminds me of Russell. Like early.
Right. I mean, the Russell is a great comparison. I like that.
Because Eli does
I like that one.
Eli doesn't do anything for me. I mean, he's just Foles with 2 runs.
Yeah. But he beat Tom Brady in the biggest game.
Yeah. And he gets hot.
Speaking of hot, you know who's hot?
Not the Phils.
Our baseball team.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report.
Buzz was right on that. Buzz was right on it.
They are.
Credit where it's due, Buzz.
They're not. I mean, they're not like hot.
Well, come on.
Come on, man.
16 hits last night, 1 extra base hit.
Undefeated in their last 24 hours.
They are.
How do you get 15 singles in a game?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
You just get thrown out at second every time you get it. Every time you think you might have. Yeah.
And that was what was worried about last night. That was a pressing.
Doing too much.
Yeah, that was a pressing. Like, we got to win.
Yeah.
And that's why I think you saw the reaction after the game.
Well, it's also funny. Like, Sosa is fast runner.
Yeah.
I get it with Sosa.
Yeah.
Castellanos, it's like, dude, you look like you're running in mud. You know, like, what are you talking about? What
He actually looks slower this year.
Yes.
Which says a lot about Casty. So I want to start with some injury updates. An MRI revealed a stress reaction in Aaron Nola's right rib.
His rib?
Yeah, so that's the side issue.
So did he do it?
He going to a rib injury?
So it was when he was sick, right?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, my wife, Val, fractured a rib coughing once.
Wow.
She did.
Yeah, your wife weighs $115.
This guy's a horse.
Well, your rib's your rib. Yeah, she was coughing so much.
Wow.
That and they actually.
I have heard of it before. Yeah.
We were in Clearwater once. She was coughing. We were at a game. She was about to get her favorite player, J. Happ's autograph.
Dude, what is up with you?
J.A. Happ.
J. A. Happ, yeah. And
you guys,
was it J. Happ or J.A. Happ?
J.A. Happ.
Yeah, but everybody called him Jay.
Everyone's calling him
that's
Jay.
what I'm saying. That's why I did that.
Yeah, and she was standing about to get the autograph. She coughed. She couldn't breathe. I had to take her to the ER in Clearwater, and they were like, "You cracked your rib, coughing." So I've heard of
what
it
a great
happening
vacation.
before.
You and Val have some of the craziest adventures.
Dude, I'll tell you this. That was our first trip to Clearwater. First of all, I stayed in the wrong Clearwater. I stayed in Clearwater instead of Clearwater Beach. It took an hour and a half to get to the beach. I didn't know. We're basically by the airport. I was like, why is nobody at this hotel? I had no idea.
So cheap.
Yeah. No, I just didn't know. I was like, there's nobody at the hotel. Oh, because it takes an hour and a half to drive that 8 miles from Clearwater to Clearwater Beach. Then the first game we go to gets rained out. Then we go to the next game, and we end up in the ER. Didn't see one Phillies game the whole weekend trip we went. So anyway,
it was a
continue.
sign.
Yeah. So Nola. So what are they going to do with Nola?
So he's shut down for 2 more weeks.
Okay.
And the Phillies don't know how it happened. So it could have been coughing, but he is.
We said he was sick, right?
He was
Didn't you
sick,
say-
yeah. But they're saying they don't know
Wasn't
how.
he warming up for like 3 days?
He's maybe throwing some bullpens to see
Yeah.
if the ankle might be right, but now it's the rib. What's
lying.
next? They've been so weird with injuries this year. It's
Yeah.
not. It's crazy.
There's no way I'm buying this.
No, it feels like a
I'm
lie.
just saying.
Feels like a lie.
Yeah.
Now they also Rob Thompson said that Harper's wrist is feeling better, so that's a good sign.
Well,
I
didn't
guess.
he have an MRI?
Yeah, what'd that say?
Well, they said he met with doctors
He
last
met with
night.
doctors. That's what he did. He met with doctors.
Did we get an update on that?
No, well, that's all it was. Like they had a real update on Nola,
Right.
and Harper got some treatment, and he's feeling better.
Okay.
That's
That was the update.
Yes.
Here, can I predict what's going to happen with Bryce?
Oh, here we go.
So he's going to be back. So he's eligible to come off the injured list, I think the 15th or whatever.
Right.
I think he is back probably around there. He toughs it out. We get 3 weeks on, 1 week off, blah, 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 blah. We get an okay Bryce, but subdued power. And in the offseason, he has surgery on something. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I wonder if surgery can fix it. Like why? That's my thing. Like,
Yeah,
no one
I have
knows
no
what
idea.
it is.
Yeah.
No, like it could be like you said yesterday, like arthritic.
Could be arthritic, could be tendonitis, could
Yeah.
be any of those things.
Yeah, so we don't know if surgery can fix it. I have no
fix it.
idea.
Yep.
But maybe he just plays until the All-Star break.
Can we get him LeBron's number and he can just find whatever LeBron's doctor gives
Seriously,
him?
I think we all need to find.
Well,
LeBron.
didn't
his
LeBron need to
friends-
be putting out some sort of
His friends Harry, Gary, and Harold.
As much as LeBron endorses, you would think he would have a training regimen out there that we could follow.
Yeah, with your doctor in Miami. Training regimen. Take 2 weeks off. Go get injected. Whatever they inject you.
But when Kobe goes to Germany, it's
all he got was
the platelets.
That's
blood
legal
spinning.
now. You can get that here in the
Kobe
States.
was ahead. He was ahead of time.
Yeah.
Well, Utley tried to go in Germany too, and that didn't work. So hopefully,
No.
I don't know if Harper needs to make a trip there, but I don't know. I'm worried about the Bryce wrist situation.
You
so.
should be.
That sounded
We all
like good
should be.
news.
It did sound like good news, but also I can't tell if it's going to get re-aggravated as soon as
The
he
first
starts
time he
playing.
swings a bat. Yeah.
What do you want me to do, Ike? I'm in a dark spot. Now, there is a lineup change. So
one more Bryce question.
Great.
Can they? I know it's not his throwing hand, but you're moving that hand a lot, the glove hand, when you're a first baseman because you're catching every ball.
What is his throwing arm?
Oh, it's his throwing arm.
Yeah, because
you're right. What can they just DH him?
Well, that's I think could be a question this offseason. Do you not pay Schwarber and just make Harper the full-time DH?
Well, and even the rest of this season, do we put Schwarber in left?
Well, Schwarber's back in left. Well, Reese at first.
Yeah.
Reese.
Get the band back together.
Yeah, get Reese. Trade deadline.
Yeah. Otto Kemp plays first base every day.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, Cowboy Jim's here.
Oh, good.
How the hell did he make it down here?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know, I think his whole I'm a flight attendant thing is a lie.
He's got nothing to do.
He's got too much time. How is he here? We're an hour away.
Tell you what, Justin's close.
I would agree with. There's no doubt he's close.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
He's on the
It's
set.
gotten to the point I expected.
We're talking about OG Wade's
this guy.
Justin.
This guy. We're on camera.
Yeah. On camera, you guys dropping booze on the.
What a flight attendant.
Yeah. Anyway, continue.
What a stewardess.
Yeah.
So Turner's hitting leadoff tonight against a righty.
Oh, there we go.
So they've officially made the switch. That's the
Stott
big.
at 7.
Stott's batting 5th.
Oh.
Yeah, how's that make you feel?
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the lineup.
Yeah,
so.
there you go.
Who else is going to go
No,
there?
I know. I know. It's just, again, the lineup it makes me want to vomit.
Yeah. This is. You know the phrase deck. I know we're not supposed to use the Titanic thing next to the water and boats, but there is a deck chairs Titanic thing with the.
Wait till Schwarber's back in the leadoff spot if Harper misses some time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it goes Turner, Schwarber, Bomer in the 3-hole.
Oh.
What do you think about changing his number from 28 to 543? Or 643?
Or how about 0?
Or
Does anyone-
463? I mean, one of those. They should make. I'm going to get a jersey with those in the back.
Can you bet that Alec Boehm's going to hit into a triple play? Because I will bet on that every single game till it happens. It's like the Ben Simmons 3. I'll eventually be right.
It's like being jabbed in the head, left and right here.
Oh, my God.
Punch here, punch there, punch here, punch there.
Nick Castellanos hitting 4th. Bryson Stott hitting 5th. JT down in the 6-hole.
There you go.
Kepler still batting in the lineup.
Wow.
He's playing left field and hitting 7th. Otto Kemp.
There we go, Otto.
Playing third base. And Brandon Marsh, last night's hero, is playing center field.
He put a little jolt into that, by the way.
He did.
Yeah.
Good sign.
One more game with Otto.
And then what?
It was a home run.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Is it still plus 1,800? Or?
No, yesterday it was down to 750.
Yeah, they know.
750?
Yeah.
Oh, they're not doing you any favors.
They're not.
They smell you coming from
They
a mile
do.
away. Yep.
Yep. But Otto, he kind of reminds me of
Otto.
Whatever. No one cares.
He's not a car.
Well, Otto.
It is Otto. It's
Otto? Is it Otto or Otto?
Otto, man.
All right, so Otto Kemp.
Yes.
Nah, that sounds
Otto
weird.
Kemp.
I'm saying leg now, and I'm saying Otto.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really from here.
Lig.
Dude, I'm a big legsman.
Yeah, Eagles.
Eagles, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
leg.
close to saying Eagles. But
Yeah.
Kemp, I don't know if he's ever going to be – I don't think he's an everyday player. But I think he's a guy that winning teams have. He reminds me of like a Cardinals guy that they can play third base.
What winning team has he been on?
Well, he just got up there 2 days ago. But you can see
You're the one who said he reminds you of somebody he's like a winning team would have. What winning team has he been on?
Well, hold on. This is the deepest and best Iron Picks team of our lives.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
So I don't know what you want me to do there.
Also, they got I can't have him, and this is going to be a compliment to Boehm. I don't think I can have Otto Kemp and Trey Turner on the same side of the field. Like I think we got to put.
He'll be over there.
Boehm over a third.
He's gonna be
and Kemp
over.
That is a compliment to Boehm. I know that was tough for you.
Yeah. It was very
He's
tough.
above average third baseman, defenseman.
Well, he watched that ball bounce right off his glove yesterday, and I was like, all right, put him at first, put him at first, put him at first.
And then he heated up after
He
that.
did. He did. Heated up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And
a bunt single. I didn't know it was that fast.
dude, that was a high-quality bunt.
It was a great bunt.
It was a high-quality bunt. That's a winning ball player.
Well,
I could try to tell you.
That's the kind of bunt, again, when you're an undrafted player, you got to know how to bunt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Give him credit.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yes.
Common Division II success. And then congratulations, the fastest player to 1,000 strikeouts in Phillies history,
There we go.
Zach Wheeler.
Oh,
Zach Wheeler.
there you go.
Good to have Wheels back last night. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Still got it, by the way.
He looked great.
I throw this out there.
Yeah.
Doesn't like the 6-day layoff. Didn't seem to bother him last night.
It was nice. Yeah,
It didn't.
He looked crisp.
Yeah. He looked great.
He
Looked good.
Yeah, maybe you do that more. Maybe get over
That's
it.
what I'm saying. Maybe it's
And
okay.
we got Mick Abel on the mound tonight, so against a great lineup, it'll be another good
I'm
test.
excited
for him.
about tonight watching Mick Abel. I'm starting to.
Oh, he's going to.
Well, last outing was only into the 6th inning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like 5.
It was crazy, dude. They pitched him on 4 days rest in that start.
I love righties. I just love me a right-handed pitcher who can throw a fastball.
You know what? I'm more of a lefty guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm a righty guy. That's
Yeah.
And I'm watching Wheeler
2-1-5.
last night, and I'm thinking, because I'm thinking about top 11.
Well, that's just Roy Halladay. Then I'm a righty.
I haven't done my top 11 list yet.
Yeah.
But I'm watching Wheeler last night, and I'm saying to myself, why isn't Wheeler number one? Like, I'm watching Wheeler, and he's consistently dominant. He's probably been the best pitcher in the National League over the last 5 years. He's the most dependable player we might have on any of the 4 teams.
Well, he's definitely going to be the highest ranked Philly.
Oh, that's
I
for
would
sure.
imagine. Well,
Yeah,
I agree.
Some people may say Bryce. Bryce is an everyday player.
Wheeler is.
Schwarber's an everyday player.
Half the time.
Well, so is Wills.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm with you, though.
It's a good argument for Wheels. There's a good argument
He's
for Wheels.
probably my top Philly.
Yeah, I mean, he's
he's
definitely
probably
my
my
top.
top Philly.
He might be my number one in the top 11. I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
I don't see how that could be possible.
Well, you watch.
Don't you worry, pal. We'll get
Yeah,
there.
yeah. You're gonna be surprised at some things you see in my top 11.
No, I could see it.
You know?
Listen, you got to have something to fight back against Embiid not being on these lists.
Yep.
So I know you got ammunition ready to go.
You go to 94WIP.com/top11. You can submit your list there, and the staff lists are rolling in. I'm starting to look at those as well.
Who do you think has the best list
So when
so
do we
far?
need to? Oh, so did you say we need to submit one?
Well, you guys by the end of the week, but we can talk about it in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, the other staff, I sent a note earlier today.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you liking them?
I'm seeing some lists. I'm seeing some
Wait,
interesting
we're not
lists.
revealing those till next week.
Next week.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep. Anything else, Jack, on High Hopes?
No, that's it.
All right. 2-1.
We're
ahead.
doing leading off tonight, right?
Oh, we got leading off, pal.
Yeah.
Well, so I don't need to ask about. I was going to ask about the pitcher and everything.
No. Talk
Yeah,
about it.
I'll break down Colin Ray anytime you want.
So coming up soon, do we have Elliott next, or is he not ready yet? So today is
What is he doing?
Well, he's at mandatory minicamp, mandatory
Practice still
OTA.
going?
Well, it was 2:45 practice, so you figure they go until 3:30, 3:45.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, he's good.
Okay, so we find out what happened at Eagles. Their one day of mandatory
Let
OTAs.
me tell you.
Yeah.
They went out there and played pity pat today.
Oh,
I
yeah.
guarantee you
They
that.
don't think they got after it?
Nah.
Do you think the ball hit the ground one time when Jalen threw it? We'll find out next. 215-592-9494. We are at the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina in Chesapeake City, Maryland. ChesapeakeInn.com. Beautiful place, by the way. Whether you want to be on the deck like us, they also have a very nice, a nice restaurant upstairs. A beautiful place. They were like, oh, we have weddings over here. This place is great. Tiki bar over there.
Yeah, I'll definitely be back.
Oh, yeah. Love this place. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, baseball fans, I know you love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now, that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to the new heights. So, whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep
Who's my man? Me!
takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I beat him in tennis. In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
Joe Cameron needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork.
I might be an idiot.
Let's buy the dip on Tyrese Halliburton. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. 14 points in Game 1, 17 in Game 2, so the number has come down. Halliburton's point prop, 17.5 at MGM. I think we get more takes and makes. Let's go over at -110. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The hottest girls in the Delaware Valley in nothing but their birthday suits. It's happening this Tuesday night at Club Risque Philly. See for yourself entertainers wearing nothing but a smile. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy sales event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Shop the Delaware Valley's largest selection of craft beers, specialty brews, and fine cigars at B&B Beverages. Conveniently located just off the 611 and 202 bypass in historic Doylestown. This summer, live every moment with Peroni 12-pack bottles, just $17.99. Or grab a 12-pack of Miller Lite 12-ounce cans for only $12.99. Perfect for the next Phillies game. And check B&B's website for their sampling events. B&BBeverages.com. Celebrate responsibly.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
The Reading Fightin' Phils are the AA affiliate of your Philadelphia Phillies and play at America's classic ballpark in Reading. An R-Phils game is like a trip back in time. Free parking, affordable tickets, and food. The R-Phils are home tonight through June 22nd. Celebrate Father's Day at the Reading Fightin' Phils this Sunday, when men receive an R-Phils Hawaiian shirt and all fans play catch on the field with Dad after the game. Enjoy the perfect Father's Day at the Reading Fightin' Phils this Sunday. For R-Phils tickets, order online at rphils.com.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save $40 on any repair of $150 or more. Only at AAA Tire and Auto Service. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through June 30th. See store for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at the beautiful Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina in Chesapeake City, Maryland. We're out here on the deck. We can see the Tiki Bar over here.
Nice.
Tiki Bar over there. Bar and restaurant inside over there. Very nice restaurant upstairs. Beautiful. We ran far away. You know, I think the Eagles had OTAs on a Tuesday to take Tuesdays with Elliott away from us, but they cannot. Elliott Shore Parks joins us. Now, Elliott, you're at NovaCare right now?
I'm at NovaCare right now. Just stepped off the practice field about 10 minutes ago. But those tiki bars at the Chesapeake Inn, I mean, that seems like a good time. Maybe I'll have to drive down to Maryland when I leave here.
Dude, it's a good spot. It is a good spot. So, Elliott, what'd you see out there today? Actually, my first question, is there anybody, it's mandatory now, is there anybody that wasn't there?
No, so it was full attendance. Everybody was here. A few players didn't practice. Zach Vaughn didn't take team drills today. And then you saw some of the starters kind of rotate in and out. I don't think I saw Jalen Carter out there today. So everyone was there, but a few players didn't take part in team drills.
Okay. Well, good that everyone was there, especially when you look around the league and there's, you know, one funny, we mentioned TJ Watt, Trey Hendrickson, et cetera. It's funny that Hassan Reddick is not at mandatory minicamp. Is like, bro, you just signed the contract. You know, what's going on here?
So I think he was at mandatory minicamp for what it's worth, but you're right, he wasn't there at OTAs, which is
okay. He wasn't
voluntary stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man. It's like, So what did you get to see today? What stuck out to you out there, Elliott?
Yes, there was a lot. They did a ton of team drills today. Jalen and the first-team offense were probably out on the field for 26, 27 plays. Jalen had another really outstanding day. He was 20 of 21. I think he's 50 of 55 now in the 3 practices I've seen him. His best throw of the day was a deep touchdown to Devontae Smith. It was 7-on-7. It was probably about 30 yards out. Devontae was open, but he hit him, and it was a touchdown. Outside of that, Jalen kind of looked how he has for the past 3 practices. In control, good decisions. The only incompletion he had today was a pass over the middle to A.J., which was broken up by a defender. So really good practice from him. And then on the defensive side of the ball, I thought Keely Ringo had an outstanding day today. He had a touchdown breakup in the corner of the end zone. I think it was McKee to Terrace Marshall in the back corner of the end zone. But the throw was good. Terrace Marshall got up for it, and Keely met him at the high point and knocked the ball away. And then his best play of the day might have been a play where he didn't even get targeted. It was 7-on-7. He was matched up 1-on-1 with A.J. When the ball came to Jalen, you could see he was looking at A.J. He wanted to go that way. But Keely was stride for stride with A.J. down the sideline and was right with them, and the ball wasn't thrown that way. So on the final day where he gets to impress coaches, I thought Keely had a really strong practice.
Is it, in practices like this, can you see anything from either line, or are you just looking to see who's out there pretty much?
So I would say it's mostly who's out there. Like a day like today, there was pressure on Jalen, but I'll say this. After me questioning the offensive line last year, I'm probably going to give him the benefit of the doubt in practice that, maybe it's just they'll be better in the regular season. But Jalen Hunt got in the backfield a lot today. Jordan Davis, I thought, had a play where it's always hard to tell because you can't actually, tackle Jalen Hurts, but where he was right there, and I think he might have got him in a game. So it's hard to see whose fault it is, but you can see when pressure gets there. And I thought Jalen did have to move around a little bit today, and the defensive line had a good day.
Yeah, trenches don't matter. Trench play don't matter unless you got pads on.
Yeah, and I think the defensive line has the advantage versus the offensive line of these ones too. Yeah.
Yeah. Defensively, safeties, nothing stood out safety-wise.
They're really giving Makuba a chance at this job. He's getting a ton of first-team reps. Didn't stand out to me today, which can be a good thing for a safety. He wasn't, getting deep. So he's gotten a lot of first-team reps. It was him and Reed Blankenship out there today with the first team. The second team, Sidney Brown and Tristan McCullum. So they didn't do as much rotating today as they have in past practices. And I think one thing they like about Makuba is that he started for 4 full years in college. And that is a bit different than a lot of the first and second round picks you see. A lot of times if you're picked that early, you're not staying all 4 years. So the fact that he has a lot of experience, big time football, Texas, obviously SEC, I think they like his experience and they haven't been afraid to throw him out there. The other thing I would note at linebacker is Smile Martin Jr. got first-team reps today, which I was very surprised about. Zach Bond was on the sideline, not taking team reps, and it was Jeremiah Trotter Jr. and Smile Martin out there. And to have him out there already as a rookie, I think really shows that they must be impressed with how he's picking up the playbook.
Well, who else was going to be out there if Zach Bond is not practicing?
I don't know, someone besides a rookie that just got drafted.
Wow. Is that the NovaCare worm talking to you right now at the NovaCare?
No, that's me not being able to remember the linebacker depth chart right now. But
no, that was somewhat of a rhetorical question there. I just said, once you said Zach Bond wasn't practicing today, I don't even know the other linebackers.
I actually don't, aside from
Jeremiah,
Junior. Right now. Yeah, because Nakobe wasn't practicing. Jahad Campbell wasn't practicing.
Right.
Maybe they need to sign a vet there. But
man.
Hey, what's Devin White up to?
Do you,
they could
speaking
bring
of
him
a
back, but,
speaking of a vet, Elliot, at what point, I'm trying to figure out whether when we're talking about Trey Hendrickson, talking about T.J. Watt, talking about Jair Alexander, whether this is just muscle memory for us, because we always do this, right? When there's a guy available, we always talk about going and getting that guy. And sometimes the Eagles go and do it. They went and they got A.J. Brown.
Yep.
Is this, what I keep wondering is the money? We're at the money level, and we're not going to see some sort of big move. Or do they get, not baited, but they get to a point where they look and they see Trey Hendrickson. They're like, we could get him for a third-round pick. And maybe we find a way to make the money work for it. Or is the money, and they've spent the money they're going to spend this year?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I agree with you that I do think that, it's a bit of muscle memory, especially when it comes to edges and defensive linemen. I think because how he values the position, we always think that when a big one's available, he'll definitely go after him. But what's the most money he's ever given to an edge? 35 million guaranteed. That's what Bryce Huff got. That's what Hassan Reddick got. I can't think of an edge that he's paid much more than that. I mean, he has paid some defensive tackles, like Fletcher got a lot of money. There's big guys. But I just think when it comes to edges, the perception of how being willing to give up big time assets and big time money to those players has not really been true. So I think with Trey Hendrickson, I think he is someone that his value is obviously longer he's there, it drops. It's also worth noting that he is, I believe, 31 years old and will be 32, I think, midway in December. So you look at the guys that get paid that amount of money, what those guys get paid, and it's not as much as we think. It's in that $30-35 million range. So I think that one's kind of possible, but ultimately they just don't really ever acquire those big-time players at edges.
Well, except for, I guess what I would do is say, I look at last year when they gave $35 million guaranteed to Bryce Huff. Essentially, it was $35 million for 2 years, right? $17.5 million a year. And I think to myself, okay, you could look at that two ways. One, if Bryce Huff is worth $17.5 million, I'd certainly give Trey Hendrickson $25 million a year. Like he's a proven player, whereas Bryce Huff wasn't. Then on the other side, I look and I say to myself, did they learn a lesson? And they're like, we're not going to go spend a bunch of money on an edge. You know, when we're going to invest the money in our tackle, whoever's next to that guy is going to end up being good. You know, we'll let our guys develop. Or do they, you know, like $7.5 million for Huff, $25 million for Trey Henderson seems like a bargain.
Yeah, but for me, the thing is they've just never shown a willingness to commit that type of money to the position. So, like
except for last year.
But Bryce Huff did not get big-time money. Like $30 million guaranteed. I mean, you look at like what Myles Garrett and Max Crosby.
Well, he's not those guys, though.
No,
he's
that's
not those
the point
guys.
I'm making is that to what Spike said, like when those guys become available, we think, oh, Howie's going to be in on that guy, or like, oh, Myles Garrett. Like I remember being at Radio Row with you guys. Howie's going to be in on, and he just never spends that type of money at that position. And I think part of it is because he believes, and I don't, we only have 1 year of Vic. I don't know if Vic agrees, but he believes in rotating those guys. Like he gets them in and off the field. And so with that being said, like he doesn't really have a history of paying those guys. Now, Vic Fangio last year, especially in the playoffs, went to essentially a three-man rotation at edge, and then obviously BG played in the Super Bowl. But if Vic Fangio is going to keep guys out on the field 80% of the snaps, that changes things a little bit, because then you do have Trey Hendrickson out there for the majority of snaps, as opposed to in the past with their edges, they've had a four-man rotation.
It's interesting. I like what I keep wondering is, are we wondering for no reason? And by the way, not just at that position, at any position. And I've asked you this before, and I'll ask again. I think you said cornerback last time. If we are in camp and the Eagles realize they're deficient at one position, they have to go get a guy, you still think that ends up being a cornerback?
Well, after watching Keely Ringo today, I feel a little different. But, yeah, I think cornerback is still that position, because I think there's a better chance, in my opinion, Keely Ringo has a good year than Makuba. But Makuba was just a second-round pick. So, like, putting someone in front of him where he's not going to play, it makes a little less sense because of the draft capital they put into him. Whereas Keely, he was a fourth-round pick 2 years ago, and I think they'd be more willing, if like they just don't think he can do it, to bring someone in that will take those snaps from him.
Did you happen to see A.J. Brown's Instagram post?
I did see A.J. Brown's Instagram.
So if you didn't hear about it or see it, A.J. Brown posted on Instagram and is now deleted. Need a QB in Philly, New Jersey for the summer. A real QB. Not a fan who just thinks they can throw to hang out with me, but a real one. We all understand that this is funny, right?
Yeah. I mean, I remember, I'll say this to that. I remember standing at AJ's locker last year. I think it was after one of the playoff games, and he was talking about, how him and Jalen and Devontae have accomplished so much together. And he said the first day he realized that was when he got in Philly, and him and Jalen worked out together in the offseason, in the rain, and, spent a lot of time, right? It's just interesting that he's like, I need a quarterback. Like, I know that guys have, they go away. Jalen probably spends time in Texas. Like, I get all that, but, that's probably why he deleted it, because it comes across as, well, why aren't you working with Jalen?
Didn't Donovan fly guys out to Arizona. To work with him?
Mm-hmm.
I was just I don't know. I think
Carson did it. Carson did it when he was here. Yeah.
I think on one hand,
he still stabbed him in the back.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, they racked up his bill.
Yeah. Do you remember who did he have over for Christmas dinner? Was it
Golden Tate?
Golden Tate. That's who it was. Right.
Trying to get Golden Tate on his side.
Yeah, Golden Tate. That guy sucked.
That guy was a rat.
Slowest guy I ever saw.
He's still a rat.
Yeah.
He's still talking about that year.
Yeah.
I was going to say, he must have not liked the dinner he had, because he's talking about Carson quite a bit.
I can't tell if A.J. Brown. There's three options with something like this with A.J. One, he's just completely not even thinking about it, right? The two is that he's trolling everybody, and three is that he's trolling his quarterback. Mm-hmm. And I can't figure out what it is. And I also, It would be nice if he and Jalen spent a week together throwing the ball. That's not all summer. You know, if AJ wants somebody throwing to him all summer, you can't expect Jalen to be that. I don't know. I just like, I don't know whether part of me laughs at it and then part of me is like, man, this, I don't know, this is a little weird.
You can't.
This is like a little weird.
Listen, and I love AJ. You can't do this stuff in Philadelphia.
You can't.
Because we look at everything, and I'm saying we collectively as a media, as a fan base, we look at everything and we dissect everything, and you're right. The first thing someone's going to think is, well, we have quarterbacks on our roster. You mean to tell me you can't work out with any of our quarterbacks? I mean, okay, if Jalen isn't going to be – first you're going to start with the starting quarterback.
Yes.
You're going to be like, okay, why can't you and Jalen work out a time – where you're going to be here this summer? It seems like AJ is going to be here all summer.
Yeah, Tanner McKee or Kyle McCord.
I don't know if Jalen stays here in the offseason or not. I really don't know. But you would think that he should be able to work this out behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's just
and
weird.
Set a date as to when you and the quarterback can get together and work out before training camp.
It's Elliot. Go ahead.
I'd love to know. I just love to know the process of him finding a quarterback via Instagram. Like, it's
yeah,
going
right.
DMs and like
you're in the NFL.
Yeah,
you're AJ Brown.
Like, guess what? Kyle McCord. I'm sure he'll throw the ball to you. Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Yes.
Yep. Like,
yes.
So
I'll throw the ball to him.
Yeah, well, you versus Jalen in a throwing contest. I'd love to see that one. But
my arm is very comparable.
To what Ike said, I do think it's like, you know, and he deleted it, but you probably got to think about it, unfair or not, before you post that about how it's going to come across.
Yeah.
Well, I have one more question on this right after Jack. You know, we're close to Middletown, Delaware.
I know.
Tax-free Delaware.
I stopped by on my way home.
National
Appliance
Appliance
Warehouse. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. That's called synergy.
Well, dude, my kitchen full of National Appliance Warehouse appliances.
Yep.
Delivered by National Appliance Warehouse. I walked in there. I was like, oh, my God. I said Fritz sent me.
Yep.
And they treated me excellent.
Someone came in earlier today, said they went to National Appliance Warehouse. Said Fritz sent you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no confetti. But they took care of them, which is all you can ask for from your appliance store.
It's like, I love that they're making sure they're getting you the best price with Price Assure. I love it. I love tax-free Delaware. But I also like going in there knowing that I'm going to have a stress-free, you know.
You're not a hassle guy.
I'm not a hassle guy.
No.
You know, I want the delivery, no hassle. I want the sales thing, no hassle. And it was all just perfect. I wouldn't go anywhere else.
Yeah, and what's great right now, Spike, is that the Friends and Family Savings event's going on. So
and you know us.
And you know us. And we're all friends and family. So get down to National Appliance Warehouse. Listen, like Spike says, Price Assure, tax-free Delaware, Friends and Family Savings event. You're going to get the right price. You're also going to get the right appliances. Over 100 brands, from Sub-Zero to budget, 15,000 square foot showroom. And like Spike said, installation, delivery, a whole lot more. So go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
Elliot, I said the AJ thing is like, can you imagine if we were off for 2 months? We had a vacation on this show. And I posted on Instagram, need to work out with a couple of talk show hosts. We work on my talk. I can't find anyone. Does anybody know anybody? You know,
I also think
Jack
it's like
panic.
said, hey, you know, posted, hey, need a producer. I mean, you know, Jack's a guy, but I feel like Jack would probably not handle that well. So we'll see.
Yeah, culture guy. Yeah.
So
I
Elliot,
do have something for you though, Spike. I don't know if you were going to ask, but
no, I probably wasn't.
Kyle
Go ahead.
McCord had an awesome practice today. He throws a beautiful ball. Like, you know,
Of course
he's
he
going
does.
against third stringers and all that, but like he probably had the best throw of the day from about 15 yards out. I think it was 11 on 11. In the pocket, drop back, put it right in the middle of the end zone to Nick Muse, one of the backup tight ends. Put it high where only he could get it. And one thing that does stand out about Kyle McCord is he throws an incredibly accurate tight spiral when he throws. Like it is an impressive throw when he does it. So he hasn't been able to throw it a ton in the two practices we've watched, but today he was awesome.
What's it like seeing a guy at an Eagles uniform throwing an accurate tight spiral?
Well, Jalen was 50 of 55, so I can tell you, he was pretty accurate too.
So, Elliot, the voting this week for the WIP Afternoon Show Top 11 is happening this week for if you're a listener at 94WIP.com/Top 11. But, of course, you get to submit a list. I know who you're going to have at number one, but do you have the rest of your list worked out, or are you still thinking about that?
No, I have my list worked out. I got the top 11 ready to go.
So my question to you is, what do you think should matter more, the resume of the player or the last 12 months of the player?
I think you have to take the resume into account. Obviously, the last 12 months, probably, you lean a little more that way. But I don't know if you want me to say any of my 11, but, I have Joel Embiid on my top.
Well, we know you're dying to. You've already did a top 10, so we can imagine what you're going to
You
say.
sabotaged the list by doing it on Saturday.
Yeah, you losers.
Yeah, available on all your podcast platforms now.
No.
Jalen's number one. What do you mean? Of course he's number one.
Yeah.
I always love when Jack does a top 5 where it's solely based off of wanting to make fun of someone at the station.
That's the whole bit,
it's
pal.
9 out of 10 top 5.
Yeah. So are you complaining? Do we need a sad violin?
A little bit. But
So you have Embiid on your top 11.
Yeah, I have Embiid in my top 11. Now, I think Embiid's career is unfortunately over. I don't think we'll ever see him play any meaningful basketball again. But, we're going to look at the resumes of other people. No one on that list, besides probably Jalen, has a resume better than Joel. So, I think as long as he's, still an active member of the roster, I think he belongs in there. But obviously, off the last 12 months, he certainly doesn't. So, I am leaning with my top 11 towards resume.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I was telling the guys I was thinking about Zach Wheeler as I was watching last night because.
What do you mean no one besides Jalen? What about Bryce Harper?
I don't know if Bryce Harper definitely has a better resume than Joel. I mean,
I don't know. What have you been watching? What have you been watching since Bryce Harper has been in a Phillies uniform? You mean to tell me what Bryce Harper has done in the time that he's been here doesn't surpass what Joel Embiid has done?
No, I don't think so. Bryce has had more playoff moments, and that obviously matters. But if you look at regular season,
I don't know. He won an MVP too. He won an MVP as well, Silver Slugger
yeah,
Award.
And that was the 1 year he was in contention. Joel was in MVP contention for 3 or 4 years. Bryce Harper's made an All-Star game. What?
That's only part of it. The biggest sell for Embiid is that he was in MVP contention in the regular season in a league where half the people don't care about regular season awards. What did he do in the postseason?
Yeah, I agree. Bryce Harper has the one great postseason run.
Bryce Harper he's had one bad playoff, and it wasn't even his fault last year. What do you mean? Bryce Harper has shown up in the playoffs every year.
I disagree with you. Bryce Harper last year, I thought, was maybe the main reason they lost. You think about that at bat he had against the Mets where he struck out on 3 bad pitches. That was you're the leader of the team. The whole problem with the team is bad plate discipline, and you as the leader step up and do that. I think he deserves blame for that.
Who's had the bigger moments? Who's had the bigger moments?
Bryce has, which is why I think that it is a discussion. But if you just look at regular season,
but you said nobody else is in conversation or resume compares with Jalen's. Are you kidding me?
Well,
you're talking about Bryce Harper here.
I said no one. I think the only person that I think has a better resume, or at least comparable, would be Jalen. Bryce Harper's been awesome. Joel Embiid was a top.
Jalen's not even in the same category as Bryce Harper as a player.
Bryce Harper, how many years has Bryce Harper been a top 10 player in or top 5 player in baseball since he's been here? Once? One time? Joel's been a top 5 player every single year. The only reason, besides last year, the only reason it's a discussion is because of playoffs. And playoffs matter, and Bryce has been more clutch than Joel. There's no question about it.
Well, let me ask you this. What matters more? Postseason or regular season?
The postseason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you do know that's a big carrot for our quarterback, right?
Yeah. Well, but
okay. I just want you to realize that's a reason why Jalen has a spot where he's supposed to have it at. It's going to be based on a lot of postseason stuff.
Well, but for what it's worth, Jalen wins all the time in the regular season too.
Wins.
He probably through 4 or 5 years, or whatever, has a better resume. But I think at the end of the day, Joel is better at basketball than Bryce is at baseball.
Baseball is harder. And Bryce isn't 7'2", and he doesn't have a physical advantage over everybody that guards him.
Well, we're going to get into that, and it's
No, I'm just telling you about the sports, how they are. One is baseball, one is basketball. He's a center at 7'2", 280, with a physical advantage over everybody he faces.
265. Right, come on, don't insult him like
also,
that.
For what it's worth, Joel's role matters way more than Bryce's. His job is way harder than Bryce's is. When Bryce is out of the lineup, I think the Phillies have a winning record, if I'm not mistaken.
How's the record this year?
They do.
The entire franchise crumbles when Joel is not in the lineup.
You make great points, Elliot.
Bryce has a brighter future, but Joel has had a better career than Bryce.
Bryce has had a better career than Joel Embiid.
I don't think he has.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
He had one meaningless MVP
You're
on a
wrong.
Phillies team.
Give me the meaningful season besides Joel Embiid finally winning the MVP. What else has Joel Embiid done?
He's been a top 5 player in the sport
Oh,
for
my
5 or 6
God.
years. Also,
Well, then why can't we get out of the second round then?
Because he's not clutch. He's not clutch.
Well, but then you can't tell me how great he's been as an individual player, and I had a 6 foot, 150-pound guard lead me to the finals.
Yeah, well,
So you can't tell me how great Joel is. You can't tell me how great he is as an individual player, and we can't get to the conference finals.
Look, Joel doesn't have a good playoff history. But also, you would think Bryce won the World Series the way we talk about this. They choked in the World
No, I'm
Series
not
against
telling
the
you
Astros.
that. I'm
Their
not
loss-
telling you
their
that. But
loss
if you
against
look at the
Diamondbacks-
two, I'm just saying, if you look at the two athletes' careers, there's no way you could tell me that Joel Embiid's career has been better than Bryce Harper's.
Why? Joel is
All right.
Because there's nothing else. There's nothing that says it has.
All right, I'm interrupting this.
Bryce,
I'm interrupting.
Bryce in a Phillies uniform has been not what people think he is. Like, I'm sorry, it is what it is. He's
Just
been an all-star 2
do this
times.
and go Birds this weekend.
All right,
we got to
all
take a
right,
break. Yeah,
I
just
will.
go do it on the
Saturday,
Go Birds.
Losing
1
brain
o'clock.
cells.
Yeah.
Ike, you want to
Losing
call in
brain
1:30?
All right. Download the Go Birds podcast wherever you get your podcast. Thank you, Elliot.
Oh, he's not coming
I will
back.
say standing in
Yeah,
front of the NovaCare while doing this is pretty funny. But
Yeah.
I hope they're all looking at you.
yeah, Hal McCord just walked by. He's probably like, "Who's this nut that's gonna cover me this year?" So,
No, he's a
I'll talk to you
WIP
guys
listener,
later.
I'm sure.
Yeah, go tell QB1 we said hi. All right. Jack, what do we have in the top 5 and 5 coming up next?
Things that that happen the most on remotes.
Oh, this is going to be about me.
No,
All right.
no. It's all of us are represented on
Okay,
this one.
all
Yeah, it's like what
right,
people
all
say to us the most.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Easy.
All right.
Take it down a notch.
Well, you take it down a notch. We're the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina, Chesapeake, Maryland, Chesapeake City, Maryland. It's beautiful, having a great time. Top 5 is next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Frick.
Man, I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Love my Scott Honda family, Scott Auto Group family, of course. And, now that we're a family of 4, had to get a bigger car. And I am thrilled with my all-new, all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. And Scott Honda, of course, they made the process so easy, transparent pricing, exceptional service, and a thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying experience as easy as 1, 2, 3. Spring is a perfect time to upgrade your vehicle, so visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread. Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life?
Move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
The basketball playoffs are wrapping up, but the action is still heating up on PrizePicks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. The app is simple to use. Pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Download the PrizePicks app today, use the code ROAM, and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on PrizePicks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you get the $50 bonus credit just for playing. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks, run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. The Edmonton Oilers embarrassed themselves in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, now find themselves down 2-1. It's one thing to get blown out of a game, but the Oilers thought it was a good idea to try and play the role of the ultimate fake tough guy, and it was lame and humiliating. The Oilers fell right into the Panthers' trap, and it's wild that Jonah Gadjevich got Edmonton to crash out. So coming up in Game 4 on Thursday night, the Oilers better stay true to themselves rather than trying to be the brawling team that they clearly aren't. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz at the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina in Chesapeake City, Maryland. We're on the deck.
Yep.
It's beautiful. Everybody likes us here.
Wow.
At least to our faces.
Shout out to Kendrick Lamar winning Rap Album of the Year last night. BET Awards, in case you guys weren't watching.
Oh, and Jalen won.
Jalen won Male Athlete of the Year.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, and Angel Reese won Female Athlete for the 3rd straight year, I believe.
Did she?
Yes.
Was it 3rd straight year?
I believe so.
Wow.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, it's tough.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one.
Man, Saquon. Poor Saquon, man.
Yep.
Yeah, overshadowed.
Yeah. I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
That's why I was mad at the dagger.
Yep. The dagger took away Saquon's BET award. Let's get to everyone's favorite part of the WIP Afternoon Show.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
I tell you what, I love being on remote. They're fun. I think we've had a great summer of remotes.
We've had a lot of them.
Yeah, like
Thanks, Rod.
Spike is slowly turning into a coastal elite. He's going to be a boat guy soon.
Yep.
He's going to be a golf guy soon.
Boat guy, golf guy.
Yep. It's good to see you changing. Good to see you opening your horizons.
That's me.
Yeah, it's important. That's important. But there's also a lot of things that tend to happen on remotes over and over again.
Okay.
That I find funny. So I have for you the 5 things that happen the most on remotes. Number 5 is, first time a guy sees Ike. And it's usually, Ike, what do you think about the Eagles? And it's like, what do you think he's going to say? 8 and 9? Like, it's always he's going to say 12 and 5, 13 and 4, and they're going to win the Super Bowl. Yep. But I just like the, what do you think? What do you think about the Birds?
It does happen a lot. It does.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Hey, man, listen.
It's good.
It's good.
I'm just
Good
saying.
stuff, man. They want to know my thoughts.
Dude, that's why the name's first.
Yep. And then Ike always says like 12 and 5, 13 and 4, whatever Super Bowl. Like, I agree, Ike. I was just thinking the same thing. I was just going to say, I think they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Well, like you said, nobody wants to hear me say 9 and
8.
Yeah.
I don't know.
10 and 7.
Yeah, 7 and
Wild
10.
card.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I disappointed some people today because they're like, you worried about the Phillies? I'm like, yeah, I am. I don't have a Braveheart speech in me right now,
Yep.
Currently worried about the baseball team.
I feel that. When I get asked about the Sixers, it's normally like, oh, what about your Sixers?
Yeah, well,
And
you're Sixers.
I go, hey, they suck. I don't know. What do you want out of me?
One of these days, we're going to get Ike back.
Yep.
Our teams are going to be on top, and we're going to say, nan and boo-boo, stick your head in doo-doo, Ike.
Yeah. Wow.
I hadn't heard that one.
It's been a while.
It certainly has been probably 40 years for both of you.
Yep.
All right, the 4th thing that happens the most on remotes is, we get here, usually they go over the food menu, and Spike always has to hold in the urge to tell whoever that he's vegan.
Yeah.
So they say, oh, we got this that has meat in it, this that has meat in
Well-
it. And you're just like, smile and wave. Don't give the whole spiel.
Because you know what it is? I don't want to. This is what it is I don't want to put pressure on anybody.
I know.
To be
Except
difficult.
for Pete from Chickies and Pete's.
Well, I'm there every week. You can put one thing on the menu.
You put one vegan
You
item
can put an Impossible burger on the menu, Pete.
It's actually impossible.
Yeah, put my name on it.
Yeah.
Call it Spike Burger. It's over. Yeah, it's mostly. It's actually like. You guys were with me in New Orleans when we went out to dinner, and there were no. I just
ate fries.
I just quietly
ate fries for a whole week.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to feel put out by my personal food decisions.
It's good. It's big of you.
That's really that's the way I am.
Way to spin that.
Yeah, I'm a team guy.
Certainly doesn't go into what we factor what we're going to eat at.
No, it didn't.
Not at all. Well, remember when we went to Phoenix and I think Rod picked out the dinner place and it was let's go to the butcher shop?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was the steakiest steakhouse in Phoenix. Thanks, buddy.
So funny.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there like, well, I can't have anything here. Let's go to the meat house.
Yeah.
It's basically what it was. All right.
I'm surprised Rod didn't take us to well, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to go in that direction. Yeah.
The third thing that happens the most in remotes, and this has obviously been a recent one, but Jack, When's the camera versus Fritz?
Oh, there you go.
Well, when is it?
And I say, great question. I have no idea. No, I think it's going to be the end of June. We're going to start this whole thing.
Wow, the end of June.
Yeah, well, it's,
Okay, that's
it's
a couple
June
weeks
10th.
away.
It's June
We've been
10th.
talking about it for 2 months.
I know. And a lot of, allegations that we're never going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. I guess we got to spread it out, but whatever. We're going to do it.
An electrician at my house the other day, as he was leaving, he said, "Yo, when is Fritz into camera happening?"
Right.
And I was like, "I don't know."
That's a good question.
I said to him, "Ask Rod." He also said,
Did you give him Rod's number?
I did not. He also said, "You'll enjoy this." I had like a little buzzing in an outlet in my bathroom. And ever since I heard it, I was afraid the house was going to burn down.
Good.
So he came in, he fixed it. And I was like, "Hey, I was a little afraid that the house was going to burn down. My dogs are going to be on it." He's like, "Yeah, I listen to the show. I know you're anxious about everything." And I was like, "Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get it."
Yeah,
that's
good.
me.
That's good. But I was walking around Westchester over the weekend, people rolling down their windows saying I'm going to kick his ass. So
Well, you got to kick his ass.
Seems like a lot of people are on my side.
Little worried you haven't really started training even after our scare last week.
Yeah, I'm trying to throw. I'll get out there. Maybe tomorrow morning. I'll get there.
You've got to get on the court, too.
Which one, tennis or
Basketball.
basketball? Oh, I'm not
How
worried.
about both?
Yeah.
Well, tennis is the one that I got to make sure I'm all right at.
You got to go 5-0.
Yeah, no. 5-0.
You got to go 5-0.
I know. I'm letting everyone know. It's all going to be okay.
All right.
The second thing that happens the most on remotes, remember when I met you?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, it could have been a one seat. Could have been on the Mount Rushmore.
Yep.
They got the photo ready. Sometimes they don't have a photo. That's tough.
Sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
Because, really? 2006, at training camp?
Yeah.
In Lehigh?
I remember.
Yeah, it was just like it was yesterday. I was just talking to my friend about it. Yeah. How memorable that
That
was.
does happen a lot.
It
Yes.
happens all the time.
Yeah.
And you handle it with grace.
You do.
I'm used to it.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, like when Spike and I, when people say like we see people a couple times, I feel like we have good face recognition.
Well, because I haven't met the number of people that Ike has. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the difference between
Yep.
Ike and Ike and us.
Now, can you imagine somebody who's actually famous?
Oh, it must be torture.
Impossible.
Yeah. I mean, because the truth is, when somebody is excited, you want to fulfill.
Yes.
You want it to be good.
Yes.
There's no way you can remember all of those people. So you actually end up feeling bad.
Right, yes.
Sometimes you lie. Oh, yeah. One of those.
Well, the worst is when they go, or when they say whatever, you say back, "Good to meet you," and they say, "Well, we've actually met before."
Yeah. You got to hit them with the good to see you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you got to hit them with the good to see you.
You got to make that adjustment.
Yep.
You got to make that adjustment.
Yep.
We don't want awkward situations.
Nope.
It happens.
The number one thing, though, that I love that happens on remotes, and this has also been recently, is Spike gets baited into an argument about Jalen. It seems like, and it turns into like the radio show off the air,
Yes.
where he gets dead serious. We had a guy in Chickies again trying to bait Spike, and Spike obliged. He went back and forth with him.
Yeah.
Was it the guy over here?
This is at Chickies.
Oh, because it happened here.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
nice.
Actually,
I figured it would.
Let me say, it was the gentleman sitting right over there, not this guy, but
Yeah.
before over there.
Yep.
And he said, "Hey, I thought of somebody. You guys were talking about a historical comp for Jalen." He goes, "I thought of somebody." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, who?" He goes, "Steve Young." And I go, "Well, that's not a comp." And he's like, "Why?" And I was like, Steve Young's stats were incredible. I was like, "That's not what we were talking about." And I was like, "Wait a minute. Are you filming me?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Put it away. Put it away. I don't need a video on the internet of this." Yeah.
Nice. He had me do a video for him.
But doing a video, if you're telling me it's a video, it's fine.
Right, he's using content. He's
Yeah.
trying,
Nah. You gotta let me know.
That's like when a guy called the final out the other night, and he's like, I'm disappointed in Bryson Stott because he always just reminded me so much of Chase Utley. And I said, I pulled up Utley's stats, and I was like, here's the 6 years of Utley.
Yeah, what reminded you of Chase Utley?
He's a lefty, he plays second base.
Yeah.
That's about where the comp ends.
Yeah. This hour.
It's not, it's just,
Seriously.
yeah, it's all it is. He's a lefty, plays second base. People think I think he's a smart player, but they,
Sure.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. Chuck in Mount Airy, you're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
It's been a hold so damn long, I forgot what I had to say.
Well, you called in the 1 o'clock hour, too, so we got to space it out a little bit.
Yeah, but listen, I don't call up as much as I used to, so you got to, You know,
All right.
I mean, listen, you know, first time, long time, all right? First time, long time. Listen, let me say this to you, right? You know, here's the thing. You know, I'm going to say about Chris Sims. Chris Sims is a top 3 jackass, okay? And I have something I've been burning inside of me, and I got to get out right now, okay? You know, Patrick Mahomes is overrated, okay? Overrated.
You're heating up.
All right? And I'm tired of you guys picking number 1. Okay, I'm going to tell you why. Go back. I challenge you to go back and look at his Super Bowl numbers. Besides those numbers, he had 43 yards going in the fourth quarter last Super Bowl against us. That was terrible.
God.
Okay, Tampa Bay destroyed him. You know,
Oh, my God.
He got hollow numbers in the Super Bowl. You know, the numbers that, you know, he has good moments in the Super Bowl. Don't get me wrong. But his,
Oh, my God.
he's not that good, man. I'm telling you. And the
Oh, my
thing about
God.
with Patrick Mahomes, right?
Who should be number 1 then?
It's no number 1 no more. There's no clear-cut number 1 no more. It's tiers now. You know what I mean? It's like 6 guys in that top tier. You got top tier, you got tier 2, then tier 3. But I tell you right now, this guy, Patrick Mahomes, he's not that guy anymore, man. And the Super Bowl numbers stink. And when is the last time he had a good regular season? I challenge you guys that. And I got an extra grind with you. You know what I mean? But it's an in-house grind. It's not, it's internally. It's like 2 Eagles fans. You know what I mean? It's about our play.
Okay.
But
Well, just real quick, before you do that, can I ask you this?
Sure. Right?
Did Jalen? You think Jalen is elite, right? He's in that group.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did he have a really good regular season the last 2 years?
Listen, he didn't, but he won the
Thanks.
Super Bowl last year.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? And the thing about it is
Mahomes
this,
won it
right?
the year before.
Jalen had,
But Mahomes
played in 3 straight.
Yeah. Mahomes won the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Yeah, are we forgetting about him having the greatest quarterback coach and the coach that ever coached in football? We forgetting that?
This is a weird hill to die.
What do you think Mahomes would do with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Saquon Barkley, and the best offense? Do you think he would pass for more than 18 touchdowns? Do you think he'd make the Pro Bowl?
And what do you think Jalen would do with Andy Reid?
I think he would miss the playoffs. I think he would miss the playoffs every single year if he had that team.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
Andy Reid's been going to Super Bowls and championships.
Yes, he's a great coach.
Ever since he got Patrick Mahomes.
He had Travis Kelce this year, who's a corpse.
Andy Reid is good. You say he's the greatest coach in football, right?
Yes.
You say
Yes.
that, right?
We all agree
3
that.
years. Jalen Hurts been switching offensive coordinator after offensive coordinator. So how the hell do you guys get to sit here and rate this guy the way that you rate him, and he has not had any consistency at the offensive coordinator position? You know?
Right. Did you say you had a problem with Ike? What was your problem with Ike?
Huh?
You said you had a problem with Ike.
Yeah.
No, I don't have a problem with Ike. I said I had an active ground with Ike, right?
Okay, well, it's sort of the same, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but listen, no. I've heard him say, you know, he loves his exciting white. So I've heard him say on a few occasions that Cooper DeJean is a better cornerback than Quinyon Mitchell.
No, that's not what I said.
You did say that. I heard you say
Nope.
that. Ike.
Nope. No, I
You said
didn't.
you're going to rate him higher than. Well, if you didn't say it, there's nothing for me to even say that.
Exactly. So can I clear up what I said? So maybe you just misheard what I said. So we were sort of talking about on the top 11 list and why I think Cooper DeJean had a better rookie season, right? Slightly better, not by miles. Hell, I think Quinyon finished second in defensive rookie of the year, right?
I think so.
He was.
But I think Cooper finished 4th or 5th, right?
Yes.
I think Cooper was in there in top 5 as well. So
I don't remember. Yeah, he was on. He got votes.
I think he
definitely
got votes there, and he's rated as a higher cornerback. I think Quinyon Mitchell is without a doubt the better cover corner. It's not even a question. It's not even a question who's the better cover corner. But that's not what Cooper DeJean is really going to be put in the box and be known for. He is a versatile player, a Swiss Army knife. He can cover guys in the slot, which is much harder to do on the outside. He can help you in the run game. You can use him. Hold on. You can use him to rush the quarterback in a blitz package. I think Cooper had a better overall rookie year, in my opinion, than Quinyon Mitchell. Not by much. It's just my opinion. I still think Quignon's the better overall corner. He's our best corner on the team. But Cooper DeJean isn't a cornerback. He's a defensive back.
Yeah, but
right? Like Quignon Quignon's a corner. That's what he is, a corner.
Yeah,
Cooper DeJean is a defensive back, meaning he can play nickel, he can play corner in a pinch, and he can play safety. That makes him a defensive back.
But Quignon,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
But Cooper DeJean doesn't do any of those things better than what Quignon do at the cornerback position. And I'm going to tell you why, right? When you can pit him on Torrey McLaurin, you can pit him on C.D. Lamb, you can pit him on Justin Jefferson, you can pit him on anybody and shut him down, then that's like, it doesn't get no better than that. It doesn't get no better than that.
I agree.
You is this guy is the number one best corner in football. And that's just
Well, he's not. No, he's not. Let's not go over top of it.
Surtain won Defensive Player of the Year.
Patrick Surtain is the best cornerback in football.
He ain't better than Quignon. Quignon is the ugliest.
He just won Defensive Player of the Year at cornerback.
Chuck, don't do this to me, Chuck. I'm not arguing against my own players. Listen, I'm not doing that. You're not about to make me argue against Quignon Mitchell as if I don't like him as a player. I'm not doing that with you.
Do your job.
He said, "Do your job."
We got Bill Belichick over here.
Is he talking to us or he's talking to somebody else? No, yeah, I knew. I found out you was talking to somebody else. No, all I'm saying is Quignon is awesome. I think he's going to be a top corner in the league. I'm not debating that. I'm just telling you, I think Cooper DeJean had the better rookie season. I thought he had the more impactful plays. He made the bigger plays. And there's nothing wrong with that. Quignon Mitchell's a cover corner. He's a cover corner. He's a cover corner.
I got him in my top 5. That's why.
I won't argue that. I got no problem with that.
Top 5 in Philadelphia?
In Philadelphia. It's like he's 5th on my list. AJ's 4th. I'm going to put the list out in 2 weeks.
All right.
No, you're going to put it out next week.
Yeah. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Hey, Spike, let me ask you a question, Spike. See, I'm a movie goer, right? Like you are.
Okay. All right.
And I got this movie, right? I just watched it. It's real good. Tell me what you...
I knew where I was going. I didn't want him to be able to. It was going to be an Embiid joke. I didn't want him to get it off. He's not a movie guy.
Oh, he was good. Yeah.
Justin from Tennessee is a movie guy.
Yeah.
Chuck is not a movie guy.
That was definitely going somewhere.
Yep.
You're probably right. It was an Embiid. Yeah.
Yep. Didn't let him do it. He held on for 3 hours. He didn't even get to the joke off.
That's a shame.
It is a shame.
Yep.
It's a real bummer.
That's going to set you guys back. I'm just letting you know.
I don't care.
That moment's going to set you guys back.
Well, I don't care.
There was a lot of growth there.
It was a lot of growth. It was a lot of growth. You could hear that smile coming.
It's
like when I sat here all day waiting to talk about Alec Bone changing his jersey number from 28 to 643.
643.
He couldn't wait to say it.
It was a good line. It was a good line. 215-592-9494. You have a joke about Joel Embiid, you can get it on next. Just not Chuck.
The phone line just light up
with Joel Embiid jokes. We are at the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina in Chesapeake City, Maryland. Beautiful. We're out here on the deck. 6 o'clock, but this does look like a cool place to hang out tonight if you'd like to get some dinner. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Here we are in a beautiful summer day, and soon, it's going to be 95 degrees out. Your energy bill is going to be through the roof, in part because it's hot out, but also in part because you haven't replaced your old drafty windows. Do it already. God is going to make it easier for you. Not just your windows, your doors too. They can handle both of them. Maybe an insulated front entry door from Guida, energy-efficient windows expertly installed from Guida, sliding patio door from Guida. And they're going to make it easier, I promised you, a couple of ways. First, they're going to give you 20% off everything. 20% off every door, 20% off every window. Then, start your project. Maybe it's a big project. You're like, I don't want to put any money down. No money out of pocket, and up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. So while you're enjoying your beautiful new windows, your beautiful new door, your lower energy bills, your house value going up, you're not going to be paying any interest on it. Restrictions apply. This is a limited time. Call 877-GO-GUIDA. They can give you all the details and set up your free no-obligation in-home estimate. Or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
The Phillies have won it. Brandon Marsh with a walk-off.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
The hottest girls in the Delaware Valley in nothing but their birthday suits. It's happening this Tuesday night at Club Risque Philly. See for yourself entertainers wearing nothing but a smile. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me, your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television, for going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
At Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free select DeWalt, Craftsman, or Cobalt tool with purchase of a select battery kit. Plus, get a free Werner 2-foot aluminum ladder when you buy an 8-foot fiberglass ladder. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the mirror fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No.
Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Look for Mirafast at Walmart today. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
The best seats for baseball games are not in the bleachers. They're at Delilah's. Catch all the baseball action on Delilah's gigantic screens with the world's most beautiful showgirls on the runway and happy hour specials from 5 to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Headed to the ballpark? Show your proof of attendance for free admission, pre or post game. Baseball games were made for Delilah's, the gentleman's club and steakhouse with ample free parking and late night dining. Details at delilahs.com. Delilah's, always on top.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chicken Fritz. Nice hand from the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant Marina.
A lot
Chesapeake,
of phones
Maryland.
out. A lot of phones.
You know, I'm wondering.
We get pumped up when we're live.
Oh, yeah.
We sound even better.
Oh, you kidding me? We sound amazing.
Man, Scott Sapp shaking in his shorts.
Oh, come on. That guy didn't know what hit him when he hears this. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you like watching right-handed pitchers or left-handed pitchers more? What do you think the response is on that, Ike?
Lefties.
What do you think the number is?
Let's go slightly. 58%.
It is 57.5%. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Oh.
I'm a righty guy. I became a righty guy as youth when I was watching Clemens and Gooden.
Yeah?
Those were righties.
Well,
hard-throwing righties.
So Clemens was my favorite growing up. Pedro I loved. And then obviously Doc took it over the top.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Even Doc before Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doc Gooden was pretty damn good.
Don't remember 1986 Dwight Gooden.
Oh, he was something special.
I know.
That Uncle Charlie curveball.
Oh, man.
98-mile-an-hour fastball.
You don't see a good old-fashioned Uncle Charlie anymore.
No, and when you do, it is impressive. There's a couple of guys that have them.
Yeah.
But
it became easier to hit.
Oh, really?
Because it doesn't change planes.
So it just goes straight down.
Yeah,
almost.
yeah. So everything now is,
Well, yeah, there's all that spin now. And Doc, it wasn't like a ton of guys throwing close to 100 back then.
Right.
You know, it was Clemens and Nolan Ryan and Doc Gooden.
I always want to know how hard they actually threw them. Because I think that the guns have changed.
The guns didn't come. Did they even have guns in the 80s?
They did, but it feels like the guns are higher now.
Yes.
The numbers are higher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I think they changed when it's calculated now.
I think it's closer to when they release it, which makes the number higher.
And then back in the day was as it was closer to home plate, I believe.
Right. So maybe the guys are throwing 103 now. If you clocked them in 87, maybe they were only throwing 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. 215-592-9494.
Good talk.
Tim in Glenside. You're on WIP. What's up, Tim?
What's up, guys?
What up, Tim?
What up, Tim?
Where is Josh Allen on that ridiculous Phil Sims list?
Chris Sims.
Probably in top 4.
He's in the top 4, like on every other list.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, like on every other list, right? So, I just happen to have Josh Allen's stats here next to Jalen Hurts' stats. And yeah, he threw 1,000 more yards. He had 150 more attempts, right?
Because you understand the connection there, though, right?
Of course, because we got Saquon, we run the ball.
What? No.
Right?
It's not just because they had Saquon, because you understand that that's not the real, that's not the whole reason. You don't have to, you can make your point without being knowingly ignorant about it. You understand why they trust Josh Allen to throw the ball more than they trusted Jalen to throw the ball this year, right? I mean, he won the MVP.
He has 28 touchdowns.
Yep.
Jalen has 17, right? But
Yep.
Jalen,
You understand that's 50, almost 50% more.
Understood, but we also
Yeah.
know that he gets that they stop on the 2-yard line, and then they let the tush push. He's got 15.
Do you think most of Josh Allen's passing touchdowns are coming 2 yards away from the end zone? You can say that Jalen's good, and you can say that he's great. You can say he's top 3, top 2, without making pretend that Josh Allen isn't good.
I'm not saying that he isn't good. I'm just saying that if you look at the stats, they're
Yes.
not that far away from each other.
No. The stats are far away. You just said that Josh Allen threw for 1,000 more yards and 11 more touchdowns.
With 150 less attempts.
But you understand he has more attempts because he throws the ball better.
Okay.
Yes, it's okay. They won the Super Bowl. Be happy. Don't be crazy.
I'm saying you're the one that's saying how tough it is for us to get back to the Super Bowl, Spike. You're like the reason we're called Megadelphia. Okay, we scored more points in the playoffs than anybody in history. Okay, we have a defense that didn't lose its number one defensive line, didn't lose its number one linebacker. Okay, is there a huge drop off at cornerback and safety? I don't think so. Okay?
You don't think so?
I
You don't think Keely Ringo is a big drop off from how Darius Slay played last year? What? How many times have you watched Keely Ringo play football where you could make that assessment?
Did we hear just here? Elliot Parks tell us how good Keely Ringo looked in practice today.
In 7-on-7 today, where they weren't wearing pads.
I'm saying that we've got a great system. We've got a great coach.
I know we do. We have a great coach and we have a great system that needs good players. Yeah.
Okay. So saying that we are going to have such a difficult time when we're the number one, the favorite in Vegas to go to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl.
Tim, let me ask you this. Last thing, Tim. When a team wins the Super Bowl, how often do you think they're the favorite to win the Super Bowl the next year? Pretty often.
Yeah.
Okay, and how many times do they actually win the Super Bowl the next year?
Not very often.
Okay, thank you.
That was civil.
Yeah, I mean, 1,000 more yards is a significant number of yards, and 11 more touchdowns is a significant number of touchdowns. You can think that Jalen's better than Josh Allen, but you also have to acknowledge.
I think that's the best point you made.
Yeah.
That we don't have to do the whole Josh Allen stinks.
We don't. He's good.
Yes.
Got news for you.
Yes,
He's good.
Yes.
We
don't have to do that. So
he's not a choker.
Yeah.
He's good.
I get it. I get where everyone's like, well, those guys are there. Well, my guy isn't there. I'm more or less just put my guy in there with those guys.
In the group.
Yeah, those guys belong in there. They're fine. Yeah, they're fine. I'm just saying, can my guy get in the group with them?
This is actually a really good collection of elite-level quarterbacks that they have right now, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think Joe Burrow is a really good quarterback. Patrick Mahomes is obvious. Lamar Jackson I understand the questions about him in the playoffs. Josh Allen's a great player. It's a good collection of quarterbacks.
And Jalen's a great player, yeah.
And if you want him in there, I wouldn't, but I understand it. I get it. That's how I put it there.
That's a way to say it.
Yeah, but to say that those two regular seasons last year between Josh Allen and Jalen weren't the same.
No, it's the reason why Josh Allen was MVP last year. Yes,
it's okay.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine. It's a fine thing.
I like how we just let Patrick Mahomes being overrated
go. Well, I know. What do you want to do? You can't fight them all.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones where you're like, yeah.
And Quignon's the best cornerback in the NFL.
Yeah,
this is what they do.
I'm like, I like Quignon.
Yeah, when he does that, he's putting you in a bad spot.
Yes.
He's making it tough on you.
Not better than Patrick Surtain, man. The guy just won Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
But never trade for that guy.
No, especially not A.J. Brown.
No.
Don in North Philly, you're on WIP. What's up, Don?
What's going on, Jack, Spike? Hey, what's up?
What's up, Don?
What's up, Don?
First of all, let me get some Ike juice.
Oh! I've been drinking that
little late.
Juice.
Come on. With Ike juice. Hello?
Yeah, well, you got the Ike juice.
You got the juice.
Lock it.
My phone went out, yeah.
All good, all good.
Cowboy Jim's telling you to wrap it up.
Yeah. Get to the point. See? Cowboy Jim is a Spike disciple on calls. Yep.
Say get to the point.
Real talk, Spike, man, you fell from Mount Everest to your face this year on this Jalen Hurts stuff. Like, really. Like, your Jalen Hurts point.
He really did.
It's over.
What did I do?
It's over now.
You smile.
After him winning that Super Bowl, whatever you say about Jalen is a wrap. I don't even care about that.
Okay.
And number two, Amazon. They got a donkey mask. $19. Next time Jack says that proving stuff, just buy it and put it on his head. Please, because that was like some stupid stuff he said.
Well, that's not going to stop me from saying it.
Yeah, he's just going to say it with a donkey mask.
Yeah.
For real. Like, these dudes are a bunch of losers.
They're relentless, man. They're relentless.
Yeah.
bunch of losers.
All right.
They put up all these stats and all that. They can't get
Who?
nowhere. They can't do nothing.
Oh yeah, they all stink.
Yep.
Yeah, they all stink.
They're terrible.
Yeah,
I
they're all
didn't say
losers. They could
I did not say
never
they
possibly
stink.
win games with this situation. Yeah.
What's Jalen's record versus Baker?
No, I just want to throw this at y'all. Since y'all
What's his record? What's his record against Zach Wilson?
All right, real quick.
Yes.
21, Bills defense, first. 22, Bills defense, sixth. 23, Bills defense, ninth. All those years, Bills offense, top 5 each year.
Very good.
How many Super Bowls does he got?
Do you think that in 22 he could have beat Daniel Jones and Brock Purdy?
No,
Josh
forget
Johnson?
about that. He just gave you a top-ranked
yeah,
defense with a top-ranked offense.
Do you think that facing Patrick Mahomes has anything to do with it, or we're just going
I'm
to pretend
glad
he
you
doesn't
brought his name
exist? He's also a bum, right? Yeah.
Hold on, no, he's perfect. Pat Mahomes' defense 23, second. Every year after that, his defense below 10th. 9th, 11th, 27th, and 16th. He got it done. How come Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, them couldn't get it done?
Yeah, Mahomes is great. Mahomes is great.
Well, Burrow beat Mahomes. You just lost in the
Last thing
Super Bowl.
before I get up out. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Last thing before I get off the phone real quick. They
Yeah.
keep talking. They keep talking about this elite club and all that and everything about that. Jalen Hurts is in that club. Jalen Hurts don't care about that club. They ain't even in Jalen Hurts club. Let me get my Tornado Shapiro voice. It was Jalen Hurts. It was Pat Mahomes. It was Matthew Stafford. It was Ike Reese at the party. I ain't see Josh Allen.
It was Jeff Hostetler. It was Jim Plunkett.
They had Snoop Dogg at the party performing Ike. They had Jay-Z there. They had all the Lil Wayne. And Josh Allen in the party. They had freaking Doja Cat playing and Madonna and stuff like that. Whack behind party. Nobody want to go to that party. They want to be in the elite party. Hold up.
The Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco's in that party too.
There you go. All right.
We are in Delaware.
Yep.
Well, almost in Delaware.
Yeah.
Almost
No, we're not in Delaware. We're actually in Maryland.
I know, but I drove past the University of Delaware on the way down here. I started thinking about Flacco.
UD.
Flacco.
Blue Hens?
Yes, Blue Hens. Text line brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Fran at the Chesapeake Inn.
Yep.
Yep.
He was moving quick today, though. I got to give Fran credit.
He actually might have broken a sweat.
Yep.
He might have broken a sweat. He didn't appreciate I was making fun of him the entire time, but he got around to it.
Fran's going to need a drink.
Yeah, Fran needs a beer. Yep. Fran needs a beer after this one.
What's next?
Today's one of those shows where I could just burp into the mic for 4 hours and he'd get cheers and people yelling, juice! Mark and Mutko.
Hey, man.
He really could, though.
What's next?
You know what? I'm just going to jump into the Chesapeake. Spike's general attitude all day today.
Am I giving off that vibe?
Well, when the text was written, you were. You've picked it back up.
Yeah.
In the last 2 hours. But the first 2 hours, you certainly you were looking at the Chesapeake with very happily.
Here's what happens. When we have the technical difficulties, what starts going through my head is this going to work or is it not going to work? Because if it's not going to work, we're going to have to drive to Philadelphia.
I know.
And I need that decision made.
Yeah, and to his credit, I heard that Rod was stressed back in the studio.
Good.
I haven't seen him stressed ever.
Good.
But it seems like he was a little bit tight,
Okay.
Buzz said. Buzz, you can attest to that. They were all in your studio hounding you.
Oh, there was a whole powwow in here, like 5 people.
Good.
Chris didn't like my joke, I heard, which is disappointing. It's just a joke.
I knew that wasn't going to go over well.
What's next?
Oh, no. Did I do that? Chris Sims cackling in Los Angeles.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, no.
He likes us.
Oh, he loves it.
Yeah, he loves us, man.
He does give off such an evil,
he loves the clicks.
Yeah, he's in on it.
Yeah, it's like every time when he's about to say something about Jalen, it's almost like he goes, "Watch this."
Yep.
What's next?
Let's see how they respond to this.
Yep.
Spike could have been our Mormon missile. Those people who tried to recruit Spike into Mormonism.
They did. I could have been a Mormon missile.
Somebody tried to recruit you?
Yeah, when I was in college. My best friend was Mormon.
Yeah, almost Mormon.
Yep.
The Spike Eskin
Did you
story.
tell this story on the air?
I did.
Last week.
Yep.
Was I here?
Yeah, you were here the whole time. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. The Jimmer Fredette of the Syracuse University.
Yep. What's next?
Beginning to think Ike is just saying hollow words now when he says, "I'll definitely be back." Dining under the stars in media.
I think you wanted to be back.
I do.
But there's this whole thing of like actually dragging your ass.
Yeah.
Getting Ike to go over the bridge twice in one day.
Yeah, come on, man.
Impossible.
Yeah, it's 6 times in 1 week. I got to make a Saturday trip or a Sunday trip.
Yep.
And the dining under the stars, I am coming. I still got the summer.
Yep. Got the whole summer.
Not over with yet.
No. Got the whole summer hasn't even officially started. Or has it? No, I don't think it has.
No, it's still spring.
Yeah, what's next?
Coming through. Watch your feet. Cowboy Jim inexplicably pushing a drink cart in the audience.
Text line.
Speaking of which, before we get to leading off, Cowboy Jim, you're on WIP.
Oh, here we go.
Get your knees out of the aisle. Get your elbows out of the aisle. I'm coming through. Watch out. Ike Reese on Chris Sims. I hate Chris Sims. I hate him. The only reason he has a job is because of his father, just like Spike. Oops, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry, Spike. Oh, my God. I love Troy. I love Troy Aikman, but Troy would never be down at a restaurant right now. He's got like 10 homes. I should be on Monday Night Football. Oh, the pain, the agony. Goodbye, losers.
There it is.
There it is.
In and out. He knows it. By the way, he's probably 50 feet from us.
Yeah,
right
I was going
now.
to say, imagine having to listen to that twice.
And then look him in the eye.
I actually heard that off the air first.
All right, let's get you ready for the Phils.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It is Leading Off, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Oh, the Phils are hot. Phils are cooking.
Take it down a notch.
They've won 1 in a row in their first game against the Cubs. 3 games set against the Cubs. Second game tonight. First pitch, 6:45. It is Colin Ray against Mick Abel. Phil's a minus 110 favorite. Over-under's 9.5. Mick, see if we can get the Mick Abel magic to continue. But we will need, probably more than the 3 runs they scored last night against the Cubs. There's no way they're keeping this Cubs team down for 3 straight games.
Yeah.
Jack texted me last night. He was like, doesn't seem like every guy on the Cubs is going to hit the ball 500 feet.
Dude, they all take daddy hacks. It's unbelievable.
They do. They're a
good team.
Good hitting team.
They are. Best offense in the National League.
I thought the Dodgers scored the most runs in the National League.
I think I heard, it might be the Cubs, either 1 or 2.
Okay.
But, they do have Saya Suzuki and Pico Armstrong are both the National League leaders in RBIs.
Yep.
Either way, they're either 1 or 2. But they are definitely a dangerous offense.
They're a good team. They're going to have to I don't know anything about Colin Ray. How good is he?
So he's like a more of a journeyman guy. He's like a heavy sinker type pitcher, but he's crafty and knows how to pitch, which feels like always shuts the Phillies down. Early in the season, he went 6 shutout, striking out 7. So he's come back down to earth a little bit recently, but it was really good his last time out. Solid pitcher, but not overwhelming.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to decide what the most positive thing to take from yesterday was. Like
what we won.
Well, aside from that, I think the 2 things that I take away from yesterday that were most positive. One is actually getting 15 hits. If they don't shoot themselves in the foot on the base paths a couple of times, if they, if the bases loaded no out thing goes a little bit differently, and this is the issue with everyone talking about small ball is that if you don't get extra base hits, you need a lot of hits to score runs. And that's where they were last night. You get 15 hits, you end up scoring 3 runs. Probably should have been 5. They probably should have ended up with 5. But the 2 things, 15 hits, and the other thing being the energy after the win. And I am hoping that is like you were saying, it was relief.
Yeah.
I also hope it pushes into, all right, we got that monkey off our back, and now we can go out there and be loose and play baseball.
Yeah, listen, they're going to find a way to go out there and hit again tonight. Be smarter when you're out there. right? Like, you got to be smarter on the base pass. It's the one thing with this team on the topper that I've always been surprised at. Guys getting picked off, guys trying to take two when they shouldn't be taking two, guys running through stop signs at third base with Dusty Walker. Like, why aren't we a smarter team? You're going to tell me the manager has nothing to do with that either, right?
Well, but I think they have been better about that this year. Last night seemed like more of an aberration than anything.
Right.
Like Bryce will make the bad base running mistakes, but I think that's the first time I've seen Castellanos really that horrible in a long time.
Sure.
I thought last night was
I
more.
thought Rojas had a couple moments earlier in the season.
I thought last night was more a case of pressing and trying to do too much.
Yeah.
I don't think they're overall a very smart baseball team, but I thought last night was more about pressing and being a little too desperate.
All right.
Than
I don't mind
else.
that, but see, that's what we want, though. Listen,
I thought last night was a desperate effort, which was appreciated.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm good with it. I don't view that as a negative thing. They should feel desperate. The last thing they should be feeling is everything's going to be okay. The damn starter team is on the bench or on the IL with a hurt wrist that we don't know is it more serious than they're letting on about. The last thing I need is this team to be feeling relaxed, like, oh no, everything will work out. We're not concerned. So I'm glad they got a little bit of that desperation. I need them to be smarter, but I want them to have the urgency.
You know, you mentioned that. Devin Caney asked, our own Devin Caney, Scoops Caney, asked Kyle Schwarber yesterday. She was like, the younger players on the team or the do you guys talk about this? Do you have meetings, so on and so forth? And Schwarber